Chapter 1. An accidental entry into a dating show. What is it like to achieve financial freedom in one's 20s and enter a life of retirement ahead of schedule? Sue Ran, upon casually browsing a trending topic on a certain platform, felt he was qualified to respond to this inquiry. At the age of 24, and having been retired for a year, he resides in the iconic metropolis of Shanghai. Awakening in the morning, he is no longer roused by an alarm clock, but by the gentle embrace of sunlight or the rhythm of his own biological clock. He has the liberty to arrange his time as he pleases, reading, watching dramas, occasionally stepping out for a leisurely stroll or to meet friends. He tends to his flowers and cultivates vegetables, savoring a cup of tea while observing the sun's ascent and descent. Although his life is imbued with freedom, a sense of bewilderment often envelopes him. He begins to question whether this seemingly idyllic retirement is truly what he desires. However, after a prolonged period of contemplation, clarity dawns upon him. Yes, this is the life I yearned for. After indulging in a brief moment of reflection, Sue Ran contentedly switched off the screen. He is immensely satisfied with his current existencino grueling 9-to-9 work schedule, no servitude to corporate demands, and no burdens of mortgage or car loans. Indeed, life is filled with joy. Of course, Sue Ran's ability to live such a life is not attributable to being a second-generation affluent. He merely traversed the path of homage to the classics and prophetic foresight, thus achieving financial independence. Money, after all, is only necessary in sufficiency. Moreover, Sue Ran is not one to indulge in extravagant spending. In his previous life, he had achieved a modest level of success, but working tirelessly throughout one's life is sufficient. In this life, he embraces comfort. Upon reaching his self-imposed savings goal, the notion of retirement took root in his mind. Gardening, nurturing flowers, reading, watching films, traveling, and cherishing time with family that has encapsulated Sue Ran's life over the past year. Simple, pleasant, and worry-free. Just as Sue Ran was immersed in envisioning the future, his phone abruptly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his mother, and a wave of exasperation washed over him. While Sue Ran relished this lifestyle, his mother was filled with anxiety. "Son, you can't continue like this, cooped up at home all day. I've signed you up for a variety show, and you must participate otherwise. It will affect your height." Sue Ran was taken aback and asked, "This show has something to do with height?" His mother retorted with a scoff, "If you dare to refuse, I'll have your father break your legs." Sue Ran was left speechless. "The show I signed you up for is a workplace variety. Your interviewer is a big star, so prepare well." "Fine," Sue Ran conceded reluctantly, unaware that the show his mother had enrolled him in was not a workplace variety at all, but rather a dating show. Fearing that her son would reject the invitation upon discovering the true nature of the show, she had spun a little tale that a few days later, in front of an impressively grand television station, Sue Ran donned a casual outfit, exuding an air of leisure akin to that of a vacationing traveler. Sue Ran. "Is Sue Ran here?" As he stepped into the lobby, he heard someone calling his name. "Over here." Sue Ran lazily raised his hand. "Ah, you finally made it." Upon seeing Sue Ran, the staff member inwardly marveled at the fact that there existed a man as handsome as the esteemed author. "The live broadcast has been moved up. This is a hidden microphone. Simply attach it to your collar. The entire filming cycle for the program spans 3 months, during which you must manage your work and personal affairs accordingly. Your partner is the current top-tier celebrity, Reba. Sue Ran listened to the staff's incessant chatter. He followed along to the studio, feeling somewhat perplexed. Partner? Perhaps they meant the interviewer? Yet, could a workplace variety show really afford to invite a top-tier celebrity? They must be quite affluent. Soon, they reached the end of the corridor and came to a halt. "We've arrived. You can go in and wait for a moment," the staff member advised. "This is a live broadcast, so please be mindful of your words and actions." Understood. Sue Ran nodded, acknowledging the instruction. However, being mindful of his demeanor might prove to be a challenge. He had already resolved to sabotage this audition. He had no desire to continue being a workhorse. After the staff member nodded and departed, Sue Ran pushed open the door, only to be met with an even more astonishing sight: pink walls, heart-shaped balloons, and pink spotlights swirling overhead. How had the modern workplace variety show transformed into something reminiscent of a dating show? Meanwhile, in the guest lounge, a girl with both beauty and a striking figure stared at her phone screen, where a grim gray defeat message flashed. Reba's eyes dimmed, realizing she had once again failed in the promotion match. Initially, she had hoped to make a last-ditch effort, but her teammates had already initiated a vote. For votes in favor, one against. Defeat. Reba looked at the word in despair, regretting her decision to participate in that round. She had intended to seize the opportunity during her free time to secure a victory in the promotion match, only to face a dismal defeat instead. Frustrated, Reba contemplated another round, but her assistant reminded her, "Sister Reba, the guest has arrived, we must depart." "Oh, all right." Reba nodded, her face brightening once more with a sweet smile. That moment. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room for Summer Heartbeat 2 had already surged. "Here we go. Wow, wow, wow. It's finally airing. I heard this season features Reba. Wow. I wonder which lucky person will be paired with our meatball. Who cares? I'm here to see Sister Meng and Li Yun Rue. The Yunxian Mengrao CP is legendary. To the one above, don't you think the romance between ordinary people and celebrities is far more captivating?" Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Su Ran glanced towards the entrance, his gaze instantly captivated by the figure standing in the doorway. Reba stood in backlight, adorned in a bright yellow floral sundress, the hem fluttering gently in the breeze. With her fair, delicate skin, exquisite collarbone, and a radiant smile akin to a blooming sunflower, she embodied a blend of sweetness, confidence, and a hint of playfulness. Her beauty and figure were truly astonishing. As Reba laid her eyes upon Su Ran, she too was momentarily captivated, leaning against the doorframe in astonishment. How striking! That visage was nothing short of perfection, a 360-degree marvel of beauty. Could this truly be an ordinary person? Might she be an idol trainee forcefully introduced by the production team? If that were the case, she would certainly demand a return. When she initially agreed to participate in this dating reality show, the production team had assured her that her partner would be a genuine non-celebrity. At that moment, the live stream's comment section erupted with fervor. "Wow, what stunning looks! A divine countenance! Within 3 seconds, I need the coordinates of that beauty mark on his collarbone. Swoon, swoon, swoon." Countless female viewers were enamored, practically drooling over their screens. "I in the room," she said. "Hello, I am Reba Dilmarat." Her voice was soft and sweet, akin to cotton candy enveloped in honey, gently drifting into Su Ran's ears. He rose, extending his hand for a brief shake with Reba, and smiled, saying, "Greetings, interviewer. I am Su Ran, and here's my resume for your perusal." Reba was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Su Ran's unexpected approach. Meanwhile, the live chat flooded with praises and admiration. Chapter 2. The wise do not fall in love. Who says you are a wealthy woman? Did you see that? This is called professionalism. I can't stop laughing. This guy must have stumbled into the wrong set. All right, so you're the resume guy? Goodness, is he pulling a stunt in a dating show? Is that you, Shioa? Haha, is it now trendy to treat blind dates like job interviews? After all, Reba is a celebrity. She has encountered countless grand occasions. She quickly regained her composure, but upon receiving the resume, her entire demeanor became chaotic once again. At that moment, the camera zoomed in on the resume. Basic information. Name, Su Ran. Job intentions. Lazy fish consultant, fish sneaking ambassador expert in lying flat. Expected salary. The more the better. Educational background. 2018 to 2022. Central Drama Academy major. National Level 1 retiring drum performance minor. Versailles Literature and Practice graduation thesis on how to elegantly decline the boss's empty promises. Core skills. Certified contrarian, National Level 1 provocation athlete. Musical talent, folk retiring drum old artist. Outstanding acting skills, distinguished graduate of Central Drama Academy. Professional tea appraisal, 100 detection rate for green tea. Reba's eyelashes fluttered. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, Su Ran was secretly amused. This reaction was exactly what he hoped for. He was confident that no boss would desire such a troublesome employee. The barrage of comments flowed like a river. Ha ha ha, is this resume serious? Look at Reba's expression. She's stunned. The resume guy is truly impressive. An interesting soul. I strongly urge the resume guy to stay. Having witnessed grand spectacles, Reba let out a chuckle, her gaze flitting over Su Ran, suddenly finding him intriguing. So, Was he deliberately causing a stir? Was he trying to capture my attention? But judging by his expression, it didn't seem so. Perhaps he actually didn't T1 be on the show and was intentionally being mischievous? It's possible. However, Reba was determined not to let Sue Ran have his way. With a playful glint in her eyes, she assumed the role of the interviewer and asked, "All right then, tell me, what are your strengths?" What a coincidence. I have quite a few strengths. Sue Ran cleared his throat and chuckled softly. For instance? Reba, intrigued, gestured for him to continue. I am in good health, possess independent thoughts, and can breathe autonomously. I can operate a smartphone, eat when I'm hungry, and wash my dishes when I'm full. I don't randomly pick up things off the ground to eat. I have a great temper, no violent tendencies, and a promising future. Employees like me are rare these days. Hiring me is akin to finding a treasure. As Sue Ran rambled on, Reba just wanted to hit him. If all of that counted as strengths, wouldn't that make her a high-quality woman? You are truly exceptional. Reba gave Sue Ran a thumbs up, bestowing upon him a grand compliment. Given Sue Ran's audacious demeanor, he certainly deserves a thumbs up. With a cheeky grin, Sue Ran boasted, "You may not know, but I can also make instant noodles." Reba seized a computer nearby and frantically pressed the keys. 666, 666. The barrage of comments in the live stream was swiftly inundated with laughter. Wow, haha. Resume bro is incredible. Oh my goodness, I just spat water on my screen. I had no idea I was this outstanding. I love it, I'm a bit excited. The ordinary guy knows how to entertain. Excuse me, am I in a comic dialogue live stream? At that moment, in the backstage of the program, director Wang Jingyu rubbed his sore cheeks from laughing and repeatedly confirmed with his assistant. Is Sue Ran genuinely here to participate in our show? It was indeed him. The information and photos matched perfectly. The assistant nodded, having verified the details. That's good. Wang Jingyu exhaled, relieved that there was no mistake regarding the guest. He glanced at the recently delivered viewership data, feeling a surge of excitement. The figures were astonishing. The live viewership was at the top. The barrage of comments ranked first. Among the three couples, his popularity was undoubtedly number one. Although Sue Ran was quite absurd, Reba found this conspicuous character increasingly amusing. Since they all needed to form couples, why not choose someone entertaining? It is often said that while attractive appearances are commonplace, intriguing souls are rare gems. Moreover, Sue Ran was both amusing and handsome. Reba ventured to ask, "What are your requirements for this position?" Naturally, Sue Ran was oblivious that Reba referred to the role of a boyfriend. He replied earnestly, "Requirements? Simple. Minimal work, high pay close to home, a prestigious position with light responsibilities, bonuses during holidays, a monthly salary exceeding $10,000, and benefits." Reba was taken aback. Does this mean I need to provide him with insurance and pocket money for being my boyfriend? This man seems to want to live off my earnings. Yet, looking at Sue Ran's handsome face, it didn't seem entirely unfeasible. With such a rhythmic response, "Are you aiming for graduate school?" Reba chuckled and pressed on with another question. "One last question. What are your standards for a partner?" A collective gasp resonated through the live stream. Reba was clearly making a bold move. Sue Ran, momentarily stunned, questioned, "How is this related to the interview?" Of course. Reba, feeling her heart racing, justified, "This question determines whether you can successfully secure the position." I see. Sue Ran elongated his tone, contemplating for a few seconds before smiling. "I prefer someone older than me." Reba felt a flutter of excitement. She seemed to be just a tad older than Sue Ran. This guy, could be that he indeed likes her. But just how much older? Reba began to inquire further. Sue Ran chuckled softly and raised 3 fingers. 3 years older? Ba furrowed her brow slightly. It must be better the older, the better. Sue Ran shook his head and smiled. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older holds golden bricks. At 30, she offers a kingdom. And at 300, she presents elixirs. Ba, who was sipping water, nearly spat it out all over Sue Ran. The live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha! I don't care about anything else, but I adore the resume guy. This is hilarious. What a line about 300 years. A top-tier joker? A master of antics? Ba laughed heartily, her laughter a delightful cacophony. Once she managed to calm down, her curiosity piqued. She asked now, the very last question, do you wish to experience a sweet romance? Su Ran decisively shook his head. Sweet romance? Not even a dog would indulge in that. Ba was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, why not? Su Ran replied nonchalantly. As the saying goes, wise men do not enter love's waters. Drowning is not my responsibility. And women only slow my draw. She stared at Su Ran in disbelief. Was he actually rejecting her? Ba took a deep breath, pointing to herself. $1 million annual salary, 5 insurances, and a housing fund. And you don't want any of this with me? Wait, you're offering money for love and even insurance? Not even a dog would. Su Ran was taken aback. Is what you say true? Ba smiled, of course. Just tell me if you're interested. Anyone who refuses such a fortune must be a fool. Su Ran nodded vigorously. Ba teased. Didn't you just say that not even a dog would engage in romance? Hearing this, Su Ran sighed deeply, as another saying goes. Wise men do not enter love's waters. But who could resist a wealthy woman like you? Ba, is this a string of golden phrases? This guy must be seriously considering graduate studies, right? Wow. The entire live stream erupted, comments flooding in like rain. This is too abstract, haha. I'm dying of laughter. Please lock this couple down. Wise men do not enter love's waters, unless she is a wealthy woman. At this moment, a chilling notification rang in Su Ran's mind. Ding. Host has performed an entertaining act, successfully activating the entertainment system. Ding. Congratulations. Host has received a beginner's gift pack X1. Suran. WTF? A system that arrives late? As a time traveler, Su Ran was no stranger to such things. Without hesitation, he opted to open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the skill, God-level singing ability. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the item, Chinese song database. Ding. Congratulations. Host has gained the skill, mastery of all musical instruments. This system is quite generous and bountiful. Chapter 3. Publicly funded romance. The activation of the entertainment system. Summer Heartbeat is a reality show featuring celebrity romances. Since its inception, it has carved out a unique niche in the variety market, garnering immense attention and trending discussions. The creative team harbors even loftier ambitions for Summer Heartbeat. Thus, they spared no expense in inviting one of the hottest rising stars, Reba. Furthermore, they enlisted the popular couple from the recent hit series Ninefold Purple, Xiao Mo's CP. Meng Zi and Li Yunrui. Alongside them are the enchanting couple, Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi from Kanglinju. This lineup clearly illustrates Wang Jingyu's grand aspirations. Initially, the production team had greater expectations for the Kanglin CP. Although Kanglinju has long concluded, Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi have consistently held the top position in the domestic entertainment CP rankings. However, the entire creative team was taken aback when the most popular pairing turned out to be that of a celebrity and an ordinary person. At present, the live stream featuring Su Ran and Reba has surpassed 5 million viewers online. This number exceeds the combined viewership of the other 2 couple streams. It is noteworthy that many viewers have migrated from the other CP streams and remained captivated. At this moment, in the reception area, Su Ran's live stream signal has been severed. The on-site producer is attempting to explain the situation to Su Ran. At this juncture, Su Ran's mind is buzzing. It turns out, he has been unwittingly roped into a romantic reality show by his own mother. No wonder everything felt so out of place. If this were merely a dating show, it would all make sense. However, it seems he has inadvertently activated the entertainment system. The situation is as follows. We will enhance your compensation, after taxes, a sum exceeding $1 million, along with comprehensive insurance benefits. The on-site producer observes Su Ran's expression, anxious that he may refuse. After all, the production team is well aware that Su Ran did not voluntarily join the show. His mother secretly enrolled him. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Participating in a dating show doesn't seem too bad. Yet he must maintain a facade. Well, why don't you outline your specific plans first? My head is still buzzing. The on-site producer smiled and explained. A dating show essentially involves interactive games for couples, romantic trips, and so forth. Think of it as a funded vacation with a side of romance. Sue Ran nodded in agreement. A funded vacation sounds appealing. However, when it comes to romance, we must set clear expectations. It must unfold gradually, as I am not one to rush into things. Reba shot him a glance. You're not one to rush. And does that imply I am? Rest assured, our show operates without a script. Regardless of how your relationship develops, we will not interfere. The on-site producer reassured Sue Ran. Continuing, after all, genuine emotions are the most compelling. The entire creative team had deliberated that Sue Ran and Reba's pairing could not embody a scripted romance. Not only would the audience perceive the artificiality, but if Sue Ran were to follow a script, the potential for immense viewership would vanish. Sue Ran's carefree and whimsical nature provides ample room for his creativity, perhaps leading to even greater surprises. All right, I'll give it a try, he said with a smile. Glancing at Reba, just to clarify, I've never been in a relationship, so please don't have too high expectations of me. Reba could hardly suppress her irritation towards this fellow. How could someone be so exasperating? Since there are no issues, shall we take a brief break before we resume recording? The on-site producer was elated. The viewership for Summer Heartbeat 2 was secured. Will the combination of a top-tier starlet and a lively character capture the audience's hearts? Only time would tell. Seizing the opportunity, Sue Ran began to familiarize himself with the newfound golden finger he had acquired. The lively system, aptly named, designed to enable him to entertain on camera. Each instance of entertaining would yield corresponding entertainment points, which could be exchanged for treasure chests within the system. These chests were categorized into 5 stages. The bronze chest required 100 entertainment points, the silver chest 1,000 points, the gold chest 10,000 points, the platinum chest 100,000 points, and the highest tier, the diamond chest, an astonishing 1,000,000 points. Inside these chests, one could uncover various items or skills. Unfortunately, Sue Ran currently possessed only 50 entertainment points. It seemed he had much work ahead of him. Determined to make a significant impact, Sue Ran resolved to make a grand move. Across from him, Reba sat in silence. After all, it was their first meeting and topics were scarce. Moreover, she felt a hint of annoyance. As a stunning beauty, she had countless admirers, yet Sue Ran had the audacity to suggest adding more money to their relationship. What girl wouldn't be upset by that? Reba silently gazed out the window, waiting for Sue Ran to coax her. However, all she received was the sight of him grinning foolishly with his eyes closed. Ugh, clearly a typical dense man. While Sue Ran was quite handsome, Reba decided to teach him a small lesson. 5 minutes later, the camera restarted. The live stream once again focused on the meeting room where Sue Ran and Reba were seated. Phew, finally, we're back to the live broadcast. Can we start chatting now? Reba's eyes sparkled as she turned to Sue Ran. Do you know which animal loves to ask why the most? At that moment, Sue Ran had already stowed away the system and looked at Reba with a smile. I don't know. It's a pig, Reba exclaimed with a triumphant grin. So, why do you ask? However, after waiting in vain, Sue Ran simply nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Wasn't he supposed to ask why? Why was he deviating from the script? Reba frowned adorably and teased. Don't you want to know why? Sue Ran shook his head. Not really. Without thinking, Reba blurted out. Why? Sue Ran burst into laughter because pigs love to ask why. Reba turned her head, unwilling to engage with Sue Ran any longer. This person was quite mischievous. The live broadcast room erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Reba seems to have fallen into her own trap. Jianli Ji's reaction is astonishingly quick. While other couples are busy showcasing their affection, are you two here performing a comedic skit? No joke. This truly is a whirlwind in the realm of romantic variety shows. The barrage of comments flooded the live chat like mushrooms after rain. Having grown weary of the typical lovey-dovey antics, the audience increasingly favored the dynamic between Sue Ran and Reba. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into a slight silence. Reba huffed, turning her head away in silence, while Sue Ran appeared somewhat perplexed. Neither had ever been in a relationship and were at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, the on-site producer promptly intervened to alleviate their predicament. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the first segment of the show, Initial Impressions of Heartfelt Connection. Chapter 4, The First Heartfelt Impression, Talent Showcase. The segment titled Heartfelt First Impression is designed to allow participants to exhibit their charm and individuality through a series of creative and interactive methods, while simultaneously gaining a deeper understanding of one another. This segment comprises 4 distinct processes. Firstly, self-introduction. Each participant is allotted 1 minute to present themselves. To enhance the enjoyment of this segment, participants are required to incorporate a small talent display, such as singing, dancing, performing magic, or reciting poetry, showcasing a unique facet of their personality. Secondly, the exchange of tokens of affection. Each participant must prepare a token of affection. This could be a small object, a photograph, or a piece of text that represents a particular trait or their attitude towards love. Thirdly, the initial impression feedback. After exchanging tokens and describing them, participants must provide commentary on the tokens they received and express their first impressions of their respective owners. Sue Ran and Reba quietly listened as the on-site producer explained the rules of this segment. Subsequently, the production team presented each of them with a mobile phone and a heart rate monitoring wristwatch. The phones were for their communication, while the wristwatches were to capture their heart rate indices. On the screen, their respective heart rates were displayed. Sue Ran, 78 BPM, Reba, 82 BPM. The couple whose heart rate first reached 100 BPM would receive an additional reward in this round. Both of you have understood the rules, I hope. The producer, Mr. Lee, smiled and added, "Oh, by the way, my surname is Lee. You may call me Producer Lee." Both nodded in acknowledgement. Producer Lee turned his gaze towards them with a smile. "So, who will go first?" Sue Ran and Reba exchanged glances, and Sue Ran cheerfully suggested, "Ladies first." Facing the camera, Reba greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Reba, and I hope to bring joy to you all in the days to come." This simple introduction ignited a wave of enthusiasm in the entire live broadcast room. Backstage, Wang Jingyu was laughing heartily, exclaiming how incredibly popular this was. Producer Lee raised an eyebrow and playfully inquired, "What about your talent?" After a moment of contemplation, Reba replied with a smile, "How about I perform a dance for everyone?" As a former dancer in a song and dance troupe, Reba's dancing skills were exceptionally refined. She gracefully lifted her wrist, revealing delicate, fair hands adorned with embroidered orchid cuffs, and began to dance. With raised hands, swaying hips, lifted chin, and a graceful arch of her back. Her movements were expansive and enchanting. Her confident demeanor elicited a chorus of admiration from the live audience. Soon, the dance came to an end, followed by resounding applause. Sue Ran gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Beautiful. I loved it. Do it again." Reba's eyes sparkled with delight at such praise. Now it was Sue Ran's turn. Producer Lee remarked with anticipation, "I am particularly looking forward to your talent performance." Sue Ran scratched his head, hesitating. "Is it possible to skip the performance? I truly have nothing to offer aside from my good looks." Reba was quite tempted to scold Sue Ran with a few choice words. However, gazing at Sue Ran's handsome visage, well, he truly is strikingly charming. Lee PD shook his head and suggested, "You could share a joke instead." After a moment's thought, Sue Ran smiled and inquired, "Do you have a guitar?" He wished to test out his newly acquired skill. A guitar? Reba's eyes lit up. Could it be that Sue Ran also played the guitar? Shortly thereafter, the staff presented Sue Ran with a guitar. He accepted it, strummed a few chords, and nodded in approval. The sound quality is quite delightful. Then he turned to Reba, his expression sincere. "I only just learned this is a dating show, so I didn't prepare a gift. This song serves both as a performance and a present for you." Reba felt a twinge of emotion. She hadn't anticipated such thoughtfulness from Sue Ran. Yet, in the next instant, her sentiment evaporated without a trace. For Sue Ran, cradling the guitar, proceeded to announce, "Here is a song titled Glutton from Heaven, dedicated to the ever-hungry Miss Reba." What does ever-hungry mean? Am I some sort of bottomless pit? Break up. Why would one keep such a boyfriend around for the holidays? Reba glared at Sue Ran, wishing to deliver a couple of punches. Seated cross-legged on the floor, Sue Ran gently strummed the guitar, the melodious tune instantly capturing the attention of countless listeners. A gentle breeze carried the melody, devoid of sorrow or irritation, instead enveloping all in a sense of tranquility and joy. All present stared at Sue Ran in disbelief. The live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, this sounds amazing. What a fantastic prelude. No way. Brother Sue, you're really talented. At first, I thought Sue Ran was just joking, but he can actually play. I bet Sue Ran is an exceptional guitarist. When I feel hungry at night, my stomach empty. I want to go downstairs, but can't muster the energy. My finger presses the delivery button until it's red. Fried chicken, hot pot, lobster, and barbecue. A feast of flavors dances in my mind. The addictive melody and magnetic voice entranced everyone. However, the lyrics drove them all into a frenzy. Reba was utterly bewildered. Had this guy installed surveillance at her home? How'd he know everything? The live chat was in an uproar. What on earth are these lyrics? I'm dying of laughter. Reba's face has turned green. Does Sue Ran not care about his survival instincts? Amidst the fervent discussion in the live stream, Reba's heart raced. 100 BPM. In a live stream, Reba had already taken action. Huh? What are you doing? Don't act out. I can endure, but I can't take it anymore. As the live stream erupted into chaos, the audience found themselves thoroughly entertained. While other couples' live streams are all about showing off their love or crafting personas, you two are here performing a comedic routine. The couple is utterly fascinating. I am completely enamored. Is this the chaos of the CP circle? Refreshingly unique. Such delightful content. Is no one paying attention to the captivating melody of this song by the ordinary artist? What is the original version? Why can't I find it? As the barrage of comments surged, the number of online viewers in the live stream soared once more. At that moment, Wang Jingyu in the background could hardly contain his delight. This fellow is truly a natural for variety shows. Wang Jingyu mused, wishing once again to focus the main camera on Sue Ran and Reba, while also inquiring about acquiring the copyright for this song. Understood. The assistant nodded and proceeded to search for relevant information. However, despite all efforts, he could find no information regarding the song. Chapter 5. The light boat has passed through 10,000 mountains, seizing Causeway Bay with 8 fists. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 50 points of creativity. Ding. The system has detected the host singing Devil from Heaven, foodie version. And Chinese song library has been automatically locked. No one can claim it. And the song copyright has been automatically registered. Completion expected within 2 hours. It's secured. The bronze treasure chest is in hand. Moreover, the considerate system has automatically locked and registered the copyright. This is exceedingly thoughtful. Sue Ran silently commended the system. Although he yearned to redeem the treasure chest immediately, he was currently recording a program, so he had to exercise patience for the time being. Furthermore, he was currently being playfully restrained by a lady's arm around his neck. One must admit, this girl truly possesses charm. On the other side, the entire production team was engulfed in contemplation. Heba's heartbeat, 102 BPM. The team dramatically gazed at this data, bursting into laughter. They never anticipated that Heba's heart rate would surpass 100 BPM in such a manner. Could this be considered a heartbeat of affection? Should they reward them? How could it not count? It certainly does not violate any program rules. After deliberation, they unanimously decided to grant Sue Ran and Heba a reward for their racing hearts. Returning to the scene. All right, you two, enough of the antics. It's time for Heba's gift-giving segment. Lee PD could not help but chuckle as she rescued Sue Ran from Heba's playful embrace. Upon hearing this, Heba reluctantly released her hold, inwardly lamenting, "It's over. My secret of being a tomboy has been revealed, all thanks to Sue Ran." Heba shot a glare at Sue Ran, vowing to settle the score with this dense man sooner or later. Sensing the hostility, Sue Ran quickly took a step back. Anxious, what is the matter? You've already hit me once. Do you want to do it again? Heba, I genuinely feel an impulse to eliminate this guy. Lee PD chuckled and shook her head, urging, let us commence the presentation. She was genuinely frightened by these two and only had one thought in mind, to complete this segment swiftly. Otherwise, she feared she might laugh herself to death. Here, this is my gift for you. I hope you like it. Though Heba was quite vexed, she still handed the gift bag to Sue Ran. Thank you. I'll make sure to prepare a gift for you in return. Sue Ran accepted the gift somewhat shyly, explaining, I genuinely didn't realize this was a dating show, so I didn't prepare anything. Isn't that song a gift? Heba raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing Sue Ran's promise to prepare a gift, Her heart swelled with delight, yet she maintained a facade of annoyance. For the sake of the program, one cannot take it too seriously. Su Ran smiled apologetically, assuring her, I will undoubtedly choose a gift that you will adore. Oomph, that's more like it. A radiant smile blossomed on Heba's face as she urged. Hurry, open it and see. Su Ran nodded, opened the gift bag, and was taken aback to find it contained yogurt curds. Food is a gift. Although somewhat unexpected, it is nonetheless understandable. For a true gourmand like Reba, the gesture of presenting food speaks volumes of thoughtfulness. After all, gifting one's favorite snacks is the highest form of reverence for a food enthusiast. Here we have the delicacy known as koladi, or yogurt lumps, from our region, and I sincerely hope you enjoy it. With that, Reba gazed at Su Ran with eager anticipation. Would you like to try? Her favorite snack was indeed yogurt lumps, which she recommended to everyone she met. Su Ran retrieved a packet of yogurt lumps, tore open the packaging, and offered it to Reba with a smile, saying, Here, you go first. All right, thank you. Reba picked up a yogurt lump and placed it in her mouth as the delicate aroma of milk enveloped her senses. Su Ran also took a small piece to taste. So how is it? Delicious? Seeing Su Ran enjoy a yogurt lump, Reba quickly inquired. The flavor is quite unique. Su Ran nodded and replied. The rich sourness spreads across my palate, accompanied by a subtle, milky fragrance. I rather like it. Oh, really? Reba's face lit up with surprise. This was the first positive feedback she had received after recommending it to countless others. Indeed, isn't it quite tasty? Is such a reaction truly warranted? Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by Reba's excitement. You wouldn't understand, just look at the expression on PD Lee's face. And you'll know, Reba was on the verge of tears, exhilarated that someone finally appreciated the deliciousness of yogurt lumps. For a food lover, this was undeniably a moment of profound significance. Su Ran turned to observe PD Lee's reaction. At that moment, PD Lee had also sampled a yogurt lump. Yet his countenance bore a hint of distress, and he remained silent. What sort of person would find yogurt lumps delightful? The live chat had erupted in laughter. Ha! PD Lee is surely questioning his life choices now. Is PD Lee even wondering if Su Ran is putting on an act? These two seem to share a sweet moment when they're normal. Something feels off. This isn't the flashy couple I know. Following the gift-giving segment, the program swiftly progressed to the evaluation phase. After finally regaining his composure, PD Lee was eager to conclude the recording and head home for some rest. Thus, he turned to Su Ran and Reba, stating, The segment for exchanging heartfelt gifts has concluded. Now, I invite both of you to evaluate each other as presents. PD Lee first addressed Reba with a smile. Reba, could you please share your thoughts on the token that Su Ran gifted you? Reba took a deep breath and responded. This gift holds great significance. I shall cherish it in my heart. After speaking, she shot a fierce glance at Su Ran, as if to convey, You better give me a gift in return, or else. Su Ran nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her understanding. PD Lee then inquired, And what was your first impression of Su Ran? High in beauty, impeccable fashion sense, a godlike, domineering CEO? Wow! Upon uttering these words, all the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Such an exalted appraisal indeed. Lee PD then inquired, And what about now? Reeling in a breath, Reba gazed at Su Ran's extraordinarily handsome visage and remarked, Unfortunately, he possesses a mouth. At this moment, all I wish is to render him mute. Lee PD stifled a chuckle. Could you summarize that succinctly? Reba shook her head, then nodded, and slowly replied, The quintessential domineering CEO. Suran. Haha. I apologize. I typically refrain from laughter. Lee PD pounded the table in amusement, yet I simply cannot contain myself. Reba's words strike with pinpoint accuracy. The entire live stream was abuzz with laughter. Reba had essentially become their digital mouthpiece. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Lee PD rubbed his aching cheeks and turned to Su Ran. Is she correct? Can it be so? Are you truly a shrimp-hearted fool? Why ask me? Just as Su Ran was about to refute, Lee PD casually remarked, If she responds incorrectly, your romantic fun will be halved. Su Ran inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. Yes. The laughter in the live stream intensified. What was your initial impression of Reba? Lee PD looked at Sue Ran, suddenly eager for his response. Reba feigned indifference, though she was inwardly anxious, curious about Sue Ran's first thoughts of her. Sue Ran pondered for a moment before answering, serene, ethereal, and possessing a pair of expressive eyes. Reba was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly Sue Ran? How remarkably flattering. Her heart inexplicably raced, her cheeks flushed, rendering her utterly charming. Lee PD pressed on. Now, can you encapsulate that in a single sentence? Sue Ran tactically retreated, grinning as he said, a fish that sinks and a swan that stirs. 3 punches to vanquish the mighty. Sue Ran, halt! I shall end you. A roar erupted, and Sue Ran took to his heels. Yet, the space was confined, and ultimately he was captured. With a sigh, Sue Ran lamented, the light boat has traversed myriad mountains, and 8 punches have subdued Causeway Bay. Reba, the live stream. Ha ha, or. Chapter 6, The Bronze Treasure Chest, Redeeming Skills from the Underworld. Emma, I'm in stitches. I declare the annual best couple is the fiery couple. Is it the male god versus the Coppergong Bay boss? Can someone call an ambulance? My stomach hurts from laughing. I might just die of laughter in this live stream. Ha bah. I'm truly grateful, family who understands. This couple is toxic. I declare the obvious bad couple has debuted. Could Sue Ran be a runaway disciple from the Deyun Society? Am I the only one who feels sorry for Ha Ba? With such a lively character, he'll surely be driven to a heart attack. Ha ha. Feeling sorry one. But it's truly delightful. I'm all in for this mudslide couple. The barrage of comments in the live stream nearly overflowed the screen. A testament to the immense popularity of Sue Ran and Hot Ba. In the studio, observing Sue Ran and Hot Ba chasing and frolicking, a smile crept onto Lee PD's lips. Watching Sue Ran peeking from a corner and Hot Ba, both irritated yet helpless, made her grin widely. She had followed numerous dating shows, yet the only couple that she found both intriguing and sweet was the one before her, Sue Ran and Hot Ba. How should one describe this pair? They were simply irresistible. Ahem. All right, calm down, both of you. Mind your influence. Lee PD, Sitifling Herlogter, played the role of a mediator. The way you express butterflies in your stomach is indeed uniquely charming. Upon hearing this, Hot Ba's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Sue Ran a fierce glare. Phew, who's feeling butterflies for him? It's more like a punishment. Sue Ran, feigning innocence, shrugged his shoulders. It's all for the show. Don't take it seriously. Now, according to our previous rules, Lee PD picked up a card, a smile she could not suppress dancing on her face. During your recent interaction, Hot Ba's heart rate peaked at 112 BPM, the first among the 3 couples to surpass 100 BPM. Congratulations to both of you. You have earned our segment's Heart Flutter Boost reward, a romantic fund. As she spoke, the staff aptly handed over an envelope adorned with pink hearts and the Show S logo. Wow, their SA reward? Hot Ba's eyes lit up instantly, the earlier annoyance dissipating like mist. She dashed forward, snatching the envelope from the staff with the agility of someone seizing a red envelope. Thank you, boss. So generous. Holding the envelope, Hot Ba waved cheerfully at the camera, her avaricious demeanor somehow endearing. Sue Ran, observing her comical enthusiasm, chuckled. The credit goes to me, all right? If it weren't for my talent making your heart race, you wouldn't have received this reward. Phew, I was irritated by you. Hot Ba was adamant that it was not the melody of that catchy song that quickened her heart, despite its delightful tune and Sue Ran's melodious voice. No, it was undoubtedly Sue Ran's infuriating lyrics and expressions that had her heart racing. Ding! A strong emotional fluctuation from Dealey Hot Ba has earned 5 points of entertainment value. Is it even possible? Sue Ran felt a surge of joy, her smile radiant. Although the reward for reaching 5 o'clock was meager, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Regardless, congratulations to both of you. PD Lee interjected with a smile, expressing the hope that this fund would add more vibrancy to your upcoming heartfelt journey. After a pause, she continued, stating, thus, the segment First Impressions of Love comes to a close. Following this, all guests will leave the television station and check into the summer love cottage meticulously prepared by our production team. Su Ran seized on a crucial piece of information and inquired, "Will the three couples be staying together?" "Indeed," P. Lee explained with a smile. "Over the next 3 months, the three couples will cohabit in this villa, engaging in daily interactions and completing various tasks set by the production team to deepen their understanding of one another and ignite more sparks of romance." Su Ran and her companion nodded in understanding. They then noticed P. Lee presenting a task card, a mysterious smile gracing her face. "You too. The journey to the Love Cottage also serves as our first test of compatibility. Please read the rules on the back of the task card carefully and complete the challenge in the most optimal manner. We await you at the Love Cottage." Su Ran accepted the card, and Reba leaned in closer as they both scrutinized the task. "Dear burning hot CP, the journey of heartfelt emotions is about to commence. True compatibility lies not only in romantic moments, but also in the wisdom and teamwork displayed when facing challenges together. Now, embark on your first test en route to the Summer Love Cottage. Utilize your cleverness and seamless collaboration to reach your cottage in the most economical and swift manner. Best of luck. A reward awaits you at the finish line." Summer Love production team, the back of the task card detailed the rules. In summary, initial funds are set at 100. All modes of transportation are permitted, but facial recognition is prohibited. All expenses incurred along the way will be deducted from initial funds, subject to verification by the production team. After reviewing the rules, Reba's expression fell. "They only gave us 100? Is that even enough for a taxi to the seaside villa? The production team is so stingy." P. Lee smiled silently, remarking, "The challenge begins in 10 minutes. You may now determine your mode of transportation and plan your route. Good luck. I will be waiting for you at the Love Cottage." "All right then." Reba pouted, wondering if 100 would suffice for a taxi to the villa. Of course it could. Reba's complaints about the production team's frugality were merely a tactic to elicit more support from the stingy team. Unfortunately, the production team remained unyielding to Reba's provocations. "Su Ran, think about how we should go. I will gather intel on the competition." Reba pulled out her phone, quickly reaching out to Yushu Xin and Meng Zi, hoping to extract some useful information from them. Su Ran nodded, also retrieving her phone to access the navigation app. However, he appeared to be planning a route, while in reality, he was already immersed in the system. Host, Su Ran, activity points, 105 skills, godlike singing ability, mastery of all musical instruments, Chinese music library, items, none. Su Chan took a deep breath and inwardly declared, "System, I wish to exchange for a bronze treasure chest." Ding, deducting 100 activity points. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it?" Su Ran inhaled deeply and opened it. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Lockmaster." Lockmaster. You possess an extraordinary intuition and unparalleled technique regarding the construction of all locks in the world. Note, the system has automatically registered with the local authorities. Please refrain from using it for illicit activities. Su Ran was momentarily bewildered. What kind of absurd skill is this? Hey, Su Ran, why are you dazed? Have you figured out how to get there? The voice of Reba pulled Su Ran back to reality. "Let us take the bus," Su Ran replied casually. "It should be the most economical and quickest method." However, Shu Xin and the others also planned to take the bus, intending to ride just a few stops before walking. Reba relayed the information she had gathered, her face displaying a hint of pride, seemingly awaiting his praise. "Wow, that is quite bold," Su Ran remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. "What about the other group? They are even bolder." Reba exclaimed indignantly. "They plan to ride shared bicycles." Su Ran was taken aback. All right. So this is how we're playing it? Let us go then." "Huh? We're walking?" "Of course not." Su Ran tapped Reba on the head and laughed. "Walk until next year?" Reba rubbed her head and asked. "Then how are we going?" Su Ran stood by the window and glanced down. "Oh, there's a bicycle downstairs." Turning back, Su Ran called out to the camera, "Excuse me, photographer. Whose bicycle is parked downstairs?" The photographer's voice came through. "It seems to belong to Director Wong." "Director Wong, yes?" Su Ran's eyes lit up as he addressed the camera. "Director Wong, may we borrow your bicycle?" At that moment, the question Wong Jingyu paused for a moment, then generously replied, "No problem, as long as you can ride it away, it's yours. The staff behind the scenes grew anxious. If it was borrowed, it would be unfair to the other two couples. Yet Wang Jingyu chuckled mischievously. But the bike. I've locked it, so they can't ride away. Everyone raised their thumbs in approval. Director, you're brilliant. On site, after receiving permission, Su Ran hurriedly pulled Reba downstairs. Reba was slightly puzzled. How could the notoriously frugal director Wang lend them a bicycle? 3 minutes later, she understood. The bicycle was locked. No wonder he was so generous. Sigh. We might as well ride shared bicycles after all. But in the next moment, Reba felt her entire worldview shattering. Chapter 7. What am I really expecting? Reba stood in a state of disbelief, seemingly petrified as she observed the scene before her. The dashing and refined Su Ran was laboriously working to unlock something. Subsequently, Su Ran turned around and flashed Reba a radiant, sunny smile, declaring all set. Let us embark. How should one describe this feeling? Reba sensed that she had become an accomplice. Is this truly what you call borrowing? The live chat erupted with laughter. What the? Unlocking? Did I just witness that? Wait a moment. Resume guy, you possess this skill? How utterly absurd. This is simply too surreal. Reba's expression had become frozen. Who am I? Where am I? Are these companions or conspirators? It's over. Reba's worldview is collapsing and being reconstructed. Su Ran, as long as our thoughts do not falter, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. No key? Just create one on the spot. This darn Su Ran is truly a talent. Director Wang. I step away for a moment. Where's my vehicle? Production team. We never anticipated he could actually unlock it. The barrage of comments flowed like a river, saturating the entire screen. No one could have foreseen that such a serious task would unfold in such an absurd manner. Who could have imagined that the irresistibly handsome and stoic male idol possessed such an earthy and outrageous skill? In the production team's backstage area, Wang Jingyu and the creative staff were utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Is this what you call borrowing? Director, should we intervene? The assistant looked at Wang Jingyu, a bemused expression on her face. After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Jingyu shook his head and smiled. No need for restrictions. Let him express himself freely. He didn't need to look to know that the live chat must be exploding with excitement. This fellow is indeed a natural variety show star. Returning to the scene, Reba truly felt her worldview being ever so slightly shaken. She watched as Su Ran crouched in front of a somewhat aged bicycle, skillfully wielding a flathead screwdriver he had borrowed from her, deftly tampering with the rusty lock. The entire process was seamless. His movements, so practiced they resembled those of a seasoned criminal. Then, with a soft click, the seemingly impenetrable lock yielded. Done. Su Ran turned around, offering Reba a bright, harmless smile. I have not failed my duty. What? Reba widened her eyes, thinking, do not speak recklessly. What do you mean by not failing your duty? It sounds as if I am the mastermind. She then stammered out a question. How do you know how to unlock it? Oh, do not dwell on these trivial details. Su Ran shrugged nonchalantly, setting the lock aside before mounting the bicycle and patting the rear seat. Come on, let me take you for a ride. Reba rolled her eyes dramatically. Is this what you call trivial details? If you do not clarify, I dare not sit. Ding. The host successfully employed the skill Locksmith Beginner, triggering an intense spectacle that garnered 30 points of engagement value. Remarkable. This skill is truly impressive. Subsequently, Su Ran began to speak earnestly yet nonsensically about his prior studies in intricate mechanical structures, claiming a modicum of understanding. A modicum? Reba's lips twitched slightly. Is that what you call a modicum? I believe you are from a professional background. Sujevada, indeed. Don't just stand there, get in the car. Su Ran once again patted the back seat, urging Reba to join him. Time is of the essence, and the task is substantial. We must depart promptly to strive for first place. However, Reba hesitated, as the vehicle's origins were dubious. Stop hesitating. Look at those two pairs. They have likely already set off. If we delay, we'll be left in the dust. Su Ran chuckled. This car was borrowed in front of a national audience. And didn't Director Wang say that as long as we can drive it away, it's ours to use? What are you worried about? Perhaps. That holds a semblance of truth. All right then. I suppose your reasoning is sound. with a determined bite of her lip. Reba prepared to enter the car, but decided to indulge in a moment of romantic whimsy inspired by the neighboring couple. Then you should invite me as they do in idol dramas, something like. She deliberately elongated her voice. Princess, please get in the car. Understand? Suran was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Reba pressed, hurry up and say it. All right. Suran inhaled deeply and slowly uttered, Princess, please get in the car. Reba nodded in satisfaction and added, you could be a bit more romantic. When you speak to me, add darling. Darling? Suran pondered thoughtfully and tentatively suggested, Your Highness, please take a seat on my darling bicycle. I shall take you for a ride. Forget it. Let's abandon that notion. Reba took a deep breath and cautiously settled onto the back of the bicycle, instinctively gripping Suran's waist. Hold on tight. With a push of his foot, the bicycle wobbled forward a few steps before gradually stabilizing and picking up speed. Hey, slow down, just as Reba found her balance. A powerful surge propelled her forward, causing her to cling tightly to Suran's waist. Riding an old-fashioned bicycle, Suran sped through the paths of the television station with the popular star Reba by his side, racing towards the entrance. The gentle breeze, sunlight, blue sky, and white clouds, along with the boy and girl on a bicycle, created the most beautiful tableau. This was the scene witnessed in the live broadcast, reminiscent of an idol drama. At least, that's how P.D. Lee perceived it. Watching the screen, with Suran's upright figure and Reba's arms wrapped tightly around his waist, she beamed with a satisfied anti-smile. Look, isn't this far sweeter than those staged, syrupy moments? Though the process was a bit convoluted, the outcome, simply perfect. The entire live broadcast room transformed into a battleground of sugar enthusiasts. Wow, this scene is absolutely stunning. Could this truly be the couple known for their antics? When they remain silent, their chemistry is undeniably delightful. Yet, it soon becomes apparent that their naive musings are rather foolish. The couple, so conspicuous, is not the type to simply blend in. Amidst the setting of a romantic drama, Reba feels no trace of romance at all. Instead, she is acutely aware of the fierce wind. Her hair is a complete mess. The ride is exceedingly bumpy. Suran maneuvers the bicycle as if piloting an aircraft. He speeds over speed bumps without a hint of deceleration, sending her into a whirlwind. The jostling threatens to dislodge her very soul. Furthermore, Suran occasionally accelerates unexpectedly or makes sharp turns, claiming he is taking a shortcut to avoid congestion, nearly inducing a heart attack in her. Suran, are you intentionally seeking revenge? Frustrated beyond measure, Reba pinches the soft flesh at Suran's waist. Ouch, is that not swift enough for you? Shall I hasten further? Can your petite frame withstand it? I meant to say, slow down. Drive recklessly? Affirmative. Reba relinquishes the effort to communicate and silently clings to Suran's waist, burying her face in his back, choosing to ignore the tumult around her. Let all be destroyed. Swiftly, I am exhausted. Ding. From Dealey Reba, despair, forced intimacy, earning 5 points of comedic value. Feeling the warmth and softness against his back, along with the system's notification, Suran's lips curl upwards. In a buoyant mood, he cannot help but hum a tune. His voice, still divine, resonates with a magnetic and enchanting quality, while the melody is melodious and pleasant. Initially dazed by the bumpy ride, Reba instinctively perks up her ears upon hearing his song. This time, he is not belting out that infuriating tune, The Glutton from Heaven. The melody seems rather delightful. Has he finally grasped the essence of romance from those dramas? Just as a flicker of hope ignites within her, she hears Suran's irritatingly charming voice singing, Ride on my beloved little motorcycle. It will never be stuck in traffic. Ride on my beloved little motorcycle. Ishal behomes horti to treba. A little motorcycle? You dare to call this clunky old bicycle, which only rings a bell, a little motorcycle? And toot toot. I can hardly believe it. Reba buries her face in her palm, pondering what on earth she was anticipating. Suddenly, she bursts into laughter, unable to contain herself, shaking with mirth atop Suran's back. Oh well, although this guy's a bit eccentric, he is rather amusing. The sun shines brightly, and the breeze is gentle. An old bicycle carries two extraordinarily attractive individuals, racing toward a seaside villa, accompanied by the infectious melody of Sue Ran's song. Though the method is somewhat torturous and the journey quite bumpy, this unique adventure of the heart seems to possess its own charm. Chapter 8. I ask you, can you endure the beating? Meanwhile, the romantic journeys of the other two pairs of guests are progressing in synchrony, albeit in a markedly different atmosphere. The scene shifts to the Xiao Mo couple, where Meng Zi and Li Yunrui have opted for the most reliable yet time-consuming mode of public transportation. Seated side by side by the window on the subway, they are engrossed in their phones, quietly discussing transfer routes. Sunlight filters through the window, casting a warm glow upon them, creating a tranquil and harmonious ambience. Occasionally, they exchange smiles, a silent understanding between them reminiscent of a couple who has shared many years together, embodying a serene contentment. In contrast, the Tsanglan couple, having chosen shared bicycles, decides to walk a portion of their journey after cycling for a while. Wang Hedi holds an umbrella, while Yu Shuxin thoughtfully retrieves a bottle of mineral water from her bag to offer to her boyfriend. The live stream is sprinkled with pink special effects, rendering the scene exceptionally sweet. The camera then shifts back to the live stream featuring Su Ran and Reba. Viewers momentarily believe the director has switched to a special segment for the Yun Society. Family. This couple's vibe is so strikingly hilarious, I could literally die laughing. While others engage in romance variety shows, they seem to be hosting a triathlon plus a comedy skit. I'm already looking forward to how the three couples interact in the love nest. Although the process is a bit torturous, I must admit, the moment Reba wrapped his arm around Su Ran's waist truly tugged at my heart. Am I the one being unreasonable? Dear friend upstairs, indulging in everything will only lead to your demise. The live stream remains a sea of joy, with viewers critiquing Su Ran's audacious antics while simultaneously reveling in the unique chemistry of this couple. They cannot quite articulate the allure of Su Ran, yet they are irresistibly drawn to watch him. Consequently, their anticipation for the Tsanglan or Xiao Mo couple seems to diminish. As they exit the television station's premises and enter the main thoroughfare of the city, Su Ran slightly reduces his pace. After all, the road does not belong to him, and traffic regulations must be adhered to. Moreover, Su Ran certainly does not wish for Reba, who follows closely behind, to become jostled about. Why are you going so slowly? Are you unable to keep up? Reba finds himself unaccustomed to the sluggish pace. What do you know? Su Ran retorts disdainfully. Driving recklessly brings tears to loved ones. Safety first, do you understand? Reba rolls his eyes in response. All right, you make a valid point. Reba gently pats Su Ran's back. You've been pedaling for quite a while. Are you tired? Perhaps. Should I take a turn riding for a bit? Observing Su Ran's struggle, Reba feels a twinge of guilt. She, too, can ride a bicycle, though her skills might be rather hit or miss. Su Ran exclaims in surprise, you can ride? Reba, speechless, replies, is that polite? Perhaps I should ride instead? Su Ran's tone is filled with skepticism. This bicycle is not easily managed, and a fall would cause complications. Don't worry, I am not so delicate. A fall 1T hurt me. A warm current flickered through Reba's heart. Could this fellow actually exhibit concern for others? Su Ran scratched his head, hesitating before speaking. Of course I know you're tough, but this old bicycle has seen better days. It might fall apart with just one tumble, and we certainly lack the means to cover any damages. At that moment, Reba genuinely wished to retaliate against Su Ran. With a cold laugh, she retorted, I'm not sure about your toughness, but I do know that if you keep acting up, I'll be the one asking if you can endure a beating. Su Ran remained silent. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted into laughter. Sensing the impending danger, Su Ran instinctively shrank his neck and quickly added, I was just joking. Of course, I'm worried about you getting hurt. You think I can't handle you? Reba said, a hint of pride swelling within her as she straightened her posture. Let us stop here. I'll take over. Su Ran nodded, choosing not to say more, and found a relatively spacious spot by the roadside to halt. All right, give it a shot. He leaped from the vehicle and steadied it. Reba, filled with confidence, took hold of the handlebars, inhaling deeply before mounting the bicycle. However, as often is the case, aspirations do not always align with reality. This old bicycle was not only antiquated, but also quite heavy, and the front wheel was slightly askew. In less than 10 meters, Reba was already drenched in sweat. Reba couldn't help but admire Sue-ran. How did he manage to maneuver this clunky bike so effortlessly? Yet, a warm feeling flickered within her. Was he deliberately not allowing her to ride to spare her from embarrassment? What a monumental blunder, Reba lamented internally, wishing she and tried to show off. Observing her slightly flushed cheeks and somewhat disheveled appearance, Sue-ran surprisingly refrained from mocking her. He understood that this cumbersome bike was indeed challenging to control, especially for a girl. Sue-ran also realized that Reba's insistence on riding was her way of wanting to share the burden of the journey. This girl had a surprisingly delicate sensibility. With a smile, he stepped forward and patted the seat, saying, "There's an uphill stretch ahead. Let me handle it. I have the stamina for a surge." Before Reba could respond, he naturally mounted the bicycle as if nothing had occurred moments prior. Reba paused, watching Sue-ran effortlessly take control of the bicycle. A sudden, inexplicable flutter coursed through her. This fellow, despite his sharp tongue and penchant for mischief in moments like these, didn't seem so intolerable after all. Ding! Minor affection fluctuation from Reba detected. 3 points for charm. Affection fluctuations can also increase charm points? Sue-ran internally cheered. The system understands me. It seemed that occasionally adopting a warm demeanor had its merits. He adjusted his posture, turning to Reba, who had resumed her seat behind him, and said, "Hold on tight. We're about to climb." "Got it," Reba obediently replied, wrapping her arms around Sue-ran's waist once more. This instinctive gesture elicited excited cheers from the audience. The bicycle continued its journey, moving at a steady pace, with Sue-ran evidently riding more steadily than before. As the warmth of the sun enveloped him, Hot-Ba leaned against his companion, savoring the firm musculature and the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat. A sudden heat flushed his cheeks, and his heart raced unexpectedly. At that moment, a wave of exhilarating screams erupted from the roadside. "Ah, it's Hot-Ba! It truly is Hot-Ba!" A group of young women, seemingly university students, pointed excitedly at them, their faces alight with disbelief. Instinctively, Hot-Ba wished to bury his face deeper, yet he politely raised his head and waved at them. The fans grew even more animated, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Suddenly, one bolder girl shouted towards Sue-ran, "Hey, handsome, you're even more dashing than on television." Upon hearing this, Sue-ran slowed his pace, turned his head, and cupped his hand to his ear, feigning a lack of clarity. "Huh? What did you say?" "The wind is too strong. I can't hear." This fellow truly lacks shame. Hot-Ba shook his head with a suppressed chuckle, astonished that he was employing such tactics to elicit compliments from his fans. The girl hesitated for a moment, then raised her voice once more, declaring, "I said, you are very handsome, incredibly handsome." Sue-ran maintained his pose, wearing a puzzled expression. "What handsome? Who are you calling handsome? The signal here is poor." The fans erupted into laughter at his antics. Seemingly seeing through Sue-ran's ruse, the girl rolled her eyes and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I said, you're even more shameless than on TV." Her voice rang out, cutting through the clamor of the street. "Suran." Hot-Ba coughs with laughter. Sue-ran, exasperated yet amused, remarked, "If you want to laugh, just let out. Don't hold back." Unable to contain himself any longer, Hot-Ba erupted into a thunderous laugh, tears streaming down his face. Sue-ran gave a thumbs up to the fans, inhaled deeply, and then propelled the bicycle forward with vigor, racing away with Hot-Ba, who was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. All that remained were the echoes of laughter from the girls and a barrage of ha-ha-ha flooding the live stream chat. Chapter 9. The fiery couple makes their dazzling entrance. The barrage of comments surged wildly, nearly overflowing the screen. Following this amusing interaction with fans, the atmosphere between the two seemed to lighten considerably. The afternoon sun filtered through the layered leaves, casting dappled, dancing shadows upon ground. The air was infused with a subtle hint of salty sea and the refreshing scent of grass. A gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness that dispelled the earlier heat and clamor. Silence enveloped them, a tranquil atmosphere distinct from their usual banter, quietly spreading between them. He subconsciously let his gaze drift towards Su Ran's profile. In the sunlight, her focused expression while riding was unexpectedly captivating. Her features were smooth, her nose elegantly defined, and especially those long, drooping eyelashes made his heart skip a beat. Oh dear, how could this person be so handsome? He found himself daydreaming, realizing that Su Ran, in her silence, was indeed the most striking being in the world. I can smell the sea. Su Ran's voice, tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with anticipation, broke through his reverie. His eyes lit up with excitement. Are we almost there? Su Ran nodded, glancing at the navigation. About 2 kilometers to go, we're nearly there. Hey, her voice softened considerably. Thanks for earlier. Su Ran paused, momentarily bewildered by her words. He did not turn around, lowering his voice slightly. For what? Thanking me for drawing the fire away and successfully socializing to death. Her playful retort made her want to laugh, and she lightly punched him. No, I mean, thank you for not mocking my poor cycling skills and for helping me out. She referred to the moment of switching bikes. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, his tone unexpectedly sincere. It was a minor issue. That broken bike is indeed difficult to ride. Anyone would struggle. At least you have some conscience, she murmured softly, her heart fluttering sweetly. Su Ran chose not to respond further, maintaining a steady pace as they continued their journey. On one side of the road, the azure sea shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a canvas strewn with countless diamonds. Occasionally, a few seagulls soared overhead, their calls ringing clear. In the distance, rolling green hills were shrouded in a delicate mist, resembling an ink-wash painting. This rare moment of serenity and beauty allowed them to momentarily forget that they were recording a show, as if time had slowed, leaving only the vast ocean before them and the unique person beside him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the villa, the production team had already arrived at the love nest. They had come early to set up the scene and await the arrival of the 3 couples. As Su Ran and Reba approached the villa, merely 2 kilometers away, Meng Zi and Li Yunrui were the first to arrive at the destination on foot. Since the bus did not provide a direct route and required an additional fare for a transfer, they opted to walk. After a lengthy and arduous journey, they finally reached the love cabin. Phew, we made it. Are we the first? Meng Zi exhaled deeply, brimming with anticipation. Yes, you are the first group to arrive. Li PD responded with a smile, applauding as he signaled the staff to record the time. How was the journey? Was it smooth? Quite smooth, Li Yunrui replied, her voice clear. We planned our route meticulously, taking the subway, transferring to a bus, and walking, which saved us money while maintaining speed. Excellent. Did you keep your tickets? Li PD asked, directing his gaze towards the 2. Here you go. Meng Zi handed over the bus and subway tickets to Chen PD. Wow, you spent only 12 yuan? Li PD exclaimed, astonished. The 2 nodded, confidence radiating from their smiles. With an initial budget of 100 yuan, they had traversed a considerable distance for just 12 yuan, bolstering their belief in victory. Moreover, they had arrived first. This triumph was undoubtedly theirs. The fans of the Xiao MOCP in the live stream began to cheer. Wow, 12 yuan. Incredible. These brothers truly know how to manage their lives, arriving first while being so economical. It's a sure win for Xiao MO. Look at their synergy, their planning. This is how a dating reality show should be. Just as the Xiao MOCP reveled in their imminent victory, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi had also arrived. However, in contrast to the composure of the Xiao MOCP, they appeared somewhat disheveled. Yu Shuxin's cheeks were flushed, and she fanned herself vigorously, while Wang Hedi was drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his composure. Phew, I'm exhausted. Yu Shuxin collapsed onto the steps beside Li PD. Director Li, we're the second group to arrive, right? Indeed. Congratulations to the Kanglin CP for arriving successfully. Li PD nodded with a smile, instructing the staff to record the time. Oh no, we fell short. Yu Shuxin murmured, glancing at Meng Zi and Li Yunrui, her heart sinking at the thought of losing the first place. Wang Hedi chuckled beside her. We simply couldn't pedal the last 5 kilometers. We switched to the bus. How much did you spend? Li PD inquired. Yu Shushin calculated with her fingers. The share bicycle was 5 yuan each, and the bus was 2 yuan each. So that totals 14 yuan. 2 yuan more than the Xiao MOCP. Oh dear. Had I known, we wouldn't have taken the bus. Yu Shushin lamented, smacking her thigh. It's all my fault for lacking stamina. Otherwise, we could have spent even less. She felt a twinge of regret, believing that had she not slowed them down, they could have secured first place. It's all right. Wasn't the journey enjoyable? Besides, second place isn't too shabby. Wang Hedi shrugged nonchalantly, his tone brimming with indifference. Although securing the first position seemed unlikely, second place appeared to be a foregone conclusion, did it not? He could scarcely believe that any method could surpass theirs in frugality. As the two pairs of couples engaged in conversation, a familiar, rhythmically enchanting melody, a catchy tune, drifted closer, accompanied by the clattering of metal, reminiscent of a contraption on the verge of disassembling, capturing the attention of everyone present. In the distance, a figure pedaled furiously on a rusty, antiquated bicycle, known colloquially as the 2/8, racing towards the villa's entrance. On the rear seat, a girl clung tightly to Su Ran's waist, exclaiming in surprise. Who else but Su Ran and Reba could it be? What the heck? They rode on a bicycle too? Yet, the design of this vehicle was undeniably peculiar. The crowd stood astonished, their mouths agape. With a graceful drift, Su Ran executed a stylish maneuver, bringing the weather bicycle to a halt right before the onlookers. The Ran couple had arrived. However, before they could bask in their moment of glory, Reba playfully swatted Su Ran away, exclaiming, "You nearly tossed me off. Are you trying to kill me?" For a fleeting second, everyone was taken aback, but laughter erupted almost instantly. This entrance was indeed remarkably unique. Chapter 10. The show's effect is explosive. As the two made their unexpected entrance, a myriad of expressions, both amused and perplexed, adorned the faces of the audience. At this moment, the wind tousled Hot Ba's hair into a disheveled nest. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She shot a glare at Su Ran, but upon sensing the collective gaze upon her, she quickly donned a bright smile, enthusiastically greeting everyone. Hi. Hello everyone, you all arrived so swiftly. Li PD cast a glance at the bicycle, which was older than her grandmother, then turned to observe the exuberant Su Ran and the despondent Hot Ba, momentarily forgetting her intended words. Did you ride this contraption here? Yu Shushin's eyes widened in disbelief as she circled the vintage bicycle, exclaiming, "This must be older than my grandmother." Wang Hedi looked at Su Ran with admiration, saying, "Dude, impressive." Meng Zi and Li Yunrui exchanged incredulous glances, both stunned by the idea of riding such an antiquated bicycle, carrying a passenger from the television station to this location. The physical stamina required for such a feat was truly astounding. You two have worked hard. Li PD finally regained her composure, gesturing for the staff to record the time. You're the last group to arrive. The last group? Su Ran and Hot Ba exchanged amused glances, secretly reveling in the thought of how their revelation of not spending a dime would astonish everyone. Li PD, adhering to protocol, inquired, "May I ask about your expenses? Have you kept the receipts?" At this, Su Ran raised a finger, waving it playfully before the curious onlookers. 1 yuan. Yu Shushin speculated. Did you borrow the bike from a passerby? But weren't we told that we couldn't just use anyone's face? Su Ran shook her head. 10 yuan? Li Yunrui gasa. Was it a rental fee? Yet, the bike hardly appeared to be a rental. Once again, Su Ran shook her head. All eyes turned to her, filled with curiosity. With a wide grin, Su Ran declared, "Not a single cent spent." The air seemed to freeze momentarily as disbelief swept over the crowd. Everyone stared at Su Ran, incredulous. "You spent nothing. You rode here on a bicycle without spending a dime. How is that possible?" Li PD questioned her own hearing, reiterating, "Su Ran, are you certain you didn't spend anything?" "Absolutely," Su Ran affirmed with conviction, then gestured towards the bicycle. "It's an improvised mode of transport, borrowed from our esteemed Director Wang, promoting eco-friendly transit with 0 emissions and 0 cost." With her words, the entire live broadcast room erupted in laughter. "Borrowed? Does Director Wong know? Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous improvisation. You practically picked the lock. Su Ran, have you all heard of zero-cost shopping? Xiaoma CP, I spent 12 yuan, thinking I had it in the bag. Kanglin CP, I spent 14 yuan, thinking 12 was the limit. Su Ran, apologies everyone, but you are all outdone. The other two CP pairs were left utterly speechless. Their various strategies and calculations, including taking the subway, squeezing onto buses, and riding shared bicycles, ultimately resulted in a zero-cost acquisition for someone else. What kind of competition is this? Meng Zi's lips quivered slightly as he could not help but inquire, Hot Ba, is this bicycle really borrowed from you? Hot Ba's expression grew somewhat awkward. She herself was unsure if it could be considered a loan. However, Su Ran, with an unwavering demeanor, replied, Of course. I greeted the cameraman in front of a national audience, and most importantly, Director Wong agreed to lend it to me. At that moment, Wang Jingyu, monitoring from backstage, felt as if he were digging his toes into the ground in embarrassment. I had no idea you could pick locks. Had I known, I certainly would not have uttered those foolish words suggesting you could borrow it. Other staff members stifled their laughter, realizing that Director Wong had stumbled this time. He was accustomed to outsmarting others, but had never encountered such a predicament himself. Observing Su Ran's earnest yet nonsensical demeanor, Hot Ba could hardly bear to watch and quickly covered her face. Yet, the involuntary upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Hiv. Are you all dumbfounded? Hot Ba, however, exposed a ruse. He's deceiving you all. How could it possibly be free? She paused deliberately, and, as the crowd sighed in relief, she changed her tone, revealing a playful smile. Su Ran bought me ice cream, which cost him 2 yuan. The crowd responded with laughter. Ha ha. Hot Ba has become quite the trickster. This collaboration deserves full marks. One boasts, the other punctures the bravado. Wait, Brother Resume actually bought ice cream for Hot Ba? What did we miss? We must have missed the most thrilling part during the camera cut. What is this inexplicable synergy? I suddenly feel like shipping them. P. Deely paused for a moment before contacting the directing team through his earpiece, ultimately arriving at a comical conclusion. Unable to contain himself, P. Deely burst into laughter, attracting the curiosity of those around him. Finally, he managed to suppress his chuckles and explained, You, my friend, Director Wong says you owe him a lock. As the words settled, the two couples stared in disbelief for a few seconds, followed by a mix of laughter and exasperation. Oh dear! The previously composed Shout Mo CP lost their poise entirely, while Meng Zi laughed until his stomach hurt, implying, So you pried the lock to borrow the bike? Li Yunrui gave a thumbs up, realizing that the so-called zero-cost acquisition was indeed literal. Yu Shuxin laughed so hard that she fell into Wang Hedi's arms, who admired Su Ran, saying, Bro, that was impressive. Basic Operations 6. Su Ran chuckled, feeling no embarrassment at all, and confidently stated, What do you call this? It's called making reasonable use of loopholes. The task only specified no facial recognition. It never mentioned anything about technically picking locks. Besides, he winked at the camera. I was merely helping Director Wong test the safety of that lock. You see, it clearly needs to be replaced. Thanks to me, if it were someone else, they would undoubtedly have ridden off and never returned. Huh. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere erupted into laughter akin to a lively zoo. Only Reba was covering her face, embarrassed by the exposure. The audience in the live stream, unaware of the context, was nearly in tears from laughter. Ha ha! The show-us effect is simply explosive. Embracing the laughter, my friends. Locally sourced pure green travel. Shower, is that you? Director Wong, should I thank you then? Director Wong, I'm not sure, but it seems he yes in a PPT presentation. Reba, this is too much. Life is becoming increasingly absurd. You're full of nonsense. I see you know how to infuriate people. Although Reba was teasing Su Ran, the upward curve of her lips and the glimmer of amusement in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. P. Deely looked at the group of guests who were laughing uncontrollably, utterly bemused. She understood that this dating reality show would, as Wang Jingyu mentioned, become distinct due to Su Ran's presence. The days ahead promised to be quite entertaining. Ahem. All right, everyone, let us calm down. Although the process was rather unexpected, all three couples have successfully arrived at the cottage. Regarding the final rankings and rewards for this task, she glanced at Sue Ran and shook her head with a smile. We need some time for evaluation. Now, please check into the Love Cottage and take a moment to rest. Sue Ran's dramatic antics had indeed caught the production team off guard, necessitating some time for assessment. The group nodded nonchalantly. All right, everyone, please follow me. PD Lee led the way, with the guests trailing behind her. At that moment, a notification suddenly flashed in Sue Ran's mind. Ding! Host successfully revealed the truth about borrowing the vehicle and caused widespread laughter, earning 100 points of entertainment value. Wow, 100 entertainment points? Sue Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but exclaim internally, the system is generous. Chapter 11. Sue Ran, who lacks any will to survive. Upon stepping into the villa, everyone was taken aback by the opulent surroundings. The lofty living room was spacious and bright, with massive floor-to-ceiling windows revealing the azure sea, clear skies, and sandy beaches beyond. The spiral staircase and the fully equipped open kitchen all showcase the extravagant nature of the production team. Wow, the production team is incredibly generous. This place is simply stunning, exclaimed Yu Shushin, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, it surpassed my expectations in terms of luxury. Meng Zi nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting her satisfaction. She clearly adored the place. Even Sue Ran, a retiree accustomed to her own riverside penthouse, had to concede that this location was indeed quite suitable for a paid romance. Welcome, everyone, to your formal residence. Li PD clapped her hands to draw the attention of the group. With a smile, she produced several keys and announced, to facilitate communication and interaction among the three couples, our production team has thoughtfully arranged for you to have adjacent rooms. The guests nodded in acknowledgement as they each received an envelope. The production team certainly delivered on the sense of ceremony, providing a note of blessings for the couples along with two heart-shaped keys, each labeled with the corresponding room numbers. The Ranro couple was assigned rooms 201 and 202, the Xiaomo couple 203 and 204, and the Tsonglan couple 205 and 206. The production team's arrangement was unmistakably transparent in its intentions, almost as if they were pinning a sign on their foreheads to create drama. The guests were not surprised. After all, this was a dating reality show, and such arrangements aligned perfectly with the program's theme. However, the audience expressed disappointment. They felt the production team's approach was rather limited and suggested they take a cue from their neighbors in South Korea, who would have allotted a single room for the couples. Did the production team not understand what the viewers truly wished to see? At that moment, Sue Ran suddenly let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought we were going to have to share a room." T's forehead creased in confusion. What did that mean? Shouldn't she be the one afraid of sharing a room with me? Why was she the one expressing grievance? However, just as she was about to confront Sue Ran, the latter swiftly slipped into her room and locked the door behind her. Hite stormed to the door, pounding on it furiously. "Sue Ran, come out here and explain yourself." There was no response, only the suppressed laughter of Yu Shushin and Meng Zi behind her. Even they couldn't help but find this pair amusing. Li Yunrui and Wang Hedi silently commended Sue Ran. This guy truly had no survival instincts. How could he dare to offend a girl so easily? What a role model for our generation. Fortunately, Li PD's voice rescued Sue Ran. "Everyone, please return to your rooms and rest for half an hour. We will gather on the first floor for a feast." Upon hearing the promise of a grand feast, the eyes of all the guests sparkled with anticipation. After expending considerable energy since early morning, they were now ravenous. Particularly, Reba, upon learning of the sumptuous meal, felt her ire dissipate. However, she resolved to consume half of Sue Ran's portion as a form of punishment. Ding! Due to Reba's intense anger and the host's reckless behavior, you have gained 10 lively points. Sue Ran thought, this is not a loss. He rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation gracing his features. System, I wish to exchange for a bronze treasure chest. After finally accumulating 100 lively points, Sue Ran was determined to indulge in a little fun. Ding! deducting 100 lively points. Congratulations, host. You have received Bronze Treasure Chest X1. Would you like to open it? Wait. Su Ran dashed to the restroom, washed his hands, and silently chanted, "Open it." A golden light flashed through his consciousness once more, and the familiar system prompt echoed with a hint of mystery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special skill, Chef God Special Edition, Dark Cuisine. Chef God Special Edition, Dark Cuisine? Su Ran was taken aback. What on earth is this? It sounded rather dubious. Why does the Chef God title come with the suffix of Dark Cuisine? He hurriedly examined the detailed description of the skill. Chef God Special Edition, Dark Cuisine. Skill level. Beginner can be upgraded with lively points. Skill effect. The host gains divine culinary theoretical knowledge and operational techniques. However, any dishes produced will inevitably exhibit characteristics of dark cuisine in their visual presentation, e.g., bizarre colors, peculiar shapes, chaotic pairings, which may induce a lack of appetite or even fear. Nevertheless, the actual taste of the dish will reach an exquisite level, creating a stark contrast with its appearance. Note: the host is advised to use this skill with caution. The system shall bear no responsibility for any consequences arising. Suran. He gazed at the skill description, momentarily speechless. Dark in appearance, exceptional in flavor. What a ludicrous skill. Couldn't he have drawn something more conventional? Su Ran shook his head in amusement, but soon came to accept the skill. Even if it was abstract, it was still a rather intriguing skill. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, Su Ran hesitated to open the door, uncertain if his girlfriend would be waiting outside with a 40-meter-long knife. However, the outcome revealed that Su Ran had overthought the situation. At that moment, Reba was already eagerly awaiting at the dining table. The allure of the grand feast clearly outweighed her desire to confront Su Ran. As Su Ran cautiously settled beside Reba, just as she raised her hand, he anticipated her move and calmly inquired, "Would you like a chicken leg?" Reba swallowed hard, and after much inner turmoil, resignedly said, "Let's eat." Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, what a little foodie, perfectly in control. The other two couples observed their interaction with amused smiles, secretly envious of Su Ran and Reba's easygoing and genuine rapport. In the brief half hour they had just experienced, they had already caught glimpses of other couples' morning antics through the live stream replay. Su Ran's charisma was astonishing, evoking both envy and admiration. It was as if she possessed an innate talent for entertainment. The effect she brought to the show was simply explosive. Even they found themselves wanting to linger in the live stream room, eager to witness the delightful exchanges of this quarreling yet affectionate pair. In contrast, their own interactions felt rather mundane. Chapter 12. The Culinary Battle. A dating show? Is this not a mukbang? Upon the dining table, a sumptuous feast has been laid out. A visual and aromatic delight that stirs appetites. After the morning's endeavors, everyone is ravenous, especially Reba, whose eyes gleam at the sight of the delectable spread. As for the earlier altercation with Su Ran, well, that pales in comparison to the allure of food. Let us dine first. The meal takes precedence. We can settle scores later. Just as everyone is ready to indulge, Lee PD clears his throat, successfully capturing the attention of all present. This luncheon has been meticulously organized by the production team. At this point, Lee PD reveals a tantalizing smile, indicating that this will be the last complimentary meal arranged for you. The last meal? Su Ran's eyes widen in horror. Has this meal been poisoned? Lee PD nearly chokes on Su Ran's words. Oh dear, has the prank turned on her? The others cannot help but chuckle. Reba shoots Su Ran a glare, saying yes. It's poisonous, so don't eat it. It's all mine. Absolutely not. Su Ran quickly shields her prized hairy crab, declaring that such perilous duties should fall to her instead. I fear no danger. As she reaches for Reba's crab, the latter swiftly swats her hand away. Lee PD shakes his head with a smile, choosing to continue. From tonight's dinner onwards, until the end of the recording, all guests will be responsible for their own meals. Responsible for ourselves? Meng Zi confirms. Are you saying we must buy groceries and cook? Indeed. Lee PD nods, elaborating. The production team will provide a basic living allowance weekly. But how you shop, prepare, and who will cook will be entirely up to you. The essentials of daily life, from rice to vinegar, are part of romantic living. Upon hearing this rule, the expressions of the three couples vary. Meng Zi and Li Yunrui appear relatively unfazed, exuding confidence in their culinary skills. Having honed their abilities on other shows, cooking simple meals is no challenge for them. Conversely, Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi look somewhat troubled. They have no culinary prowess. Reba instinctively glances at Su Ran, feeling doubtful about relying on him. Given Su Ran's lackadaisical nature, she questions whether anything he produces would be edible. Reba silently sighs. It seems she must rise to the occasion as the underdog in this culinary challenge. Su Ran, sensing Reba's gaze, blinks in confusion and flashes her a smile he deems charming, as if to say, "Fear not, I've got this." Reba, "Ha! What I'm worried about is precisely that you're involved." Just then, Li PD continues to elaborate on the rules. Dinner will commence promptly at 7 o'clock tonight. The dishes are unlimited, allowing for free expression. Each group must prepare 2 dishes, with no restrictions on the creators. At the designated time, we will conduct a small evaluation based on the creativity of the dishes, their flavors, and the synergy during the collaboration. Of course, there will be corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this, the couples nodded in agreement, but Su Ran's expression was somewhat peculiar. What? An evaluation? Did that not mean they risk coming in last? Damn it. Having just drawn a godly culinary skill, who knew what they might end up producing? He feared that the dish he created might need to be censored. At that moment, Reba raised her hand, indicating she had a question. PD nodded and smiled, asking, "What is it?" Reba, with her palm open, immediately inquired about the budget. "Haven't you already given us the funds?" PD responded with a smile that sent a chill through everyone. "The remaining money from your transportation is this week's budget." "What? Using the leftover money?" Yu Shuxin let out a lament, feeling an overwhelming pain in her heart. She had originally thought that the money could be saved as a little reserve. She never expected the production team would exploit even that small amount. Meng Zi, losing his composure, added, "We only have a little over 80 left. 2 dishes would barely be feasible." "Just kidding." PD laughed heartily, surprised that they hadn't caught on. She clarified, "Tonight's budget is 200 yuan, plus the remaining money from your transport. As for this week's budget, it will be determined by tonight's rankings." Phew, what relief. Reba was startled. Had they truly been expected to survive a week on just a few dozen yuan, she would have considered fleeing in the night. Shortly after, the staff handed each couple an envelope. Su Ran weighed the envelope and chuckled, "Believe it or not, Director Wang may be stingy, but he certainly knows how to create a sense of ceremony." Everyone laughed in agreement. At that moment, Wang Hedi expressed his thoughts. "Shall we pool our resources next week? Each group contributes, and we cook and eat together." This idea was quite appealing, as it would not only share the costs, but also create a lively atmosphere. Meng Zi raised his hand in agreement, suggesting, "How about each group takes turns handling the meals for the week?" "Sounds good." Yu Shuxi nodded, and then looked towards Reba and Su Ran, eager to hear their opinions. While the Xiao Mo and Song Lan couples earnestly discussed the financial authority and meal planning for the upcoming week, the Ranri couple remained entirely uninvolved in the discussion. Meng Zi and Yu Shuxin exchanged puzzled glances. Their expressions were blank. They observed Su Ran and Reba, who were astonishingly devouring the banquet at an incredible speed. Su Ran wielded a crab claw in his left hand and a lobster in his right, relishing every bite. Meanwhile, Reba completely dropped the pretense, unabashedly displaying her foodie nature, her cheeks puffed up, chopsticks cast aside as she dug in with her hands. The two had entered a mode of sheer culinary indulgence, their eyes fixated solely on the delicious food. As for the task, let's first satiate our hunger before discussing anything further. The 4 individuals exchanged glances, inhaling deeply. "What are we doing, posing with our secrets? We must seize the moment before all the delicacies are devoured." It was Yu Shuxin who first reacted, swiftly protecting the large crab before her with a decisive gesture. "Goodness, are you 2 reincarnated starving ghosts?" Wang Hedi, abandoning any pretense of coolness, hurriedly joined the fray. "What a ride it has been. Hunger is overwhelming." Su Ran, cheeks stuffed with meat, spoke with a muffled voice. Meng Ziyi and Li Yunrui shared a knowing glance, chuckling helplessly before joining this culinary battleground. The previously restrained atmosphere at the table was instantly transformed by the voracious antics of Su Ran and Reba, filling the restaurant with a lively spirit. P. Li observed the raucous scene before him, torn between laughter and exasperation. Yet this was indeed preferable, compared to the earlier, somewhat stilted politeness. The current playful chaos felt far more genuine and engaging. After all, it is the youth that brings vibrancy. What excitement lies in a lifeless gathering? The audience in the live stream instantly erupted in amusement. Wang Hedi, goodness, I can see double. Ha ha ha, I knew it. With those two present, the atmosphere would surely shift. My heart goes out to the other four, still calculating expenses, while these two are nearly devouring the table. This is hilarious. Those two are truly gems. Such lively antics are quite entertaining. These two are indeed a perfect match. For those new here, may I ask, is this an eating broadcast? Chapter 13. The significance of wearing helmets while riding electric bikes after lunch. The guests were granted a brief respite. Each couple found their secret hideaway to deliberate on the evening's menu. The Xiao and Mo couple settled on the living room sofa. I shall prepare sweet and sour pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What do you think? Meng Zi inquired of Li Yunrui. That sounds delightful. Li Yunrui responded with a smile. I can assist you with the preparation. It's settled then. They quickly reached a consensus, their roles clearly defined, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Meanwhile, the Zhonglan couple retreated to the swing in the yard to discuss their culinary plans. What shall we cook, Didi? Yu Shuxin asked, swinging her legs with eager anticipation as she gazed at Wang Hedi. Wang Hedi pondered for a moment, replying sheepishly, I can cook instant noodles. Yu Shuxin pressed, anything besides instant noodles? Wang Hedi added, I can also make fried rice. And what else? She inquired. We can order takeout, he suggested. Yu Shuxin was left speechless. What about you? Wang Hedi asked. I can do the same, she replied. Ultimately, the two exchanged incredulous glances and unanimously decided to resort to last-minute improvisation, learning to cook via short videos on social media. As for what dishes they would prepare, they would browse Douyin first. The Ran couple made their way to the balcony on the second floor. Here, they were greeted not only by an unbeatable ocean view, but also a hanging chair. Reba took out a small notebook and pen, jotting down ideas while muttering, we must balance creativity and flavor. Tonight, we must secure first place. She looked up at Su Ran and asked, what do you think we should cook? Su Ran, instead of answering, countered with a question, what do you like to eat? Reba's eyes lit up with anticipation as she asked, does that mean I can choose whatever I want? Su Ran shook his head, certainly not. Then why ask? Reba shot him a glare, her brief excitement dashed. She had thought Su Ran, the typically obtuse male, had softened. Su Ran chuckled and clarified, given our current financial constraints, once I am more comfortable, I will definitely take you out for a lavish meal. Really? Reba's eyes sparkled with delight. Then I would love spicy strips, potato chips, chocolate, milk tea, cake, dried mango, jelly, pudding, barbecue skewers, and hot pot. Su Ran was momentarily dumbfounded. Goodness, are you a comedic performer by any chance? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this delivery is too good. You should be on a comedy stage. It's confirmed. This is a comedy live stream. So, the list in Reba's notebook isn't a budget plan, but a snack shopping list? My heart aches for Su Ran. It feels like he's about to go bankrupt. After Reba enthusiastically listed her cravings, she licked her lips, looking expectantly at Su Ran. You mean it, right? Su Ran nodded with great difficulty. All right, I promise we'll make it happen when finances allow. Reba eagerly nodded in agreement, then extended her pinky. Su Ran inquired, what is that for? Hotba naturally exclaimed, let us hook a deal. I'm afraid you might deceive me. Are you still so young? Try to pull a hook and hang yourself like others. Hurry up. Suddenly, Su Ran was amused by her antics. Does hooking a deal truly ensure no deceit? Yet, he silently noted the snacks reported by Hotba in his mind. At that moment, the audience in the live room fell silent. Oh, I see. So it's trendy to trick dogs into slaughter, is it? However, many of the hardcore fans expressed that this scene was quite enjoyable. After this brief interlude, the two resumed their discussion. Hotba inquired, Sue ran. How are your culinary skills? It's hard to say. Well, they should be decent. Sue ran hesitated, unsure of his true abilities. After all, he had acquired the skills, but had never truly tested them. They should be decent? All right then. Shall we each take charge of a dish? Hotba cast a skeptical glance at Sue ran, but chose to trust him. Sue ran asked, sure. What dish do you plan to make? Hotba pondered for a moment and replied, Cola chicken wings. Absolutely delicious. After saying this, she inquired, and what about you? What will you prepare? As for me, I'm not quite sure yet. Sue ran chuckled. Let us see what we can find at the market after our afternoon nap. Upon hearing this, Hotba instantly believed Sue ran must possess impressive culinary skills. At 4 in the afternoon, the 6 of them gathered in the hall once more, fully recharged. However, when they prepared to set off and gaze at the map showing the distance, they were left dumbfounded. Oh no, the market is 6 kilometers away. Yu Shushin lamented, not wishing to experience another exhausting trek. The heat was unbearable, and walking there would leave them utterly drained, let alone carrying groceries back. Meng Zi furrowed his brow, realizing that if necessary, they might have to walk to take the bus. The bus stop was quite a distance from the villa as well. What should we do? Hotba instinctively looked towards Sue ran. Sue ran pointed to the old bicycle by the door and stated, What is the panic? Don't we have a vehicle? No way. Hotba would rather walk than ride Sue ran's old bicycle. The others chuckled at the exchange. Just as they exchanged glances, P.D. Lee appeared on cue. With an excited tone, she announced, Everyone, the production team has considered your transportation dilemma and has prepared 3 electric bikes for you. Wow, electric bikes. The production team is so thoughtful. Yu Shushin's eyes lit up, praising their generosity. Finally, the production team had done something right. Hotba breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to avoid riding that old bicycle. However, their joy was short-lived. P.D. Lee's next words doused their excitement with cold water, but the electric bikes require a rental fee. P.D. Lee maintained her cheerful demeanor. It's not expensive, just 10 yuan for the day. The group collectively sighed, realizing that Wang Zhengyu remained unchanged. Still the same frugal director. However, 10 yuan a day is indeed quite reasonable. Meng Zi seemed to have an epiphany and chuckled, asking Director Lee, why hasn't the production team arranged for bicycles? Could they not be more affordable? Upon hearing this, P.D. Lee cast a glance at Sue ran, who was engrossed in examining an electric vehicle, and replied with a sigh, Originally, there were bicycles, but to prevent certain guests from exploiting bugs, we had to cancel the bicycle rental plan. In an instant, everyone understood and turned to Sue ran with amusement. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The official roast is the most lethal. Sue ran, I have made a distinguished contribution to the production team's theft prevention awareness. To thwart Sue ran, the production team has certainly gone to great lengths. After this interlude, the 3 couples reluctantly paid the fare. After all, under the roof of another, one must bow their head. At the entrance of the villa, Reba hopped onto the pink little electric scooter, patted the back seat, and said, Come on, sister will take you for a ride. Sue ran looked at Reba skeptically. You're taking me for a ride again? Can you really do that? He recalled being deceived the last time this happened. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Get on. Reba, dissatisfied with Sue ran's doubts, gave him a light punch. Fine here. Take this helmet, and make sure to wear it properly. Sue ran handed Reba a pink helmet, reiterating the importance of wearing it securely. All right, everyone in the live stream, remember to wear helmets while riding the electric scooters. Safety first. Reba nodded as she accepted the helmet. You only know part of it. Sue ran, wearing a knowing expression, replied with a serious tone. The main reason is to prevent everyone from recognizing us as we ride in a BMW. Reba. Live stream. Haha. Chapter 14. Cthulhu seafood porridge. At the entrance of the villa, Reba secured her pink helmet and patted the back seat, urging, Hurry up. Don't dawdle. With a mix of skepticism, Sue ran climbed aboard. Sit tight. Reba shouted, twisting the throttle. The little electric scooter surged forward with a swift whoosh. Hey, slow down. Sue ran had barely settled into the seat before being startled by Reba's driving skills. Huh? What did you say? Reba glanced back at Sue ran, her face a canvas of confusion. Watch the road ahead. Sue ran exclaimed, exasperated. Amidst Reba's boisterous laughter, Any semblance of embarrassment vanished. It was clearly an act of revenge. Indeed, one should never cross a girl lightly. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. The bustling market was alive with chatter and energy. Upon arrival, Reba handed Su Ran 100 yuan, and they seamlessly went their separate ways. Her task was to procure chicken wings, as long as she secured the wings. Her mission would be accomplished. She meticulously selected the mid-joint wings, ensuring they were uniform in size and fresh in color, while also picking up some scallions, ginger, and garlic. After all, this was her culinary debut, and there was no room for carelessness. As she passed the snacks section, she nearly succumbed to temptation, almost indulging in a shopping spree. Thankfully, the insufficient balance in her wallet served as a timely reminder to restrain herself. On the other side, Su Ran appeared far more relaxed. He meandered through the market like a leisurely old gentleman. Of course, he wasn't without his own sense of urgency. He simply had yet to decide what dish he would prepare. As he wandered past the seafood section, his eyes suddenly lit up. If he was uncertain about what to cook, why not prepare a hearty pot? Let us go for a clay pot seafood porridge, he declared, clapping his hands. Turning to the vendor, he enthusiastically ordered, "Boss, I'll take this, and this." He pointed out several seafood items, much to the vendor's delight. Clearly, he had a big client on his hands. The vendor promptly inquired, "How many do you need?" 10 prawns, 3 crabs for small abalones, and half an octopus, Su Ran replied. The vendor's smile promptly shifted to the live stream audience. The boss thought he had a wealthy customer, but turns out he's just a penny pincher. If it weren't for the camera following this guy, he might have gotten a good beating. Half an octopus? This is too funny. Nevertheless, Su Ran ultimately acquired the seafood he desired, though the vendor stubbornly refused to sell him half an octopus. Afterward, Su Ran continued to browse the seafood section, pondering what other ingredients he could procure. Over 10 minutes later, having gathered all the necessary ingredients, the two reconvened at the market's entrance. Reba spotted the 3 or 4 plastic bags in Su Ran's hands and was taken aback. "Wait, did you buy all that? What did you get?" "Seafood," Su Ran replied nonchalantly. "Seafood?" The voice of Reba rose a few notches. "What kind of family are we that you would venture to buy seafood?" "Fear not. The variety is abundant, but the quantity modest. I've merely procured a little," Su Ran replied, opening the bag for Reba to see. With a smile, she added, "Rest assured, tonight will surely be a spectacle." "All right," Reba nodded, expressing that whether it was stunning or not was irrelevant, as long as it wasn't shocking. "Then, let us return." This time, Su Ran did not allow Reba to take the driver's seat. The girl's driving skills were somewhat alarming, and Su Ran was reluctant to endure such an experience again. After hanging the groceries on handlebars, the two hopped onto the pink electric scooter, ready for their journey home. Not far into their ride, Reba suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, what is it?" Su Ran inquired without turning back. "I forgot to buy cola," Reba lamented, tapping her forehead in dismay. How could cola chicken wings be made without cola? There's a convenience store on the way back. I'll stop there to buy some. Before 5 o'clock, Su Ran and Reba returned to the villa, where the air was already filled with lively sounds. The 6 of them gathered once more in the kitchen, marking the commencement of the inaugural culinary competition of the beloved little house. The kitchen instantly transformed into a flurry of activity, with knives flashing and pots and pans creating a symphony of clattering sounds. Meng Zi skillfully prepared pork tenderloin for sweet and sour dishes, while Li Yunrui assisted him. Wang Hedi and Yu Shuxin, meanwhile, were engrossed in their phones, following a tutorial to learn how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Originally, this dish was intended for Meng Zi, but he had graciously relinquished it to the couple, who were now embroiled in a debate over whether to cook the tomatoes or the eggs first. Upon entering the kitchen and exchanging greetings with the 4, Su Ran and Reba quickly joined the fray. Su Ran began washing the seafood and various ingredients he had purchased. He deftly deveined the shrimp and split them open, executing each motion with fluidity and precision. Reba, meanwhile, marinated the chicken wings, stealing glances at Su Ran. Witnessing his adept handling of the seafood left her somewhat astonished. This guy, it seems, he truly knows how to cook. Once all the ingredients were prepared, he took out a clean clay pot, rinsed the rice, and added water. Then he placed the pot on the stove, cranked up the heat to bring it to a boil, and subsequently lowered it to a simmer, beginning to slowly cook the porridge base. Occasionally stirring with a spoon to prevent sticking, his earnest demeanor and focused gaze, complemented by his exceptionally handsome features, nearly rendered Reba mesmerized, causing her to forget to tend to the chicken wings. Other guests also cast admiring looks in his direction. With Su Ran's current efforts, it seemed they were in for a grand feast tonight. However, they gradually began to realize that things were not as straightforward as they had initially presumed. Unbeknownst to them, the porridge in the clay pot began to transition from white to a bluish-purple hue. Lotus seeds, lotus root powder, cola stirred within, and there were octopus legs, along with Mr. Octopus, also thrown in. As the gentle simmering continued, the porridge began to bubble vigorously. However, the bubbles emanating a faint blue glow instill an unsettling sensation within one's soul. Once the lotus seeds reach a boil, they resemble countless orbs of night's darkness. The complete figure of the octopus lies serenely within the bubbling azure porridge, quivering slightly with the boil, as if performing a macabre waltz of death. One cannot claim that this seafood porridge lacks in color, aroma, or flavor. It is simply an explosion for the senses upon closer inspection. To describe it as dark cuisine would be an understatement, akin to the potions brewed by witches in the Middle Ages. Even the most skilled sorcerers would seek Su Ran's secret recipe. In the kitchen, an eerie silence prevails, broken only by the bubbling sound of the indeterminate bluish-purple concoction. "Su Ran, what on earth did you add?" Hita exclaimed, nearly losing grip of the spatula in his hand. Su Ran, gazing at his creation with calm composure, replied, "Blueberry-flavored cola." "Cola? Blueberry-flavored?" Hita's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the chicken wings in the pot. Indeed, the chicken wings glowed with an uncanny blue hue. "Damn you, Su Ran. You owe me chicken wings." Disregarding Hita's furious outburst, Su Ran, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, gingerly scooped a bowl from the pot of seafood porridge. In the midst of everyone's terror-stricken stares, Su Ran, unfazed, delicately brought the bowl of this potion to his lips. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Chapter 15. Visual Hell, Taste Paradise. The entire livestream room erupted in chaos. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, completely overwhelming the broadcast. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Did he actually eat it? Can this thing really be consumed? Quick, call an ambulance for the production team. This is the first time I've seen someone lose sanity points in reality. No technology, just bold statements. Eating with confidence, leaving with peace of mind. Su Ran is truly committed to maintaining his persona. Many claim this is visual pollution, but in truth, this approach is the most authentic, the sweetest, infinitely more delectable than other delicacies. If you ask me to eat it, just pretend I never spoke. They could hardly fathom how Su Ran managed to consume it without a flicker of emotion. In the kitchen, an eerie silence prevailed. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Su Ran. Reba covered her mouth, her eyes wide, forgetting even to breathe. Yu Shuxin hid behind Wang Hedi, daring only to sneak glances through the gaps. Meng Zi and Li Yunrui furrowed their brows, feeling a mix of psychological and physiological discomfort. At that moment, Su Ran closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite dish in his mouth. His expression was calm, even tinged with a hint of enjoyment. Su Ran couldn't help but praise inwardly. The system is incredible. Although the seafood porridge appeared unappealing, its flavor was absolutely divine. Su Ran had never tasted such fresh and sweet seafood porridge before. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, speaking with a tone of satisfaction. So delicious." This soulful sigh resonated like thunder, startling everyone around him. Delicious? Had Su Ran lost his mind, or had the world gone mad? What? What does it taste like? Reba struggled to swallow, her voice trembling slightly. She simply could not reconcile Su Ran's expression of enjoyment with a porridge that resembled a biochemical weapon. Turning to face the bewildered crowd, Su Ran flashed an innocuous smile. He picked up a spoonful of the blue-purple, viscous porridge that emitted an eerie sheen. This time, instead of consuming it himself, he offered it to Reba, who was closest to him. "Why not try it yourself?" He wore a beguiling smile. "Come on, open wide. Ah, who in their right mind would eat this poison? Even a fool would know better. Reba recoiled in terror, shaking her head vigorously. Are you really not going to try? Suran insisted. Trust me, it's genuinely delicious. He deliberately elongated his tone, smacking his lips. The crowd instinctively took a step back, shaking their heads in unison, seemingly sensing their disbelief. Sue ran down the spoonful of porridge in one go. The rich, savory flavor exploded in his mouth, as if the essence of the entire ocean had been distilled into that single spoonful. The sweetness of the seafood and the tender grains of rice melded perfectly, building in layers, leaving a lingering aftertaste that surged to the heavens. In this lifetime, being able to savor a single spoonful of porridge is worth it. Sue ran comfortably squinted, a blissful expression illuminating her face. The authenticity of her enjoyment was so palpable that it seemed she was not merely acting. The onlookers, taken aback, gazed at Sue Ran, who appeared ethereal and as if her soul had been transcended. Could it be that this seemingly lethal concoction truly tasted delightful? Their worldview had been slightly shaken, especially Reba, who felt an unexpected flutter of desire. How could it be that there was a genuine urge to taste it? Nonetheless, it must be said that despite its unappealing appearance, the aroma of the clay pot porridge was remarkably rich. Others present were also filled with doubt. Could it really be that delectable? If true, they would truly feel as though they had encountered the supernatural. If false, then Sue Rant's acting was simply extraordinary. In the dining hall, as all the dishes were served, Sue Ran, wrapped in a scarf, hurriedly emerged from the kitchen with a clay pot. The seafood porridge is here. Just as everyone prepared to voice their skepticism, an indescribable, overwhelmingly potent fragrance suddenly wafted from the pot. It eclipsed the previous complex, unsettling odor. What emerged was an exceptionally pure, intensely rich, and tantalizing essence of the sea. It felt as though the very essence of the ocean had been concentrated within this pot of porridge. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed first, but soon, the sound of eager gulps echoed in the kitchen. The expressions of those who had previously shown disdain were now tinged with subtle intrigue. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn to the bubbling blue-purple porridge. Though its appearance remained shocking, the tantalizing aroma was utterly intoxicating. What is this scent? It is divine. Yu Shu Xan couldn't help but inhale deeply, her stomach betraying her with a growl. Wang Yidi also swallowed hard, his eyes filled with conflict. Meng Ziyi and Li Yun Rue exchanged looks, each recognizing the other's wavering resolve. Reba was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. One inner voice urged, "Eat it quickly. It smells too good," while another warned, "Do not eat it. It could be poisonous." In the midst of this intense struggle, Reba was still persuaded by the appetizing blue hue. Sue Ran watched the conflicting expressions of those who yearned to eat, yet hesitated, her heart bubbling with joy. The effects of this chef's special edition skill were truly remarkable. Visual pollution was maximized. Sensory temptation was at its peak. The contrast was simply exquisite. At that moment, Li PD tremulously approached. She desperately wished to distance herself from that culinary weapon. Just the distant scent of its alluring yet mysterious aroma made her stomach protest. But alas, she had no choice. As the judge, she had to endure. Li PD forced a smile that was more painful than tears, and with a pained expression, declared, "Ahem. Your dishes have been served. Next, we arrive at the exhilarating segment of tasting and judging." She paused, her gaze reluctantly shifting from the pot of blue-purple Cthulhu seafood porridge to the crowd, announcing the harsh rules. In order to ensure fairness, every dish must be tasted by all guests, excluding only the creator, who must then provide their score. The evaluation criteria encompass creativity, flavor, and the degree of collaboration. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other 5 guests, apart from Sue Ran, turned ashen. Must we all taste it? The collective refusal echoed in their minds. Absolutely not. I refuse. This could be disastrous. Listening to the guest protests, PD Lee closed his eyes in anguish, stating, to ensure fairness, "I too will taste each of your dishes." Well then, with the judge saying so, what more could they argue? The atmosphere in the kitchen grew palpably tense. Sue Ran flashed a self-assured, sunny smile, enthusiastically inviting. Come on, don't be shy. Who will go first? Yet to the others, Su Ran's smile resembled that of a devil, eerily unsettling. The crowd silently retreated, shaking their heads in fervent denial. Observing their reactions, Su Ran devised a plan. Let us do this. I will pose a question, and whoever answers correctly gets to eat first. Hot Ba shook her head vigorously, responding, I won tea. Impressive. Hot Ba, congratulations. You've successfully buzzed in. Su Ran widened her eyes, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she gave a thumbs up in approval. Hot Ba was taken aback. What is happening? Su Ran chuckled and explained, My question is, if you boil an egg at an altitude of 5,000 meters, will the egg be cooked? The answer, of course, is no. Hot Ba. If looks could kill, Su Ran would have perished thousands of times over. The others looked at Hot Ba with sympathy. Go on, drink up. Su Ran enthusiastically filled a large bowl for Hot Ba, using an enticing tone. It's delicious. And I guarantee you'll want more after finishing. With a mindset of surrender, Hot Ba closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and directly brought the porridge to her lips. In the next moment, she froze entirely, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Her eyes widened in disbelief, pupils dilating. An indescribable, unparalleled burst of exquisite flavor flooded her palate like a tsunami. It was delectable, so delicious it felt explosive, so delightful that she wanted to spin in place, so scrumptious she wished to cling to Su Ran's legs and call her mommy, so overwhelmingly good that tears threatened to spill. Chapter 16. The Authentic Grand Feast. The value of entertainment soars. What the heck? What is happening? Has Reba been poisoned? Why is she staring so wide-eyed? Could it really be toxic? Help! Reba, are you all right? Move, please. It's over. I told you not to eat it. Something's gone wrong. Call 120 immediately. Suran, you heartless wretch. Give me back my Reba. Wait, do you see Reba's expression? It doesn't seem painful. The barrage of comments in the live stream swiftly transformed from laughter to concern and terror. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the screen where Reba appeared as though she had been struck silent. Time seemed to freeze once more. On site, the other four guests and PD felt their hearts leap into their throats. Reba, are you all right? Yu Shuxin inquired, her voice trembling. Meng Zi and Li Yunrui wore expressions of anxiety. Only Su Ran maintained an air of calm composure. Just as everyone believed Reba truly required urgent assistance, she finally moved. Suddenly, Reba lifted her head, her face still frozen in a state of utmost shock. But in the next instant, she performed an astonishing act. She snatched the large spoon from Su Ran's hand with lightning speed, ignoring the bizarre blue-purple hue and the indescribable ingredients. She scooped a hefty spoonful of Cthulhu seafood porridge and gulped it down. Reba blissfully squinted her eyes, her little head bobbing like a kitten that had pilfered mint leaves. She mumbled with satisfaction, so delicious. Oh, it's just so good. The crowd. The live stream. If Su Ran's earlier performance could be attributed to acting or a malfunction in taste perception, then now, Reba's ravenous consumption, reminiscent of a famished ghost, completely shattered everyone's understanding. This defies logic. Is that dish truly delectable? So delectable that a top-tier star would disregard her image? Gulp. Another wave of audible swallowing echoed through the room. This time, the sound was even louder than before when they first caught a whiff of the aroma. Is it really that delicious? Yu Shuxin gazed at Reba's blissful expression, unable to restrain her curiosity. Reba continued to scoop porridge in her mouth, nodding at first, then shaking her head, mumbling indistinctly. Not delicious, not at all. It's poisonous. The crowd. Are you kidding? If it's not tasty, why flaunt it? The internal defenses of the others finally began to crumble. That maddening aroma persisted in tempting them, coupled with Reba's exaggerated eating antics. Curiosity utterly vanquished fear. I'll give it a try. Wang Hedi, who was closest, hesitated for a moment before extending his spoon towards the pot of blue-purple abyss. He scooped only a small half-bowl, closed his eyes, and took a tentative sip as if embracing death itself. In the next moment, Wang Hedi's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, He exclaimed in utter disbelief. What divine flavor is this? Without a moment's hesitation, he filled a large bowl for himself. Goodness, is it truly that fragrant? The other three were equally spellbound. The remaining individuals could no longer contain their curiosity. Mengzi took a deep breath and also scooped a half bowl. It indeed seemed aromatic. So he thought, why not give it a try? Li Yunrui remained silent, quietly serving herself a bowl. Even Li PD, who had previously appeared tormented as if facing a noble sacrifice, could not resist the allure and surreptitiously filled a small bowl for himself. Thus, a most bizarre yet humorous scene unfolded in the dining hall. 6 dashing men and women encircled a pot emanating a mysterious blue-violet glow, resembling a bioweapon of sorts. Each face bore an expression of both disdain and yearning. Then, like refugees starved for 3 days and nights, they devoured the concoction with fervor. The room was filled with silence, save for the sounds of their enthusiastic consumption. The spectacle was both extraordinary and ludicrous. The viewers in the live stream had completely lost their composure. I can't believe it. Family. Are they really eating it? And fighting over it? This world has ultimately become a place I no longer recognize. Oh no, I'm crying in fear. A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. What on earth has this dating show turned into a horror film? The stark contrast between the visual and gustatory effects is nothing short of performance art. It sends shivers down my spine. Stop eating, I'm terrified. Is it really that delicious? Su Ran watched the chaotic scene of gluttony unfold before him, nodding in satisfaction. The Chef God's special edition skill was indeed remarkable. The dual impact of visual and taste sensations resulted in an explosive effect akin to a nuclear bomb. Ding! Detected that the host's dark culinary creation has induced a strong contrast effect, resulting in widespread cognitive dissonance and uproarious laughter, earning 100 creativity points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the hidden accomplishment Subverter of Taste Buds, earning 100 creativity points. Ding! The host's Cthulhu seafood porridge topic has ignited the live stream, skyrocketing popularity and earning 200 creativity points. Ding! The guests' shock and delightful reactions after tasting the dark cuisine formed a perfect creative loop, earning 300 creativity points. What a thrill! A series of system notifications echoed in Su Ran's mind. In a mere few minutes, he amassed 700 creativity points. Woo! Taking off. With everyone's efforts, the Cthulhu seafood porridge soon reached its end. Each person's eyes sparkled with a complex array of emotions: shock, reminiscence, disbelief, and dissatisfaction. Is there none left? Yu Shushin was the first to break the silence, gazing at the empty clay pot with a sense of despair. Her movements were slow, leaving her unable to compete with the others. If it weren't for Wang Hedi, who had snagged a bowl of porridge for her, she might not have had any at all. Indeed, how could it have disappeared so swiftly? Wang Hedi was relentless, scraping the bottom of the pot with his spoon, leaving not a single drop of porridge behind. It seemed we could have made more. With so many of us, this little bit was insufficient. Ri Huan smiled at Su Ran, sweetly suggesting, Su Ran, you could prepare a bit more next time. Su Ran shook her head, chuckling. Now you think it's too little? Just a moment ago, you were all unwilling to drink it, and you expect there to be a next time? It depends on my mood. At this, the crowd became anxious. What does she mean by depending on her mood? How could that be? Such a delicious dish cannot be left to whims. It must be made every day, at every meal. Come on, don't be like that. We were just a bit loud earlier. Wang Hedi quickly chimed in with flattery. Next time, we promise, as long as it's your cooking, we'll finish it all. Li Yunrui nodded vigorously, his gaze earnest as he looked at Su Ran, adding, yes. Teacher Su Ran, it's truly delectable. We are all eagerly anticipating your next creation. Director Li also stepped forward, declaring, everyone, let me just say, the Horan CP deserves the top spot, right? It's well deserved. If it's not number one, then the production team must be hiding something. Su Ran observed the group, who had just moments ago displayed disdain, now showering her with praise, feeling an unperturbed amusement rising within her. Ha! For the sake of food, they've thrown away their pride. Yet, this sensation seems rather delightful. The audience in the live stream erupted once more. A truly grand revelation of flavors. I'm drooling. Can the production team send the pot over? For the sake of food, they've sacrificed their dignity. Hilarious. Suran, mere mortals. Now you recognize my greatness, don't you? Whereas Rihuan, why is there no response? Hurry and cling to him. Oh dear, Suran. Rihuan clung to Su Ran's arm, playfully whining. I was the first to drink it. I have complete trust in you. Su Ran withdrew her arm in alarm, exclaiming, Please don't do that, it frightens me. Rihuan rolled her eyes, waving her tiny fists, and declared, Tomorrow, a big pot of porridge, understood? Seeing Rihuan revert to her usual self, Su Ran sighed in relief. There we go. She stepped back a few paces, grinning. A tough girl is your persona, right? Rihuan pretended to charge at her, but Su Ran had already made her escape. Chapter 17. Su Ran. It's time to reveal. I am the retired mogul recommended by Shuimu. The audience in the live stream was still reminiscing about the hilarious commotion sparked by the Cthulhu seafood porridge. Meanwhile, in the dining hall of the Heartfelt cottage, this unique family banquet was drawing to a close. Given the immense impact of Su Ran's Cthulhu seafood porridge, the production team decided to forego the evaluation segment for the evening. This meant that, aside from the hot flame couple securing first place, the other two pairs of contestants would share the second spot. When P. Deely announced this news, Wang Hedi and Yu Shuxin were nearly overwhelmed with joy. There were no objections to this outcome. With the evaluation phase eliminated, everyone could savor their dinner in greater comfort. Consequently, they unanimously decided to move their meal outdoors. The seaside night was exceptionally enchanting. The moon glimmered amidst a sparse array of stars, and a gentle sea breeze, infused with a hint of saltiness, dispersed the day's heat. The stone table under the pavilion was already laden with an array of dishes, except for Su Ran's seafood porridge, which had been completely devoured. Hot Flame's cola chicken wings, Xiaomo's sweet and sour pork, and Songlan's tomato scrambled eggs paired with seafood noodles were all present. Wow, this sweet and sour pork is truly delectable, Yu Shuxin exclaimed. This tomato scrambled egg is delicious too. Meng Zi also praised the dish. Hot Flame slurped on the seafood noodles, declaring, These noodles are absolutely fantastic. It was a grand scene of mutual admiration, with a focus on delightful flavors. However, when a group attempted to sample Hot Flame's cola chicken wings, they were met with a peculiar dilemma. The wings were radiating an eerie blue hue. Goodness, are they from the same lineage as Su Ran's creation? Yu Shuxin remarked, momentarily at a loss for words to describe the off-putting color. Yet, having undergone one culinary trial already, she was confident in her ability to consume it. Hot Flame chuckled awkwardly, preparing to offer an explanation, when Su Ran picked up a wing and scrutinized it, exclaiming, Did you stew Avatar? Hot Flame was immediately incensed, feeling an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Su Ran's provoking remarks. I ought to stew you instead, she retorted, fuming. It's all your fault. I asked you to buy cola, and you brought me blueberry-flavored. Don't accuse me unjustly. Su Ran countered. I bought 2 bottles of cola. The blue one was meant for my porridge, while yours is in the fridge. Hot Flame paused, bewildered. Huh? Did I grab the wrong one? I even reminded you. It appears that there has been a mix-up, resulting in my taking the wrong cola. After some contemplation, Reba realized that she had inadvertently grabbed the cola that Su Ran had left on the stove and used it without a second thought. At that moment, Su Ran nonchalantly remarked, It's all right to take the wrong cola, just don't confuse it with the toilet cleaner. Then, with a playful jab, he added, While the dish is cola chicken wings, I can't say if the wings are delightful, but I certainly am not amused. A burst of laughter erupted from everyone present. Reba's previously softened expression darkened instantly. She sprang to her feet, poised to confront Su Ran, exclaiming, I will tear that foul mouth of yours apart today. Do you still wish to enjoy your porridge? Su Ran smirked, fully aware of how to handle Reba. Little foodie, let's see how it goes. Indeed, upon hearing his words, a smile swiftly returned to Reba's face. Oh, I merely intended to give you a massage, she said, gently kneading Su Ran's shoulders. Once again, the group erupted into laughter. This delightful pair continuously contributed to the merriment. After their playful banter, the atmosphere grew even more relaxed and intimate. Conversation flowed freely, leading the discussion naturally to Su Ran, the only ordinary person among them, whose previous conduct had sparked much curiosity. Su Ran, you are truly fascinating. Yu Shuxin inquired first, what did you do before? You seem to know so much. Me? I've dabbled in various fields. Su Ran mused, then chuckled. I've dabbled in finance, explored tech investments, and even penned some novels. Nothing too extraordinary. Wow. Finance and technology. How impressive. Yu Shuxin exclaimed. You must have graduated from a prestigious university. Well, it's not too remarkable, Su Ran modestly replied. I attended Shuemu University. Shuemu, the one associated with Qingbei. The group was once again astonished. Their perception of Su Ran shifted dramatically, realizing that he was indeed an academic achiever. Wow, you must have scored exceptionally well on your college entrance exams. Yu Shuxin remarked, genuinely impressed by his charisma and intellect, thinking he must have been a prominent figure in school. College entrance exams? I didn't take them. Su Ran shook his head, leaving everyone bewildered. As curiosity mounted, he added, I didn't take the exams. I was directly recommended to Shuemu. The crowd was utterly flabbergasted. You didn't take the entrance exams, and you were directly recommended to Shuemu? What does that even mean? Shuemu University is one of the highest-ranking institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, especially for Reba. Her heart was filled with astonishment. How is it possible? The person who helped her unlock doors and borrow cars is actually a genius? Su Ran, you've even written novels? What's your pen name? I'd love to support your work. Wang Hedi was an avid reader of novels, and, upon learning that Su Ran had written some, immediately began to inquire further. I just wrote for fun, and I've actually stopped updating for quite a while, Su Ran replied with a smile, not wishing to draw greater attention to his pen name. After all, the popular blockbuster IPs circulating online at that moment were all penned by him. Wang Hedi did not press further, but instead said, when you start writing again, be sure to let me know. I'll support you. Sure, Su Ran replied with a grin. What are you doing for work now? Meng Zi was particularly curious about Su Ran's current occupation. Me? Su Ran shrugged, chuckling. I suppose I'm in a sort of retirement phase. Retirement. The group was once again taken aback by this revelation. Retiring at just over 20 years of age? What does that even mean? At their age? They were in the prime of their careers, bustling about like tops, wishing for days to last 48 hours. Yet here stood this extraordinarily handsome individual, claiming to be retired? Indeed, Su Ran nodded, smiling. Having earned enough, I choose to enjoy life in advance. At that moment, Li Yunrui furrowed his brow and couldn't help but interject. Su Ran, you're so young and talented. Why would you choose to retire? In his view, young people should strive, work hard to earn a living that fulfills them. Li Yunrui's perspective echoed the thoughts of most in attendance, reflecting the mainstream societal values. Su Ran, however, did not rush to counter his assertion. His expression remained unchanged. He simply picked up a glass of juice and leisurely took a sip before calmly asking, then, what is it that you work so hard for? Li Yunrui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question in return. He pondered sincerely before responding, to realize my worth, and to provide a better life for my family and myself, free from worry, so we can pursue what we truly desire and enjoy life. It was a standard yet heartfelt answer. What you've said is quite valid and commendable. Su Ran paused, directing his gaze back to Li Yunrui and the others. His eyes clear and composed. Realizing one's worth, living a better life, not having to fret over finances, freely pursuing passions. Enjoying life, he gently echoed Li Yunrui's words, then smiled slightly. Is it possible that I've already achieved all these goals ahead of time? The moment these words were uttered, though casually, they landed with the force of a boulder thrown into a serene lake. Chapter 18. The instant explosion in the live streaming room. The live streaming room erupted in astonishment. Is it true? The ordinary guy is actually a big shot? This is the harsh reality of the world. Isn't it? While others achieve financial freedom at 24, I'm still struggling to make ends meet. So, what exactly does Su Ran do? A financial mogul? A tech prodigy? Or perhaps he inherited a vast fortune? Li Yunrui was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. Unsure of how to respond, he felt a slight flush on his cheeks, His earlier remarks about hard work and realizing one's value now seemed laughable. He had intended to awaken this seemingly aimless youth from a mainstream perspective, believing that it was a pity for someone as talented and young as Sue Rand to choose retirement. Yet who could have imagined? The truth was that he was not avoiding hard work. He had already completed it. It was akin to climbing a ladder, only to discover halfway up that the person below you had already taken a helicopter to the rooftop, enjoying the breeze. The sensation was nothing short of awkward. He even regretted having spoken up earlier. Was it not a self-inflicted humiliation? However, Sue Rand appeared to harbor no intention of mocking him. To me, life resembles a game, Sue Rand remarked, observing the expressions of the crowd with a leisurely tone tinged with nonchalance. Slaying monsters, leveling up, accumulating wealth, and striving for greater achievements are all quite delightful, and I have reveled in them. However, he shifted his tone. When your level is maxed out, your gear is fully upgraded, and the coins in your bank account merely represent a decorative figure. Would you still log in daily to grind through repetitive tasks? The crowd was left speechless. The analogy was strikingly blunt. Noticing their silence, Sue Rand continued, "Games are meant to be experienced. I simply chose to switch up my approach after what I deemed to be the completion of this phase of the game. As for value, cultivating flowers, nurturing fish, traveling, or meeting fascinating friends like now," he smiled, gazing at the moon overhead. "For me, living life with richness and discovering genuine joy and relaxation is, in itself, a profound value." Sue Rand's response lacked fervent rhetoric or condescending lectures. Instead, he conveyed his life philosophy with an ease that carried no sense of superiority. It sounded somewhat ostentatious, perhaps even unconventional. Yet upon reflection, it seemed imbued with clarity and openness. In an instant, the atmosphere at the dining table grew subdued. Everyone was processing Sue Rand's audacious declarations. Particularly, Reba felt a tumult of emotions. This seemingly unserious individual had a remarkably profound understanding of life. This state of mind and nonchalance is indeed a rarity among ordinary individuals. As she gazed at Sue Rand, her eyes unconsciously reflected a deeper appreciation and curiosity. Of course, I do not encourage the youth to emulate me. In the end, Sue Rand looked towards the live stream and earnestly advised, after all, if one spends their youth solely indulging in life, savoring gourmet delights, and reveling in love, they may find in their old age that they have little to lament. Suddenly, amidst the solemnity, this unexpected twist caught everyone off guard, erupting laughter throughout the room. The live chat was flooded with comments. "Sue Rand has never disappointed us. I was genuinely moved. Then this twist came out of nowhere." To be fair, Sue Rand's mindset is indeed unmatched by many. From today onwards, I shall be a devoted fan of Sue Rand. Sue Rand, in the game of life, I have long since achieved victory. If one does not indulge in youth, shall they wait until old age, leaning on a cane, to enjoy it? The audience was filled with laughter. The one who initially posed the question, Liyun Rue, after a moment of silence, also chuckled in relief. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to be captivated by Sue Rand's charismatic persona. Raising his juice, he remarked, "Sue Rand, you speak wisely. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. I should not adopt a condescending attitude in offering you guidance. It's merely a discussion, not so serious." Sue Rand shook her head with a smile and raised her cup in response. "Here's to all the brave souls still battling and leveling up. Cheers!" The crisp sound of clinking glasses resonated in the tranquil courtyard, the juice glimmering softly under the moonlight. They all laughed and downed their drinks, dissipating the previous moments of awkwardness and distance in this relaxed atmosphere. Sue Rand remained the center of gossip among them. "So, why did you decide to join this program?" Wang Hedi directly voiced the question on everyone's mind, sensing that she seemed to not need this opportunity. "Well," Sue Rand chuckled wryly, "my mother told me this is a workplace variety show, and if I dared not to come, she would break my legs." Laughter erupted among the group. This reason was quintessentially Sue Rand. "So, have you ever been in a relationship?" The one asking this seemingly casual question was Reba, whose ears were perked with anticipation. She pretended to sip her juice nonchalantly, yet her gaze discreetly flicked towards Sue Rand. The curiosity of the others ignited. and they all turned their attention to Su Ran. Indeed, how could someone so handsome, with such high credentials and the capability to retire at such a young age, never have had a romantic relationship? No, I haven't tea, Su Ran replied candidly, meeting their inquisitive stares with a shake of his head. Impossible. Yu Shushin was the first to express disbelief. You're so handsome. How could you have never been in love? With such looks, it's likely that suitors would line up all the way to France. Exactly. Is it that you're hesitant to speak the truth in front of Iba? Meng Zi teased with a smile. No, I truly have not spoken of it. Su Ran reiterated, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. However, in my heart, there exists a girl whom I love, yet cannot attain. A wave of curiosity ignited among the crowd. Hot Ba furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Love unreciprocated. Does he have someone he fancies? Then why are they not together? Yu Shushin probed further, her intrigue evident. Su Ran sighed, shaking his head in resignation. The main issue lies with her family's disapproval. Is that so? With your good looks and academic prowess, how could her parents possibly object? Meng Zi found it absurd, considering Su Ran's family seemed quite respectable as well. Could it be due to your age? The others looked on with equal curiosity. Is not her parents' objection, Su Ran clarified, shaking his head with evident regret. It is primarily her husband's disapproval. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, as everyone grappled with the unexpected twist in Su Ran's revelation. Moments latte. Laughter erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping through the courtyard. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded in a cacophony of amusement. Hot Ba nearly spewed her juice from laughter. Her cheeks flushed as she pointed at Su Ran, momentarily at a loss for words. This guy is at it again. Yet, for some reason, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yu Shushin collapsed against Wang Heti's shoulder, shaking with laughter, while Li Yunrui could hardly contain herself, covering her mouth as giggles escaped uncontrollably. Goodness, she truly has a husband who disapproves. What a twist. I'm laughing to the point of tears. I'm surely going to die laughing in this live stream. When it comes to humor, Su Ran reigned supreme. Meng Zi took a moment to compose herself after the fits of laughter, wiping the tears from her eyes. Engaging in conversation with this fellow always required one to be prepared for unexpected surprises. After the laughter subsided, Meng Zi suddenly recalled something. She turned to Su Ran. Her curiosity piqued. This afternoon, while watching the live stream replay, I heard you sing The Glutton from Heaven for Hot Ba. The melody was particularly enchanting, and the lyrics, well, quite amusing. Hot Ba interjected, amusing my foot. I was truly impressed and wanted to search for the original online, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Meng Zi said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Su Ran. Is that song an original composition of yours? Chapter 19. The striking CD captivating the audience. As Meng Zi posed his question, an enveloping silence descended upon the venue once more. All gazes converged on Su Ran, as if drawn by an invisible force. Indeed, the song Su Ran had performed earlier that afternoon, strumming his guitar and singing, though whimsical in its lyrics, left an indelible impression with its melodious flow and his distinctive voice. Many had initially assumed it was a quirky rendition by Su Ran, never entertaining the notion of it being an original composition. After all, crafting an original song of such high quality and memorability is no trivial feat, however. If it truly was an original work by Su Ran, that would be simply remarkable, a true polymath. Is that song genuinely your own creation, Su Ran? Yu Shushin inquired. Her curiosity piqued. It was so enchanting. I searched high and low for it this afternoon. Though Wang Heti remained silent, his intrigued expression spoke volumes. Li Yunrui added with a smile, it is indeed exceptional, and it seems, well, very much in line with teacher Reba's aura. Reba interjected. Are you being polite? What do you mean by in line with my aura? Are you implying that I have an insatiable appetite? Nevertheless, her greater intrigue lay in the question of whether that infuriating song was truly penned by Su Ran. If so, it would indeed reveal an extraordinary talent. Despite not being music professionals, the gathering included individuals well-versed in the entertainment industry. The melody of that song bore the unmistakable rhythm of a potential hit. Feeling the weight of their curious stares, Sue Ran chuckled. I just wrote it for fun. It's hardly worthy of the spotlight. Yu Shushin's eyes sparkled as she asked. So, it truly is your original song? Sue Ran nodded, feeling no burden in acknowledging it, given that the world had yet to hear it. Impressive, Meng Zi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. It's genuinely your original work. Sue Ran, your talent is astonishing, and this is far beyond what one could write casually. Exactly. Yu Shushin chimed in, urging, why don't you sing the original for us? Let us see your true abilities. Wang Hedi raised his hand in agreement. I concur. Li Yunrui echoed, I second that. Amused, Sue Ran found the situation quite humorous. It seemed they were eagerly awaiting his performance. While the song from earlier was indeed delightful, its lyrics were rather peculiar. Everyone was eager to discover how the melody would sound paired with conventional lyrics. Surrounded by their enthusiastic encouragement, Sue Ran merely shook his head with a smile, reluctant to sing. The earlier performance was merely a requirement from the production team, a spontaneous showcase of talent. The thought of singing in front of a crowd still made him somewhat uneasy. Just as he contemplated finding an excuse to decline, Reba, who had been unusually quiet, gently tugged at the hem of his garment. Sue Ran turned to her, puzzled. Only then did Reba lift her head, her beautiful large eyes blinking as they gazed at him, imbued with a hint of anticipation. She leaned closer to Sue Ran's ear and, in a volume only the two of them could hear, sweetly murmured, Hey, didn't you say you owed me a gift? Sue Ran paused for a moment. Indeed, he had mentioned during the live broadcast that he would compensate Reba with a present if he would sing the original version for me. Reba's voice carried a slight hint of playful coaxing then. That could count as your gift to me. What do you think? As Sue Ran beheld her charming face so near, inhaling the faint fragrance that wafted from her and feeling the gentle tug at the hem of her clothing, his heart began to race inexplicably. This girl was quite beguiling when she played the coquette. Besides, exchanging a song for a gift, it sounded rather advantageous, particularly in terms of convenience. Noticing Sue Ran's wavering expression, Reba pressed on softly, adding, just one rendition, please. I'm genuinely curious about how the original sounds. Okay. She gently shook Sue Ran's arm, her tone lingering enticingly, infused with a touch of playful nasal inflection. Suran, I can't resist. Who could withstand this? Reba is being adorable. She is being adorable. Help. Who can withstand this? Sue Ran quickly agreed to her. This is simply like feeding candy right into one's mouth. Hurry up and sing. Right now. Fulfill our desires. Victory for the hardcore fans. Taking a deep breath, Sue Ran suppressed the unusual flutter in his heart. He gazed into Reba's expectant little eyes and ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, you've worn me down. He sighed in resignation, but I don't have a guitar. The absence of one would diminish the song's beauty by half. Not to worry. The production team may lack in other areas, but we have plenty of instruments. At that moment, the previously hidden PD Lee appeared from nowhere, producing a guitar and directly thrusting it into Sue Ran's arms. Suran, goodness, is this a collective scheme against me? How else could they have prepared this guitar so swiftly? Go for it. We're counting on you. We're so excited. Sue Ran surveyed the eager gazes of the crowd and cleared his throat. He stood up and walked to a slightly more open space in the courtyard. The moonlight cascaded like water, enveloping him in a silvery glow. A gentle summer breeze brushed past, carrying a coolness with it. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, and even the barrage of comments in the live stream had momentarily thinned significantly. Sue Ran closed his eyes, gathering his emotions. The information about the song automatically surfaced in his mind. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze transforming into something sharp and profound. A stark contrast to his previous languor. Divine vocal skills activated. All right, the song I am about to perform is titled The Devil from Heaven. I hope you all enjoy it. Sue Ran's slender fingers gently caressed the guitar strings, unleashing a distinctly recognizable melody imbued with a potent rhythmic pulse and a hint of psychedelic allure. This mere prelude instantly captivated every listener's attention. The tune was simply extraordinary, languid, sensual, and tinged with an elusive sense of danger. In the depths of night, I found myself ensnared in a beautiful nightmare. yearning to awaken, yet powerless against the flutter of my heart. Within the dream, you were an endless black hole, and I was helplessly adrift in weightlessness. A voice, piercing and unmistakable, suddenly resonated within the tranquil courtyard, exuding an enchanting charm. The unique and mesmerizing melody, paired with Sue Rant's slightly husky and magnetic tones, conjured an atmosphere both perilous and alluring in an instant. The audience stood in stunned silence, gazing at Sue Rant in disbelief. Was this truly the original rendition? It bore little resemblance to the afternoon's performance. Moreover, Sue Rant's voice was utterly exquisite, akin to a living vinyl record. Reba, utterly transfixed, remained rooted in place. Her gaze fixated on Sue Rant under the moonlight, her heart feeling as though it were being tightly gripped, her breath becoming labored. Was this truly him singing? The powerful aura, the enchanting voice, was this the same individual who had strummed a guitar while singing about fried chicken and hot pot earlier that day? The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted after a brief moment of astonishment. "Mom, I'm on my knees. What the heck? Is this for real? It sounds amazing. Oh my, is this really Sue Rant, the master of antics?" Sue Rant looks so serious, it feels unfamiliar. A true hexagonal warrior? This voice is absolutely divine. As the final notes lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the courtyard. Everyone remained entranced by the stunning performance, struggling to regain their composure. Clap, clap. Wong Hedy was the first to break the silence, his eyes brimming with awe and admiration. "Brother, that was incredible." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the courtyard. "My goodness, Sue Rant, you are phenomenal," Yu Shushin exclaimed, nearly losing her voice in her excitement. "That was explosive. So beautiful. I declare you my idol from this moment forward. This is undoubtedly one of the best live performances I have ever witnessed." Li Yunrui nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Reba gazed at Sue Rant, who had transformed into a languid figure after his performance, her emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Shock, admiration, curiosity, and that faint flutter of a heart she was reluctant to acknowledge. She had to admit, Sue Rant was like a Pandora's box, irresistibly drawing her to explore further. Chapter 20, The Phenomenon, a viral dating show and the rise of a star. Oh my goodness, my ears are about to melt. This cannot possibly be Sue Rant singing. I refuse to believe it, unless he sings it 1,000 more times. A voice kissed by the heavens. "Sue Rant, how many more surprises do you have that I am unaware of?" The expression of the audience mirrors my own. I am utterly captivated. I hereby declare, from this day forth, Sue Rant shall be my new husband. Rivals, take your swords. Oh, production team, I implore you, release the audio. I am ready for endless repetition. The barrage of comments in the live stream had spiraled into absolute madness. If the laughter and antics of Sue Rant singing Foodie in the afternoon were delightful, then now, Devil from Heaven brought forth pure shock and exquisite enjoyment. Countless viewers were enraptured by his unique voice and talent, the density of comments nearly obscuring the visuals. The number of online viewers surged like a rocket, reaching an unprecedented and staggering figure. Behind the scenes, director Wang Jingyu and the creative team were utterly stunned. They stood wide-eyed, mouths agape, fixated on the monitor displaying Sue Rant, guitar in hand, languidly accepting the audience's applause. Their minds were a blank slate. An original? Is this truly his original work? And of such caliber, Wang Jingyu felt his heart racing. He had previously perceived Sue Rant as a charismatic performer capable of generating buzz. But he never imagined that he harbored such remarkable musical talent. This genius, this voice, it was undeniably phenomenal. "Hurry, quick check." Wang Jingyu excitedly grasped his assistant's arm, his voice trembling. "Is Devil from Heaven an original? We must secure the rights. We must obtain the copyright." To him, Sue Rant appeared as a walking goldmine. The assistant nodded vigorously and began frantically searching across various music platforms and copyright databases. After inputting the name correctly, the assistant finally uncovered the clear copyright information. Devil from Heaven lyrics. Sue Rant composition. Sue Rant, it is indeed Sue Rant's song. No wonder he couldn't find information on the previous song. It turns out the title was Never Foodie. Everything before them confirmed that this song was 100% Su Ran's original creation. Upon receiving the results, Wang Jingyu was on the verge of jumping for joy. He had struck gold. This time, he had truly struck gold. Summer Heartbeat 2 is destined to explode. It will be a monumental hit. Returning to the scene, the thunderous applause and gasps of astonishment gradually subsided. Yet, the way everyone looked at Su Ran had irrevocably transformed. From initially perceiving him as merely amusing and entertaining, their gaze now reflected shock, admiration, and even a hint of reverence. Who exactly is this remarkable individual? His charisma is almost surreal, his academic credentials are astonishing, and at such a young age. He is already retired, possessing the remarkable skill of lock-picking. Now, he even excels at songwriting and singing. This is truly reminiscent of the archetypal perfect male protagonist one would encounter in a novel. Is there no respite for these celebrities? This song is simply enchanting. It is destined to become a sensation. Without a doubt, Yu Shuxin's eyes sparkled with admiration, embodying the essence of a devoted fan. As long as they are pleased, that suffices. He set aside his guitar and resumed his languid posture upon the stone bench, seemingly reverting to the indolent demeanor he had before, as if the earlier display of charisma was merely an illusion. This stark contrast left the onlookers in awe once more. Then, Su Ran turned to Reba, smiling as he inquired, "What do you think? This gift is quite splendid. Isn't it?" Reba nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. "I really like it. But I also want to give Su Ran a good punch." How could he unveil such a wonderful song only now? She could already envision that the foodie song would be inextricably linked to her. Li Yunrui gazed at Su Ran, his expression a mixture of emotions. He considered himself somewhat talented, yet in the presence of Su Ran, he felt his own achievements paled in comparison. Thus, he sincerely remarked, "Su Ran, your musical talent is such a pity not to be pursued in the music industry." Not interested, Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. "Singing is merely a personal hobby. I prefer this leisurely retired life." The group exchanged glances, acknowledging the enigmatic world of the elite that they could not quite comprehend. The conversation continued for a while longer, predominantly orbiting around Su Ran. He adeptly deflected inquiries and engaged in light banter, mastering the art of casual conversation. As time pressed on, PD Lee appropriately stepped in to conclude the day's recording. "All right, everyone, our busy yet exhilarating first day of filming comes to a close. The results and rewards from the dinner task will be announced tomorrow. Please rest well tonight and anticipate even more thrilling interactions tomorrow." The guests bid each other good night and returned to their respective rooms. As Reba passed by Su Ran, she hesitated for a moment, casting him a complex glance. Ultimately, she said nothing, merely humming softly before ascending the stairs. Su Ran observed her retreating figure, feeling a tinge of confusion. This girl seems a bit different. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live stream chat surged even more fervently. Is this really the end? I haven't had my fill. Isn't it a 24-hour live stream? Keep it going. Bro, you have to let the guests sleep. The 24 hours refers to the stream remaining live. Looking forward to tomorrow. Thankfully I recorded it. I can loop devil endlessly. Whoa, up there, bro. Send me a copy. Same request. The comments continued to flood in, showing no sign of waning, as the guest rest could not dampen the audience's enthusiasm. The live stream remained populated by countless viewers. On the evening following the conclusion of the recording, major social media platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and Bilibili were inundated with trending topics related to Summer Heartbeat 2 and Su Ran. Hashtags such as Summer Heartbeat 2 arrives, hot partner with divine looks, Su Ran the resume guy, Su Ran the wise that never falls in love unless she's wealthy, Su Ran the foodie from heaven, Su Ran through seafood porridge, Su Ran the pioneer of dark cuisine, and Su Ran the devil from heaven emerged like mushrooms after rain, swiftly dominating the trending charts. Notably, a particular video of Su Ran strumming his guitar and singing the devil from heaven was fervently shared by countless netizens. His astonishing voice, unique melody, and the stark contrast to his humorous persona from earlier that afternoon set the internet ablaze. My goodness, is this truly the comedic Su Ran? His singing is simply exquisite. My ears are in bliss. I implore the production team to release the audio. Is he really an amateur? His vocal prowess surpasses that of many Chinese singers. Handsome, talented, and humorous. What an extraordinary guest. No wonder he can retire early. He is simply phenomenal. I declare, Su Ran is now my new obsession. Step aside, everyone. Su Ran belongs to me. Moreover, it was not solely Su Ran's individual appeal. His partnership with the charming Reba, dubbed the Fiery Duo, attracted a considerable number of fans with their distinctive dynamic. The moniker eye-catching couple spread like wildfire. The viewership and online popularity of Summer Heartbeat 2 skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. On the night of its premiere, real-time ratings shattered platform records. The online viewership, discussion volume, and topic engagement eclipsed that of all other contemporaneous variety shows. Even the popularity of the other two couples rose substantially. Director Wang Jingyu, witnessing the surging data backstage, was so exhilarated that his hands trembled. He realized this could be a hit, but he never anticipated it would escalate so swiftly and ferociously. Su Ran, this gem he had discovered with his discerning eye, was akin to a guiding star in his career. He must, at all costs, retain him. Wang Jingyu silently vowed to tilt the camera's focus a little more towards the Fiery Duo in future shoots. Tilt? It must be a substantial tilt. He yearned to capture Su Ran in action for a full 24 hours. This was a walking KPI. At this moment, as the catalyst of the trending phenomenon, Su Ran was blissfully immersed in the bountiful rewards of the system, completely unaware of the external uproar. He had no inkling that the fervent online celebration was merely the beginning, with even greater surprises and challenges awaiting him in the Heartbeat House. Chapter 21. A Frenzied Account. The extreme tug-of-war with the diva. As the night deepened, gentle waves caressed the shore, marking the end of a day filled with bustling recordings. The guests had retreated to their respective quarters to wash up and rest. However, the revelry on the internet was just beginning. Countless viewers flocked to the live stream of Su Ran and Reba, repeatedly watching snippets of the day's memorable moments. Clips of the songs Foodie from Heaven and Devil from Heaven were fervently circulated. In a single night, Su Ran's name surged to become one of the most trending keywords online. At this moment, the instigator, Su Ran, sat cross-legged on his plush bed, eagerly rubbing his hands together. He took a deep breath, excitement radiating from his face. It was time to tally the gains of the day. Impatiently, he summoned the system in his mind. System, open my attribute panel. In the blink of an eye, the system's 3D interface appeared before him. Host, Su Ran, activity points, 900 skills, God-level singing talent, mastery of all types of instruments, culinary god special edition, dark cuisine, beginner, lock-picking master, items, Chinese music repository, 900 points. Su Ran's eyes sparkled at the sight of that number. Such a significant amount. He recalled that during the dark cuisine segment, his activity points were merely 700. How had they suddenly soared to 900? He quickly checked the system log and discovered, in addition to the 700 points rewarded from the culinary segment, several new notifications of activity points had quietly accumulated while he was engrossed. Ding! Host's unrequited love gag sparked laughter, earning 50 activity points. Ding! Host's advice to the youth against seeking fleeting pleasures to avoid future regrets resonated strongly, earning 50 activity points. Ding! Host's roast of Reba's cola chicken wings as avatar stew along with a jab at toilet cleaner generated quality humor, earning 100 activity points. Ding! The system has noted the host's performance of the song Devil from Heaven, and the Chinese music repository has secured copyright registration for the host. No one can claim it. Expected to be completed automatically within 1 hour. Incredible. He had amassed nearly 200 points from Reba. It seemed that accumulating points from her would be a promising avenue in the future. He chuckled to himself, apologies, Ms. Reba, delighted with his findings. Su Ran retracted the system interface and picked up his clothes to take a shower, completely oblivious to the fact that in the adjacent room, someone was tossing and turning because of him. Room 201. Reba had just finished her shower, the fragrant aroma of a shower gel lingering on her skin. She donned a pink silk camisole, accentuating her exquisite curves. Her slightly damp, long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, enhancing her already radiant face, making it appear even more delicate and alluring. At this moment, she had shed the vitality of the day, embodying a languid charm that belonged solely to the night. She lay on the soft, expansive bed, her delicate, pale legs restlessly swinging. The glow of her phone illuminated the screen, which lingered on her WeChat chat interface with Suran. The last exchange was a few simple messages before she had set out to buy groceries that afternoon. Since then, no new messages had arrived. So much had transpired today, and there were countless topics to discuss. Why was he so utterly silent? Was he so exhausted that he had succumbed to sleep? Ugh, what a dismal retirement life for an old man. She felt a twinge of frustration. She had to admit, Suran's performance of the Devil from Heaven had truly astonished her. The silhouette of him cradling a guitar under the moonlight starkly contrasted with the infuriating persona he had exhibited during the day. For the first time, she felt a visceral appreciation for the talents and charm of this seemingly eccentric man. There had been a fleeting moment of genuine attraction, and it was undeniably real. Ding dong. Suddenly, her phone chimed. She sprang up like a startled rabbit, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she focused on the screen. Was it Suran? Had he finally sent something? Alas, it was a gossip message from her best friend. OMG. Meatball, your unassuming partner, is trending. 18 topics. All about him. Go check it out. Heat wave. She knew he could never stay out of the limelight. To garner 18 trending topics in a single day, even a top-tier celebrity would struggle. She opened Weibo and indeed found a plethora of peculiar topics. Sue ran resume guy, Sue ran Cthulhu seafood porridge, Sue ran the Devil from Heaven. She felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Yet, beneath it all, a hint of disappointment lingered. He truly was a blunt, straight man. No wonder he had been tricked into a dating show. If it relied solely on him, he would likely remain single for life. Heatwave pouted, angrily tossing her phone aside, and returned to her bed, burying her head beneath her pillow. She would ignore him. Time for sleep. Whoever reached out first was the dog. 5 minutes later, Heatwave abruptly lifted the pillow and climbed out of bed. She felt a sudden sense of stuffiness and wished to step onto the balcony for some fresh air. Barefoot, she tiptoed to the balcony, but her gaze involuntarily flicked towards Sue Rant's balcony next door. The light was still on. So, he and T fallen asleep yet? Why and T, he replied. Was something amiss? As a friend, Heatwave felt it was her duty to check on Sue Rant. After all, this man was a novice on his first show. Yes. She was a responsible older sister. She opened the WeChat dialogue with Sue Rant. Her fingers hesitated on the keyboard for a moment before she ultimately typed a message and hit send. Heatwave, are you asleep? Once sent, she tossed her phone aside, her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh no, why did I send that? Hadn't we agreed that whoever initiated contact first was the dog? It was all Sue Rant's fault for being such a big fool. Yet she could not help but fixate on the screen of her phone. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. The conversation with Sue Rant remained unanswered. Had that guy truly fallen asleep? Young people nowadays, astonishingly, still manage to refrain from staying up late? Reba felt increasingly vexed. Why did she feel like a fool? In exasperation, she picked up her phone, attempting to numb herself by scrolling through Douyin, yet she unconsciously kept tapping on WeChat to refresh. Never mind, I don't care about him. Just then, ding dong, the screen lit up. It was Sue Rant's reply. Sue Rant, just finished showering, what's up? Are you having trouble sleeping? Do you need me to sing you a lullaby? Doghead. Upon reading this message, Reba's earlier annoyance evaporated like mist. In its place arose an urge to punch him. This guy, as expected, is insufferable. Who is having trouble sleeping? I just wanted to ask, what about breakfast tomorrow? We don't have much money left. Reba took a deep breath and began to type furiously. Breakfast? Simple. We'll just sleep until noon tomorrow. And that saves us the cost of a breakfast meal. Proud. Reba looked at Sue Rant's smug expression and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why not sleep until evening and save lunch too? You truly understand life. Then let us just sleep until evening and save 3 meals. Go away, go away. Reba pouted and changed the subject. Hey, tonight, that song The Devil from Heaven is truly delightful. Sue Rant, it's just mediocre really. Just a casual performance, as long as you like it. Reba, Can't this guy just speak properly? Must he be so ostentatious? However, it must be said, given the lackluster atmosphere today, Sue Rand's live performance indeed warranted such confidence. It is genuinely wonderful. 1,000 times better than that song from the afternoon. The Song of Gluttons. Of course, it's a gift just for you. So I had to take it seriously. Upon reading this line, Reba's heart inexplicably quickened, and her cheeks flushed slightly. This guy, when he occasionally speaks sincerely, can be quite charming. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously inquired, "Will there be any chance to hear you sing in the future?" She always believed that with Sue Rand's vocal talent and potential, he could surely carve out a place in the music industry. "Sue Rand, do you want to hear it?" "Absolutely," Reba almost replied in an instant. The next moment, Sue Rand's response arrived. "Then think about it carefully. Good night, Moon Reba." She stared at the screen, at that infuriating reply and the good night emoji. She nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. This guy, truly, he can't hold on to his charm for more than 3 seconds. The fleeting thrill from moments ago vanished entirely. Only the impulse to storm next door and smack him remained. Sue Rand, you stubborn straight man. You drive me insane." The pillow before Reba was treated as a punching bag, receiving several forceful blows. Meanwhile, Sue Rand in the adjacent room couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing the array of kitchen knives sent by Reba. Occasionally teasing this girl proved to be quite amusing. He set his phone aside, contentedly reclining on the plush bed. Today's life felt remarkably fulfilling. Chapter 22. The Wake-Up Service from the Underworld. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight cascaded over the seaside, resembling a sprinkle of crushed gold. The gentle sea breeze caressed the palm trees. Seagulls skimmed across the surface of the water, and the waves tenderly lapped against the shore. Everything exuded an air of tranquil beauty. However, the comments in the live broadcast room were already abuzz. "Good morning. A new day has finally arrived. I looped the devil from heaven all night. It's simply delightful. Oh, me too. I dream of you being an endless black hole. What segments await us today? Looking forward to some sweet interactions." Sweet? Are you referring to Sue Rand and Reba? Wake up, sister. As long as they don't end up fighting, it'll be a miracle. While the audience fervently discussed, the guests gradually appeared on camera. The male guests of the Heartthrob cabin had all been roused by the internal phone ringing at their bedside. It was the program's official wake-up service, though the hour was indeed rather early. Sue Rand glanced at her phone. It was not yet 6 o'clock. Nevertheless, as a diligent worker, she rose to wash up and then headed to the living room. Upon her arrival, Sue Rand discovered that only 2 male guests were present, with none of the girls in sight. After exchanging greetings, she inquired, "Where are the others? Are they busy with makeup?" P. Dealey chuckled and explained, "Today, the boys have a special task. You are to wake up your respective partners." With that, she distributed the task cards to the 3 of them. The rules were straightforward. As P. Dealey continued, "Gentlemen, please wake your still slumbering companions in the manner that you deem most affectionate and romantic." The task was simple, primarily designed to sweeten the morning for the early rising fans. As expected, the comments surged. Affectionate and romantic? That is quite targeted. Ha ha ha. The task is serious. But I bet Sue Rand will not approach it seriously. Can't wait for Sue Rand to pull a stunt. Hurry and bombard her with the Song of Gluttony. No, I want to see sweetness. Sue Rand should act like a person sometimes. Don't dream too big. If Sue Rand isn't causing a ruckus, then she is not really Sue Rand. As the audience speculated on how Sue Rand would awaken Reba, Wang Yidi and Lee Yun-rui had already set their plans into motion. Unlike Sue Rand, their fans were entirely focused on sweetness. Therefore, their approach simply needed to be endearing. Lee Yun-rui opted for a straightforward method. He walked into the kitchen, prepared a bowl of noodles, and lightly knocked on Meng Zi's door. "Zi, it's time to get up for breakfast." His voice was soft yet possessed a reassuring magnetism. A drowsy reply soon echoed from within. Okay, I'll be up in a moment." The entire exchange was warm and unpretentious, evoking the feeling of a couple who had shared many tender moments together. In contrast, Wang Yidi was more inventive in his approach. He held a bouquet of wildflowers in his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Shu Xin, it's time to wake up. Look at what I've discovered." The door swiftly swung open, revealing Yu Shushin, whose eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Wang Hedi with the flowers. Wow, how beautiful! Hedi, you are so romantic. The romance and sweetness made the fans exclaim that Wang Hedi was truly adept at capturing hearts, as if a scene from a television drama had come to life. Meanwhile, while the other two guests were busy with their activities, Su Ran did not rush into action. Instead, he retreated to his room, completely disregarding the task at hand. He had no intention of waking anyone. Rather, he planned to indulge in a nap. Are you kidding? Call for Reba to get up now? I have no idea if that strong-willed girl is in a bad mood. If I get hit, it would be a loss indeed. As for the sweet segment designed by the production team, apologies, but Su Ran was utterly indifferent. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Triggered a limited-time, lively task. Please use the provided items to gently awaken your partner. Task reward: Silver Treasure Chest X1. 200 points of lively value. Items: Swana. Black and white duo cosplay outfit. Dry ice. Countdown 30 minutes. Upon reviewing the task details, Su Ran felt overwhelmed. What on earth is this system thinking? Is it mistaking what gentle means? Just look at the absurd items you've provided. A cosplay outfit and a Swana? Am I here to wake someone up or to send them off? Yet, as he gazed at the tempting rewards, Su Ran felt a flicker of temptation. A silver treasure chest could be worth 1,000 points of lively value. Completing the task also offered an additional 200 points should he proceed. Absolutely. My dear bro, I apologize in advance. I'll treat you to a truckload of snacks as compensation later. Resolute, Su Ran decided he would indeed make it up to Reba. Moreover, selecting the right tune was paramount. He certainly could not opt for something like 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix or Double Happiness, as those were far too intimidating. He didn't wish to scare Reba into a fright. What then should he choose? Su Ran clapped his hands. I'll pick a melodious piece. With his decision made, he retrieved the items from the System S realm. After some contemplation, he donned the white Wuchang cosplay outfit. After all, white was relatively friendly. Once dressed, he took the Swana and dry ice, stealthily making his way to Reba's door. When the livestream audience caught sight of Su Ran's outfit, they erupted in laughter. What on earth is this? White Wuchang? In the Swana? Whoa. Is Su Ran here to wake her up, or to collect a soul? I knew it wouldn't be that simple. I thought Su Ran was going to take a nap, but he's waiting here instead. The barrage of comments in the live stream had spiraled into complete chaos. Some viewers were merely spectators. Others expressed concern, while a few were filled with anticipation. Regardless, Su Ran had arrived at Reba's door. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from barging in immediately. Instead, he opted to knock gently. Knock, knock, knock. Reba, are you awake? It's time to rise. The production team has tasks for you. Su Ran was astute enough not to startle her by entering unannounced, as that could frighten her. Thus, he knocked to allow her a moment to prepare. After a few seconds, a lazy yet endearing voice floated from within. Okay, I know. Just a few more minutes of sleep. The voice was soft and languorous, reminiscent of a kitten reluctant to leave its dreams. A few more minutes? That's not an option. Su Ran replied with a faint smile. I've prepared a surprise for you. Would you like to come and see? What surprise? Reba's voice remained drowsy. Let me wake up first. Clearly, the allure of the surprise paled in comparison to the embrace of slumber. Are you really not going to see it? I'm going to sleep. Upon hearing this, Su Ran took another deep breath and declared, Then I shall enter. This surprise is meticulously prepared, so brace yourself. The still lazing Reba, upon hearing his proclamation, struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. Her curiosity about Su Ran's so-called surprise was evidently piqued. At that moment, with a soft creak, the sound of a door lock turning echoed. The door swung open. Immediately, a cloud of white smoke billowed in through the crack, ethereal and drifting. What on earth? Is there fire? Reba exclaimed, startled, as she bolted upright in bed, half her sleep dissipating. Then, she beheld, within that swirling, otherworldly mist, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, topped with a tall pointed hat, approached her, holding a Swana, step by step. White Wuchang? Reba's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, have I really fallen asleep? Am I seeing ghosts this early in the morning? Her mind momentarily short-circuited, and a chill ran down her spine. Before she could even scream, a piercing, eerie sound erupted from the Suona, as if it could ensnare one's very soul. Setting aside the frightful scene, the sound of the Suona was not particularly shrill. In fact, there was a certain melody to it that was rather pleasing. Hold on. Reba squinted in disbelief. Who else could be the one playing the Suona amidst that swirling mist but Sue Ran himself? A surprise? This was more like a scare. You plan to send me off if I don't get up, don't you? Instantly, the entire live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard. Reba is so pitiful yet so amusing. Is this a ghostly wake-up service from Wuchang? Though, strangely, I find this tune quite delightful. Wow, this can't possibly be an original, right? This show is utterly bonkers. As the tune concluded, Sue Ran gazed affectionately at Reba and asked, "So, what do you think? Do you like this surprise?" A thunderous roar, imbued with unbridled fury, suddenly erupted from Reba. She hurled a pillow towards the door, only for it to be thwarted by Sue Ran, who had already made a swift escape. Clearly, Reba had no intention of letting Sue Ran slip away. Leaping from her bed, clad in fluffy slippers, she charged towards the door. Today, she must, absolutely must, exact vengeance upon this reckless individual. The anguished cries echoed, transforming the live stream into a realm of merriment. Now, that is the essence of entertainment. Meanwhile, as Sue Ran endured his punishment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the timed mission. Reward: Silver Treasure, Chest X1. Gained 200 activity points. It was worth it. Suran Lementiv. In the living room, the other four guests, along with P.D. Lee, could not contain their laughter at the commotion emanating from upstairs. Teacher Sue Ran truly possesses a plethora of talents, Lee Yunrue remarked in admiration, noting his proficiency in guitar, Suona, culinary arts. Is there anything he cannot do? However, despite the eerie quality of the tune Sue Ran had just played, it was undeniably captivating. Yu Shushin expressed her curiosity. I also wonder, could this be yet another original composition by Sue Ran? Meng Zi's words sparked a sense of possibility among those present. Just then, a frantically fleeing Sue Ran tumbled down the stairs. Wang Hedi inquired, Teacher Sue, what was the name of the piece you played? Anha Bridge. Surandi Playth. Not daring to look back as he fled. If he lingered any longer, he might not escape with his life. On a bridge? At that moment, Reba's furious voice rang out, Nonsense. I believe it should be called Naiha Bridge. Her words sent the scene and the live stream into uproarious laughter. Chapter 23. A businesslike date? Sue Ran's new definition of dating. This amusing episode ultimately culminated in Sue Ran securing the forgiveness of Reba after signing a series of unequal treaties. At the dining table, Sue Ran respectfully presented a letter of surrender, a rather inequitable agreement titled Memorandum of Understanding regarding Comrade Sue Ran's severe disruption of neighbors' sleep quality and mental health. The document listed numerous compensation clauses, including but not limited to a week's worth of breakfast provision, household chores for a week, and a lavish snack package plus a truckload of goodies. The guests leaned in with curiosity to glimpse the paper, bursting into laughter. Had I known this would be the outcome, would I have acted differently? Reba, with a touch of pride, inscribed his name beneath the peace agreement. Yes, I shall endeavor not to repeat this. That was a misstatement. I shall refrain from such antics next time. With internal conflicts resolved, the lively atmosphere at the table returned. At that moment, P.D. Lee approached again, beaming as she carried the task card. She first announced the results of yesterday's culinary competition. Undoubtedly, the Ran couple claimed first place, with the other two pairs tied for second. The rewards were indeed bountiful. The Ran couple received a month's use of an electric bike and a romantic fund of 1,000 yuan, which included the week's meal expenses. Meanwhile, the second-place couples were awarded a cash prize of 600 yuan. This outcome brought joy to all. Following this, P.D. Lee unveiled a task that sent waves of excitement through countless viewers. Heartfelt encounter, couple's first romantic date. This marked the inaugural official date for the three pairs in Summer Heartbeat 2. The ardent fans were ecstatic. The anticipated pink bubbles of romance were about to burst forth. As the guests absorbed the news of the first date, their interest peaked. Indeed, Bideli, observing the eager expressions in the room, smiled with satisfaction and elaborated on the rules of the date. The heartfelt encounter would take place this afternoon. The production team would provide each couple with a budget of 500 yuan for their date, allowing them complete discretion in its allocation. The location, format, and activities of the date were entirely up to them. Pausing for emphasis, PD Lee reiterated, it could be a place they have longed to visit but never had the chance, a stroll in the park, a movie outing, or anything that they felt would evoke a sense of romance in one another. The production team would merely observe and document, refraining from any interference. Upon their return that evening, a small sharing session would be held to determine which couple's date was most touching. The rules remained straightforward, no scripted arrangements, granting the guests complete creative freedom. Furthermore, the production team had remarkably allocated 500 yuan for this occasion, undoubtedly providing them with ample room for creativity. Otherwise, where could they rendezvous? The Xiao Mo and Song Lan couples had already begun their hushed discussions. Meng Zi and Yu Shuxin wore expressions of excitement, while Reba felt a flutter of anticipation within. A date, although Su Ran was somewhat unpredictable. What if this fellow suddenly had an epiphany? What if there were delightful surprises awaiting her? Yet, upon reflection, Reba feared that such surprises might transform into fright. Her small hopes were swiftly overshadowed by a wave of apprehension. Though their acquaintance was brief, Reba had gleaned some insight into this character. Relying on him to adhere to a conventional script was akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Heaven knows what audacious dating scheme was brewing in his mind. Please, let not be a visit to some bizarre location. Reba's mixed feelings of anticipation and worry did not escape Su Ran's notice. Observing her conflicted expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. Worry not, it's just a date. I've got this. I'll ensure everything is arranged clearly for you. Instead of feeling reassured, Reba became even more vigilant. That smile? It was unmistakably a precursor to mischief. No, I must seize the reins. Resolving herself, Reba cleared her throat and declared, since this is our first date, I believe it warrants careful consideration, so I shall take the lead in planning. Oh, Su Ran raised an eyebrow, showing no signs of dissent, and inquired with a grin. All right then, it's all yours. Gulme, let us retreat to our secret base for a discussion. With that, Reba guided Su Ran towards the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor. This spot had undeniably become their clandestine sanctuary. Meanwhile, the other two couples dispersed to deliberate on their own dating venues. The Xiao Mo couple engaged in a lively exchange, striving to select a location that appealed to both. In contrast, the Songlan couple remained relatively subdued. Yu Shuxin, not one for deep contemplation, had entrusted the planning entirely to Wang Hedi, who was currently engrossed in researching various dating ideas. The audience in the live stream, meanwhile, was buzzing with excitement. With Reba at the helm of the hot Ran couple's dating decisions, surely sweet moments awaited. At the second floor windows, the sunlight streamed in just right. The expansive ocean view outside remained breathtaking, with blue skies, white clouds, and seagulls soaring. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere in the living room, this space exuded an air of tranquility, indeed reminiscent of a secret hideaway. Reba led Su Ran to the second floor, her small face taut and serious. Suran, noticing her earnest yet somewhat endearing demeanor, felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that she was genuinely invested in this first date. Unaware of Su Ran's expression, Reba retrieved her phone, solemnly opened her notes, and began to glide her fingers swiftly across the screen, seemingly in search of something. Su Ran leaned in for a glance. Goodness, the notes were densely packed with an array of items. With keen eyes, Su Ran spotted a line that read, "The comprehensive list of snacks that Su Ran promised to buy for me," followed by an array of snack names. Su Ran also caught sight of an eye-catching title, Top 50 Must-Visit Spots for Couples on a Date. Beneath it were listed various trendy restaurants, romantic attractions, cinemas, and amusement parks. Goodness, Su Ran exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought? This girl, usually so carefree, had accumulated such an extensive collection of dating strategies? Reba remained oblivious to Su Ran's clandestine observation of her secrets. After meticulously sifting through the options, she finally selected a few places that she deemed reasonably affordable and desirable to visit. Taking out a small notebook and pen, she solemnly jotted them down. Once finished, she pushed the notebook towards Su Ran with satisfaction, stating, "Here, these are the date spots that I, after careful consideration, have determined. Take a look and see which one you would like to visit." Su Ran accepted the notebook, noticing that Reba had written 4 date locations, each thoughtfully marked with a star rating: Zoo, Botanical Garden, Oceanarium, Amusement Park. Reba looked at Su Ran with eager anticipation, her chin slightly raised, exuding a mix of pride and excitement. "So what do you think? These places are all quite interesting. Which one do you prefer?" The reason she selected these 4 spots was that they were suitable for a first date, ensuring they would not be too dull and aligned with their current financial situation. Su Ran did not respond immediately, but smiled and nodded, countering with a question. "They all sound great. Which one do you desire the most?" Reba's eyes widened in astonishment. The Su Ran before her felt utterly unfamiliar and frightening. Su Ran was not critiquing her plans. This was illogical. "Are you feeling unwell?" Reba, with concern, placed the back of her hand against Su Ran's forehead to check for fever. "No fever here." Su Ran swatted Reba's hand away and urged, "Hurry up and choose." Reba frowned, her face a picture of indecision. "Honestly, I want to go to all of them. I just don't know which one to pick. Can we go to all?" "All?" Su Ran paused, momentarily silent. Reba pouted, expressing her disappointment. "Just kidding. If we went all, we definitely wouldn't have enough time." Su Ran chuckled and shook her head, saying, "What is so difficult about that? I'll take you to visit all these places this afternoon." Reba was taken aback. "All of them?" She couldn't believe it. How could we possibly manage that in one afternoon? Are we traveling by rocket? "Don't worry. I have a clever plan." Su Ran winked, her face adorned with a mischievous smile that hinted at something more. "However, the places I take you to might lean towards the commercial side. Our funds might be entirely depleted." Reba was left speechless. "Commercial? What does that mean?" She had heard of business before, but a commercial zoo or oceanarium, is that legitimate? Moreover, Su Ran's smile always sent a shiver down her spine. "No witties." Su Ran smiled and said, "The location is chosen by you. Can you truly fear that I would lead you astray?" "Well, that's true." Reba finally nodded, continually reassuring herself. "The location is indeed my choice. You cannot possibly play tricks." Moreover, she was genuinely curious about what this business entailed. Chapter 24. The Zero Frame Begin. Su Ran is indeed skilled in flattery. The afternoon sun cascades over the surface of the sea, shimmering like countless dancing sprites. The sky boasts a pristine, refreshing azure, with a few cotton candy-like clouds lazily drifting by. A gentle sea breeze wafts onto the villa's balcony, carrying the scent of the ocean. It must be said that the location chosen by the production team offers a truly splendid sea view. In the second-floor room, Reba, anticipating her first official date, stands before a large floor mirror, admiring her own beauty. Unlike her usual casual attire of t-shirts and jeans, today she has donned a delicate yellow floral sundress. The skirt flutters lightly with her movements, accentuating her fair skin and slender waist. Her face is adorned with a meticulously crafted, vibrant makeup look. Her curled lashes flutter like little fans, and her moist lips glisten alluringly. The entire ensemble radiates youth and vitality. Perfect. Reba glances at herself from left to right in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Despite her skepticism regarding Su Ran's so-called business casual approach, she believes that a sense of ritual is essential. After all, for a date, one must dress beautifully. Moreover, she wonders what that insufferable guy will think upon seeing her. Today, I shall dazzle him. Meanwhile, Su Ran is rummaging through the kitchen downstairs in search of ingredients. Vegetables, eggs, rice. He surveys the leftovers and eggs in the fridge and decides to whip up some fried rice. Simple yet delicious, and frankly, he is too lazy to contemplate anything more elaborate. Thus, he promptly sets to work, cracking eggs, chopping scallions, heating the pan, adding oil. His movements flow seamlessly, exuding the grace of a master chef. The viewers are initially captivated, But gradually, they begin to notice a peculiar turn of events. Ultimately, the sight that unfolds in the live stream is, to put it mildly, indescribable. The rice grains are discernible, yet their color is not the enticing golden hue one would expect. Instead, it presents an odd blackish gray that diminishes the appetite. If yesterday's Cthulhu seafood porridge resembled the poison of a medieval witch, then this plate of fried rice seems akin to a radioactive substance tainted by nuclear fallout. Warning: high energy ahead. Non-combatants, please avert your eyes. What on earth is this fried rice? Forgive my ignorance. I thought it was coal mixed with rice. Is this bomb fried rice? I feel suffocated just watching it through the screen, while others host appetizing live streams. Su-ran seems to be running a weight loss channel. However, in the kitchen, Su-ran gazes at his creation with satisfaction. He takes a spoon and samples a bite. Delicious. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. The rice is chewy, savory, and the egg flavor is rich. Top tier. Undoubtedly a taste that even the finest chefs of Chinese cuisine would struggle to replicate. If only the appearance were not so off-putting. After much internal deliberation, Su-ran finally summoned the courage to speak. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Su-ran looked up, instantly mesmerized. There stood Reba, adorned in a lovely, pale yellow floral dress, its hem swaying gently with her graceful descent down the stairs. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft halo around her, as if she were enveloped in a gentle glow. Everything was perfectly in harmony. Su-ran had to admit, when she put in the effort to dress up, Reba truly shone. She was a far cry from her usual rugged demeanor. Observing Su-ran's awestruck expression, Reba felt a surge of pride. Oomph. Now you see just how beautiful I am, don't you? She sauntered up to Su-ran, her face brimming with delight, and asked, "So, will taking me out bring you some prestige?" "Absolutely." Su-ran nodded vigorously, giving her a thumbs up. "You've got the spotlight all to yourself." Reba was quite pleased with Su-ran's response, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "So, at this very moment, shouldn't you say something?" Her expression was emblazoned with a singular phrase. "Praise me." Su-ran stroked her chin, contemplating earnestly. Then, with a spark in her eyes, she drew in a deep breath, much to Reba's anticipation. "Reba, what is this perplexing behavior? Sending the woman?" Reba stared at Su-ran in confusion, only to hear her ask in a leisurely tone, "Do you have body odor?" The air suddenly became thick with tension. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was left dumbfounded by Su-ran's astonishing remark. How could she ask a meticulously groomed, fragrant beauty if she had body odor? What kind of extraordinary thought process was this? After a few seconds, Reba's brain rebooted. "You're the one with body odor. I use Chanel No. 5. It smells of roses and jasmine. How could that possibly relate to body odor? Is your sense of smell impaired?" Reba immediately felt that the hours spent perfecting her makeup were better appreciated by a dog than by Su-ran. Su-ran, gazing at the furious Reba, flashed what she believed to be a charmingly radiant smile and earnestly remarked, "Then why do you resemble a charming fox?" Reba. The live stream audience. As Yushushin and Wang Hedi prepared to descend the stairs, a brief silence enveloped the villa before an eruption of laughter ensued. "Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo, goose, goose, goose." Goose Yushushin and Wang Hedi laughed so hard they nearly tumbled down the stairs. "Come on, if you can't flirt, just refrain from trying." Reba facepalmed, expressing her exasperation. "Promise me, don't compliment people indiscriminately in the future." "Don't like it?" Su-ran furrowed her brow, cautiously asking, "Shall I try again?" "Absolutely not." Reba quickly covered Su-ran's mouth. "I absolutely adore it." Su-ran pleaded, "Just give me one more chance. I assure you I can do it." Upon gazing into Su-ran's sincere eyes, Reba felt her heart soften momentarily. She nodded and said, "Then you, come here." Yet, she heard Su-ran begin with his usual playful banter. "Your father must be a thief, right?" Reba exclaimed in surprise. Su-ran continued, "He must have stolen the most beautiful stars and placed them in your eyes." Reba retorted, "Ah, yes, indeed. My father also conveniently stole your brain." Listening to their exchange, the live chat erupted in laughter. The barrage of comments was overwhelming, a veritable paradise for those with a fear of dense crowds. Ha ha. I laughed. So hard my neighbors thought we were slaughtering pigs. Charming like a fox. Sue ran. You are truly a remarkable talent. Reba, I thank your entire family. Sue Ran has single-handedly provided a cautionary tale for many straight men. Wotima is truly going to die laughing in this live stream. Even the matchmaker would shake his head in disbelief. Chapter 25. The Electric Scooter. My CPU is smoking. This comical episode, sparked by a rather bold flirtation, ultimately concluded with Sue Ran paying the price of 3 meals. Amidst the sympathetic gazes of those around, Sue Ran and the electric scooter prepared to embark on their journey. The pair approached the quaint pink electric scooter awaiting them outside the courtyard. Hold on tight. No more jokes this time. We're off on a date. Sue Ran, this time, refrained from any mischief. As he twisted the throttle, the electric scooter whisked them away at a brisk pace. The pink scooter glided smoothly along the coastal highway. Hot Boss sat side saddle on the rear seat, gently resting her hand on Sue Ran's waist. Her gaze drifted beyond his shoulder to the endless expanse of azure sea in the distance. The sky was clear, and the white clouds lingered lovingly, rendering the scene extraordinarily beautiful. Whether it was the enchanting scenery or the anticipation of their first date, Hot Ba found that Sue Ran no longer appeared as irksome. Instead, she felt a subtle thrill and excitement bubbling within her, causing the corners of her mouth to curve upward. Oh my, what a beautiful sight. Time stands still. Sue Ran's looks are truly top-notch when he is silent, while Hot Ba's smile is so sweet. Is she beginning to develop feelings for Sue Ran? Just a wild guess. A business-oriented oceanarium, a day tour of an offshore drilling platform? You're a devil, but if it's Sue Ran, it might actually be possible. The electric scooter continued its journey. However, as Sue Ran took a few turns, the surrounding environment began to feel somewhat amiss. The picturesque ocean view faded away, replaced by a bustling street scene. Hot Ba's initial anticipation started to be overshadowed by a foreboding sense of dread. Unable to contain herself, she tapped Sue Ran's back. Hey, are you sure you're not lost? This doesn't feel right. Don't worry, we're almost there. The first stop, the botanical garden. In the next moment, the electric scooter came to an abrupt halt. When Hot Ba looked up to see the words farmer's market looming before her, she was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the lively scene before her, filled with vibrant stalls and the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. Her CPU felt as though it might start smoking. Sue Ran Hot Ba's heart sank with a dreadful realization, and she gritted her teeth to inquire. Please don't tell me this is what you meant by a business-oriented botanical garden. Sue Ran shot her a knowing glance, brimming with pride, and replied, What do you think? Quite businesslike, isn't it? You can shop right after browsing. How convenient. At that moment, Hot Ba truly felt devoid of even the strength to complain. She felt rather foolish for having harbored any expectations of this absurd man. You really know how to live, she muttered through clenched teeth, wishing she could just strike down Sue Ran on the spot with her gaze alone. If looks could kill, Sue Ran would have perished hundreds of times over. The viewers in the live stream were in fits of laughter. Ha ha, I knew it. I knew it would turn out this way. A business-oriented botanical garden, a farmer's wholesale market. Sue Ran, you're a devil. So, a business-oriented oceanarium is actually a seafood market? In a rather amusing scene, Sue Ran, clad in casual attire, seemed quite fitting for the surroundings, while Heba, dressed like a fairy, found herself wandering through a vegetable market. Despite her apparent misery, Heba couldn't help but laugh, tears streaming down her face. Ignoring Heba's piercing glare, Sue Ran enthusiastically pulled her deeper into the market, patiently explaining the intricacies of selecting fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, Heba could only think of finding a block of tofu to end her suffering. She had never felt so utterly speechless in her life. Just as Heba was contemplating the meaning of existence, Sue Ran suddenly led her towards another section. Onward. We've finished the botanical garden. Now let us explore the aquarium. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the fish market, and the comments in the live stream erupted once more. Gaping at the rows of bubbling glass tanks and the lively fish, shrimp, and crabs, Heba was rendered completely numb. Sue Ran, pointing at the tanks, exclaimed, What do you think? The marine creatures here are just as plentiful as those in the aquarium, and the best part is, it's free. I reckon this place should be called the Boiling Fish Pavilion or Spicy Crab Haven instead. With an expressionless gaze, Heba shot back. I'll kill you if anyone dares to interfere. Realizing Heba was on the verge of exploding, Su Ran quickly interjected. Wait, hear me out, or rather, let me explain. With a huff, Heba begrudgingly allowed Su Ran a chance to articulate her thoughts, curious to see what other absurdities she might conjure. Listen, Heba, think about it. What is so fascinating about those botanical gardens and zoos? It's merely the same flowers, birds, fish, and insects over and over again, and the entrance fees are exorbitant. You snap a few pictures for social media, and it's all over. What's the point? But here it's different. Look at those lively seafood. We can enjoy it for free, and the money we save on tickets can be spent on whatever food we desire. Initially, Heba was still miffed, but as she listened to Su Ran's convoluted reasoning, she couldn't help but feel there was a modicum of truth in it, particularly the notion of indulging in whatever culinary delights they wished. The live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, Su Ran could sell ice to Eskimos. I can't believe I'm actually finding this convincing. Heba, run. He is trying to brainwash you. Heba, wait a minute. I think I'm actually getting smarter. Just as Heba's internal defenses began to crumble, Su Ran casually declared, Don't be upset. Tonight, I'll take you to enjoy the freedom of seafood. Whatever you wish to eat, we shall buy. In an instant, Heba's eyes sparkled with joy. All her previous grievances and complaints were instantly swept away by the mere promise of seafood freedom. She wholeheartedly agreed with Su Ran, convinced that this place was 100 times better than those mundane zoos and aquariums. Most importantly, she had a plethora of delectable desires. The moment Heba felt invigorated, a thought struck her. She couldn't easily let Su Ran off the hook. With a clever glint in her eyes, she pointed towards the sizable creature in the water tank and inquired, Is that true? I want to eat this. Su Ran paused for a moment, taken aback to realize that Heba was referring to the Australian lobster. While undeniably delicious, it was exorbitantly expensive. Nevertheless, Su Ran exhibited no hesitation. Having garnered a considerable amount of lively energy from Heba, he felt a twinge of guilt. Thus, he deemed it essential to arrange for this lavish feast. Approaching the stall, he asked, Madam, how much for this Australian lobster? The shopkeeper glanced at Su Ran and Heba, warmly responding, Before purchasing this, you must share a kiss. Su Ran and Heba were both flabbergasted. A kiss for buying a lobster? What a peculiar regulation. Was this some sort of prank orchestrated by the production crew? Heba's heart raced at the thought, instinctively glancing at Su Ran, her cheeks slightly flushed. A kiss. Perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. She certainly wasn't enamored by Su Ran's looks. Her primary desire was to savor the Australian lobster. Su Ran's heart fluttered at the suggestion of a kiss. Was this a special benefit from the production team? He felt a mixture of excitement and uncertainty as he nervously inquired, Kiss? What on earth? The shopkeeper, bewildered by their reactions, reached for the lobster and placed it on the scale, clarifying, You need to weigh, it before buying. Realization dawned on them, and their faces flushed a deep crimson. It turned out that they needed to weigh it, not kiss it. The live stream erupted in laughter. Dying. I thought they had brought in a support team. If the shopkeeper had explained a moment later, Heba might have actually gone for it. Heba's lips were all puffed up. Both took it seriously. How frustrating. They almost could have sprinkled some pink effects on it. In the end, after this comical misunderstanding, Heba rationally decided to forego the pricey Australian lobster. Yet, Su Ran still honored his promise of seafood delicacies. They gathered an array of seafood, vegetables, and various snacks from the supermarket, their arms laden with bags, replete with treasures. Although this nearly depleted their budget for the date. Seeing Heba's jubilant expression made it worthwhile for Su Ran. Moreover, he had a plan. The true date was yet to unfold. On their way back to the villa, Heba sat on the back of the scooter, observing Su Ran's silhouette, her emotions somewhat conflicted. Despite his outrageous antics that transformed her anticipated romantic date into a market excursion, filled with moments that made her want to hit him, she couldn't help but admit that it was rather enjoyable. At the very least, it was an experience she would never forget. The most extraordinary and unforgettable date unfolded. This down-to-earth interaction, imbued with a vibrant atmosphere and punctuated by spontaneous bursts of laughter. She appeared to be not so resistant after all. She subtly tightened her grip around Sue Rand's waist. Chapter 26. The Heat Wave. Oh dear, what a delightful sensation. Half an hour later, Sue Rand and Reba had returned to the love nest. Sue Rand was preoccupied with carrying a multitude of bags filled with ingredients to the kitchen, while Reba stood nearby, savoring the milk tea Sue Rand had purchased for her as she transported the snacks he had bought back to her room. Her smile was genuine and radiant, a testament to her joy. In the streaming room, the audience flooded the comments section with excitement. Wow, Reba's smile is utterly captivating. Oh my heavens, my sister is falling. Ship it. I ship it hard. Though Sue Rand may be a bit of a simpleton, one cannot deny that he understands Reba. Inside the villa, upon entering, the two did not encounter the other couples. However, considering it was still not yet 3 o'clock, it was hardly surprising that others were not returning from their dates so early. Except for Sue Rand and Reba. They were indeed peculiar individuals. Both were engrossed in their tasks. Sue Rand meticulously organized the various ingredients, placing vegetables and meats in the refrigerator while keeping the seafood in water. Meanwhile, Reba was arranging her snacks in her room. Crunch, potato chips, spicy strips, chocolate, wafers, dried mango, yogurt balls, cheese sticks, and a plethora of other treats. Sue Rand had nearly purchased everything she had mentioned as her favorites the previous day. As Reba gazed upon the towering mound of snacks, her eyes sparkled with delight. The feeling of snack freedom was overwhelming. The image of Sue Rand flashed in her mind. She had to admit, despite his quirks and unreliability, he was not completely devoid of charm. Moreover, he had remembered their agreement. In light of these snacks, she would grant him a forgiveness of 50%. Reba murmured to herself, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. The day's business outing, though far from the romantic scene she had envisioned, had proven to be quite enjoyable. At the very least, it felt genuine, relaxed, and fun. Being beside, Sue Rand allowed her to be at ease. In truth, when he was serious, he possessed an extraordinary allure. Shaking her head vigorously to dispel extraneous thoughts, Reba turned and descended to the kitchen to assist. After a considerable amount of time spent in their endeavors, they finally completed their tasks. Done. Mission accomplished. Sue Rand clapped his hands, beaming at the refrigerator brimming with food. He turned to Reba and said, "You go relax in the living room for a bit, have some water, and wait for me." "Huh? Where you going?" Reba inquired, puzzled. "I need a shower, change clothes, and freshen up." Sue Rand winked at her, leaving behind an air of mystery as he retreated to his room. Reba pouted, settling onto the sofa in the living room, her mind racing with questions. Shower and change? What on earth was he up to? The date had concluded, yet she only then remembered to tidy up her appearance. Hotbot disregarded him entirely and busied herself with her phone. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Instinctively, Hotbot glanced up, and then her phone slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. She was utterly stunned. Before her stood Sue Rand, clad in a crisp black shirt and trousers, with 2 buttons undone at the collar revealing his sharply defined collarbones and sleeves casually rolled up. He exuded an aura of cold nobility, imbued with an alluring restraint, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. How handsome he was! Hotbot felt as though her heart had been struck by a powerful force, thumping erratically, out of control. Had she still been wearing a heart rate monitor? The alarms would have surely echoed throughout the villa. The female viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy. The barrage of comments exploded instantaneously. My goodness. Is that Sue Rand? Help. I can't take it. Who can withstand this? Black shirt, collarbone, Adam's apple. Absolutely stunning. The epitome of a restrained male deity. Is this the correct way to appreciate Sue Rand? I'm out of blood. Call an ambulance. Wah. So handsome. I want to marry him. Hotbot gazed at the breathtaking man before her, her mind a blank canvas. One thought raced through her mind incessantly. Wow, this guy looks so devastatingly attractive when he is serious. Just as Hotbot remained entranced in her astonishment, Sue Rand approached her, wearing a gentle yet earnest smile. "Let us go. we are going on a date. His voice was deep, laced with a magnetic allure. Hey, date? Instinctively, she reached out her hand. But just as her fingertips were about to make contact, she suddenly recalled something. Her guard shot up immediately. She scrutinized Su Ran, tentatively asking, Where? Where are we going? It wouldn't be another business-like outing, would it? If it were another business-oriented date, she would rather not go at all. She preferred snacking on chips and scrolling through Douyin in the villa. Su Ran chuckled heartily, feigning seriousness. That is out of the question. This time it's purely business. Purely business? Even more so than the last semi-business affair. Hotbot's face fell, shaking her head vigorously. I'm not going. You can go by yourself. Are you joking? I've already experienced the vegetable and seafood markets. This purely business outing will surely be even more disheartening, right? I'm just teasing you. Come along with me, Su Ran said, directly pulling Hotbot from the sofa. She struggled symbolically a couple of times, realizing she couldn't break free, so she relented. This guy wouldn't he really abduct her? Would he? Su Ran held her hand, leading her outside while smiling and explaining. Don't worry. This time, it's purely for fun. I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Hotbot remained skeptical. Really? You're not deceiving me? When have I ever deceived you? Su Ran raised an eyebrow in response. Observing Su Ran's earnest demeanor, Reba ultimately chose to trust him. Primarily, she could hardly fathom what more outrageous antics this fellow could conjure. Moreover, Su Ran's transformed appearance rendered her incapable of harboring any inclination to refuse. The two once again made their way to the courtyard, with Su Ran promptly taking the seat on the small electric scooter. After a moment's hesitation, Reba settled onto the rear seat. The scooter roared to life and exited the villa district. The sea breeze remained gentle, and the sunlight continued to shine brightly. In the back seat, Reba's emotions oscillated between subtle anticipation and trepidation. Yet, she swiftly extinguished that flicker of hope within her mind. No, she must not allow herself to hope. Not a single punctuation mark of Su Da's words could be trusted. What if he took her to some bizarre and untrustworthy place, leaving her disappointed once more? However, her overwhelming curiosity ultimately compelled her to inquire, Su Ran, where on earth are you taking me? Su Ran glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. What? Are you afraid I might sell you off? PSH. Reba spat at him playfully, huffing, I'm not scared. This is a nationwide live broadcast. Millions of viewers are watching. You wouldn't dare. Well, you seem quite clever, Su Ran chuckled heartily. Now tell me, where are we going? Reba's curiosity intensified. All right, I'll tell you. Su Ran shifted his tone, inquiring with a grin. Do you know what math Olympiads are? Ido. A sense of foreboding tightened within Reba's chest. As anticipated, Su Ran languidly declared, This time, I'm taking you to a purely business-oriented math Olympiad class, designed for intellectual stimulation. A math Olympiad class? A purely business-oriented math Olympiad class? What on earth is that? Reba immediately contemplated jumping out of the vehicle. She had known that Su Ran was utterly untrustworthy. Just then, she heard his leisurely voice again. Brother is taking you to play mahjong. Stop the car. I'm not going. Reba nearly shrieked. Su Ran, are you insane? Who goes on a date to play mahjong? Ha ha ha. Su Ran could no longer contain his laughter, teasing her. Look how scared you are. Without needing to glance back, he could envision Reba's adorable, puffed-up expression of indignation. So tell me, where are we truly going? Reba still felt uneasy. Su Ran slowed the scooter, turning to wink at her. His smile now exuded a touch of sincerity and warmth. Rest assured, I guarantee it's a place you will enjoy. This time, it's genuinely a leisure outing, he reassured her with unwavering conviction. Seeing his rare, serious demeanor, Reba's anxious heart began to ease just a fraction. That flicker of hope she had forcibly extinguished quietly, reignited once more. Chapter 27, Su Ran, E. The master of time management, ask you, are you convinced? 30 minutes later, the small electric scooter came to a halt before a grand archway. Reba was utterly stunned. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she was caught in an illusion. The wind howled past her like a roller coaster, accompanied by the jubilant screams of visitors, while the air was saturated with the sweet aroma of popcorn and cotton candy. All these sensations vividly affirmed. This was no dream. That rascal Sue Ran had genuinely brought her to an amusement park. At that moment, an overwhelming surprise erupted in Reba's heart like a firework. She abruptly turned her head, gazing in disbelief at the man beside her, adorned with a helmet, who was grinning radiantly at her. Under the sunlight, his smile was both pure and dazzling. Reba felt as though her heart had been gently nudged by some unseen force. She had indeed harbored a flicker of anticipation. Yet, she truly never imagined that Sue Ran would take her here. Why had she yearned for a visit to an amusement park? Perhaps it was because it represented a small wish from her childhood. Her father, the head of a dance troupe, held lofty expectations for her. From a young age, her life had been consumed by rigorous dance practice, monotonous and arduous. While other children reveled in carefree play, she was relegated to the practice room, repetitively performing tedious movements. A joyful childhood? For her, it existed almost solely in dreams. As she matured and entered the entertainment industry, it felt as though a clockwork mechanism had been wound tightly, leaving her no opportunity to remedy the regrets of her youth. When she learned she could date freely today, the first thought that sprang to her mind was to visit an amusement park. However, considering the potential strain of a budget of 500 yuan, given the steep ticket prices, she hesitated. Furthermore, she feared Sue Ran might deem her childish. Thus, when drafting alternative plans, she relegated the amusement park to the last option, discreetly marking it with 5 stars. In truth, she harbored a selfish hope that Sue Ran would take her there. She never anticipated that he would truly grasp her intentions. Just as Reba was still lost in her surprise and emotion, Sue Ran's voice, laced with a hint of playful pride, resonated in her ear. "Well, I didn't deceive you, did I? They say this is a pure, fun trip." His tone carried a touch of teasing self-importance. Reba snapped back to reality, looking at Sue Ran, a swirl of complex emotions rising within her. She blinked, curiosity prompting her to cautiously inquire. "Did you know I wanted to come to the amusement park?" Sue Ran merely smiled in response, refraining from answering. Of course, he would not admit to having stealthily glimpsed her meticulously marked memo labeled Super Invincible Must Go. Instead, he replied, "You marked it as a 5-star date destination. If I were to remain oblivious, wouldn't that be rather impolite?" Touched, Reba retorted playfully, "Then why did you deceive me by suggesting a business-like day trip? If you had brought me here directly, I would have been upset for half the day. I never claimed that was a date." Sue Ran scratched his head, chuckling as he explained, "Didn't I promise to cook for you and buy snacks earlier?" Contemplating the ample funds and time at hand, he casually suggested they take a detour to make some purchases. With a proud smile, he remarked, "See, we bought vegetables at the botanical garden, selected seafood at the aquarium, and simultaneously indulged your desire for snacks. What do you call this? A masterclass in time management. Are you not impressed? We have sights to behold, delectable treats to savor, and delightful activities to engage in. What a superb value." Listening to Sue Ran's whimsical yet slightly absurd logic, Reba couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a gentle sensation pricked her heart, warm and tender. Was it truly the case that this extravagant business excursion was merely to procure snacks and prepare dinner for her? And the genuine outing was chosen to be at her most desired location? This fellow, a sudden blush and a racing heart ignited a thought in Reba's mind. How she longed to marry him. The viewers in the live stream, particularly the ardent fans, were now in a frenzy. "I'm dead. What a divine plot twist. Sue Ran, you deceiver. You heartthrob arsonist." He could have taken Reba directly to the amusement park, but he chose to first fulfill her snack cravings. Details. It's all in the details. Sue Ran, you're too skilled. What ironclad man. This is clearly a top-tier, pure love warrior. Woo-woo. Reba is absolutely smitten. Who can resist this? I'm starting to believe in love again. Reba felt overwhelmed with emotion, her nose tingling slightly. Yet, she maintained her final semblance of stubbornness. Sniffling, she turned her head and feigned indifference, declaring, "Humph, today, Estate earns a score of 98, with 2 points deducted to keep your pride in check." Sue Ran shook his head, chuckling, "All right, let us head in. I've had the tickets ready for a while." With that, he produced 2 admission passes from his pocket. Wait, I want to take a photo for the record. Naturally, the girl wished to capture some moments to share on her social media. Reba approached the gigantic cartoon mascot at the amusement park entrance and asked the photographer, "Excuse me, could you take a picture of us?" "Don't trouble the gentleman," Sue Ran interjected, pulling out his own phone. "I can handle this. My photography skills surpass even my emotional intelligence." "Really?" Reba questioned, her skepticism evident. "Worry not. I promise to make you look like a towering beauty of 6 feet. Even a celestial being cannot compare to your grace." Sue Ran assured her with a confident pat on his chest. "All right then," Reba reluctantly entrusted her phone to him. "Asking once more, you promise?" "Of course." Sue Ran nodded vigorously. Thus, under Sue Ran's direction, Reba struck a series of delightfully absurd poses. "Now move over to that pillar, yes, the stoutest one. Then embrace it, exactly, like a koala clinging to a tree. Your expression should be endearing. Imagine yourself as an adorable national treasure, shielding her eyes from the sun, but not with this hand. Have you ever witnessed the stance of Sun Wukong, gazing into the distance? Allow me to demonstrate. Palm facing outward, the back of the hand pressed against the forehead. Heat wave. Panda hugging a pillar. Wukong gazing. What on earth are these ridiculous poses? Is it done yet? This position is utterly exhausting. Heat wave feels as though her old back is about to snap. All right, perfect." Before Sue Ran could finish her words, her phone was snatched away by heat wave. Consequently, in the photograph, she resembled anything but an adorable panda. Due to the angle of the shot, she appeared short and stout. Curling around that sturdy pillar, her expression was one of exaggerated effort, resembling nothing less than a chubby groundhog. And that stance, emulating Sun Wukong's gaze, was even more outrageous, portraying her as a foolish monkey, barely 5 feet tall, looking around in confusion. Sue Ran. Heat wave's roar echoed throughout the venue. Infuriated, Heat wave felt as though she might faint on the spot. "Is this what you call a fairy descending to earth? This is what you captured as a tall beauty standing at 6 feet." She pointed at the groundhog in the photo, trembling with rage. "If you can't take a proper picture, then don't take one at all. You made me look so short and so hideous." Sue Ran took a few steps back, hesitating to speak. "Do you think there is a possibility?" Heat wave frowned. "What?" Sue Ran dashed away, her voice echoing back through the air. "It is well known that a camera never lies. Could it be that this is your most authentic self? Go to hell." A romantic date at the amusement park seemed to be veering off course. However, the viewers in the live stream were unfazed and, in fact, they were enjoying it immensely. Chapter 28. The scale decides, not your opinion. This panda hugging a pole and great sage gazing will definitely trend. Huh. It seems our ordinary friend can't resist causing a stir. The camera never lies. Hot bah. Where's my 40-meter long sword? I must deal with him today. Go on, enjoy your date. Ferris wheel, carousel, roller coaster. Go, go, go. At last, it resembles a proper date, anticipating the pink bubbles. To the beauty above. As always, indulging in everything will only lead to trouble. The viewers in the live stream were both amused and exasperated by Sue Ran's reckless antics, while also filled with excitement for the amusement park date. Meanwhile, a chase sparked by unflattering photographs culminated in hot bah symbolically striking Sue Ran a few times before the curtain fell. After all, this was the amusement park that Hot Bah had longed for. Observing the joyful atmosphere around her, Hot Bah's fleeting anger dissipated swiftly. Moreover, despite Sue Ran's antics, he had indeed brought her to the place she most desired to visit. Balancing the scales of merit and fault, she decided to let him off the hook for now. This time I shall spare you. Should there be a next time, I will see how I deal with you. Hot Bah, with a proud tilt of her chin, eagerly pulled Sue Ran further into the amusement park. Sue Ran chuckled softly, muttering, "All right, I'll dare next time." Fortunately, Hot Bah's attention was swiftly diverted by the various attractions of the amusement park. Otherwise, that remark would have surely earned him another beating. Upon entering the park, the cheerful sounds became even more pronounced. Thankfully, it was not a holiday. Otherwise, the crowds would have been overwhelming. Colorful balloons, staff dressed as mascots, and children holding ice cream and cotton candy. Everything aligned perfectly with Hot Ba's imagined scene. Su Ran glanced at Hot Ba and suddenly pointed ahead, saying, "You go wait by the signpost. I'll be back shortly." "What are you going to do?" Hot Ba asked, puzzled. "I'm going to buy something to drink. I'm thirsty." "All right, be quick." "Understood." With that, Su Ran headed towards the convenience store. Hot Ba rushed to the map's signpost, excitedly examining the multitude of attractions listed, murmuring to herself, "There's a pirate ship, a free fall tower, a swinging pendulum. They all look so fun." Before long, while meticulously planning her route, Hot Ba felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she was greeted by a gigantic, colorful half-sphere of cotton candy. Then came Su Ran's voice. "Here, just like the other kids." Hot Ba was momentarily taken aback, accepting the cotton candy in a daze. A warm feeling inexplicably surged within her. This guy, has he figured me out again? What to do? I find myself yearning for marriage again. Look, let me teach you a new way to enjoy this. As I glanced over, I witnessed Su Ran squishing the cotton candy into a clump before stuffing it all in her mouth in one go. Perhaps it's best to postpone the thought of marriage. I felt both amused and exasperated. How does this person always possess the uncanny ability to shatter the romantic atmosphere? Shaking my head to dispel extraneous thoughts, I grasped Su Ran's hand and expressed my excitement. "Su Ran, the drop tower, and the swinging pendulum. Can you believe there are such thrilling attractions here?" Su Ran furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Do you wish to try them?" "Yes, yes, yes." I nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "Which one do you want to try?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Ran asked again. I pointed to the tallest and most conspicuous ride in the park, a colossal vertical roller coaster with nearly a 90-degree drop. "That one. I want to ride that. It must be exhilarating." The glimmer of adventure sparkled in her eyes. Gasp! Su Ran felt sharply, taken aback by the unexpected bravery of someone who appeared so easy to tease. To be honest, I wasn't particularly keen on such rides. Well, because he, Su Ran, who fears nothing and challenges everything, harbored a slight fear of heights. Although not severely, such aerial attractions still made him feel a tad apprehensive. Yet, looking into the expectant eyes of Hot Ba, I couldn't bring myself to decline. "Do you really want to try?" I asked. "I truly want to ride it." She responded enthusiastically. With a nod, I said, "Then let's go." Together, we headed towards the swinging pendulum. The queue was quite lengthy, indicating the popularity of this attraction. "Attention all guests, prior to the ride. We must conduct a weight verification. Those who do not meet the weight requirement will not be allowed to participate." The staff explained the rules to those waiting in line. "We have to weigh ourselves?" Hot Ba's excited expression instantly froze. Panic quickly replaced her enthusiasm. Although she maintained her figure well, a girl's weight is a closely guarded secret, especially in front of a live camera. And Su Ran was still here. "Huh?" Su Ran perked up, pulling Hot Ba along. "Come on, let's weigh ourselves. The sooner we weigh in, the sooner we can ride." "Hot Badito Indiganti. Are you a weirdo? Do you really want to know how much I weigh? I just want to know if you're heavy or not." "Go away. I am not heavy at all." Pointing toward the nearby scale, Su Ran chuckled. "Whether you're heavy or not is determined by the scale, not by you." Hot Ba. After waiting in line for quite some time, it finally became our turn. Hot Ba looked at the staff and asked, "Excuse me, is it possible for me to tell you my weight without stepping on scale?" The staff member shook their head apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, but this is for everyone's safety." Reba nodded in understanding, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the weighing scale. She attempted to obscure the display with her foot, but the staff remarked, "Please do not cover it. We need to record the results." Nearby, Su Ran seized the opportunity to lean in closer, stretching his neck in an attempt to sneak a glance. "Hey, you're not allowed to look." Reba quickly covered Su Ran's eyes and exclaimed angrily, "You're a pervert for trying to peek. What is the big deal? It's not like I'm watching you bathe." Su Ran protested, trying to wriggle free. "Absolutely not. You cannot look," Reba insisted, firmly keeping her hand in place. Yet ultimately Reba was a moment too late. Once Su Ran escaped her grasp, he pondered aloud. "Wait, how can you eat so much without exercising and still maintain such a good weight? But your appetite is certainly no lie. Where does all that food go?" Su Ran's gaze drifted downward, and a sudden realization struck him. No wonder it turned out the numbers were peculiar. The data had accumulated precisely where it was meant to grow. Wow, you truly are exceptionally gifted. Reba hopped off the scale, reveling in her triumph. Oomph. I am a fabled person who can eat without gaining weight. You can't envy me. In truth, her words were merely a facade. Who could know the countless efforts Reba exerted behind the scenes to maintain her figure? If it weren't for the fact that she could indulge freely while filming a dating show, she wouldn't have allowed herself such liberties. Moreover, it was partly because someone was quite indulgent towards her, always buying whatever she wished for. Observing her smug demeanor, Sue Ran couldn't help but mutter, "If you keep eating like this, you'll inevitably turn into a pig." Reba silently recited in her mind, "Stay calm, stay calm. Anger will only lead to troubles endure for a moment's peace." Take a step back, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "Forget it. I can't hold back any longer." Reba raised her hand and slapped Sue Ran's arm. "Ouch. Are you trying to break my ribs? I feel like you've cracked 3 of them. Go away. I aim for your arm." "Wow. You can even strike from a distance?" Choosing to ignore him, Reba headed towards the entrance of the vertical roller coaster. Sue Ran chuckled and followed closely behind. The radiant sunlight bathed every corner of the amusement park. Although the person beside her was somewhat irritating, Reba couldn't deny that her mood mirrored the brilliant weather, bright and cheerful. Chapter 29. The First Intimate Encounter? The Triumph of the Hardcore Enthusiasts. Soon, Sue Ran and Reba found themselves seated in the confines of a vertical roller coaster. The staff meticulously secured the safety restraints for both, checking them repeatedly. Reba's small face radiated excitement and anticipation. She clutched the safety bars tightly, her knuckles paling in the process. Yet, within her sparkling, wide eyes, there flickered a glimmer of eager enthusiasm. The big pendulum, the roller coaster she had longed for. At last, the moment had arrived. In contrast, Sue Ran's expression was far less relaxed. His complexion had paled slightly, and an inexplicable sense of anxiety gnawed at him. Although he forced a smile onto his face, his somewhat rigid posture betrayed his unease. Even before the roller coaster had begun its ascent, Sue Ran seemed to hear the wind howling in his ears. Reba appeared to sense Sue Ran's discomfort. She turned her head, observing his noticeably tense profile, and teased, "Hey, you're not scared, are you?" Surprisingly, this time Sue Ran did not retort with bravado. He swallowed hard, his gaze drifting. Reba furrowed her brow, as if a thought had struck her. She leaned in closer, whispering, "Are you really afraid?" After a 2-second silence, Sue Ran nodded, his voice somewhat dry. "Yes. A bit afraid of heights, but it's not severe. I can handle it." He wasn't trying to be brave. He truly believed he could manage it, having experienced similar rides in his youth. Reba's expression shifted in surprise. Afraid of heights? This guy was genuinely afraid of heights, yet had come along to ride the vertical coaster with her? Suddenly, she recalled how his expression had subtly changed when she mentioned wanting to ride the roller coaster earlier. In her excitement, she had overlooked that detail. So, he had mustered the courage just to accompany her. A warm, indescribable sensation surged within Reba's heart. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she glanced at Sue Ran and murmured, "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Should we not ride?" Sue Ran shook his head, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's fine. I want to challenge my weakness." Observing Sue Ran's facade of calmness, Reba felt her heart melt. Meeting his gaze, she took his hand with determination, saying, "Don't worry. I'm here for you." She gripped Sue Ran's hand tightly, as if to alleviate his tension through her touch. As Sue Ran looked into her eyes, sparkling with light, and felt the warmth and softness of her hand, a stirring sensation welled up inside him. He swallowed hard, about to speak when, clack, 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 whoosh. The vertical roller coaster began its gradual ascent along the steep track. As they climbed higher, the view expanded magnificently. Reba, brimming with excitement, gazed down at the figures below, which grew increasingly diminutive. But in the next heartbeat, her smile froze on her face. Just a moment ago, she had confidently assured Sue Ran that she was unafraid, yet now she was screaming in fright. She tightly closed her eyes, gripping Sue Ran's hand with fervent intensity, exclaiming, "Whoa, Sue Ran, I'm so scared. We won't fall, will we?" Sue Ran replied, "Sister, I'm even more frightened than you." Wasn't it promised that you'd be here with me? Huh? Are you acting in my stead? The roller coaster had reached its apex, pausing at a near vertical angle high in the air. In the next instant, a cacophony of screams erupted. Ah, goodness! It felt as if gravity had vanished. A profound sensation of weightlessness enveloped her entire being. The world seemed to spin wildly. Amidst the overwhelming noise and lack of gravity, Reba screamed with her eyes tightly shut, clutching Sue Ran's hand with all her might. Meanwhile, Sue Ran, who initially had been filled with panic, began to derive a peculiar enjoyment from the experience. It appeared that it wasn't so terrifying after all. This sensation of weightlessness was rather exhilarating. What did you say? I said it's quite fun. Do you want to eat grilled sausages? Just as the giant swing reached its zenith, on the brink of plunging downward, the immense sensation of weightlessness made Reba feel as if her heart might leap from her chest. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she shouted into the void. Sue Ran. Huh? I can't hear you. Sue Ran, thank you. What are you saying? I mean, I really enjoyed our date today. What date? Want to eat braised noodles? Can't hear you? Reba hesitated for a moment, seemingly making a decision, and lowered her voice a little. Sue Ran. I think I might like you a bit. Sue Ran only caught her shouting his name, followed by a stream of incoherent words. He thought to himself, what is going on? Are you reading out a menu again? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. When the 3-minute vertical roller coaster ride concluded, most visitors appeared pale, their legs trembling as they supported one another while departing. Some even rushed to the nearby trash cans to vomit. Sue Ran and Reba were not much better off. Reba leaned heavily against Sue Ran, and were it not for his support, she would likely have crumpled to the ground. The giant swing, experiencing it once in a lifetime, was sufficient. Reba shook her head, resolutely deciding that there would be no next time. With lingering trepidation, she remarked, fortunately, I almost thought this thing was going to take me away. Sue Ran, observing Reba's timid demeanor, teased. Now you know fear? Let's see if you dare to act tough again in the future. Then, with genuine concern, he asked, how are you doing? Are you all right? Looking at Reba, who was half draped over him, he found it somewhat amusing. Who truly is afraid of heights? Who was so exuberant before, and now seems so unwell? Truly both inexperienced and playful. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy and my legs feel weak. Reba waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she was okay. Shall I help you over there to sit for a while? Sue Ran suggested, pointing toward the stone bench ahead, testing the waters. Well, Reba nodded, leaning against Sue Ran. For some reason, she always felt an enchanting fragrance emanating from Sue Ran, subtle yet delightful, making her increasingly fond of it, even somewhat addicted. The two walked slowly together. Sue Ran, as if recalling something, inquired, by the way, what were you just saying? I didn't hear a word. I won't tell you. Reba replied in a faint whisper, her cheeks slightly flushed. What? Sue Ran leaned closer. I called you a bad egg. Where am I bad? I brought you to the amusement park and treated you to so many delicious snacks. You tease me every day. What can I do? You look so angry, just like the orange cat downstairs. Reba was momentarily taken aback. Was Sue Ran implying that she was cute? Had this straightforward guy finally awakened? Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream had already exploded. Wow, first intimate encounter? Their hands. They're holding each other. Gals, I genuinely ship them. My intuition tells me that Reba is definitely not speaking the truth. Another victory for the shippers. However, just as the live stream was filled with pink bubbles under the director's arrangement, Sue Ran looked at Reba's slightly flushed face and added, every time I tease that orange cat, it always puffs up and looks fierce, which is quite amusing. Reba face-bombed. Sometimes she really wanted to call the police. Live stream. As expected of you, Sue Ran. Chapter 30. Under the witness of the setting sun, H.E. held her closed. The barrage of comments flowed in abundance, brimming with joy and anticipation. In the venue, after a brief respite, the two regained their vitality. Hoppa exclaimed her desire to try the next attraction, pointing towards the distant drop tower, eagerly suggesting, Sue Ran, how about that one? Sue Ran glanced in the indicated direction, his lips twitching slightly. Are you serious? Have you forgotten the pain after healing? Just kidding. Hoppa teased, sticking out her tongue, reveling in Sue Rant's flustered expression. After a moment as contemplation, she proposed, "Let us wander a bit, and if we see something we fancy, we'll try it." "All right," Sue Rand nodded, rising to follow Hoppa. The two meandered aimlessly for a while. Suddenly, Hoppa halted, turning to Sue Rand and pointing at a somewhat terrifying haunted house ahead. "Suran, this one, do you want to try it?" Sue Rand paused, pondering why she always seemed so audacious. The haunted house appeared genuinely frightening. Hoppa, however, nodded enthusiastically, her face practically radiating excitement. Just then, several girls sprinted out from the haunted house's back entrance, sobbing as they fled. "Are you sure?" Sue Rand cautioned gravely. "Let me tell you, these haunted houses love to spring surprises. You might encounter headless ghosts, red-dressed specters, or even Sadako. They could leap out from any corner, right in your face, grabbing your ankles. And when that happens, no one will come to your rescue." As Sue Rand vividly described the horrors, Hoppa's face turned pale. She quickly shook her head. No. I don't want to play anymore. It's too scary." "Exactly." Sue Rand sighed in relief, smiling. "We're here to seek joy, not to be tormented by NPCs." That made some sense. Hoppa felt something was amiss in Sue Rand's words, but couldn't quite place it. "Let us go. Let us find some attractions suitable for the living," Sue Rand urged, leading Hoppa away as though a ghost were chasing them. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the scene, laughing to death. Clearly, it's Sue Rand who's afraid and doesn't want to play. Yet he scared Hoppa instead. Sue Rand's words are astonishing. He's practically deceiving her. "Hoppa, I believe you, you old rascal." Although haunted houses are indeed a splendid venue for fostering relationships, physical contact, a hero saving a damsel in distress, the CP fans lamented. What a missed opportunity for a close moment. Just as Sue Rand felt relieved, he abruptly froze. For Hoppa had led him to a whimsical place filled with childlike wonder, the carousel. With a beaming smile, Reba looked at Sue Rand and exclaimed, "I want to play this." Sue Rand twitched his lips. "Then I shall watch you play?" What a joke. As a grown man, how could he possibly engage in such a pastime without becoming the laughingstock of millions? However, a plaintive voice from Reba interrupted his thoughts. "You won't accompany me to the haunted house, nor will you ride the carousel with me?" Sue Rand was at a loss. Who could resist that? A stunning beauty gazing at him with such a pitiful expression, requesting his company on a carousel? He certainly could not. Moreover, since he hadn't accompanied her to the haunted house earlier, refusing to join her on the carousel would be rather unreasonable. Yet, upon reflection, Sue Rand sensed something amiss. Was it possible that this clever girl had set a trap for him? He tentatively probed. "You were joking about the haunted house, weren't you? You actually want me to ride the carousel with you?" "I didn't. Don't say such things." Reba, somewhat flustered, quickly turned to queue up. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in laughter. Do these two have 100 schemes between them? Maya, I'm the most innocent one here. I thought Reba genuinely wanted to go play. Reba, make an outrageous request, and after being denied, present the actual desire, and the other party will surely comply. Laughing to death, Sue Rand is over 6 feet tall. With a staff, asked him to dismount. "Wait, Sue Rand, didn't you say you didn't want to play? Why are you laughing so heartily?" So the question arises, could it be that Sue Rand actually wants to play? The carousel may seem childish for elementary students, but it's just right for this glamorous couple. LOL, this adorable contrast is a sugar rush. I could savor it for 100 years. Reba is laughing so joyfully. As the evening sun cast its gentle golden glow over the amusement park, the magnificent carousel turned slowly, adorned with twinkling lights and cheerful music. 2 figures, somewhat incongruous in appearance, sat atop the little wooden horses, laughing with abandon. Reba was filled with joy. At last, the wish of her childhood had been realized more than 20 years later. Moreover, on the horse beside her, clearly a size too small, sat Sue Rand, a tall figure clad in a sharp black shirt. The scene was, how should one put it, slightly discordant. It could even be described as comical. His long legs had nowhere to rest, curled up in a way that nearly brought his knees to the horse's rear. Particularly amusing was Sue Rand's effort to maintain an facade of aloof indifference, yet the subtle curve at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. The visual was undeniably hilarious. A high-cold, seemingly ascetic male idol, now perched on a little wooden horse with a proud expression. Next to him, a glamorous top-tier female artist radiating joy as if she were a 3-year-old child. Together, they sat side by side, spinning with the music, watching the sun set. The scene was curiously harmonious, yet utterly amusing. The audience in the live broadcast room was both amused and envious. In a world so vast, finding someone who resonates on the same frequency is indeed a challenge, particularly when seeking a companion willing to partake in one's childish whims. Suddenly, they grasped the essence of a saying: as long as one is with the right person, any activity can be a source of joy. At that moment, the soft glow of the setting sun caressed Sue Rand's profile, as if painting it with a golden hue. Her smile was pure and radiant, leaving Reba momentarily entranced. The childish escapades were far from over. Following the carousel, Reba eagerly dragged Sue Rand into a thrilling encounter. Bumper cars. It seemed Sue Rand had relinquished any pretense of resistance, fully embracing her inner child. Both chose the most juvenile vehicle in the arena, and Sue Rand seized every opportunity to crash into Reba's car, eliciting a chorus of startled shrieks from the latter. Once the attraction concluded, Reba chased Sue Rand, playfully swatting at her. The audience reveled in their antics, as the two engaged in a delightful exchange of playful banter and laughter. Time slipped away amidst the joy. The sun had retreated, casting a gentle light upon the earth. They strolled side by side, their shadows elongated by the sunset. A soft breeze stirred, causing their shadows to sway as if imbued with life. In a fleeting moment, his shadow appeared to softly rest an arm on the shoulder of Reba's shadow, enveloping her petite silhouette in an embrace. Though merely a silent play of light and shadow, it birthed a beautiful and romantic ambience, reminiscent of a scene from slow motion. Silent film. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room fell into a stunned silence, captivated by this enchanting tableau. Chapter 31. Is this a token of affection? The live broadcast was utterly ignited by the sudden display of beauty. The barrage of comments transformed from previous fits of laughter and ridicule into a flurry of pink bubbles and excited exclamations. The audience's hearts softened, mirroring the entwined shadows of the two figures beneath the setting sun. Yet within this picturesque scene, Sue Rand and Reba remained blissfully unaware of the serendipitous interplay of light and shadow. They continued to walk side by side, savoring the last moments of tranquility before the amusement park's curtain fell. As dusk descended, a hint of regret flickered across Reba's face. There were numerous attractions left unexplored, and she was reluctant to bring this delightful date to an early conclusion. The reason for her hesitation was one she found difficult to admit, yet it lingered nonetheless. She wished to linger a while longer with the unreliable companion at her side. "Are you reluctant to leave?" Sue Rand's teasing voice broke the silence. Surprisingly, Reba did not retort. Instead, she nodded. "Indeed, there are so many more things I want to experience." They had entered the park relatively late, and the throngs of visitors had limited their opportunities for enjoyment. "Not to worry," Sue Rand replied with a gentle smile. "I shall bring you again next time." "Really?" Reba's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned her face towards Sue Rand. "Indeed," Sue Rand chuckled, extending his palm and curling his pinky finger. "Shall he make a pinky promise?" "Yes, a pinky promise for 100 years without change." After concluding their ritual, Reba followed Sue Rand out of the park with a satisfied smile. Just as they were about to reach the exit, Reba's attention was drawn to a lively stall. It was a classic shooting balloons game, the backdrop adorned with vibrant balloons, while an array of charming plush toys lay enticingly nearby. "Wow, Sue Rand, look at all those fluffy toys," she exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the stall. "Let's play this. I want to win a bunch of plushies to take home." Naturally, as a girl, she was irresistibly drawn to stuffed animals. "All right," Sue Rand, noticing the sparkle in Reba's eyes, readily agreed. They approached the stall, and Sue Rand inquired about the price, 20 yuan for 10 shots. It was a reasonable price, and he had just enough money. Reba picked up a sniper rifle, striking a pose with impressive flair. "Not bad. You look quite the part," Sue Rand remarked. Taken aback, Of course, Reba replied coolly, revealing that she had undergone training during a previous filming. Impressive. It seems the grand prize is yours for the taking. Surangrin. Aim shoot. Bang. 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 She fired off 5 shots in quick succession. As a result, they skillfully evaded all the balloons, even managing to strike the boss's backside with 2 shots. Reba. Boss. Suran. Where's the so-called sharpshooter? This is merely a master of outlines. Unfazed, Reba chose to try once more. She took aim and fired again. Yet again, 5 shots missed their target. Reba's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly set the gun down, but stubbornly asserted, Boss, there is something wrong with your gun. The bullets. They curve. They curve? The boss was left bewildered. This was not a firearm from an anti-Japanese drama. The live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha! The master of human outlines. Reba is too hilarious. Dying of laughter. 10 shots in vain. What remarkable skill. The boss is struggling to suppress his laughter. Boss, what have I done to deserve this? Observing the boss's expression of silent agony, Su-ran stifled her laughter and said, All right, let us not put the boss in a difficult position. Let us switch to another gun and try again. After making another payment, Su-ran picked up another gun from the table and handed it to Reba. This one certainly 1T curve. Reba took it, but after a moment's thought, she returned it to Su-ran. You should give it a go. I want that biggest and cutest plush toy. You're putting me in a tough spot, fat tiger. Su-ran chuckled and shook her head, yet accepted the air gun. She propped the gun against her shoulder, squinted one eye, and took aim. Then, holding her breath and focusing intently, she pulled the trigger. The motion was fluid and graceful, akin to a flowing stream, captivating to behold. Reba was nearly mesmerized. So cool. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, a volley of bullets was released. Immediately after, without even glancing back, Su-ran gently placed the air gun on the table and flashed Reba a charming smile. For a fleeting moment, Reba was utterly enchanted. However, she soon heard the boss remark, You hit 4 balloons, just enough to meet the minimum standard for redeeming a prize. Su-ran stumbled slightly, nearly losing her striking pose. Reba paused, then chuckled. I thought you were quite formidable. Regardless of whether you hit or missed, just say how cool you are. Su-ran maintained her cool demeanor. So cool. Reba transformed into a giddy fan, fervently cheering for Su-ran. Then, they witnessed the boss rummaging through a pile of large plush toys to retrieve the smallest alpaca figurine, which he handed to Su-ran. Suran. Reba. Ha. Not cool for more than 3 seconds. I expected to see a master at work. Turns out, just another outline artist. This plush. It's quite unappealing. ISNT it. A consolation prize. Truly deserved. Su-ran looked at the palm-sized alpaca figurine in her hand. Her expression somewhat speechless. She turned to Reba, cleared her throat. Here, although it's a bit small, it's still a trophy of sorts. Reba had received the small alpaca and pinched it with a hint of disdain, remarking, while others present grand and adorable bears on dates, yours is. Just a little one, and rather unattractive, I must say. Well, it's better than nothing, but I might as well return it. Su-ran, amused by her reaction, instinctively reached out to reclaim it. No way. Reba quickly cradled the alpaca in her arms, dodging Su-ran's grasp with a sense of righteousness. Once it's given to me, it belongs to me. No matter how ugly, it's still mine. Though she feigned disgust, the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings, hinting at her undeniable fondness for the creature. It was fluffy, soft, and actually quite endearing. She stole a glance at Su-ran, who was slightly disheartened by his lack of shooting skills. This seemed to be the first genuine gift he had presented to her. Could it be considered a token of affection? No. It certainly could not be. Just a mere plush toy. And he thinks he can win her over? Absolutely not. Despite her inner thoughts, Reba firmly clutched the alpaca in her hand. Let us go. I'm hungry. It's time for a meal. She was always most enthusiastic when it came to food. ISNT it said that if one ISNT eager to eat, there must be something wrong with their head? I think that you're saying, Su-ran retorted. You slander me. On their way back, night had fully descended, and the lights of the amusement park gradually faded into the distance. The streetlights elongated their shadows, which swayed gently on the ground. Remarkably, the two were unusually quiet, leading the viewers in the live stream to briefly wonder if their audio had malfunctioned. They exchanged no words, yet there was no awkwardness. A silent understanding seemed to flourish between them. Perhaps exhausted, Reba leaned softly against Sue Rand's back, tightly clasping the quirky little alpaca. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his body and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, accompanied by a subtle, pleasant scent that surrounded him. Her cheeks, illuminated by the night, began to warm unconsciously. At that moment, Reba secretly wished that this coastal road could stretch on just a little longer. Chapter 32. The Romantic Saga of the Sue Family. A grand display of affection. As the night deepened and the sea breeze carried a refreshing chill, Sue Rand, with a delightful hot bar in tow, wobbled back to the heartfelt cottage atop her charming pink electric scooter. The other two pairs of guests had already engaged in lively conversation in the living room. "Oh, you're back," exclaimed Yushushin, the first to spot them, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "How was the date? Was it smooth sailing? Where did you go?" The curious gazes of the other three participants converged upon them, brimming with anticipation. After all, the first official outing of this eye-catching couple was bound to be a spectacle worth witnessing. Romantic? The group collectively dismissed the notion, knowing well that Sue Rand was somewhat averse to romance. Their curiosity lay more in whether Sue Rand had concocted any new antics, and if Hot Bar had been exasperated. It was decent food, drinks, and fun. "I had a great time," Sue Rand casually replied as she parked her scooter. Surprisingly, Hot Bar did not offer a rebuttal, but quietly joined the others. Something felt amiss. An instinctual sense warned the assembled guests that the dynamic between the two seemed peculiar. After their outing, there was an unmistakable aura of ambiguity surrounding them. "And you? Where did you go?" Sue Rand plopped down beside Hot Bar on the sofa, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, us?" Yushushin eagerly chimed in. "Dee took me to a super popular trendy Western restaurant. The ambience was incredibly romantic. We took loads of photos." Wong Hetty nodded in agreement, chuckling. "We waited in line for ages. There were so many people." Meng Zi shared with a smile. "We visited a serene art exhibit and even DIY'd couple pottery mugs. It was quite enjoyable." Li Yunrui picked up his pottery mug, playfully self-deprecating. "While it's not the most aesthetically pleasing, meaning is what matters." Hot Bar gazed at the somewhat awkward-looking alpaca in his hands and found himself disagreeing with Li Yunrui's sentiment. What was wrong with being unattractive? It held significance. Listening to the other couples share their date experiences, be it a romantic dinner or artistic pottery, they all conformed to the conventional notions of dating. It sounded quite sweet. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the audience in the live stream felt a sense of ennui after hearing them. Well, a Western restaurant and an art exhibit. Quite nice indeed, a standard dating routine. The sweetness is palpable, yet it feels like a template from a romantic drama. There's a hint of artificial sweetness here. Still eager to see the fiery chemistry of the hot couple. Where did the hot couple go today? I missed their live stream. I think it sounds lovely. Why does everyone else feel indifferent? The enthusiasm of the fans of the hot couple piqued the curiosity of other fans. You're right. Li Yunrui nodded in agreement. What about you? Where did you go? Just as Hot Bar was about to share, PD Lee approached with several glasses of juice in hand. It seems everyone's first date was quite splendid. As the hour grows late, why not convene a small sharing session? Let us discuss the sentiments that arose from today's date and allow us, along with the audience, to experience those heart-fluttering moments. While PD Lee spoke, her gaze irresistibly drifted towards Sue Rand and Reba, a hint of a knowing smile gracing her lips. It seems PD Lee has completely switched allegiances, although she initially found the Kanglin couple quite appealing. The chemistry between Sue Rand and Reba has undoubtedly struck a chord with her sense of humor and affection. Sue Rand, with his seemingly chaotic demeanor, somehow manages to shine during pivotal moments. He not only indulged in purchasing cotton candy, but also engaged in playful activities, presenting a rather quirky, yet meaningful gift. Previously, PD Lee viewed the Rand couple merely as the comedic relief of the show, but now she declares her intention to ardently support the Rand pairing. Wonderful, exclaimed Yushushin, the first to agree, eagerly anticipating sharing the beautiful photos taken today. Xiao Mos couple nodded in agreement. So, who shall share first? Inquired Lee. The group exchanged glances, ultimately focusing on Reba. Both pairs had shared snippets of their date, yet Reba remained notably reticent. Naturally, anticipation began to build. I shall go first, Reba offered, not refusing but glancing instinctively at Su Ran, who appeared to be in a world of his own. Little did he know that Su Ran was already contemplating returning to their room to unveil the treasures he possessed, 2 silver chests, no less. Observing Su Ran's silence, Reba resolved to take the lead in sharing their experience. However, she did not rush. After saying, "Wait for me a moment," she dashed back to their room. Upon her return to the living room, she bore a large bag of snacks. With a flourish, she emptied the contents onto the table. "Wow!" exclaimed the 2 girls in unison, for girls are naturally defenseless against the allure of snacks. Reba clapped her hands, a smug expression gracing her face as she proclaimed, "Before we share about our date, let's first reveal our spoils." She emphasized, "These snacks were all purchased for me by Su Ran." "Snacks?" Yu Shuxing gasped in disbelief. Could this be something that the oblivious straight guy would do? Meng Zi looked on with envy, exclaiming, "You're both so fortunate. Su Ran truly dotes on you." Then Reba began to recount their adventures, mentioning the botanical garden, the zoo, and even the aquarium. The mere mention of such places sent them into fits of laughter. Yet, it was quite fitting for Su Ran's character. Gradually, however, their laughter faded. Su Ran had used the money saved from admission fees to buy Reba her favorite treats, snacks, bubble tea, and an abundance of seafood. The 2 girls wore expressions of envy, while the 2 boys looked on in admiration. They had not anticipated that a date could be so creatively orchestrated by Su Ran. And what transpired thereafter? Could it be that you spent an entire day at the farmer's market? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Not at all. At this point, Reba's tone softened slightly, and she revealed a radiant smile. Su Ran took me to the amusement park I had always longed to visit. Wow! Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. An amusement park? The tickets must have been quite expensive. With a meager budget of 500 for a romantic outing, that would barely suffice. So, Su Ran must have spent all his money on today's date. This thought ignited a wave of envy among the 2 girls. Reba lifted the adorably awkward alpaca plush toy, shaking it slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. "This was won for me by Su Ran." Finally, she pulled out her phone and shared numerous photos with everyone. There were pictures of her beaming on the carousel, blurry snapshots of their playful collisions in bumper cars, and images of Reba holding Su Ran's hand while riding a roller coaster. Countless memories. Each photo radiated genuine joy. "Did you delete a couple of photos?" Su Ran inquired unexpectedly. "Shut up. Do you want me to hit you?" The mere mention of it made Reba want to unleash her frustration. Fortunately, the photos of the panda hugging a pillar and the Monkey King gazing out had been deleted. Otherwise, today's sharing session would have been a disaster. Little did she know, Su Ran had already secretly sent those photos to his own phone. The 2 listened as Reba recounted her youthful yet delightful experiences at the amusement park, especially when she mentioned how Su Ran, despite his fear of heights, braved the roller coaster for her sake. The smiles on Yu Shuxing and Meng Zi's faces gradually transformed into contemplative expressions. Their date had also been perfect. They dined at a romantic restaurant, took beautiful photographs, visited a quiet gallery, and engaged in meaningful crafts. Everything conformed to society's definition of an ideal date. It was sweet, romantic, and surely would garner countless likes on social media. Yet, was that truly the date they desired? Queuing for photos at an Instagram-worthy restaurant seemed rather superficial. Observing abstract art at an exhibition, which they struggled to comprehend, felt like a forced ambience. The standard, formulaic choices made by the boys did not evoke genuine excitement in them. It was merely saccharine. In contrast, Su Ran, despite his seemingly chaotic demeanor and outrageous antics, truly understood Reba. He remembered the snacks she casually mentioned and facilitated her snacking freedom. He noticed the little 5-star mark in her memo and took her to the amusement park she yearned for. Even when it came to the daunting roller coaster or the whimsical carousel, Su Ran was willing to indulge in her joy. He never uttered sweet nothings and often teased Reba. Yet behind his whimsical exterior lay a refreshingly straightforward, albeit infuriatingly romantic, sincerity. This date lacked a standard procedure or contrived atmosphere. It was solely an expression of genuine feelings and heartfelt happiness. Today, Sue Rand's boyfriend energy is simply at its peak. Chapter 33. The Love Genius, Saran. Unboxing a Bounty of Joy. The live chat was awash with fervent comments, nearly all discussing Saran and Reba's date today. Particularly, fans of other couples and some neutral viewers were captivated by Saran's charming antics. Among them were quite a few who had not been fond of Saran, as they were here to indulge in the sweetness of couple dynamics. Although Saran's boisterous personality was amusing, it had not previously won them over. Yet at this moment, everyone was touched. Saran, though eccentric and unreliable, possessed a sincerity that was undeniably compelling. He remembered the snacks Reba casually mentioned, and despite his fear of heights, he unhesitatingly accompanied her on the roller coaster. He may have found it childish, yet he willingly joined her in the thrill. They admitted they had previously been too loud in their criticisms. From this moment forth, they would wholeheartedly support the Saran-Reba ship. At the scene, as Reba animatedly shared her experiences, the air was infused with a sweet ambience. The other couples also took this opportunity to share. And while their moments were equally delightful and romantic, they seemed to lack a certain element. Well, that concludes today's sharing session, P.D. Lee announced as she stood up. Every relationship possesses its unique essence. There are no standardized templates, only genuine feelings. She surveyed the group, smiling. I hope you all continue to nurture this sincerity and passion, creating more of your own heart-fluttering moments in the days to come. The audience erupted in applause, bringing the session to a close. After a brief summary, P.D. Lee refrained from assigning any tasks. Glancing at the time, she declared, I'll leave the remainder of the time to you. I shall take my leave now. Once P.D. Lee exited, Yushu Xian and Meng Zi eagerly pulled Reba into a corner of the sofa. The three girls giggled and whispered, casting furtive glances at Saran. Saran, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, was about to rise and eavesdrop on their conversation when he was firmly pressed back onto the sofa by Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui. Saran, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Wang Hedi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom, determined to learn the ways of love from Saran. Go ahead. Saran waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as long as it's not about borrowing money. He was quite strapped for cash, with uncertainty looming over tomorrow's breakfast funds. Well, Wang Hedi glanced at Yushu Xian before lowering his voice. Sometimes there are awkward silences, and I'm unsure what topics to discuss. He was indeed quite distressed. He could engage in lively conversations with men, yet he found himself at a loss for words when speaking to women. Furthermore, the rapport between Su Ran and Reba was exceedingly comfortable. Nearby, Li Yunrui perked up his ears, clearly eager to glean some wisdom. No topics? Su Ran furrowed his brow, only to quickly relax. It's quite simple. Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui's eyes lit up, sitting up straight like earnest students ready to learn. Su Ran continued leisurely. First, make her cry, then spend a week coaxing her back. I assure you, you'll have new topics every day. Wang Hedi, Li Yunrui. The two stood up, clasped their fists in farewell, and hurriedly fled the scene without looking back. How foolish they were to seek advice from Su Ran, the master of antics. The live chat erupted with laughter. Huh, he cracks me up. Two love novices consulting a stoic man. Believe it or not, that tactic is quite effective. There's interaction and topics, simply brilliant, likes, give me 5 minutes, I'll test if it works. Hey, how's it going up there? Thanks for the concern, I've already broken up. Love genius, Su Ran. After some time, the two girls reluctantly released Reba. The exhilarating sensation of witnessing the unfolding romance was simply delightful. Unbeknownst to them, they seemed to have transformed into fervent fans. Let us call it a day. Everyone, rest early. Good night. As the guests departed, the live stream switched to a fixed shot of the common area. Though the audience felt a sense of loss, they could only flood the chat with farewell messages. Room 202. The first thing Su Ran did upon returning to his room was to lock the door securely, then summoned the system interface. He was eager to review the bountiful rewards of the day. Host, Sue ran, activity points, 1,250 skills, godly singing ability, proficient in all instrument types, culinary master special edition, dark cuisine, beginner, lock-picking master, beginner, items, Chinese song database, silver treasure chest, 1,253 activity points. Upon seeing this figure, Sue Ran's spirits soared. That meant he had amassed over 300 activity points today. He perused the system records to uncover the sources. Ding. Host completed the hellish wake-up task, rewarded with 1 silver treasure chest and 200 activity points. Ding. Host's business-oriented date location sparked intense ridicule and laughter, earning 50 activity points. Ding. Host's photo assassin antics triggered strong emotional responses from Reba and uproarious laughter from the audience, earning 50 activity points. Ding. Host statement, whether you're fat or not is for the scale to decide, provoked laughter, earning 50 activity points. Quite impressive. Today was indeed a fruitful harvest. Without hesitation, Sue Ran exchanged for a silver treasure chest. Ding. Deducting 1,000 activity points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring silver treasure chest X1. Sue Ran took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and said, "Let's open both treasure chests." As his words fell, 2 silver treasure chests materialized before him, radiating a dazzling silver light. To his astonishment, there were even special effects. The expenditure of 1,000 activity points was indeed worthwhile. In the next moment, 2 notification sounds resonated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the silver treasure chest and receiving the item reward, skill upgrade card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the silver treasure chest and receiving the skill reward. Affinity with all things, beginner. Wow! Sue Ran's eyes instantly sparkled. Skill upgrade. Affinity with all things. Both were exceptional rewards. Upon examining the attributes of the items, he exclaimed in delight. The skill upgrade card allows the host to arbitrarily select a beginner skill for enhancement. Sue Ran felt a twinge of regret for only being able to upgrade a beginner skill, yet he understood, as it was merely a silver treasure chest. The other skill, affinity with all things, was even more impressive. Affinity with all things, passive. Skill effect. The host naturally emanates an aura that instills a sense of innate closeness among all living beings. Beginner effect. Animal affinity. Most animals will not attack you unprovoked, and over time, they will develop a certain fondness and dependence. Even the fiercest dog will wag its tail in your presence. Plant affinity. The host can better perceive the growth state of plants, significantly increasing the success rate of planting and nurturing them, while reducing the likelihood of mosquito bites. Human affinity. Upon first meeting strangers, the host will find it easier to garner goodwill and diminish hostility. Effect is weak. Note: passive skill, no need for active activation. After reading the skill description, Sue Ran was momentarily taken aback. This skill was rather impressive. Did this imply that he could pet tigers at the zoo in the future? At the very least, it seemed he could save on mosquito repellent. As for human affinity, combined with his looks, he would be virtually invincible. He would be seen as a good person by all. I wonder how it would affect Reba. Perhaps he should refrain from activating his skill around her. If it meant enduring fewer beatings, it would be worth it. Feeling fulfilled, Sue Ran was in high spirits. As for the upgrade card, he decided to hold on to it for emergencies. He hummed a little tune, preparing to take a shower and enjoy a delightful sleep. Unbeknownst to him, in the adjoining room, Reba clutched her unattractive alpaca plushie, engulfed in an endless state of inner turmoil. She recalled Mungsy's quiet inquiry. "Have you developed feelings for Sue Ran?" At that time, Reba had shaken her head vigorously. "I don't. I haven't tea. Don't say such things." Though her denial was resolute, Reba knew deep down, liking Sue Ran. Perhaps just a tiny bit? Chapter 34. The first team building of the romance variety show. The self-cultivation of a retired tycoon after a restful night. The morning sun poured into the living room, illuminating the charming sea view outside. Early riser Sue Ran stood in the kitchen, gazing through the window at the distant ocean, savoring the unique beauty of the morning scenery. The reason for Sue Ran's early rise was twofold. He cherished his morning jogs and had promised to prepare breakfast for Reba. However, at that moment, Su Ran felt a twinge of frustration. The refrigerator was devoid of anything suitable for breakfast, save for some seafood. He had intended to make porridge, but alas, the rice jar was empty. Just then, Reba descended from the second floor, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Good morning," she greeted cheerfully, her mood appearing quite buoyant. "Good morning," Su Ran replied with a smile. "Are you making breakfast?" she inquired, rubbing her stomach, which had awakened her due to hunger. "Yes, but the fridge is bare and—" "Our budget has already been exhausted," Su Ran replied, leaving the implication unspoken. They were out of money. "Oh, what shall we do then?" Reba felt a tinge of guilt. Although the romance fund was a shared asset, Su Ran had spent it all to fulfill her desires. "We still have some money, but I think we should be a bit frugal," Su Ran suggested. Reba looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I propose we go next door and ask the other two groups for a favor," he suggested, gesturing towards the second floor. Reba chuckled at Su Ran's unconventional idea. "You call mooching food and drinks asking for a favor? No need for that." Reba laughed, shaking her head. "Didn't you buy me a lot of snacks? We can simply have those as breakfast." "That sounds splendid," Su Ran smiled, unabashedly adding, "Hand me 2 bags of chips. Go wait for me in the living room." Reba replied. Shortly thereafter, the other guests began to arrive in the living room, each appearing well-rested and in good spirits. "Hey, didn't the production team wake us up today?" Yu Shushin asked, rubbing her eyes with curiosity. "Right? I slept in until I woke up naturally," Li Yunrui remarked, finding it odd that the production team hadn't roused them even though it was already past 9. Just then, Li PD appeared at the door. "Good morning, everyone. It seems you all had a good night's rest." Without waiting for a response, she announced some delightful news. "In light of the spectacular moments you've all contributed over the past few days, the production team has decided today is a day off. No tasks. You are free to do as you please." "Wow, is that for real? That's fantastic. The director is generous." The guests erupted in cheers. Li PD smiled and added, "You can rest in the villa or organize a group activity, perhaps a team-building exercise. In any case, today is yours to decide." "Great idea," Yu Shushin exclaimed with enthusiasm. "What shall we do? Go shopping? Or perhaps enjoy some fun by the seaside? Shall we indulge in a grand feast together?" proposed Meng Zi. The group erupted in enthusiastic discussion. Only Su Ran, stifling a yawn, raised his hand and inquired, "Li PD, on our free activity day, will the production team provide funding for the events?" With an unwavering smile, Li PD succinctly replied, "No." Upon hearing this, Su Ran slumped onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Oh, then it seems we are out of options." He gestured toward himself and Reba, adding, "We spent nearly all our funds on our date yesterday. Any activities exceeding 50 cents should not include us. We'll support everyone in spirit." Laughter ensued among the group. Indeed, romance often comes at a price. Yet, Su Ran's words did little to dampen the group's enthusiasm, especially as the girls eagerly debated where to go for fun. At that moment, Reba's eyes sparkled with an idea. "How about a beachside barbecue with beer? Though we may lack funds, we can provide the ingredients." She pointed toward the kitchen, where a bounty of seafood purchased by Su Ran the previous day lay alongside an assortment of vegetables. It was ample enough to prepare a lavish seafood barbecue feast. The seafood in the refrigerator was meant to be shared with everyone, and now the opportunity had arisen. "Beach barbecue? That sounds splendid." Yu Shushin was the first to raise her hand in agreement. "We concur." Meng Zi and Li Yunrui also found the idea agreeable. Wang Hedi nodded emphatically, "Absolutely. I'll handle the fire." Reba turned to Su Ran, seeking his approval. Su Ran chuckled to himself, raising his hands in mock surrender. Since the lady has already made the decision, how could I possibly oppose? However, internally, he wholeheartedly supported the idea. A beach barbecue sounded delightful, simple, and convenient. There would be no need for him to ponder how to prepare the seafood. Thus, the group's team-building activity was settled for the evening, with the event scheduled for nighttime. The daylight hours were now perfect. Su Ran sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, "Since we've decided, I shall return to my room too. Draft a detailed plan for tonight's barbecue." "A plan?" The group looked at him in bewilderment. Yu Shushin asked curiously, "Is it really necessary to write a project plan for a barbecue?" "Of course," Su Ran replied with utmost seriousness, expounding, Barbecuing is an art. How to pair ingredients, how to control the heat, how to assign roles, and what contingency plans to have. All these must be meticulously arranged in advance. As the chief ingredient sponsor and lead griller for this event, I bear the responsibility for everyone. He spoke with such conviction, as if overseeing a grand project. The others were left dumbfounded. It was merely a beach barbecue, yet it felt akin to participating in a billion-dollar venture. Nevertheless, Reba shot Sue ran a derisive glance, exposing his true intent. Come off it, you just want an excuse to retreat to your room for a nap. Caught in the act, Sue Ran was unfazed. He merely chuckled. Ah, you've seen through me. It's all about balancing work and rest. I shall first take some time to rejuvenate, so that I may have the energy to prepare a delightful dish of grilled kidneys for everyone this evening. With that said, and disregarding the amused expressions of those around, he swiftly retreated to his room, securing the door once more. This fellow, Hot Bar, shook her head in exasperation, feeling powerless against his antics. She had initially hoped to persuade Sue Ran to stroll along the beach, gathering some exquisite seashells along the way. Alas, that plan was thwarted. The other guests exchanged knowing smiles. This was quintessentially Sue Ran, perfectly embodying the laid-back persona of a retired big shot. Although it was ostensibly a day for free activities, the cameras were not resting. The audience in the live stream was still engaged. They were still required to perform. This seemingly leisurely day of free activity was, in fact, more exhausting for them than fulfilling tasks. After all, when there were assignments, one only needed to follow the established procedures. Now, devoid of specific tasks, they had to generate topics, foster interactions, and create points of interest. They were not like Sue Ran, who could effortlessly deliver golden remarks. A true master of improvisation at any moment. Chapter 35. The Broadcast Calisthenics Counterattack. The girl from Zoo and strolls by the sea, haha, while others are busy with their work. Sue Ran is busy sleeping. Indeed, as a top student from Qingbei, this nonsense is just to impress. I must say, Heba truly understands Sue Ran. Looking forward to the barbecue by the sea tonight. No, the day is long. Sue Ran, please don't sleep the entire time. If you could sleep together, I would watch for a lifetime. The audience in the live broadcast was both amused and exasperated by Sue Ran's actions. Clearly, this was a dating reality show, yet Sue Ran unabashedly embraced her lethargy. While others feared being off camera, she dreaded being on it too much. But what could they say? After all, she was a retired big shot. Meanwhile, in the villa, Sue Ran gleefully slipped back to her room, locked the door, and collapsed in a bed. With the day designated for free activities, she naturally chose to indulge in a delightful nap. After a brief discussion, the other two couples decided they could not let this splendid opportunity go to waste. The Xiao Mo couple opted to visit a nearby, tranquil seaside, CAF, relishing their time together. The Tsang Lan couple, brimming with enthusiasm, decided to explore the town and purchase some barbecue supplies. Thus, the once lively living room of the villa quickly descended into silence, leaving only Heba, aimlessly rolling around on the sofa. She scrolled through her phone, watched television, and soaked up the sun. Heba exhausted nearly every possible activity, but still found herself utterly bored. Subconsciously, she glanced towards Sue Ran's room. That guy. Surely he isn't planning to sleep the entire day, is he? No, she could not allow him to lazily squander the time. A spark of inspiration ignited in Heba's mind. With a mischievous smile, she stealthily made her way to Sue Ran's door. She gently knocked, receiving no response. Attempting to turn the knob, she discovered the door was locked from the inside. How infuriating! That man is actually guarding against me? With her mind racing, Heba suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Her lips curled into a sly grin as she dashed back to the living room. She located the sound system beside the television. It could connect via Bluetooth. With a gleeful chuckle, she seized the sound system and ventured into the yard. She cranked the volume to its maximum and pressed play. The second set of National Middle School Broadcast Calisthenics. The era calls. First section, stretching exercises. Ready, set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The familiar, spirited music and chants of the calisthenics echoed throughout the villa especially since the speakers were positioned right beneath Su Ran's window. The effect was unparalleled. Just as Su Ran had settled into slumber, she was jolted awake by this invigoratingly pure and spirited music. Her body jerked, nearly sending her tumbling off the bed. What the hell? As Su Ran listened to the familiar melody, she almost believed she had somehow time-traveled again. Then, she heard a voice from downstairs calling. Su Ran, wake up, come down for exercises, strengthen your body. If you don't come down, I'll report you to the teacher. Suran. So, this is what they mean when they say women hold grudges. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in laughter upon witnessing the scene. Though delayed, the counterattack from Reba has finally arrived. This is hilarious. It's truly a case of learning and applying. Thus, it is advisable to avoid offending women. Their capacity for resentment exceeds your imagination. Su Ran, bemused, gazed down at Reba, who had successfully pulled off a prank. Well, there goes any chance of a restful slumber. He could only rise, open the door, and descend the stairs. There, he found Reba ostentatiously performing makeshift calisthenics. Oh, you're awake? I thought you'd sleep until dusk. Reba, seeing Su Ran's defeated expression, laughed even more joyfully. All right, speak up. What do you want me to accompany you with? Anything but sleeping together is fine. Go to hell. Reba playfully punched Su Ran and added, since you don't want to go out, how about we sweetly duo in the game? Su Ran replied, so the reason you worked so hard to wake me up was just to play games? However, looking at Reba's appearance as an internet-addicted girl, he could only nod and replied, let me clarify, my rank is not high, so if I drag you down, do not blame me. Rest assured, this young lady will lead you to victory. After turning off the speaker, Reba pulled Su Ran back to the living room. She then brought out cola, chips, spicy strips. All manner of delicious snacks were laid out on the coffee table. Come on, I'll play mid. You can choose whatever you like. Then I'll play as the jungler. Okay, I'll lead the charge. However, while aspirations were high, reality proved to be starkly different. After 5 consecutive games, the experience could only be described as excruciatingly dismal. They either encountered teammates who had gone AFK, actors, or opponents who were overwhelmingly strong. The duo found themselves in a series of losses, their ranks plummeting. Wait, what happened to the promise of leading me to victory? You can't blame me. The enemy jungler kept coming, and I was in mid too. What happened to the promise of leading me to victory? Don't worry, I guarantee victory in the next game. They started another match. As soon as they entered, the top lane exclaimed, if you don't feed, we win. My main account is the number 1 Lanling Wong in the national server. Upon seeing this, Reba exclaimed, wow, we've encountered a pro. However, within 10 minutes, this so-called number 1 Lanling Wong was utterly defeated by the opposing team. With a score of 113-2, he became the target for the enemy's onslaught. That would be forgivable. Everyone is off days. Yet, this player not only performed poorly, but also had a foul mouth. He began spamming the chat, shifting blame. Does the jungler even know how to play? Not once did they come to gank top lane. Is a mid laner a pig? Can't they support? Reba? Is the support attached to the marksman? No awareness whatsoever. A bunch of useless teammates. Can't carry. Restart. Observing the indiscriminate attacks and blame shifting from the so-called number 1 player, a flicker of anger appeared on Reba's delicate face. Su Ran couldn't help but frown as well, as he was about to activate his microphone to let the so-called number 1 player in the national server feel the wrath of Zwan. Reba beat him to it by typing, come on, national server brother, turn on your mic. How can you claim to be the best when you're this incompetent? My cat plays better with its paws. 2 minutes into the game, and you've already given first blood. Your economy is even more pitiful than the river crabs. Yet your mouth could challenge a defensive tower, playing top lane like a sacrificial pawn. You're as useless as a boiled egg, and you still dare to criticize others? The opposing team is about to treat you like a super minion for farming gold. Do you realize that? Calling yourself the best in the national server? I think you're the best at being utterly pathetic. This moment of verbal onslaught left Su Ran in a state of shock. What is this? Really the soft and adorable Reba who occasionally throws punches? Her combat power is astonishing. Has she undergone training in Zwan? Su Ran stared in disbelief at Reba. who was unleashing her full fury. For the first time, he gained a profound understanding of her character. It turned out that she wasn't devoid of temper. She just seemed to show him a unique tolerance. Moreover, her combat prowess was quite formidable. Of course, the game eventually came to an end. Yet Reba felt a sense of relief. Observing Sue Ran's astonished expression, she felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Sue Ran, I usually don't curse, she hastily explained, except for those with a few screws loose. Her logic was clear, and her words devoid of vulgarity. Impressive. Sue Ran chuckled and gave her a thumbs up. What Reba had said was merely child's play. If Sue Ran had spoken, the opponent's ancestors would have been addressed 18 times over. At her words, a hint of pride appeared on Reba's face. After years of gaming, I've come to understand one fundamental truth. What truth? Sue Ran asked, curiosity piqued. With a serious expression, Reba replied, some people, once missed, can never be criticized again. Sue Ran paused for a full 3 seconds after hearing this. He raised his thumb in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in her statement. After this encounter, it was evident that further gaming was futile. Both glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly noon, and they had yet to arrange lunch. Thus, under the guise of their audacity, the two made their way to the program's backstage, scrounging for a meal. This audacious maneuver once again sent the audience in the live stream into fits of laughter. They had cleverly calculated this at the expense of the production team. Quite the feat. Post-lunch, both returned to their rooms for a refreshing nap. In the afternoon, the lazy sunshine bathed the earth. Reba enjoyed a well-deserved nap and felt significantly rejuvenated. She stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, her spirits lifting. Noticing Sue Ran lounging on the adjacent balcony, seemingly absorbed in a book, she impulsively invited, Hey, Sue Ran, since the weather is so lovely, how about a stroll by the beach? Sue Ran set down his book, looked at her, and smiled slightly sure. The two individuals meandered along the pathway of the Villa District, gradually making their way towards the beach. Their silence was devoid of awkwardness, accompanied only by the gentle caress of the sea breeze, imbued with a hint of saltiness. Their shadows elongated behind them, occasionally intertwining. Upon reaching the sandy shore, the vibrant heat ba was immediately captivated by an array of peculiar shells and exquisite pebbles. Like a child, she bent down with gleeful enthusiasm to collect them. Wow, this one is so beautiful. Oh, this resembles a little seashell. Sue Ran trailed behind, observing her exuberance, and couldn't help but tease. Isn't that a bit childish? What is the point in picking up these trinkets? They're not even edible. Mind your own business. I simply adore it. Heat Bar retorted without glancing back. Sue Ran, feigning disdain, found himself picking up an appealing shell when he spotted one. Here, this is for you. It's rather lovely. Thank you. As the sun descended, it painted the sky and the surface of the sea in warm shades of orange and red. The waves tenderly embraced the beach, leaving behind moist traces. In the distance, the rocks were silhouetted against the fading sunlight, creating a serene tableau. Sue Ran and Heat Boss stood side by side on the shore, shells in hand, occasionally exchanging smiles. The scene crystallized in that moment, tranquil and beautiful. Chapter 36. The careful affection of the orange cat as the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon. It brushed the sky with its final gentle hues. The evening glow resembled a spilled palette of colors, vibrant and dreamlike. The sky gradually darkened, leaving only the distant twinkling of fishermen's lights. The entire world seemed to fall into a serene hush, enveloped in this fleeting moment of tranquility and beauty. The viewers in the live stream were equally captivated by this picturesque scene, their comments softening in tone. On the beach, Sue Ran and Reba sat side by side on the soft sands, gazing at the sun as it disappeared into the sea. Before them lay a collection of colorful and oddly shaped stones and shells, trophies of Reba's endeavors. Well, half of them were Sue Ran's merit. Reba, with a gentle voice, turned to Sue Ran. I heard you mention that you were a student at Ching Bay. Did you study particularly hard as a child? At this, Sue Ran furrowed his brow slightly, as if contemplating deeply before responding. I wouldn't say I was particularly diligent. Ah, you managed to get into Ching Bay without hard work. Reba's surprise flickered in her eyes. Well, to be honest, getting into Qingbei is not solely a matter of hard work. Su Ran chuckled, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. I remember one year in my childhood. I became infatuated with my Nintendo handheld console. I felt uncomfortable if I didn't play it every day. To encourage me to study, my mother hid my console. Reba couldn't help but laugh at this amusing anecdote, her laughter ringing out like a melody in the wind. What happened next? Where did you find it? Well, I searched for an entire semester without success. Su Ran shook his head, then nodded again, a wry smile adorning his face. It wasn't until the end of the semester, while packing my bag to go home, that I discovered my console nestled in the innermost pocket. Pausing for a moment, he added, my mother succeeded. By the time I found it, I'd already lost interest in gaming. With a chuckle, Reba exclaimed, so you didn't even touch your backpack for an entire semester? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. I am dying. Su Ran's mother truly understands him. Su Mama, the most dangerous place is the safest. Uncle probably never had any secret stash of money. Dark under the lamp. I fully comprehend the terror of a genius like Su Ran. He doesn't study regularly, yet always scores high in the finals. So, you excel academically and are quite handsome. There must have been many girls who liked you during school, right? As the radiant light of the sun cast its glow into the distance, Hot Ba discreetly observed Su Ran from the corner of her eye. The live streaming room erupted with excitement. Here it comes. Hot Ba's teasing has begun. Tilting her head, Su Ran glanced at Hot Ba and, with a playful smile, inquired, what is it? Is there something you fancy inside? Hot Ba felt that she would eventually be exasperated to the point of losing her composure. This infuriating man, the live stream room, after a brief pause, was once again inundated with laughter and amusement. A gentle breeze swept through, and Hot Ba turned her head away from Su Ran, seemingly conveying through her actions, you've truly vexed me. Without any attempt to placate her, Su Ran simply asked, and what about you? How was your childhood? His voice was soft and soothing, compelling Hot Ba to forgive him once more at her heart. My childhood. Hot Ba curled her legs up, wrapped her arms around them, resting her chin on her knees. She reminisced about that time, saying, in my recollection, aside from the dance studio and classrooms, even a trip to the amusement park felt like a luxury. Su Ran nodded gently, understanding that perhaps this was the reason she rated the amusement park with 5 stars. Dancing was arduous, yet perseverance was admirable. He smiled and remarked, you have now become the best version of yourself. Indeed. Hot Ba tilted her head to gaze at Su Ran and said, so, thank you for taking me to the amusement park. No need for thanks. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. Next time, we shall have even more fun. Sounds great. Hot Ba nodded, her eyes brimming with joy. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance, drawing closer. We're back. The two turned to see 2 couples shouting excitedly from the entrance of the courtyard. Let's go. We need to help out. All right. They both stood up, brushing off the sand from their clothes, picking up shells and stones from the ground, and walked back side by side. Upon returning to the villa courtyard, the night had fully descended. Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui had already chosen an excellent spot on the beach to set up the barbecue. Su Ran busily assisted Hot Ba and several other girls in the kitchen. Although Su Ran had prepared the seafood earlier that afternoon, Wang Hedi and the others had brought back a substantial amount of meat, which also required marinating. Before long, everything was ready. Everyone gathered around the beach mats beside the crackling bonfire, with sizzling skewers and chilled beverages laid out before them. The sea breeze was gentle, the starry sky was dazzling. The distant waves whispered softly, and the warm bonfire danced invitingly before them. Surrounded by like-minded friends, the atmosphere was utterly delightful. Cheers to our show, to tonight's seafood feast. Mengzi took on the role of the atmosphere director once more, raising his beer first. Cheers! The group laughed as they clinked their glasses together, producing a crisp sound. The relaxed and joyful barbecue party officially commenced. You don't eat pork, do you? Su Ran set aside some pork belly and offered Hot Ba several skewers of grilled chicken wings instead. Hot Ba was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sudden warmth in her heart. This fellow typically presents a carefree demeanor, yet it is surprising to discover such a delicate sensitivity within him. She nodded slightly and took a gentle bite of the chicken wing, smiling as she remarked, "Thank you, it's delicious." To her astonishment, this detail, often overlooked by others, had indeed caught Sue Rand's attention. "Well then, you can have all of this," she offered generously. Originally dedicated to his role as the chief grill master, Sue Rand turned his head to observe the plate being offered by Reba. The dish contained translucent shrimp, strands of crab meat, and several freshly grilled lamb skewers. Sue Rand paused, taken aback. Did Reba really prepare all of this for him? He glanced at Reba, who feigned nonchalance while her ears flushed crimson, engaging in laughter with the others. Suddenly, Sue Rand felt as though something had gently nudged him from within. The others certainly noticed this scene, yet they tacitly chose not to expose it, quietly enjoying the sweetness of the moment. On this summer evening by the seaside, amidst barbecues and beer, accompanied by an intriguing partner, everything was perfectly delightful. As night fell, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Everyone savored the grilled delicacies while engaging in conversations ranging from gossip to life aspirations, and from culinary delights to travel experiences, discussing everything under the sun. Though Sue Rand spoke little, the occasional gem of wisdom he shared never failed to incite hearty laughter among the group. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Reba suddenly set down the grilled squid, clapped her hands, and proposed, "Since this is a team-building event, shouldn't we have some entertainment to liven things up?" "Absolutely. What should we do?" Yushu Xin was always the first to support such ideas. She eagerly wished for a game of truth or dare, hoping to see Sue Rand wall slam Reba. However, Reba suggested, for a team-building activity, we should enhance our understanding of one another. "So how about each of us performs a little something?" "That sounds great." Even though it wasn't a game of truth or dare, the notion of performing seemed far more entertaining. Everyone's gaze instinctively landed on Sue Rand, eagerly anticipating his vocal talents once again. This proposal was met with enthusiastic approval from the group. Yet, there was always one who preferred to take it easy. Sue Rand waved his hands dismissively while grilling, stating, "Oh, I'll pass. Performing is too exhausting and might hinder my culinary skills. I'll just cheer you all on with 666. "Absolutely not." 5 voices chorused in unison, rebuffing Sue Rand's lazy request. "Come on, the highlight of today is definitely you," especially Reba, who had suggested the barbecue not only for the food, but also to hear Sue Rand sing. She had always thought that Sue Rand's voice, as if kissed by the divine, should not merely be used to tease her. That would be a grievous waste, particularly after the rendition of an He Chiao he performed yesterday in the style of a Swona, which was simply enchanting. She yearned to hear the original version and marvel at its brilliance. After all, with the devil from heaven as a benchmark, how can He Chiao possibly disappoint? "Sue Rand, sing us a song," she implored. "The atmosphere is just perfect for it." As the crowd continued to stir, Sue Rand merely chuckled softly. Just as he was about to acquiesce, Reba suddenly leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially in his ear. "If you sing a song for me, I shall dance just for you in private." "What do you say? Private? A solitary dance?" Sue Rand inhaled deeply and responded in a hushed tone. "Will you be wearing black stockings?" "Absolutely not." Reba's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully delivered a light punch to Sue Rand. "What are you thinking? It's a serious dance." Yet, this fellow had a fondness for black stockings. She discreetly noted Sue Rand's little quirk in her mind. "Well then, since everyone is eager to listen, why not sing?" Sue Rand smiled and proclaimed, "Bring me the guitar." Chapter 37 Controversy. Dimensional Strike. The stars glittered in the night sky, and the sea breeze gently caressed the atmosphere. All eyes were fixed on Sue Rand, who was cradling his guitar. Instead of launching into a song immediately, Sue Rand meticulously tuned his strings, his expression unusually focused. Yet, this very demeanor stirred a sense of anticipation among both the live audience and viewers online. It was undeniable. Sue Rand's persona as a performer had firmly taken root in people's hearts. The more earnest he appeared, the stronger the conviction that he was on the verge of unveiling a sensational performance. For some reason, Sue Rand's serious demeanor fills me with trepidation. Could it be another song on par with the Foodies anthem? It's entirely possible he initially didn't intend to perform, and now he seems so earnest. More than that, I'm curious about what Reba and Sue Ran discussed. Please, just sing a normal song. Hey, a singing segment? I think I'll skip it for now and return after the performance. The livestream chat buzzed with fervent discussion. At that moment, Lee Yun-rue, observing Sue Ran as he tuned his guitar, curiously inquired, Sue Ran, is this song titled On a Bridge? It feels very narrative in essence. What kind of song is it? What kind of song? Sue Ran paused slightly, then revealed a harmless smile. It's a melancholic masterpiece, that's all I can say. A healing masterpiece? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Was Sue Ran overly confident in his assessment of a song that had yet to gain market recognition? Such an audacious claim seemed a touch arrogant. At that moment, Lee Yun-rue felt a pang of regret. Why had he posed such a question? Sue Ran's response would undoubtedly invite scorn. Had he known Sue Ran was so unfiltered, he would have refrained from asking. An overwhelming sense of remorse washed over Lee Yun-rue. The other guests shared nervous glances. This situation could escalate, and they feared the potential exploitation by those with ulterior motives. If this were any other artist, they would have faced relentless backlash. Yet, fortunately, it was Sue Ran. His propensity for hyperbole meant that a little boasting would likely not incite widespread outrage among most viewers. However, the live chat was not solely populated by Sue Ran supporters. With his meteoric rise to fame, his detractors had also multiplied. After all, Sue Ran's eccentric personality naturally attracted a fair share of critics. Seizing the moment, they unleashed a torrent of vitriol directed at him. Just an ordinary person, and he truly believes he's a deity of song? How self-important. A masterpiece? What audacity to claim such a title. Blowing smoke without a script. Just waiting for the moment, he's proven wrong. Merely a clown seeking attention. How can such a person even achieve fame? Has the threshold for the entertainment industry sunk so low? Initially, these comments represented a mere handful, but they were soon overshadowed by a greater number of supportive fans and playful banter in the chat. Yet, gradually, Wang Jingyu, a key member of the production team, sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. At that moment, the creative team backstage wore expressions of grave concern. The assistant observed Wang Jingyu, who wore a furrowed brow, and remarked, Director Wang, it seems that someone is deliberately steering the narrative. There must be some orchestrated involvement. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu's frown deepened. He had not anticipated that a casual remark from Sue Ran could incite such a tempest of controversy. Of course, Wang Jingyu understood that this was not Sue Ran's fault. The comment could easily have been taken as a jest, merely exploited by those with ulterior motives. As for who was behind it, Wang Jingyu was well aware. With the premiere of Summer Heartbeat, various viewership records have been shattered, which undoubtedly displeased certain individuals. Their targeting of Sue Ran was merely collateral damage. Their true intention was to undermine both Summer Heartbeat and him. Director, what should we do? Should we manage the barrage of comments? The assistant suggested, fearing that Sue Ran would inevitably become a target of public scorn unless he could produce a masterpiece that satisfied everyone. But was that truly feasible? It was utterly improbable. Even if a renowned singer stood here, they could not guarantee universal acclaim for their song. A masterpiece is exceedingly rare. Wang Jingyu gazed at the young man on the screen, who remained unfazed and seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, a sense of calm washed over him. Why panic? Wang Jingyu smiled slightly. They wished to amplify the situation, did they? Very well, let us indulge them. Now, request promotional resources from the network. The entire backstage erupted in chaos. Director, think this through. Director Wang, don't act impulsively. This is a trap. But Wang Jingyu shook his head. For reasons he could not quite articulate, he felt an unwavering trust in Sue Ran. No need to persuade me. I know what I am doing. I am utterly clear-headed and devoid of any anger. With a smile, he gestured towards Sue Ran on the screen. I simply have faith in this young man. I believe he can work wonders. Then, his grin took on a somewhat cunning aspect, even if Sue Ran fails to deliver, with his looks and the buzz surrounding him. We can still generate hype. Controversy is still publicity. What is there to fear? Upon hearing this, everyone recognized Wang Jingyu as a seasoned veteran in the entertainment industry. Astutely cunning, they then turned their attention back to Sue Ran on the screen, a flicker of anticipation igniting within them. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might truly succeed? Stop dawdling. Get to work. Within 5 minutes, elevate our visibility to the highest level. Let us ensure they trip over their own stones. Understood. On site, the assistant gently tugged at Su Ran's sleeve, lowering his voice. It's live. Be modest. Su Ran paused, asking, "You don't believe in me?" "Of course not." The assistant hurriedly explained, "I absolutely believe in you. But this is live, and your words could be magnified by some individuals. Rest assured." Su Ran waved his hand dismissively, chuckling softly. "Prepare some tissues. I guarantee this song will be moving enough to bring tears." Literally, Su Ran remained completely composed, unperturbed by the implications of his words. He merely articulated a truth. The impact of this song was something he had profoundly experienced in a past life. It was a masterpiece capable of invoking despair, even in dogs. In this somewhat culturally stagnant world, it could only be described as a dimensional strike. Reba sighed, exasperated, wondering how he could still be so playful at such a time. Yet, as she gazed at Su Ran, her expression remained resolute. "Su Ran, I believe in you." "Yes, I know," he replied softly, his head bowed, fingertips gently resting upon the guitar strings, his smile as serene and effortless as a gentle breeze. Taking a deep breath, under the scrutiny of countless expectant, doubtful, and anxious gazes, his slender, elegant fingers finally descended upon the guitar strings. With merely a few simple chords, akin to pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, an ineffable atmosphere began to spread silently like ripples across the water. The prelude, imbued with a touch of nostalgia and a hint of solitude, intertwined with the sound of crashing waves. This melody flowed like a serene river, unfurling gracefully within the stillness of the night. There was no ostentatious display of skill, no elaborate arrangement, only the purest, most heartfelt power that resonated deeply within the softest recesses of everyone's hearts. Just the prelude alone was enough to ensnare countless souls. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at Su Ran, filled with incredulity. Merely the prelude was enough to achieve divinity. Chapter 38, The Sealing of Ballots. As the interlude resonates, even the dogs by the roadside seem to lament. When the final note gently descends, its reverberations linger long. The crackling of the campfire and the whispering of the waves create an illusion of time standing still. Everyone holds their breath as an indescribable emotion begins to spread. At that moment, Su Ran's unique voice, seemingly kissed by the divine, emerges. It flows like a soliloquy, imbued with an inescapable melancholy. "Let me see you once more. From south to north, like the blindfolded eyes on the Fifth Ring Road. Please tell me again about the girl with the box and the man wiping his sweat." The melody is soft, yet it silently inundates the hearts of all present like a rising tide. The unadorned lyrics, akin to a blunt knife, leave gentle impressions upon each heart. A subtle, inexplicable sorrow lingers in the minds of the listeners. There is no artifice, yet the emotions overflow, causing every listener to become introspective. "I know, those summers, like you, will never return. I shall no longer hold expectations for anyone. I understand. This world is fraught with regrets each day. Thus, hello, goodbye." In the chorus, the melody remains tranquil, yet the emotions intensify. There is no deliberate sentimentality. Su Ran's song flows like that of an old friend, articulating the bittersweet sentiments over a slight intoxication. The melody consistently carries a hint of nonchalance, a sense of acceptance, and predominantly, resignation. As the lyrics convey, this world harbors too many regrets, and all we can do is accept them and press onward. Yushushin feels a pang in her heart, recalling the struggles of her early days and the friends who have drifted away. Meng Zi's gaze reflects nostalgia and sentiment, bringing to mind a summer long past, a story forever unreachable. Li Yunrui is profoundly shaken, incredulously gazing at Su Ran before him. Could this truly be a song penned by someone in their 20s? What extraordinary talent does this individual possess to create such melodies and lyrics? Wang Hedi furrows his brow, his gaze vacant, inadvertently releasing a sigh. Meanwhile, Heba stands transfixed, observing Su Ran. She gazes at his lowered eyes, his faint smile, and listens to his song, which flows like a dream. An inexplicable tightness fills her chest, a mix of acidity and heaviness. What experiences has he endured to compose such a melody and lyrics? She suppresses the urge to rush forward and embrace him, choosing instead to watch him with eyes filled with compassion. In the live stream, the overwhelming emotions are pouring forth through the comments. Wah! Deceitful charlatan. What happened to the healing? I'm on the brink of depression. Ugh. I usually don't smoke, but after hearing this song, I've already lit 3. Hey buddy upstairs, let's share a smoke. Su Ran is indeed a peculiar individual. How can such a lively person compose such profound songs? Maya exclaimed, my skin is crawling. It's simply explosive. When Su Ran adopts a serious demeanor, he becomes irresistibly handsome. Those who had previously criticized him now find themselves speechless. It's amusing to see how those who were so vocal moments ago have become mute. The truth is evident. Su Ran's talent is remarkably resilient. At this moment, the barrage of comments surged like a tide. The naysayers and detractors could only sulk in silence, unable to voice their disdain, even as they begrudgingly admitted their own emotional turmoil. Then, as the melody faded away, the gentle strumming of the guitar ceased, leaving only the crackling of the campfire and the whispers of the waves. The audience remained entranced in the enveloping atmosphere of melancholy, unable to extricate themselves from its grip. Breaking the silence was not applause or cheers, but rather a rhythmic tapping sound. Thud, 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 thud. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Su Ran, who held his guitar and rhythmically tapped its body. The beat was simple, beginning softly like raindrops against a window pane, infused with a restrained, suppressed emotion. Each sound was deliberate and measured, resonating perfectly with the heartbeat of each listener. It was as if Su Ran were not merely playing the guitar, but striking at the very hearts of his audience. This seemingly mundane and unchanging rhythm stirred the soul far more than the preceding sorrowful melodies. When this divine interlude emerged, it ignited the atmosphere. The live stream erupted once more. Wow, a legendary interlude. Even the stray dogs on the street feel the loss. Why does this make me want to cry? I remember my lost youth and that girl with twin ponytails. Hello, goodbye. I long to return to 17. To hear my mother call me little rascal again. Since she passed, I feel as though I have never grown up. Damn it, it's the middle of the night, and I'm feeling emo. I have to work tomorrow. Please stop singing. I'm on the verge of depression. His guitar skills and singing are absolutely phenomenal. Is he really not a professionally trained singer? A ceiling-level folk song. As the final drumbeat resounded, its echoes gradually dissipated into the night sky. The entire beach seemed to plunge into a near-stagnant silence, with only the fire crackling and the waves lapping against the shore. Everyone remained submerged in the musical narrative woven by Su Ran. A profound wave of emotion enveloped the audience, drowning them in its depths. No one spoke. No one clapped. Among them, some were lost in Su Ran's melodies. Others were immersed in the world of music, while some reminisced about their bygone days. Each individual seemed to hear their own story and see their own reflection within the song. In that fleeting moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream bizarrely vanished. It was not due to a lack of messages, but rather an overwhelming influx that caused the server to crash. At that moment, Wang Jingyu was drenched in sweat, yet a trace of smug satisfaction lingered at the corners of his mouth. Observing the online viewer count surpassing 10 million, he realized his gamble had paid off. That youthful figure, who had retired early, truly created a miracle, elevating the dating show to an entirely new echelon. What extraordinary talent he possessed. Should he enter the entertainment industry, one could hardly fathom the magnitude of the sensation he would create. However, Wang Jingyu was also acutely aware that Su Ran remained indifferent to wealth, fame, or the so-called popularity. His actions were solely driven by his own passions. What an exceptional individual he was. Wang Jingyu felt a genuine admiration for Su Ran welling up within him. The server had yet to be repaired. The higher-ups decided to simply replace it with a larger one. Meanwhile, Su Ran gazed at the strangely silent scene before him, momentarily stunned. Had he exerted too much effort, causing everyone to become melancholic? The first to regain composure was Reba, who, blushing, leapt to his feet and exclaimed, "Sue Ran, you look so handsome today." Applause erupted like a tidal wave, awakening everyone from their reverie. It sounded delightful. While the music was indeed beautiful, they dared not listen further. It was too soul-stirring. So this was the source of the melancholy. Though they jested, deep down, they harbored genuine admiration. With his unrivaled good looks, extraordinary talent, and ability to engage the audience, Sue Ran was undeniably a born star. How could he be so remarkable? Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui felt an endless envy rising within them. Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi also felt immense envy towards Reba. Having such a boyfriend, albeit merely a screen couple, was enviable indeed. Moreover, what was once fictitious could transform into reality. Hadn't they noticed the way Reba's eyes nearly sparkled when looking at Sue Ran? As anticipated, Reba's popularity would surely soar because of Sue Ran. Sue Ran winked at Reba and teased, "So, did I bring you any shame today?" "Absolutely not." Reba shook her head vigorously, observing her dazed expression. Sue Ran leaned closer to her ear and whispered in a tone meant for just the two of them, since you're satisfied. "Doesn't our previous agreement regarding the thank you gift deserve to be addressed?" "I got it." "You, think about what dance and what color socks you like." She blurted out before dashing away like a startled rabbit back to the villa. "Socks." Sue Ran watched her retreating figure, momentarily stunned. Did she mean stockings? Hiss. She even allowed for a color choice? TSK. This girl is testing my resolve. Chapter 39. The Arrival of the Zwan Girl. I shall protect my man. The night has deepened. The bonfire by the seaside has long extinguished, leaving only a few glowing embers flickering in the evening breeze. The guests, with complex feelings and lingering emotions, returned to their rooms, and the once lively love cabin fell into complete tranquility after a day of excitement. Only the distant waves gently lapped against the shore. The fixed camera in the live broadcast room captured the now empty living room and courtyard, signifying the conclusion of today's streaming event. However, the revelry belonging to the audience and fans has only just begun. Sue Ran's guitar rendition of On Her Bridge spread like wildfire across various social media platforms. Following the 18 trending topics from the premiere day, phrases such as Sue Ran on Her Bridge, Healing Masterpiece, and Hello Goodbye, Server Crash once again dominated the charts. Countless netizens clicked on the unedited video clips, set against the backdrop of the bonfire and moonlight. And then, they were ensnared. The silhouette strumming the guitar under the moonlight, coupled with breathtaking vocals and soul-stirring music, left them utterly captivated. The comment section succumbed entirely, transforming into a grand emo gathering and a repository of tears. Even a 30-year-old man like myself found tears streaming down my face, reminiscing about my years in Beijing. The melancholy index was alarmingly high. It was truly unbearable. Who told me this was a healing song? I nearly wept to death listening to it in the middle of the night. The after effects of this song were profound, sigh. Of course, there were some skeptics. For instance, a well-known acerbic music critic, upon seeing On Her Bridge exalted on Weibo, scoffed and posted, "Just a trite song sung by an unknown internet celebrity, and they're calling it a masterpiece? The hype is excessive. Let me listen and I'll debunk this in 5 minutes." 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. Half an hour went by. Yet, this music critic never reappeared. His fans waited in vain for a rebuttal, only to find an influx of accounts flooding his Weibo. Receiving a system message, "This account has been deactivated." The impact was undeniably significant. This night was destined to be a sleepless emo night. Sue Ran's name, along with the heart-wrenching song On Her Bridge, had truly transcended boundaries. Countless passers-by, initially indifferent to the dating show, became aware of Summer Heartbeat 2 and the strikingly talented yet humble guest, Sue Ran, thanks to this song. The program's statistics soared once more, even sparking discussions across various circles. Wang Jingyu gazed at the astonishingly high data spikes in the back end, unable to suppress his wide grin. This time, they had truly struck gold. Yet, the originator of this phenomenon, Sue Ran, remained utterly indifferent. To him, The notions of popularity and traffic paled in comparison to amusing the neighboring orange cat. After bathing, he comfortably lay on his bed, glancing at his phone out of habit, only to discover that his hot chat hadn't reached out to him today. Could it be that she had fallen asleep? Su-ran felt a peculiar sense of curiosity, contemplating whether he should inquire about when her private dance would be fulfilled. Shaking his head with a smile, he dispelled the thoughts swirling in his mind and summoned the system panel. He was not particularly inclined to check his gains, as he had been rather lackadaisical throughout the day, and his activity value was likely to be negligible. As expected, the system panel displayed a dismal total of only 153 points. What is this? Su-ran suddenly noticed an unread message in the system log. He clicked to view it, detected that the host's performance today has significantly deviated from the main activity line. Excessively serious behavior has severely disrupted the stability of the system's energy field. To encourage the host to swiftly return to their vibrant essence, a reward has been granted. Bronze treasure chest X1. We hope the host will continue to stir things up. What? This is possible? Wow. This system is truly considerate. It is of an entirely different caliber compared to those flashy, capricious ones outside that shorten your height for failing to complete tasks. So, what are we waiting for? Su-ran waved his hand decisively, ready to open the chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the bronze treasure chest. You have received a one-time consumable item. Lucky scratch card small. X1. A scratch card? Su-ran was momentarily taken aback. He could actually obtain a scratch card as a reward. He clicked into the item details page to see the specifics of the scratch card. Item effect. A seemingly ordinary instant lottery ticket. Scratching it guarantees a win, with the prize amount being random, not exceeding 4 digits. Note: please redeem your prize promptly, as it will expire if not claimed in time. All winnings are of legitimate origin. Feel free to use them without concern. How intriguing. Su-ran's eyes sparkled. Although the maximum reward was merely a 4-digit sum, who wouldn't relish free money? Their romantic fund was running perilously low, and it was indeed a dire situation. Perhaps he could take this scratch card out to try his luck. The system is quite practical. It understands me so well. Meanwhile, in room 201 next door, Miss Orange Cat was also tossing and turning, utterly sleepless. Clutching her adorably awkward alpaca plushie, she rolled about on her bed. In her mind, thoughts of Su-ran singing Anha Bridge flitted through, followed by his infuriatingly straightforward remarks. And then the memory of his warm embrace when he had rescued her. Most importantly, to whom was that song Anha Bridge actually dedicated? This question left her feeling inexplicably vexed and restless. Choosing to dismiss it, she picked up her phone to scroll through Weibo. As for Su-ran, she did not wish to seek him out for the time being. Upon seeing various trending topics related to her and Su-ran on Weibo, her mood improved considerably. There were both commendatory remarks and a fair share of disparagement against Su-ran. Some haters and contrarians relentlessly clung to labels like ordinary and attention-seeking, launching baseless attacks and slander. Viewing these unfounded criticisms, she was instantly filled with indignation. What do these people understand? Su-ran is undeniably talented and captivating, although, at times, she could be rather exasperating. Nevertheless, it is not for you keyboard warriors to cast judgment. The more she pondered, the more her frustration mounted, prompting her to switch to her secondary Weibo account, a necessity for any seasoned internet addict. She unleashed a torrent of words in response to the disparaging comments. If you think you can do better, then step up. If you dislike it, then leave. No one is compelling you to appreciate it. My dear Su-ran is the most handsome in the world, though she can be a bit sharp-tongued. Stay out of it. The fiery spirit of a Zwan girl surged forth, her combat prowess reaching unprecedented levels as she confronted those most vocal detractors, forcing them to delete their comments and retreat. Once she had dealt with the naysayers, her heart felt considerably lighter. Yet, upon setting down her phone and gazing at Su-ran's WeChat avatar, she found herself ensnared in a new wave of inner turmoil. That infuriating fellow. Can't he see that my silence is a reflection of my discontent? Why doesn't he ever reach out to me first? After all, I've defended him against so many trolls and cynics. How maddening. She picked up her rather unattractive alpaca plushie to vent her frustration. Still, she couldn't help but yearn to contact Sue Ran. She wanted to inquire about that song. Who was it truly written for? Did he once experience a love that was profoundly unforgettable? And does he perhaps have someone he admires? These questions lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Eventually, she grasped her phone and opened the chat window with Sue Ran, typing a message. That song. Who was it written for? But after a moment's reflection, she deemed this inquiry too direct, as if revealing her concern. Thus, she deleted it. She then typed, "Did you perhaps experience something unhappy in the past?" No, that was too nosy, akin to prying into someone else's privacy. She deleted it again. Next, she tried, "Do you have any other delightful original songs?" This seemed more casual, yet it felt entirely unrelated to her true curiosity. And so, she deleted it once more. Thus, she continued this cycle of writing and erasing, her brows furrowing tighter by the moment. Above the WeChat dialog box, the phrase, "the other person is typing," flickered intermittently. Just then, Sue Ran's icon bounced, and a distinctive notification chimed from her phone. A message from Sue Ran. He actually reached out to me? But in the next instant, she felt so embarrassed that she could have dug her toes into the floor. Sue Ran had sent several screenshots. The images displayed their chat, revealing the message the other person is typing, followed by a cheeky remark. "Were you wondering what color socks I prefer? I'm not picky. I'd love to wear one black and one white." Upon seeing his teasing words alongside the screenshots, she was utterly flabbergasted. Oh my goodness. He saw that. Her cheeks flushed with heat, feeling as if they could fry an egg. The embarrassment overwhelmed her. In a mix of shame and anger, she scarcely cared about her decorum anymore. With a reckless abandon, she boldly sent the long-tormented question, "That song, who is it written for?" The message was successfully dispatched. She threw her phone onto the bed and covered her head with the blanket. Oh no, how could she have asked that? What embarrassment. Would he think her peculiar? After a considerable pause, she cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and retrieved her phone. On the screen, Sue Ran's reply was displayed. Succinct and straightforward. It was written for my grandmother. Grandmother? Wasn't it meant for some ethereal muse? She was momentarily taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of relief washed over her upon reading that response. All the previous inexplicable pangs of jealousy and speculation had dissipated into thin air. So it was like this. She sighed in relief, her lips curving into a subtle smile. However, before she could respond, Sue Ran's second message followed swiftly. "What is this? Are you jealous? So concerned about who the song is for? Are you worried that someone else holds a place in my heart? You're not lusting after me, are you? Who's jealous? Who's lusting after you? Don't flatter yourself." Sue Ran did not reply, but sent yet another screenshot. "Go away. I'm going to sleep. I won't talk to you." She replied with 3 furious emojis and quickly silenced her phone, casting it aside. She would ignore that infuriating fellow. How maddening. Watching the chat box fall silent once more, Sue Ran chuckled softly. Teasing this temperamental orange cat every day truly was a wellspring of joy. Chapter 40, A New Task. Sue Ran's strong backing. The sun shone brightly, and the sea breeze was gentle as the love shack welcomed a new day. The guests had gathered early in the living room. Last night, before retiring, they had all received a notification on their phones. Today, a new task would be announced. At the dining table, the guests were relishing a seafood porridge concocted by Sue Ran using leftover ingredients from the previous night. The appearance of this seafood porridge remained rather unappetizing. However, everyone seemed to have developed a visual resilience, consuming it without any psychological burden. Yet, this scene was a visual assault for the viewers in the live stream. Seeing this scene so early in the morning is quite overwhelming. I truly cannot connect last night's dashing figure with Sue Ran today. Sue Ran, please speak up with your real account. After being emo all night, I hope Sue Ran can bring some liveliness today. No. Brothers above. What we should anticipate is some sweet moments. The other two couples were immersed in their own little worlds, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Only the dynamic between Sue Ran and Reba felt somewhat delicate. Reba was engrossed in her meal, occasionally stealing glances at Sue Ran, her expression one of irritation. After all, this fellow had kept her up half the night with his antics. Su Ran, however, relished the tranquility, enjoying his meal and occasionally making exaggerated slurping sounds as he drank his milk, seemingly trying to attract someone's attention. Breakfast concluded amid this peculiar ambience. Just then, P. Deely arrived with a new task card, her face beaming with a smile. "Good morning, everyone. I trust you all rested well last night. You all seem revitalized." She glanced at the varying states of the guests, stifling a chuckle. "Well, after a day of rest, we shall embark on a new challenge today." Clearing her throat, P. Deely's tone turned serious. "Considering the expenses incurred previously, many of the ideas we had might be unattainable due to budget constraints. Therefore, to allow everyone a better experience of romantic life, the production team has decided to present you with an opportunity to toil for prosperity." Upon hearing this, the guests exchanged glances. What sort of mischief was the production team up to now? P. Deely unfolded the task card and proclaimed, "Today's task is Work Hard for Love Career Experience Day." Career experience? Meng Zi inquired. "Does that mean working to earn money?" "Indeed." P. Deely nodded, continuing, "The production team has contacted several local businesses to provide a variety of part-time positions for you. As long as you complete the daily workload, you will receive corresponding compensation." The staff promptly rolled out a board displaying various job options before everyone. It included a range of common occupations, such as bubble tea shop staff, CAF workers, pet store attendants, and bookstore clerks, among dozens of others. The working hours and wages varied, but they generally range from 100 to 300 yuan. The rules are quite simple. P. Deely tapped on the small blackboard and smiled. Positions are limited, first come, first served. Each group can select 2 professions, and completing 1 task each day will suffice. In other words, this assignment spans 2 days. The guests' eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, it resolved their financial predicament. As soon as the task was announced, the atmosphere instantly became lively. After a brief contemplation, the Xiao MOCP and the Tsanglan CP both opted for high-paying jobs. Xiao MOCP selected a barista position, 300 yuan, and a milk tea shop attendant, 200 yuan. Although these roles might be tiring, they offered some of the highest wages available. Conversely, Tsanglan CP chose a pet shop attendant, 200 yuan, and a seaside restaurant server, 300 yuan. Their reasoning was straightforward. At the pet shop, they could interact with adorable animals, and the restaurant provided a complimentary dinner. A delightful combination of work and play. Where could such an opportunity be found? As the high-paying jobs were swiftly claimed, the seemingly irritated Reba grew anxious. She elbowed the indifferent Su Ran and exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you going to choose? The well-paying ones are all taken." Only then did Su Ran lift his head, responding in a nonchalant tone. "Work? That's simply out of the question. I could never toil away for a living. I'm not skilled in business either, so I can only manage my existence by tending to flowers and raising fish." "Reba, right? I forgot this gentleman has already retired early. Asking him to work is indeed a monumental challenge." She took a deep breath and sighed, "But without work, we have no money. If it weren't for the leftover ingredients from last night, we wouldn't even be able to afford breakfast." At this, Su Ran revealed a familiar, yet perilous smile that Reba recognized all too well. He cryptically assured her, "Don't worry, I have a plan to lead you to prosperity." Prosperity? Not this again. Reba immediately became wary, recalling the business day trip they had experienced. This guy, surely he wouldn't drag her to some peculiar place again? She wanted to probe further, but Su Ran remained tight-lipped, shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the other 2 couples exchanged pleasantries before setting off. "Let's go, we should head out too," Su Ran declared, taking hold of Reba's wrist and leading her outside. "Hey, where are we going? Are we really not going to work?" Reba's mind swirled with doubt. Yet she did not resist. "I said I'm going to lead you to wealth. Just follow me," Su Ran declared without looking back. As they departed, the live stream's chat exploded with activity. What scheme is Su Ran concocting now? Wealth. I have a foreboding sense of dread. Is he planning to put pantyhose on his head, become powerful, and achieve greatness? Laughing hard if he really robs a bank. That would guarantee a lifetime of stability. In the background, Wang Jingyu looked utterly perplexed. "What is this kid up to now?" The assistant timidly inquired. Should we intervene?" Wang Jingyu waved his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "No need. Let him unleash his creativity. I am eager to see what he can conjure up today. Thus, under the gaze of millions across the internet, Sue Ran, once again accompanied by the bewildered Reba, set forth on that pink electric scooter. This time, however, the destination left everyone astonished. Before them stood a remarkably legitimate lottery ticket sales point. Reba, gazing at the familiar sign, felt utterly perplexed. You mean to say that your grand scheme for wealth is to take me to buy lottery tickets? Her blood pressure began to surge. Exactly, Sue Ran replied with an air of nonchalance, smiling as he added, just think, if we hit the jackpot, we could lounge around for 3 months. Reba retorted, what are you even thinking? If we win $5, we should consider ourselves lucky. The live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha, a lottery store. I'm laughing so hard. Sue Ran's secret to wealth, pure luck. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be a legitimate path. Sue Ran's route to riches is indeed unconventional. Reba, I'm exhausted. Let all end. Sue Ran is utterly unreliable. Reba facepalmed, making one last desperate attempt. Sue Ran, let's be practical and not entertain these unrealistic notions, shall we? The odds of winning the scratch-off lottery are abysmally low. Besides, we can hardly afford to buy a few tickets. If we do buy scratch-offs, we won't be lounging for 3 months. We'll be begging for 3 months. Shoo! Sue Ran interrupted her, adjusting his collar and asserting with pride, don't worry. My connections are quite formidable. We are bound to win. Reba was momentarily taken aback. Is it something you should even be saying? She quickly urged. Don't speak so carelessly. The audience is watching. At that instant, the comments began to speculate wildly. Could Sue Ran's connections possibly be arranged by the production team in advance? Just then, Sue Ran turned towards the sky, his hands pressed together in earnest prayer, reciting fervently, heavenly gates open, earthly gates open. May the 5 deities of wealth enter. Reba facepalmed again, subtly distancing herself from Sue Ran, wearing an expression that screamed, I don't know him. The live stream was in stitches. His connections are the gods of wealth. Who would have thought? Those connections are indeed solid. Sue Ran is simply delightful. What a performance. If that incantation worked, those Taoists would have struck it rich long ago. I'm laughing so hard I'm about to fall off the toilet. Sue Ran is hilarious. If this actually leads to a win, I'll stream every day with a fan. After his earnest invocation, Sue Ran led Reba into the lottery store, declaring grandly, Boss, I'll have 2 of the cheapest scratch-off tickets with the highest prizes. The owner appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in disbelief. Given Sue Ran's enthusiasm, the owner had assumed he was a high-stakes client. With tickets priced at $10 each, buying just 2 seemed a rather meager wager. Perhaps he should consider purchasing a few more? No need, just the 2. Chapter 41, Absurd. His backing is truly a god of wealth. The proprietress, observing Sue Ran's confident demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Internally, she shook her head at the youthful folly. Today's young people are truly fanciful, as if the highest bonuses were guaranteed. Do you think you are the reincarnation of a koi fish? Despite her inner musings, business must go on. With a smile, the boss casually retrieved a whole stack of brand new 10-fold scratch-off tickets from the counter, saying, feel free to choose, and may fortune smile upon you. He had, of course, overheard Sue Ran chanting incantations to the god of wealth at the door. However, he dismissed it as mere youthful jest, a gimmick for live streaming. Did he truly believe that a $10 ticket could lead to a grand prize? The odds were slimmer than a pig attempting to scale Mount Everest. If mere prayers and incantations could secure a win, he might as well relocate his lottery shop to the entrance of the temple. Why toil away in this shop? Unbeknownst to Sue Ran, the boss was internally ridiculing him. He focused instead on inquiring with the system. System, how do I redeem the scratch-off? The system responded instantaneously. Redemption activated. Please follow the prompts. With a chime, Sue Ran noticed a particular scratch-off ticket glowing with an unusual brilliance. A light seemingly visible only to him. He smiled, confidently selecting the ticket that felt destined for greatness. Turning to the motionless Reba, he asked, why aren't you choosing? I'm not playing anymore. Let's just buy one together for the sake of it. Reba shook her head, thinking that minimizing losses was still a gain. After all, this ticket didn't guarantee a win, Buying it would only be a waste of money. No worries, my backing is incredibly solid. It's a sure win. Unable to resist Sue Rand's persuasion, Reba casually picked a ticket. Strangely, once she made her selection, her heart raced with excitement, as if this scratch-off could indeed yield a grand prize. However, the outcome was predictably disappointing. Staring at the "thank you for your patronage" message, Reba sighed, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have scratched it. I could have saved $10. Not a problem," Sue Rand chuckled, pushing his scratch-off ticket forward. "Let's try again. I guarantee you'll win big this time." Reba gazed at Sue Rand's familiar smile, instantly transported back to that day at the amusement park. During a shooting game, when she hadn't hit a single target, Sue Rand had consoled her with the same smile and tone. Oh, how touching. Reba found herself perplexed by her emotions. Sue Rand wasn't trying to flirt with her. Yet why did she feel her heart flutter so unexpectedly? As she pondered, Sue Rand continued, "What if we hit the jackpot? We could lounge about for 3 months. Are you really that confident?" "Absolutely." Seeing Sue Rand's unwavering confidence, not only Reba, but the entire livestream audience felt a swell of anticipation. Heatba took a deep breath, received the scratch card, and then produced a coin, slowly beginning to scratch away. The mechanics of this tenfold scratch card game were quite straightforward. As long as the numbers revealed bore the winning symbol, one would be entitled to the corresponding prize beneath that symbol. The scratch card comprised a total of 20 boxes, implying 20 chances to win. Heatba meticulously commenced scratching, one by one. Upon reaching the 5th box, no winning symbol appeared. By the 10th, still no sign of victory. By the 15th, the absence of the winning symbol persisted. The 16th, 17th, 18th, yet again no winning symbol was found. Heatba pouted, "See, I told you. Forget it, I won't scratch anymore." She had already surrendered. How could she believe in such superstitions? If a win were to occur, it would truly be a miracle. "Don't fret, there are still 2 left," Sue Rand remarked, directly grasping Heatba's hand, grinning as he added, "Let me bestow upon you some good fortune." Feeling the warmth of Sue Rand's palm on the back of her hand, Heatba's cheeks flushed. "This fellow is holding my hand." Heatba had completely abandoned any focus on the numbers being scratched and instead began to indulge in her own thoughts. Then she heard Sue Rand exclaim, "Boss, it's time to claim the prize." The boss, who had been distractedly scrolling on his phone, suddenly snapped to attention. The now alert Heatba initially thought Sue Rand was speaking nonsense. To her astonishment, upon closer inspection, she noticed that the second-to-last number, 03, revealed a symbol, and beneath it, the number boldly proclaimed 5,000. 03, 5000 yuan, an unmistakably clear symbol, a tangible prize of 5,000. Buzzing. Heatba felt her mind go blank in an instant. It was as if countless fireworks were exploding within her. Holy moly! Was Sue Rand truly a harbinger of wealth? Did that incantation genuinely attract fortune? Sue Rand, is he a sorcerer? Ah, we won. We really won. The overwhelming joy prompted Heatba to erupt in a deafening scream. She leapt from her spot, clinging to Sue Rand like a sloth. Taken aback by this sudden embrace, Sue Rand staggered back a step, feeling her warmth and her excited heartbeat, his face radiating a smile. The boss, upon seeing the scratch card handed over by Sue Rand, was left in a state of disbelief. What the heck? 5,000? Did this fellow truly hit the jackpot? Goodness, can he really chant spells? Or is it the deity of wealth manifesting? Soon, the boss became even more exhilarated than Heatba. His establishment had not seen a major win in ages, leading to dwindling business. Now that Sue Rand had won, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him. The entire live broadcast room erupted in chaos. Holy moly! Holy moly! Holy moly! I can't believe it. Praying really works. XDM. Wait for my good news. I've decided to kneel before the deity of wealth. I'm literally kneeling before the screen. This is absurd. It was the brother in need of Five-Blade fan. I can hardly wait. Hurry up and start the broadcast. Is Sue Rand backstage truly blessed by the god of wealth? I wish for success in the college entrance examination. I wish for sudden wealth. Farewell, Sue God. Bless me with success in my postgraduate entrance examination. Farewell, Sue God. Bless me with passing grades in my final exams. Gradually, the building began to lean, and the audience directly regarded Sue Ran as a lucky charm, making wishes upon him. Backstage of the program, all members of the creative team were dumbfounded. They never anticipated that Sue Ran would indeed strike it rich, and with a grand prize of $5,000. Given Sue Ran's nature, wouldn't he simply lounge around for 3 months? How could the program continue? How could the task proceed? Everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Jingyu, as if to say, "See, I told you to keep an eye on Sue Ran. Look what has happened now. It's a complete disaster." Feeling the weight of their stares, Wang Jingyu, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, slammed the table and exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? How was I to know that his backstage was genuinely blessed by the god of wealth?" He anxiously scratched his head and said, "Quickly, call Li Jing and instruct her to use every means possible to secure that 5,000 for me." Chapter 42. The husband sings, the wife follows. This accursed indulgence. In the lottery shop, Li PD hurried to the redemption site with utmost urgency, observing as Reba successfully redeemed her scratch-off ticket. Basking in the joy of her cash prize, Li PD felt as if the sky were collapsing around her. Just moments ago, everything had been going smoothly in the adjacent group. Yet who could have anticipated this unexpected turn of events orchestrated by the Ran couple? With a smile more grotesque than tears, she embarked on the most daunting crisis management of her career. "Congratulations to both of you." Li PD's voice sounded somewhat parched, genuinely filled with bittersweet praise. "Fortune smiles upon you. A windfall has descended." Upon seeing the hurried approach of Li Jing, Reba instinctively clutched the 5,000 cash to her chest, as if to convey, "No one shall seize my money, dear both." The 5,000 is indeed an excessive influence on the balance of the program. Would you consider temporarily depositing this prize with the production team? Li PD carefully chose her words, attempting to persuade the two. Sue Ran and Reba exchanged a glance, each perceiving the unwavering determination in the other's eyes. Reba shook her head resolutely, declaring, "You never said it was prohibited before we scratched. Now that we've won, you say it's unacceptable?" Li PD recognized their argument held merit. Who could have foreseen Sue Ran's extraordinary luck? Noticing Li PD's silence, Reba scoffed, "Have we not won? Would you have reimbursed us for the cost of the scratch-off tickets?" Li PD found herself cornered yet again. However, the other guests are still laboring away. She stammered, feeling a pang of guilt. "Well, if they don't work, that's fine. With this 5,000, we can manage our expenses for a while." Reba was resolute, impervious to Li PD's entreaties, refusing to agree to relinquish the prize. With a sigh of despair, Li PD felt a wave of hopelessness wash over her. Just then, she heard Sue Ran, who had remained quiet until now, state, "Actually, this prize isn't completely non-negotiable." Upon hearing these words, Li PD felt as if she had grasped a lifeline, her eyes sparkling with renewed hope. There was a glimmer of opportunity. She quickly leaned closer, eagerly asking, "Sue Ran, if there are conditions, I'm all ears as long as they are reasonable. I will speak on behalf of Director Wang." She understood that she might have inadvertently entangled the two in a scheme, but at this juncture, she cared little. She merely wished to rid herself of this burdensome prize. Otherwise, her own bonus for the month would likely be deducted by Wang Jingyu, claiming it was due to him stepping into the company with his left foot. Sue Ran secretly chuckled, thinking, "Gotcha." He organized his thoughts, donning an innocuous smile. "You know, this scratch-off was purchased with our hard-earned savings. Its rarity goes without saying. I even enlisted my connections. I've exerted considerable effort, and you expect me to hand it over just because the production team demands it? Have you consulted the god of wealth?" Listening to Sue Ran's words, Li PD mentally rolled her eyes. What did he mean by exhausting their savings? They had squandered their funds and were merely short $20. Moreover, is reciting incantations to invoke the god of wealth considered a form of diligence? Alas, one must bow one's head when under a roof. Even Director Li could only muster a smile and say, "Indeed, indeed, we are well aware of your hard work and efforts." Thus, Sue Ran finally revealed her true intentions, unmasking her ulterior motives. As for the bonus, let us be generous and leave just 2,000. Furthermore, the production team must cater our meals for the upcoming week, adhering to the highest standards. Lastly, today at noon, the team must arrange for a sumptuous seafood feast. Lee PD nearly choked on her own blood. They expect the team to cover meals for an entire week? This was clearly a trap. These two were undoubtedly laying a scheme for her. The live chat erupted in laughter. Haha, this is the first time I've seen guests extort the production team. Ha ha ha. I am impressed. Su Ran is a master strategist. Production team, I'm cracking up. Director Wong in the back is probably fainting from anger. Papa, well done. Are these two coordinating? The chemistry of the Wanron CP is astonishingly harmonious. Lee PD glanced at Hot Ba, only to find her proudly nodding in agreement, as if to say my Aran is absolutely right. This indeed bore the flavor of a husband and wife team. Watching these two conspirators left Lee PD feeling nearly breathless. Just as she hesitated, she saw Su Ran clasp her hands together with Hot Ba, bowing reverently towards the heavens. Su Ran's voice echoed softly, "If you refuse, I shall invoke the divine once more." No, you wouldn't dare. Lee PD was dumbfounded, and before she could react, she heard Wang Jingyu's voice booming in her earpiece. Don't let her invoke the divine. Agree to her terms. Lee PD hastily called for a halt. No, we agree. Su Ran and Hot Ba exchanged knowing glances, high-fived, and then burst into laughter. Their Wanron CP had triumphed splendidly. This plan to extort was actually a product of their prior discussions. After all, the production team would undoubtedly refuse to allow them to keep the 5,000. It was better to strive for the best possible treatment. Now, securing 2,000 plus meals for the coming week and a luxurious seafood feast for lunch was not a loss at all. Quite commendable. Their teamwork was seamless. Haba gave Su Ran a thumbs up, praising her performance. Your acting is superb, truly worthy of the Golden Eagle Goddess. Su Ran returned the compliment with a flourish of praise. Lee PD, observing their lack of pretense, found herself both amused and exasperated. Once the bonus matter was settled, Lee PD produced a special selection board. This was a designated work assignment prepared by the production team for the Wanron CP. Though your financial issues have been resolved, you still need to participate in the vocational experience theme. This is a vital component for enhancing interaction and life experiences. Lee PD stated, revealing her second task for them, to engage in some labor. This is the task of the show. If it remains unfulfilled, what will the audience watch? However, the production team has also devised a more relaxed selection for the beloved couple, presenting 3 enticing options: hotel sleep tester, panda caretaker at the zoo, and dessert taster for new products. Each of these positions is incredibly intriguing, and they offer a handsome salary of 300 yuan per day. Which will the two choose? Gasp! The pair was momentarily taken aback by the delightful prospects. Such splendid job opportunities exist? The eyes of the enthusiastic participant sparkled with excitement. Each role seemed irresistibly appealing, particularly that of the panda caretaker. Wouldn't tea that mean close encounters with pandas? And the dessert taster? Ah, that is simply her dream job. Meanwhile, Su Ran contemplated these choices thoughtfully. Glancing at the excited participant, she chuckled softly. This girl would likely opt for the dessert taster, wouldn't she? To Su Ran's surprise, the enthusiastic participant exclaimed, Su Ran, let us go feed the pandas. I really want to. You wish to be an animal caretaker? Huh? Yes, yes, yes. The participant nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Her desire to visit the zoo stemmed from 2 reasons. First, the opportunity to closely interact with pandas, and second, the zoo is one of the quintessential dating spots for couples. If she were to go with Su Ran, it could be considered a date, right? Su Ran pondered for a moment and realized it could indeed work. She hadn't yet had the chance to experiment with her chosen skill of affinity with all beings. This was the perfect opportunity to test her abilities. The thought of petting tigers and strolling with lions was quite delightful. With a smile, Su Ran agreed, all right, we'll go with your choice. Great. Panda caretaker at the municipal zoo. The 2 of you are expected at 2 o'clock sharp this afternoon. Lee PD sighed in relief. Indeed, to win over Su Ran, one must start with the enthusiastic participant. This character, though often playful and teasing, genuinely cares for her. Lee PD felt an exhilarating rush. Oh, this delightful affection is truly going to be the end of him. Chapter 43, Astonishment. The intelligence of Reba is grounded. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly. The sky was an azure expanse devoid of a single cloud. A gentle sea breeze caressed the air with warmth. In accordance with their agreement, the production team reluctantly reserved a private room at the most upscale seafood restaurant nearby. Sue Ran and Reba savored the luxurious seafood feast generously funded by the show's crew. Australian lobsters, king crabs, abalone. Sue Ran ordered one of everything on the menu. After all, the production team was footing the bill. Why not indulge in extravagance rather than moderation? Reba, not forgetting to capture the moment, shared photos in their group chat, instantly inciting a chorus of lamentations among the 6 members. At that moment, the Kanglin and Xiao Mo couples, enjoying their mundane working lunches, suddenly found their meals utterly unappetizing. Why should they endure hardship while Sue Ran and Reba reveled in sumptuous delights? Soon enough, when they learned that Sue Ran had won a $5,000 prize from scratch cards, the 4 of them were collectively petrified. They howled at the sky, pleading for a share of his fortune. Had they known Sue Ran had such audacious luck, they would have followed his lead. After feasting to their heart's content, the 2 let out satisfied belches. Glancing at the clock, they noted there was still over an hour until their afternoon shift commenced. Sue Ran initially intended to return to the villa for a quick nap to rejuvenate his energy. However, Reba tugged at his arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement, saying, "Sue Ran, let us head to the zoo early. I want to explore a bit." She was nearly bursting with anticipation at the prospect of coming close to the national treasure, the giant panda. Moreover, a prompt visit would afford them more time in their little world together. This could certainly be considered a part of their date, right? Seeing her exhilaration, Sue Ran could not bring himself to decline and nodded in agreement. Before setting off, they made a brief return to the villa. Having rushed out that morning, they were still clad in casual attire. Since they were headed to work, a more polished appearance was in order. While Sue Ran felt indifferent about it, Reba insisted on changing outfits. After all, to her, this was a date, and she wanted to present herself beautifully before stepping out. In no time, they returned to the villa, each heading to their respective rooms to change. A little over 10 minutes later, when Sue Ran emerged from his room, he noticed Reba was conspicuously absent. Just as he pondered her whereabouts, a horn blared from outside. It was then he realized Reba was waiting for him in the yard. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of her fully equipped ensemble: sunglasses, a sun hat, a sun-blocking scarf, and cooling sleeves. Unable to resist, Sue Ran teased, "Are you dressed to scout out the zoo? Planning to steal a panda later?" "Steal a panda? Nonsense," Reba retorted, somewhat annoyed. "The sun by the seaside is scorching. I'm merely protecting myself from sunburn. Do you understand? Protecting yourself?" Sue Ran replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. "That's entirely unnecessary." A flicker of delight crossed Reba's mind. Could it be that he was complimenting her natural beauty? But then, she heard Sue Ran's playful voice. "You're not exactly porcelain white to begin with. Get lost." Amidst their playful banter, the 2 finally embarked on their work journey. Upon arriving at the zoo, it was precisely 1:30, leaving half an hour until the start of work. The 2, having made prior arrangements with the production team, smoothly entered the park. Upon entering the premises, the exuberance was palpable. The leisurely strolling giraffes, the monkeys swinging on their vines, and the peacocks displaying their splendid feathers all captivated her with their novelty and charm. Followed closely behind, observing her animated demeanor, with a smile beginning to grace his lips. The skill of affinity with all beings appeared to be subtly at play. Sensed a warmth in the gazes of the animals directed at him, brimming with familiarity. Even the usually formidable tiger seemed to frolic playfully before him. As they meandered, pausing intermittently, they arrived at the gorilla exhibit. Inside the glass enclosure, a robust, glossy-coated gorilla was squatting in the corner, facing away from them, poking at ants on the ground with a small twig. That silhouette exuded a sense of solitude intertwined with philosophical depth. "Goodness, why does this gorilla seem like a philosopher?" marveled, pointing at the creature and snapping a photo to share in their group chat. Leaned in for a closer look, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and remarked, "That figure does bear a striking resemblance to a certain someone." "Who?" blinked in curiosity, turning back. "Doesn't it remind you of the dilemma you faced last night about whether to send me a message?" We agreed not to mention it, and yet you did. Was about to reprimand when the gorilla, as if responding to the commotion, turned around and ambled excitedly towards her. Quipsy, he has found a kindred spirit and is quite thrilled. Consequently, delivered a playful punch to. The gorilla approached the glass, raised its furry, muscular finger, pointed at the orange juice in its hand, and then gestured towards its mouth. The intention was unmistakable. Gasped, could it be that this gorilla has gained sentience? Does it wish to drink the orange juice? Exclaimed, its intellect appears to surpass yours. Ignoring the vexing, attempted to engage the philosophical gorilla in conversation. So, you would like to have this? The gorilla enthusiastically nodded. It even excitedly tapped the glass and pointed towards a small ventilation opening below. Following the gorilla's indication, noticed the narrow passage but felt disheartened, saying, "This hole is far too small. The bottle cannot fit through." The gorilla remained composed, unhurriedly gesturing towards the bottle and the vent. "I already told you it won't fit," protested. The gorilla responded with a soft whimper. Bewildered by the exchange between and the gorilla, found it hard to believe they were not of the same kind. Eventually, unable to bear the sight any longer, snatched the orange juice and, under its incredulous gaze, aimed it at the small opening. The gorilla joyfully approached to receive it, gulping it down in hearty swigs, savoring every drop, and then cast a knowing glance at before departing in contentment. Pondered, was that last look it gave me implying that I am a mere tool? It turns out I was supposed to pour it in. Hot Ba's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. How utterly humiliating. It seemed as though her intellect had been thoroughly trampled by that great gorilla. Fortunately, your evolution is swift. Otherwise, you would be the one languishing inside. Su Ran mused. Their evolution is just right. They need not sit at the table nor clock in for work. Hot Ba. The live stream erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Ran's witty retort. Gorilla. At this rate, I'll be factory-bound to assemble screws. Did that gorilla just mock Hot Ba? I feel like it's smarter than I am. Gorilla. This batch of visitors is truly challenging. Absolutely infuriating. On site, Hot Ba was seething with rage. The combination of past grievances and the humiliation of her intelligence being so brutally assaulted surged within her. She abruptly turned and glared at Su Ran. Her smile gradually morphed into a scowl. Su Ran, come here. I promise not to kill you. Hey. Are you blaming me for your own lack of intellect? I don't care. If I can't compete with a gorilla, how could I possibly be outmatched by you? In the midst of their playful chase, the two inadvertently stumbled upon their workplace, the Panda Pavilion. Thus, this comedic pursuit came to a close. Hot Ba could hardly contain her eagerness to meet the rotund creatures, while Su Ran felt a twinge of curiosity. With the blessing of affinity for all things, would interacting with the pandas yield some extraordinary effect? He found himself filled with anticipation. Chapter 44, A Moment of Terror. Su Ran is about to be flung away. Finally, we've arrived at the panda exhibit. Gun, my beloved Gun. I eagerly anticipate the interaction between Su Ran and Reba with the pandas. Will it be incredibly adorable? I wager 5 dimes. Su Ran is bound to create some amusing antics. Will Su Ran attempt to feed the pandas some bizarre concoction? That seems improbable. After all, they are national treasures. Dare to mess around, and you might find yourself in prison. The audience in the live stream is filled with anticipation for the forthcoming experience at the panda exhibit. After all, who could possibly resist the charm of these irresistibly cute national treasures? This coastal city zoo occupies a vast expanse of land, nestled among the hills and adorned with lush greenery. It is a must-visit destination for tourists in the country. Not only does it showcase a diverse array of animal species, but it also places great emphasis on animal welfare and the simulation of natural environments. Particularly, the panda exhibit where Su Ran and Reba work is one of the largest panda breeding bases in the southern region. The panda exhibit has been meticulously designed to closely replicate the panda's natural habitat. With artificial mountains, flowing water, dense bamboo groves, and wooden climbing structures and swings for the pandas to play on, it offers a complete experience. In the staff area of the panda exhibit, Su Ran and Reba, under the guidance of the staff, don their matching blue zookeeper uniforms. The attire appeared somewhat oversized and lacked any distinctive design. However, the effect was entirely different on the two of them. Reba, tall and graceful, exuded a youthful charm even in the simplest of work attire, radiating the warmth of a friendly neighbor. As for Su-ran, he resembled a walking mannequin. The plain blue uniform did not make him look dowdy. Instead, it accentuated his upright posture and fresh demeanor. Coupled with his impeccable features, he was the epitome of the most handsome zookeeper, as if he had stepped straight out of an idol drama. Reba was genuinely impressed. While she felt somewhat drab in her outfit, this guy managed to look stunning. Truly, he could make even a burlap sack look appealing. Yet, she couldn't resist teasing. In that outfit, you look more like someone destined to shovel dung. Su-ran adjusted his collar and retorted, "Same to you. You possess the potential of a dedicated caretaker as well. Go away, go away." After changing into their uniforms, the two made their way to the main hall to begin their training. The training process was rather straightforward, merely covering the understanding of panda habits, precautions, and how to prepare bamboo dough balls and milking bowls. To this, Reba raised her hand in confusion and asked, "Teacher, don't pandas only eat bamboo?" Teacher Xiao Chun, the professional zookeeper, smiled and explained, in artificial breeding environments, giant pandas also consume small amounts of dough balls, fruits, honey, and other foods. Now I understand. I've learned something new. During the upcoming experience, it is essential to refrain from loud noises that might startle them and to avoid attempting to feed them human food. Although the pandas in captivity are not particularly aggressive, it is advisable to exercise caution and avoid touching them lightly. Despite their adorable appearance, they are still formidable creatures capable of matching strength with a tiger. Understood. We got it. Reba nodded repeatedly. Although feeling a hint of regret, she could understand the caretaker's concerns. The duo's experience as panda caretakers officially commenced. They began their first task, preparing the beloved bull milk for the panda cubs. This formula, crafted over a decade of research by panda scientists, was a special milk powder tailored to meet the nutritional needs of the growing cubs. Under the guidance of Keeper Xiao Chun, Su-ran and Reba diligently measured various powders and calcium into a bowl, adding warm water and stirring it to perfection. The entire process was not complex, akin to mixing formula milk. Observing Su-ran, who executed the task with ease, Reba couldn't help but muse, "This fellow must be a capable father. Our future baby." Wait, what am I thinking? She quickly banished those unhealthy thoughts and focused intently on mixing the milk powder. Before long, the bowl milk was ready. The next thrilling moment arrived. Feeding time. "Come, I'll take you to the panda cubs activity area." Keeper Xiao Chun smiled, then earnestly reminded them, but again, "Please prioritize safety. Keep your distance and refrain from touching them casually." Understood. Reba nodded enthusiastically, lifting a hefty bucket of milk and carefully following behind, her excitement making her cheeks flush. Noticing her struggle, Su-ran reached out to help lift the other side, instantly alleviating her burden. She glanced at him sideways and flashed a faint smile. "Thank you." After passing through a disinfection corridor, they arrived at the outdoor play area for the panda cubs. The expansive space was carpeted in lush green grass, dotted with small trees and wooden structures for the cubs to climb. A few plump panda cubs, merely months old, rolled and frolicked on the grass, or gleefully gnawed on small bamboo shoots, exuding an irresistible cuteness that could melt anyone's heart. How adorable! Reba was instantly smitten, her eyes transforming into two enormous heart shapes. She could hardly contain her urge to rush over and cuddle them. Eagerly, she poured the bowl milk into the designated basin and squatted down, gently calling out with the command she had learned from the caretaker, "Come drink your milk, little ones." Upon hearing her call, the panda cubs halted their playful antics. Wobbling adorably, they waddled towards Reba, lowering their round heads and eagerly engaging in their milk mode. Oh, they were simply too cute. Reba felt an overwhelming surge of maternal affection, longing to stroke their little heads. Observing her blissful demeanor, Su-ran chuckled and shook his head. He set down his spray bottle of milk and walked towards the adjacent area where the adult pandas were. There, a particularly robust adult panda, its fur gleaming, was lazily napping against a rock formation, exuding an aura of tranquility. That is the star panda of our exhibit, named Wanwan. Quietly introduced by Keeper Xiao Chun, Wanwan possesses a rather, well, aloof personality, seldom engaging with anyone other than the keepers, rarely approaching others without provocation. Is that so? After placing the food at the feeding point near the enclosure, he stood still, observing the magnificent creature. Wanwan, who had been dozing, appeared to sense something. Its fluffy ears twitched before it slowly opened its eyes. The round, black pupils swiftly locked onto a gaze. The human and the panda exchanged a moment of connection. Su Ran smiled gently, attempting to convey goodwill. However, after a few seconds of steady observation, the panda, named Wanwan suddenly, without any warning, leapt from the ground with an alarming vigor. Then, it charged towards Su Ran with astonishing speed, entirely incongruent with its stout appearance. This unexpected scene plunged everyone into a state of alarm. Danger! Run! Keeper Xiao Chun was the first to react, letting out a piercing scream, his face paling instantly. Although Wanwan was known for its aloofness, it had never displayed aggression before. Why was it behaving so erratically today? Hidi was equally startled by the scream. She watched in horror as the panda, resembling a small tank, barreled towards Su Ran, her heart racing to her throat. Suran, be careful, she cried out in desperation. But it was too late. The distance was closing rapidly. The audience in the live stream erupted in chaos. What is happening? The national treasure has gone mad? Something is going to happen. Why are you just standing there? Run. A panda is still a wild beast. If it collides with Su Ran, it could be fatal or worse. It's over. There is no time to escape at this distance. At that moment backstage, Wang Jingyu's face turned a ghastly shade of pale. This was a serious broadcast incident. The continuity of the show seemed trivial compared to the thought of Su Ran coming to harm. How could he possibly explain that to her family? Meanwhile, in front of the camera, Su Ran appeared utterly frozen in shock, unable to move. In the nick of time, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless. Chapter 45, A Universal Charm. The national treasure cues for affection. As the panda, resembling a fierce tiger, charged towards him, Su Ran felt a flicker of unease. His decision to neither flee nor hide was not due to a lack of reaction, but rather because he sensed through the skill of universal affinity that Wanwan bore no ill intentions. Instead, an overwhelming aura of excitement and warmth radiated from her. Indeed, in the next moment, the panda, exuding a ferocious energy akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, came to a sudden halt just a step away from Su Ran. With a remarkable agility that belied her massive form, she skidded to a stop, leaving shallow marks on the grass with her paws. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, the previously intimidating giant panda transformed her demeanor entirely. Tilting her round, plush head, she gazed at Su Ran with innocent eyes, as if seeking his favor. Subsequently, she extended her soft, hefty paw and wrapped it around Su Ran's leg, emitting soft whimpers. Moments later, to everyone's bewilderment, Wanwan dashed toward the pile of stones. After meticulously selecting the freshest and most tender bamboo shoot, she returned, puffing adorably, and placed it at Su Ran's feet. Her dark, glistening eyes fixed on him, as if to say, "Esteemed one, this is for you." Su Ran felt a mix of relief and amusement as he beheld the treasure-like panda offering. The power of the universal affinity skill was indeed charmingly extraordinary. Meanwhile, the other attendees stood frozen in disbelief. Xiao Chun, the caretaker, gaped with her mouth forming an A shape, her eyes wide as saucers, her mind utterly blank. The pride she once held in her experience and expertise crumbled before this spectacle, feeling as fragile as paper. Moreover, the notoriously aloof and proud Wan had chosen to present her favorite bamboo to a human stranger. In that moment, it felt as if the very heavens had shifted for Xiao Chun. It was akin to watching her painstakingly nurtured cabbage being devoured. Hitai was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, she had tightly shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight of a potentially gruesome scene. When the anticipated cries failed to materialize, She cautiously opened her eyes, only to be met with a scene that seemed generated by artificial intelligence. This was even more bewildering than the videos she had scrolled through of pandas cooking. Where was the supposed aloofness? How was it possible that this panda displayed such endearing behavior? Could it be that looks truly held such power? Meanwhile, in the background, Wang Jingyu was at a loss for words, muttering in disbelief. Beyond two exclamatory phrases, he could conjure no suitable language to describe the unfolding scene. The live stream had descended into an unprecedented frenzy of comments. What on earth? What am I witnessing? Someone wake me up and tell me this isn't real. This is 1,000 times more outrageous than winning 5,000 yuan. Goodness, is Wan a severe beauty connoisseur? Does Su Ran's face wield such lethal charm even in the panda realm? Little Chun, the zookeeper, was beginning to question the meaning of life. Su Ran, don't overthink it. It's merely a national treasure, easy to handle. Ah, how I envy you. I desperately wish to affectionately squeeze the panda's fluffy paws. However, before everyone could fully absorb the peculiar scene before them, an even more outrageous spectacle unfolded. The panda cubs, who had been leisurely sipping their milk nearby, seemed to sense Su Ran's irresistible charm. Astonishingly, they all waddled over to him. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, they completely enveloped Su Ran. Some clung to his legs, refusing to let go. Others attempted to climb onto him. A few simply flopped down at his feet, rolling about and demanding attention, emitting a chorus of adorable sounds. The scene was utterly chaotic. Wah, wah, wah. Su Ran, here comes the adorable brigade. Oh, it seems I can't simply handle them one by one. These little creatures would be more than a mouthful. How bizarre. How absurd. Reba, Little Chun, the zookeeper, the production crew, the audience in the live stream, the zoo staff who rushed over upon hearing the news. This is madness. They've all lost their minds. Even the little ones are smitten. Let go of Su Ran. Allow me to take care of the little ones. This scene is so heartwarming. I could watch it 1 billion times. How envious. I wish I could be draped in fluffy dumplings too. Reba, why? Why is this happening? Please, share one with me. Su Ran looked at the clingy and irresistibly adorable little ones, feeling both amused and exasperated. Then he noticed the adult panda, Wan Wan, stirring with excitement. What are you up to? As Su Ran observed Wan Wan's increasingly animated gaze, he playfully kicked its plump backside, scolding, "Get lost. If you climb on me, I might break a few ribs. Go play somewhere else." Wan Wan left, whimpering in sadness. Before departing, it cast a lingering glance at Su Ran, as if to say, "You scoundrel, deceiving both me and my affections. Everyone else. Only Su Ran would dare kick a giant panda and not fear being squashed." Subsequently, Su Ran began to peel the fluffy dumplings off himself, muttering softly, "You all must belong to Reba, always loving to cling to people when you're happy." Reba inhaled deeply, suddenly desiring to smack Su Ran. How could he take advantage yet act innocent? But she obediently approached him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Su Ran, what do you want?" "Stop that." Su Ran quickly stepped back, sensing a scheme. Reba clung to his arm, swaying with a sugary voice. "Let me hold a little panda, please." "Oh, is that all?" Su Ran bent down and effortlessly placed a small panda into Reba's arms. As Xiao Chun, the zookeeper, was about to speak, he noticed Su Ran addressing the red pandas. "Don't bully this, sister, or else I won't play with you anymore." The little red pandas obediently nodded one by one. Xiao Chun felt the urge to remain silent, even contemplating resignation. Meanwhile, Reba was utterly enchanted by the soft, fluffy rice dumpling in her arms, which emanated a milky fragrance. She cradled it carefully, gently rubbing the pudgy little head of the panda cub. The sensation was simply delightful. Reba was so exhilarated she felt she might soar into the sky. Naturally, she did not forget to snap a selfie, which she promptly shared across all her social media platforms. Today was a day for cuddling cats, a blatant display of pride. The Tsang Lan and Xiao Mo couples, who were idly scrolling through their phones, clearly noticed the news about the panda cuddling in the group chat. Especially Yu Shuxin, who worked at a pet store, was momentarily in disbelief. "Wait, you're cuddling a cat? Then what am I cuddling?" Yu Shuxin gazed at the Persian cat in her arms, suddenly finding it less appealing. Why were they able to cuddle pandas while she couldn't? Yu Shushin was consumed with envy, wishing she could instantly fly to the panda base. At the panda base, Xiao Chun and the director, who had rushed over after hearing the news, were observing the panda's behavior. They were utterly perplexed. It was one thing for the little pandas to line up eagerly for Su Ran's affection, but they were also presenting their favorite toys and food to him. This scene left all the zookeepers in stunned silence, their worldview shattered. They began to seriously suspect that Su Ran had secretly fed the pandas some sort of charm. How else could one explain this phenomenon that defied scientific rationale? Su Ran. Xiaochen finally could not suppress his existential inquiry. Have you ever received professional training in panda care? Or do you have an extensive background in animal behavior studies? Su Ran lifted his head, looking at the zookeepers who were questioning their very existence, and chuckled softly. Training and research? Not all. He shrugged casually, his tone relaxed. Perhaps it's simply because I'm good-looking. They must be drawn to my beauty. All the zookeepers were left speechless. So, beauty transcends species, does it? I can hardly believe that. Yet, they could not find a logical explanation and had to let it go. At that moment, however, the director stepped forward, looking earnestly at Su Ran. Mr. Su, we have an orangutan in our park that hasn't eaten or drunk anything for some time. Could you please help us take a look? What? Am I now expected to moonlight as an animal psychologist? Chapter 46, An Upgrade. A Mission. The entire internet exclaims. Su Ran, are you out of your mind? Did the curator really ask Su Ran to see a starving gorilla? Goodness. He just became the principal of the panda kindergarten, and now he is expected to be an animal psychologist? This is quite a leap for Su Ran. This must be a script. How could a person possess such extraordinary abilities? For those who doubt, can you persuade a national treasure to perform alongside you? But Su Ran isn't a veterinarian. What could he possibly discern? The curator must be at his wits' end to resort to such desperate measures. The comments were filled with profound skepticism. It was not that they were unwilling to believe in Su Ran, but the situation was simply too far-fetched. On site, Su Ran, upon hearing the curator's earnest request, wore an expression of helplessness. Asking him to examine a starving gorilla? What a ridiculous notion, setting aside the dangers involved. He was not a veterinarian, although he possessed a skill called universal affinity, which allowed animals to take a liking to him. Affection did not equate to healing. If that gorilla were genuinely ill, it would only delay the treatment. Curator, it's not that I don't want to help. Su Ran scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. But my expertise is not in this field. I am not trained to treat animals. Beside him, Reba looked on in astonishment at the curator, then at Su Ran. She knew that Su Ran was well-liked by animals, but asking him to treat a gorilla? That was utterly absurd. Understanding Su Ran's concerns, the curator sighed and clarified, Mr. Su, please do not misunderstand. We are not asking you to treat Caesar. Adjusting his glasses, he continued to explain. In the zoo, there was a male silverback gorilla named Caesar, the pride of the establishment, known for his gentle temperament and robust health. However, for reasons unknown, he had suddenly stopped eating and drinking 3 days prior, appearing lethargic. The veterinarians in the zoo had examined Caesar's physiological indicators, all of which appeared normal, ruling out the possibility of illness. Ultimately, the curator expressed his frustration. We suspect he may be suffering from depression. Su Ran and Reba exchanged astonished glances, both surprised to learn that even animals could experience depression in this day and age. We have attempted numerous methods, the curator continued, such as offering his favorite foods, providing new toys, allowing his closest caretaker to comfort him, and even giving him an extended leave, but nothing has worked. Littlely interjected, if this continues, we are concerned that Caesar's health will deteriorate. From my observations, it seems Mr. Su possesses a natural affinity for animals, the curator added, his eyes glancing at the playful panda cubs surrounding Su Ran, filled with wonder. The curator truly had no other options left and could only pin his hopes on Su Ran's inexplicable charm. Upon hearing this, Su Ran began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It is not about seeking medical treatment for him, but rather about simply giving him a refreshing facial wash to see if it might have any effect. This seems feasible. After all, with the skill of harmony with all things, there should be little risk involved. Suran. Reba tugged at Su Ran's clothing, leaning closer to him and whispering, "One must act within their capabilities and not overexert oneself." Su Ran cast a surprised glance at Reba. He did not expect this girl to lack an overflow of sympathy, but rather to first express concern for his safety. This girlfriend is quite commendable. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Su Ran's mind. Ding! Limited time mission triggered. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. The Mind Mentor. Mission requirements. Please accept the curator's request. Proceed to the gorilla exhibit and engage in a profound mental exchange with the despondent silverback gorilla, Caesar, using an unexpected method to successfully help him emerge from his gloom. Mission rewards. Silver treasure chest X1. Activity points 500. Mission time limit 12 hours. What the heck? A silver treasure chest along with 500 activity points. The rewards are exceedingly generous. However, the difficulty of this mission is exceptionally high. To engage in a mental exchange with a gorilla, and to use an unexpected method to assist the gorilla in overcoming his darkness. This is practically an impossible task. Nevertheless, let's first see what it entails. Thus, Su Ran looked at the curator and said, "All right, I will take a look, but I cannot guarantee anything." Su Ran did not speak too confidently. After all, who can predict such matters? Excellent. Thank you so much. The curator was instantly filled with excitement, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, and then promised, "Mr. Su, if you can truly help Caesar, our park will grant you a special reward." A special reward? Very well, let us see what happens. Su Ran did not place much importance on this reward. Therefore, he temporarily bid farewell to the group of reluctant panda trinkets on his lap. Accompanied by the curator and the eager zookeeper, Xiao Chun, along with the equally curious Reba, he made his way towards the gorilla exhibit. Inside the gorilla enclosure, the lighting was dimmer than outside, creating a quieter atmosphere. Through a thick layer of bulletproof glass, one could observe the spacious area within, adorned with artificial hills, perches, and various toys. Yet at this moment, the silverback gorilla, named Caesar, displayed no interest in any of it. He remained motionless, curled up in the darkest corner, with his back turned to the onlookers. Despite his massive stature, Caesar emanated an overwhelming sense of loneliness and desolation. Just like this, the curator pointed at Caesar inside the enclosure and whispered, "He hasn't moved much in 3 days, nor has he eaten or drunk anything." Caesar's zookeeper, Li Mei, choked back tears as she said, "We are truly worried about him." Reba gazed at Caesar's forlorn silhouette, feeling a pang of sadness within her. She softly inquired, "What could have caused him to be like this?" Li Mei sighed and replied, "It may be related to the departure of his lifelong companion, the female gorilla, Anna." Departure? Anna was a resident of another park, temporarily housed in our zoo. Now that she has matured, she has returned. It is truly heart-wrenching. The bonds between animals can sometimes run deeper than those among humans. Su Ran gazed at the colossal figure in the corner, radiating an aura of sorrow, and felt a slight tug at his heartstrings. He approached the glass wall, remaining silent as he quietly observed Caesar's silhouette. After a few seconds, the once motionless Caesar, with its thickly furred back, appeared to tremble slightly. Sensing something, it slowly turned its head, locking eyes with Su Ran, its deep gaze imbued with sadness and vigilance. This extraordinary moment left everyone present, as well as those watching the live stream, utterly astounded. Does Su Ran truly possess an innate affinity with animals? Man and gorilla exchanged silent glances. Time ticked away, the atmosphere tense yet subtle. The viewers in the live stream began anxiously typing their comments. "My goodness, this gorilla looks incredibly aggressive. If it throws a punch, I'd be done for. Do not enter. It's dangerous. This is nothing like a national treasure." National treasures are, after all, more approachable to humans. Su Ran took a deep breath and internally summoned the system, invoking the upgrade card to enhance Universal Affinity. Ding! Upgrade successful. Universal Affinity Beginner has advanced to Universal Affinity Intermediate. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, Su Ran smiled gently and spoke, "Director, allow me to enter." Reba tightly grasped Su Ran's sleeve, his eyes filled with pleading. I implore you, do not go in. Mr. Su, are you certain? Caesar's emotions are currently quite unstable, and we are concerned. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Very well. We will arrange for a zookeeper to accompany you. Please, I'll have a conversation with it. Having more people around may complicate things. The live stream's comments exploded with reactions. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Su Ran intends to approach that seemingly highly dangerous silverback gorilla. Has he lost his mind? Is he willing to risk his life? Meanwhile, in the back room, Wang Jingyu was on the verge of fainting. Damn it. I just wanted to record a program peacefully. Why do I always end up in such predicaments? Chapter 47. The Birth of an Epic Scene. Julius Caesar offers a cigarette to Su Ran. What the hell? He really went in? No. Su Ran, come out quickly. That's a silverback gorilla. One punch could kill a bull. This is madness. Is he willing to risk his life for the ratings? The audience is almost in tears. Production team, where's the security? Hurry up. Something S about to happen. My heart is about to give out. Su Ran, please be safe. The live chat exploded into a frenzy of panic and disbelief as Su Ran made his audacious decision and took action. The refresh rate of the comments tested the limits of the server once more. On site, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Su Ran as he cautiously stepped into the gorilla enclosure. The producer's eyes were red with anxiety, yet he felt utterly powerless. Su Ran, seemingly easygoing, was resolute once he made up his mind. No one could dissuade him. The zookeepers wore expressions of deep concern, tightly gripping their tranquilizer guns. Should Caesar exhibit any signs of aggression, they would act immediately to ensure Su Ran's safety. Meanwhile, the director was sweating profusely, palms cold and clammy, fervently praying, please, let nothing go wrong. He regretted ever thinking of relying on an outsider. However, at the center of the storm, Su Ran appeared unfazed by the surrounding tension and fear. After stepping through the small iron gate, he waved his hand reassuringly, signaling everyone to relax. Inside the enclosure, the once calm Caesar instantly became alert at the intrusion of an unfamiliar presence. Its massive form straightened, muscles taut, emitting a deep, rumbling growl. The overwhelming aura was nearly suffocating, a primal force that permeated the air. Even through the screen, viewers could sense the terrifying presence of this wild beast. It's over. Animals have territorial instincts, especially gorillas. Su Ran is about to be attacked. The live chat erupted into cries of despair. Yet, in the face of this potentially violent giant, Su Ran merely smiled calmly and approached the gorilla with composure. His tranquility stemmed from his profound understanding of the power of the skill Animal Affinity, Intermediate. Animal Affinity, Intermediate. The host naturally exudes a potent aura that instills a deep sense of closeness and even dependency in all living beings. This affinity alone can protect him from animal attacks. Moreover, this skill also grants him two additional attributes. First, telepathy. Limited edition, the host can vaguely perceive the thoughts and emotions of highly intelligent animals. Second, should an animal be in a state of rage and the affinity effect falter, the host can actively trigger a dissuasion effect, instilling fear in the animal and compelling it to submit. With these two skills, Su Ran felt no apprehension regarding his safety. If only this gorilla could engage in rational discourse, Su Ran would gladly converse with it. Yet, if it were to disregard him or even attempt to attack, Su Ran possessed a modicum of martial prowess. As Su Ran drew nearer, he perceived the gorilla's profound longing, anguish, and overwhelming sense of injustice. Step by step, he approached. The gorilla, however, exhibited no signs of aggression. Relieved, Su Ran continued to advance towards Caesar, projecting a friendly sentiment through his ability, harmony of all beings. Hey big guy, don't get agitated. I'm here to chat. Caesar sensed the amiable aura emanating from Su Ran, and the wariness in his gaze gradually dissipated. He regarded Su Ran's approach with a hint of confusion. When Su Ran halted approximately 2 meters away from Caesar, he refrained from attempting to touch him or utter any comforting words. Instead, he directly utilized telepathy to discern the gorilla's most intense emotions at that moment. Then, Sue Rant's expression morphed into one of perplexity. He had anticipated that Caesar would be grieving the loss of a companion. Yet, what he heard resonated with a different sentiment. Will we meet again, Anna? When we do, I hope you find happiness. Your world will be devoid of me henceforth. Anna, how can I live without you? Woe is me. Sue Rant, what the heck? After all this time, this fellow isn't merely depressed. He has heartbroken, and, judging by the tone, he resembles a quintessential, lovesick gorilla. Sue Rant felt his worldview shaken once more. The motivational platitudes he had prepared on the essence of life and embracing existence were suddenly lodged in his throat. Dealing with a lovesick gorilla seemed to render those lofty ideals unnecessary. Though the audience in the live stream could not hear the inner thoughts, they discerned the shift in Sue Rant's expression and the easing of Caesar's mood. The comment section erupted once more. Goodness, Caesar did not attack Sue Rant. My word, Sue Rant is truly remarkable. Incredible. Sue Rant is awe-inspiring. So why was Caesar depressed? At that moment, Sue Rant approached Caesar, gently patting his robust shoulder. This scene caused the zookeepers stationed outside, ever vigilant, to grip their tranquilizer guns tightly. Had Sue Rant lost his mind? This was a gorilla. Yet, the anticipated gruesome spectacle did not unfold. Instead, the gorilla turned, grasping Sue Rant's arm in profound distress. Everyone present. All right, don't cry. Sue Rant, as if soothing a child, continued to pat the gorilla's back. The gorilla, roar. Wah, it no longer wants me. I love it so dearly. Unable to contain himself, Sue Rant inquired, Are you heartbroken? Upon hearing this, the gorilla wept even more intensely. Sue Rant pressed further. Were you a couple? The gorilla's sobs momentarily faltered, only to escalate again. What the? They weren't even a couple. What kind of love have you lost? If Caesar were aware of Sue Rant's thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort. Isn't unrequited love still love? Sue Rant took a deep breath and began his grand presentation. Caesar, heed my advice. Hesitation leads to defeat. Sincerity often goes unrewarded. What you have lost is but a tree, yet what you stand to gain is an entire forest. Eat well, exercise diligently, sculpt your chest muscles to perfection, and cultivate a glossy, vibrant appearance. When you transform into the most striking, strongest, and most charismatic creature in the zoo, what girl would be out of your reach? Remember this. A devoted admirer may end up with nothing. The best way to win a girl's affection is not to pine after her, but to seek the next. This declaration left Caesar utterly dumbfounded with its limited intellect. It scarcely grasped the entirety of what was said, yet it understood a fragment. Eat well, sleep well, and pursue girls. At that moment, the livestream chat erupted with laughter. Wow, ha ha ha. The anti-motivational master, Sue Rant, counseling a heartbroken gorilla online. Oh my goodness. Caesar, don't listen to Sue Rant. He's just playing you. Seriously, what is the point of sharing this with an animal? Has Sue Rant lost his mind? Discussing love with a gorilla? Although Sue Rant makes some valid points, can Caesar truly comprehend them? Ha ha. However, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Caesar picked up a banana and began to eat. Boom. The live stream exploded with excitement. Everyone was left speechless. Is this really happening? While the audience was still processing this astonishing scene, Sue Rant turned towards the iron gate. The curator assumed Sue Rant was about to exit, especially since Caesar had begun to eat. Yet, Sue Rant asked, Is there anyone here with a laptop? There was. One of the attendants handed a laptop to Sue Rant. He took the laptop and returned to Caesar's side. Then, he performed an act that baffled all onlookers. He opened a web browser, initiated a search, and played a video. Subsequently, he turned the laptop screen towards Caesar, revealing the title, The World of Animals, the Silverback Gorilla Series. The remedy for sorrow is to fill it with joyful memories. Suraning fal deeply, stating, These documentaries are carefully curated for you. Take a look. Caesar. Huh. Although it did not comprehend the significance of this, it instinctively leaned closer to the screen, becoming engrossed in the viewing experience. It even forgot its sorrow. The live stream erupted in laughter once more. I can't believe it. Sue Rant has become a filmmaker. Huh. Showing the animal world to a gorilla? Truly classic. Just asking, Does this count as a gorilla's version of film? Future Caesar, can I borrow a script? I'm literally rolling on the floor laughing. I'm genuinely going to die laughing at Suran, as everyone reveled in this absurd yet hilarious scene of a gorilla watching a documentary. An even more outrageous, mind-boggling moment unfolded. Before our eyes, the exuberant gorilla Caesar seemed to have a sudden epiphany. He turned back to the hollow of the tree and excavated from the depths of the grass a box of cigarettes, and then, under the watchful gaze of many, he first deftly rolled one for himself, and then nonchalantly pushed the cigarette box toward Suran. The demeanor, the expression, he resembled a seasoned smoker. Suran, witnessing this extraordinary scene, was utterly bewildered. Is it possible that all the animals in this zoo exhibit such eccentric behavior? In the live stream, an unforgettable tableau unfolded. Caesar, smoking, holding a lighter, leaning towards Suran's lips. With his robust fingers, he skillfully pressed down on the lighter. Snap! A blue flame erupted. One human, one gorilla, one in shock, the other wielding a lighter. The image froze. The scene, and the entire internet, erupted into sheer madness. Chapter 48. Unexpected Parenthood? Reba, I long to marry. No one anticipated that Suran's treatment would unfold in such an outrageous manner and conclude in such an abstract form. The visual impact, the absurdity of the scene, the comedic effect soared beyond the atmosphere. The barrage of comments in a live stream transcended any previous instances, leaving the screen resembling a PowerPoint presentation. 1,000 exclamations and laughter, an iconic moment, truly a scene for the ages. Is this the work of carbon-based life forms? Suran, I bow before you. Help! I'm rolling on the floor with laughter. Tears are streaming down my face. This is utterly ridiculous. In ancient times, Vincent's mother-in-law lit a cigarette. Today I, Caesar, offer a smoke to the ancestral spirits. Incredible plus voice breaking. I can think of no other words than incredible. At this moment, backstage of the program, Wang Jingyu, who had initially succumbed to despair, closed his eyes. In his imagination, he envisioned Suran, that madman, being swatted away by a gorilla. Director Wang, don't faint, look. A miracle has occurred. At that moment, the assistant's words compelled Wang Jingyu to open his eyes, incredulously gazing at the screen. He beheld an unforgettable sight, a gorilla lighting a cigarette for Suran. What the hell? Suran! And then he erupted into uncontrollable laughter, banging the table. It worked. I have succeeded. One can easily predict that the ratings for Summer Heartbeat are poised to surge to unprecedented heights. Quick, from now on, ensure that an emergency heart-saving pill is always on hand in my office. On site, the curator, observing Caesar as he clutched a cigarette and attempted to light one for Suran, felt his cheeks flush, embarrassment causing his toes to curl in agony. Can it? Can it smoke? Reba widened her eyes, once again feeling her understanding of reality being upended. Ahem. Indeed, Caesar is rather special, the curator sighed. His expression a mix of helplessness and pride as he explained, perhaps it's a bad habit acquired from mimicking visitors. He frequently scavenges for cigarette butts. We've confiscated several lighters, yet we have no idea when he hid this pack of cigarettes and lighter. He paused, a complex expression of embarrassment mingled with pride crossing his face as he added, to be honest, the reason our zoo has become a social media sensation, attracting so many visitors, is largely due to... He lowered his voice, as if divulging a monumental secret. The animals here generally possess, well, distinctive personalities and a sense of freedom. To put it simply, they are a bit eccentric. Reba. She gazed at the astonishing scene before her and suddenly began to comprehend. The curator waved his hand, struggling to articulate. Once you finish your work this afternoon, take some time to wander around the zoo. You'll understand. Sigh. Inside the gorilla enclosure, after declining the cigarette offered by Caesar, Suran smiled and waved his hand. Thanks, brother, but I don't smoke. Then, he solemnly patted Caesar's robust shoulder, advising him earnestly that if he could quit smoking, he should. You are in the prime of your youth. Do not allow nicotine to hinder your potential. Caesar seemed to comprehend, blinking his eyes in surprise. He actually ground the cigarette, but into the ground before tossing it onto a nearby banana peel. That gesture of extinguishing the cigarette bore the essence of an old smoker. Su Ran nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Caesar understood the importance of extinguishing the cigarette before discarding it. A promising student indeed. He patted Caesar's shoulder once more and said with a smile, I shall not interrupt your pursuit of knowledge any longer. I will come back to chat with you when time allows. Caesar did not turn his head, remaining engrossed in the world of the apes, only letting out a few friendly low growls from his throat. Ding! The host successfully completed the time-limited task, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, the spiritual mentor. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Silver treasure chest, X1, 500 activity points. Upon hearing this notification, Su Ran left the gorilla enclosure with a sense of fulfillment. Outside, the director eagerly approached, grasping Su Ran's hand tightly, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Su, thank you immensely. Without you, we truly would have been at a loss. The surrounding keepers and zoo staff looked at Su Ran with awe and disbelief. They had never imagined that such an unconventional treatment could be so effective. It was a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively, smiling. I merely stumbled upon a solution. It was a fortunate coincidence. Mr. Su is too modest. The director, increasingly convinced of Su Ran's extraordinary insight, continued, in order to express our gratitude. We have decided to present you and Ms. Reba with a special gift. After a pause, he announced, we have decided to jointly adopt one of our panda cubs in your names. Adopt a panda? Upon hearing this, Reba's eyes sparkled like thousands of watt bulbs. Indeed, the director nodded with a smile, adding, of course, as pandas are national treasures, you cannot take it home. However, you will have permanent visiting rights to see the panda cub whenever you wish, free of charge. Furthermore, you will have the exclusive right to name it. Wow! As the words fell, the envy from the live stream audience seemed ready to spill out of the screen. Oh my gosh! Adopting a panda and naming it. What divine treatment is this? Ah, I'm so jealous. I want to adopt a panda too. Take me with you. This reward is absolutely fantastic. Staying with Su Ran not only brings the chance to win grand prizes, but also to adopt a panda. Su God, do you need a leg ornament? The kind that keeps your bed warm. The scene shifted, and Su Ran and Reba had arrived at the panda exhibit, faced with a group of still exuberant, fluffy panda cubs. Reba found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the delightful choices. Observing the conflicted expression on Reba's face, Su Ran chuckled and said, you choose. The name shall be yours to decide. Oh, I get to choose? However, Reba felt a twinge of shyness. After all, how many such opportunities does one encounter in a lifetime? She initially intended to merely offer some advice to Su Ran. To her surprise, Su Ran entrusted her with both the choice and the naming rights. There was no reason for hesitation. The honor was equally shared. Su Ran chuckled, shaking his head. Aren't we a team? Why should we differentiate between ourselves? The atmosphere in the live stream quickly filled with envy. If I could marry Su Ran and live in a mansion while driving luxury cars, I would gladly do so. I'm willing to wake her up. Su Ran, I'm in tears. Oh my, this is too sweet. Please get married right now. Reba meticulously observed each panda cub. Ultimately, her gaze settled on a particularly spirited little creature that persistently climbed onto Su Ran. This little panda possessed an endearing, mischievous quality that seemed oddly familiar. Reba chuckled, pointing at the small panda that Su Ran had playfully nudged to the ground. How about this one? As for its name, she tilted her head in thought, glanced at Su Ran, and revealed a mischievous smile. Let us call it Ash-en-Ashen. Ash-en-Ashen? Su Ran paused, inquiring, why that name? Because. Reba turned, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. It resembles someone silly and foolish. Su Ran. The comments erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Ran has been outsmarted. Su Ran, I suspect you're insinuating something, and I have proof. So envious. While other couples remain at first base, the He Ran couple has already embraced parenthood. Chapter 49. Full of sweetness, a heartfelt moment. Su Ran gazed at the radiant smile of Reba, who wore a hint of pride upon her face, and could only shake her head with a smile. Never mind. Let her be whimsical, as long as she is happy. That suffices. After bestowing a name upon her dear son, She reluctantly played with the panda cubs for a while longer. It was only then that they remembered their purpose for being there. Consequently, they began to earnestly engage in their tasks, cleaning the enclosures, preparing bamboo for the adult pandas, and observing and recording the pandas' activities. Although these duties seemed somewhat tedious and monotonous, the opportunity to experience a different kind of work was, in itself, a source of joy. As they toiled, they exchanged playful banter, occasionally bursting into laughter at the endearing antics of a particular panda. Thanks to the effect of the harmony with all beings' skill, the pandas exhibited a remarkable affinity for Su Ran, which in turn softened their demeanor towards Reba, allowing her to finally relish the joy of being approached by the cuddly creatures. The entire afternoon slipped away quietly in this atmosphere, light-hearted and infused with a touch of whimsy. As the sun descended, Su Ran and Reba concluded their work. They changed back into their regular attire and bid farewell to the young zookeeper, Xiao Chun. Rather than hurrying away, they meandered through the zoo. This time, Reba truly grasped the meaning behind the director's remark about the eccentricity of the animals in their care. There were the lions, sprawled out in ungracious slumber, the baboons, who seemed to find amusement in inspecting their rear ends before wafting the scent to their noses, the selfless black swan, who preferred to feed fish with bread rather than indulge herself, and the philosophical orangutan, who again pointed eagerly at the fruit tea in Reba's hand. It appeared that the criterion for entry into the zoo was not a health report, but rather a certificate of mental eccentricity. One could only conclude that there was no limit to their eccentricity, only greater levels of it. As night finally descended, the streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm and tranquil glow along the coastal road. The little electric scooter glided smoothly, the zoo fading into the distance behind them. This time, Reba sat unusually silent in the back seat. Unlike her usual chatter, she refrained from excitedly discussing the zoo's curiosities with Su Ran. He sensed that something was amiss with her demeanor, which lacked her customary vivacity and exuberance. It felt rather ladylike. He even caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of her head hanging low, shadowed by a hint of melancholy and grievance. Instinctively, he slowed the vehicle. The glow of the streetlights cast fluctuating shadows across Reba's face, obscuring her expression. Yet, Su Ran could sense an inexplicable, suffocating sadness enveloping her. Scenes from the afternoon flickered through his mind like a slideshow. The moment when Wan Wan charged toward him like a little tank, nearly stopping his heart, and the thunderous sound of the heavy iron door slamming shut behind him as he entered the gorilla enclosure. Upon his entrance, a profound unease surged within her, as though each cell in her body was screaming, "Danger! Danger!" He was akin to a ferocious beast. She desperately sought to steady her breath and to intervene. Yet the crowd held her back. She feared for his safety, convinced that he might never return. Why had she not cried out in that moment? Why had she compelled herself to engage with the light-hearted atmosphere when her heart was laden with dread? At this moment, all the emotions she had suppressed began to grow wildly, like creeping vines, and the moisture in her eyes could no longer be contained. "What is wrong with you?" Su Ran could not help but inquire. "Since this afternoon, your demeanor seems awry." He turned his gaze to the figure in the rearview mirror, still bowed in silence. Was there some discomfort? The girl in the back seat slightly tensed but remained mute. The small electric scooter moved forward a bit more. Suddenly, she patted Su Ran's back, her voice tinged with the quiver of impending tears. "Stop the car." Upon hearing this, Su Ran halted the vehicle. As soon as it came to a stop, she leapt from the back seat, her head lowered, and her silence spoke volumes. What could be the matter? Su Ran exited the car, concern etched on his face. As he spoke, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes were red, glistening with unshed tears. Before he could grasp the situation, she unexpectedly extended her hand and began to strike him gently, her blows lacking force, more a catharsis than a true assault, filled with her grievances and worries. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display. What was happening? Why had her emotions erupted so unexpectedly? Yet, in the next instant, her tears cascaded down like a string of pearls that had come undone. "You," Su Ran stammered. lost for words as he watched the delicate beads fall. What had caused her to weep so? He had done nothing egregious, nor uttered any hurtful words. But as he observed her sorrow deepen, her muffled accusations echoed softly against his chest. So foolish. So foolish. You are so foolish. Rooted in place, Su-Ran felt the tremors of the girl in his arms and the dampness on his shoulder. An unprecedented, complex torrent of emotions surged within him. Was it heartache, guilt, or something else entirely? He could not discern, yet for the first time, he felt an overwhelming urge to protect the girl before him. No longer paralyzed by uncertainty, he reached out, gently encircling the sobbing figure in his embrace. Feeling his warmth, she paused momentarily, her gaze meeting his, her voice choked with emotion. This afternoon, when Wanwan rushed towards you, I was truly terrified. Thankfully, it was merely an overreaction, yet you still ventured into the enclosure to interact with the gorilla, a wild beast. I feared for your safety, thinking you might never return. Promise me, do not engage in such perilous endeavors again. Will you? I find myself engulfed in worry and fear. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. It dawned on me that the events of the afternoon had etched such profound terror and anxiety within her heart. She was not devoid of fear. Rather, it had been momentarily suppressed by subsequent surprises and playful antics. Until now, her emotions finally erupted. Was she truly concerned for him? Did she fear for his safety? This raw and fervent worry surged forth, striking Su-Ran's heart with unreserved intensity. He lowered his gaze upon the girl, observing her tear-filled eyes that reflected his own image, and felt a softness wash over him. Foolish orange cat, he murmured, lifting his hand to gently wipe away the tear stains on her face. His deep-set eyes twinkled as he chuckled softly. Do not cry. See, I am perfectly fine. Am I not? I understand now, and I promise I shall not engage in anything that would cause you distress in the future. Rest assured, I will always be the first to flee from uncertainty. He paused, lowering his voice further, akin to a cello flowing through the night, imbued with a calm and gentle magnetism. Classmate Orange Cat, your makeup is all smudged from crying. His voice possessed a certain fatal allure, each word brushing against her ears like soft feathers, igniting a delightful itch within her heart. She lifted her tearful gaze. Are you saying I look ugly when I cry? Just as she was about to retort, Su-Ran leaned closer, his voice capable of enchanting her very soul. What I mean is, even with your smeared makeup, you still look beautiful. Ah, the moment she heard his voice, which was so irresistibly charming, her cheeks flushed crimson, almost as if they could bleed, and even her ears burned with warmth. Help! How could he be so adept at charming her? Oh no! She realized she was truly succumbing to the whims of love. The night enveloped them like water, with stars shining softly above. The sweetness carried by the sea breeze was almost overwhelming. Beneath the streetlight, the two figures embraced in the moonlight, devoid of their usual banter and bickering. Only soft sobs, clumsy reassurances, and two hearts drawing ever closer filled the air. The livestream room erupted. The barrage of comments flooded in like a tidal wave. The screen was awash with vibrant red effects, accompanied by various shrieks of excitement and exaggerated laughter. What have I just witnessed? Sweetness ahead. Diabetics beware. Goodness. Su-Ran has truly blossomed. Wait a moment. Is this truly the real Su-Ran? With such looks paired with that enchanting voice, which girl could possibly resist? Help. Su-Ran's voice is utterly mesmerizing. It drives men mad and leaves women breathless, a remedy for depression, and a wake-up call for the comatose, truly captivating the hearts of the delicate. Woo-woo-woo. This is too delightful. What a divine couple. The entire internet is in laughter, yet only Orange Cat has genuinely worried all day. Mom, I believe in love once more. The Civil Affairs Bureau has already set up for you. This sudden outpouring of genuine emotion. With a cautious yet clumsy embrace, the sweetness reached its zenith, becoming the most poignant moment of the evening. Chapter 50, A Family Portrait. The most unattractive among them, Su-Ran. The sea breeze caressed gently, carrying a hint of sweetness. fluttering the edges of the garments and the strands of hair of the two embraced figures. The air was imbued with an ambiguous essence, quietly fermenting alongside their gradually calming heartbeats. The warmth cradled in Sue Rand's arms was soft and slightly trembling. The dampness resting upon his shoulder allowed him to keenly discern the lingering fragility of the girl in his embrace. Instinctively, he tightened his hold a little more, his nose catching the faint scent of her shampoo mingled with her unique sweetness. In that fleeting moment, Sue Rand felt a stirring in his heart, one that had long remained placid like a still sea. Amidst this tranquil yet intensely sweet atmosphere, the warmth in his arms, Reba finally became aware that she was still nestled in Sue Rand's embrace. Moreover, just moments ago, she had wept before this man, voicing her fears and concerns for him. How utterly mortifying! Her cheeks flushed as if ignited by a fiery sunset, her heartbeat reverberating like a drum. In a flurry, she pushed away from Sue Rand, her gaze averted in panic, her fingertips nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Observing her flustered demeanor, a deeper smile played upon Sue Rand's lips, unable to suppress a chuckle. Little orange cat. You've smeared your tears all over my shoulder. You owe me a wash. You nonsense, Reba retorted, her exasperation evident as she shot him a fierce glare. Just moments ago, she had been enveloped in a tender, emotional moment. Yet this man had swiftly reverted to his nonsensical self. What a mood killer. That fleeting tenderness must have been an illusion. She yearned to escape the scene immediately. Turning on her heel, she dashed towards the small electric scooter parked by the roadside, swiftly mounting the scooter and securing her helmet. She did not wait for Sue Rand to react before twisting the throttle. Whoosh. The pink scooter sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving Sue Rand with only her retreating silhouette and a parting shot. Sue Rand, you fool. Walk back yourself. What the hell? She really left? Hey, I haven't even gotten on yet. However, the scooter showed no sign of slowing down and vanished into the night. Sue Rand stood alone on the desolate coastal road, caught in the cool sea breeze, feeling utterly perplexed. Ha ha ha. Sue Rand got his comeuppance. It seems romance lasts only 3 minutes before the true colors are revealed. Huh, well done. He certainly can't produce anything of value. This is hilarious. Once Reba ran off, the dog food is gone. Oh dear, why not pursue the victory? Just words, huh? This is the vibe, truly comforting, watching the small electric scooter recede into the distance. Sue Rand called out a few times, realizing it was futile, and decided to give up. He shook his head in resignation, a laugh escaping him. This girl indeed had quite the temper. Yet, the memory of her blushing, shy demeanor and her final irritated departure was undeniably charming. Well, he thought, if he had to walk back, so be it. After all, the distance to the villa was merely a few hundred meters, an opportunity for a leisurely stroll. Just as Sue Rand was preparing to resign himself to fate, that pink electric scooter lazily wobbled back into view. It meandered to his side and came to a reluctant stop. Sue Rand gazed at the flustered face of the girl on the scooter and found her utterly adorable. Despite being shy to the core, she had fled in a fit of anger, only to end up worrying about being alone. Truly, she was an endearingly contradictory woman. A playful glimmer danced in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of teasing desire. Oh, do you not know the way back? Sue Rand remarked languidly, with a hint of mischief. The girl's face, concealed beneath her helmet, flushed deeper. She bit her lip, but the uncontrollable concern bubbling within her compelled her to maintain an effet of stubbornness. She raised her hand, pointing to the back seat. You get on? I won't. Sue Rand possesses integrity. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of noble defiance. Seeing his obstinate expression, the girl felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, rendered helpless by such a thick-skinned fellow. She softened her tone, lowering her voice. It's quite dangerous for a boy to be out late at night. Be good, come on. Noticing Sue Rand still wore that infuriatingly defiant look, she waved her fist fiercely. If you don't get on, I really will leave you behind. Yet, her tone remained tinged with a hint of playful charm. Sue Rand's smile was impossible to conceal. He glanced at her cute yet fierce demeanor and ultimately, succumbing to her pleading eyes, took a seat on the back. The delightful dynamic between the stubborn yet tender-hearted girl and the cheeky boy who benefits while pretending to be aloof. How utterly charming. Clearly concerned for Su Ran. Yet she feigned indifference. This is precisely the type of contradiction that I adore. The girl was simply too endearing. The sweetness of the night was overwhelming. I think I shall require an extra dose of insulin. The journey continued in silence. The electric scooter gliding smoothly, enveloped in a deeper sweetness than before. Upon returning to the cozy little living room, as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, the girl blushed and casually announced, "I'm going to take a shower," before hastily retreating upstairs. The other four guests exchanged curious and gossiping glances between each other, and it Su Ran. Yu Shuxin urged, "Quickly tell us. What did you just do with the girl?" Meng Zi pressed, "Come clean. Do you two have some sort of secret?" The flames of gossip were ablaze. Curiosity piqued. Su Ran revealed a mysterious smile. The group nodded vigorously. They were certain something significant had transpired between the two. Su Ran chuckled, "If you want to know, just check the replay in my live stream." The group responded with exasperation. After saying, "I'm going to shower too," Su Ran left nonchalantly. The four were left in a frenzy, anxiously waiting for the broadcast to end so they could watch the replay. Once back in his room, Su Ran locked the door, eagerly summoning the system. After all, today had been a tremendous success. The time-limited task had rewarded him with a silver treasure chest. Tonight, the thrill of indulgence is upon me once more. Upon returning to my room, Su Ran promptly summoned the system interface, eagerly perusing the system logs. Ding! The host's audacious back-end quip has generated intense attention and laughter, earning 50 activity points. Ding! The host's luck has been certified across the internet, earning 50 activity points. Ding! The host has completed the time-limited task, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, the Mentor of the Mind, earning 1x silver treasure chest and 500 activity points. Ding! The host has exceeded the time-limited task, triggering a moment of legendary significance, with an additional reward of 50 activity points. As Su Ran surveyed the cascade of notifications, his mood lifted, coupled with the remaining 153 activity points and a smattering of rewards. His total was once again approaching the monumental threshold of 1,000, not to mention the reward from the silver treasure chest. Today he has struck gold. He hurriedly opened his attributes panel. Host, Su Ran, activity points, 810, 153, 657. Skills, God level, singing talent, mastery of all musical instruments, culinary master special edition, dark cuisine, beginner, lockpicking master, beginner, affinity with all things, intermediate, items, Chinese song repository, silver treasure, chest, X1, splendid. Time to draw. System, open the chest. Su Ran rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. This time, may it yield a skill of substance. A dazzling silver light flashed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the silver treasure chest. You have acquired the special skill, Master of Top-Notch Massage Chiropractics, Intermediate. Goodness! Su Ran was truly exasperated. This absurd system has not bestowed a single serious skill upon him, has it? Is it hoping he will venture into the land of cherry blossoms with such skills? Speaking of which, Su Ran had 3 cardinal rules regarding the land of cherry blossoms: music, anime, and films. He chuckled and shook his head, yet he still clicked to view the skill description. Skill name, Master of Top-Notch Massage Chiropractics, Intermediate. Skill description, you will possess hands imbued with magic, capable of not only delivering unparalleled physical relaxation, but also subtly amplifying the target's sensory comfort, evoking an indescribable, euphoric sensation of bliss. Note, a highly practical and serious life skill, capable of alleviating fatigue, soothing muscles, and even remedying minor ailments. Please use responsibly. Do not harbor inappropriate thoughts. You must be joking. This skill sounds rather dubious, and yet you advise me not to think amiss? This system is truly something else. Nevertheless, it's not entirely unpalatable. After all, it is a craft. If fortunes dwindle, I might still scrape by with this skill. Su Ran chose to dismiss further contemplation. After all, he was merely 100 activity points shy of opening another treasure chest. He refused to believe that this troublesome system could possibly possess an abundance of peculiar skills. With that, Su Ran retracted the system and prepared to take shower, followed by a playful interaction with his feline companion. At that very moment, the orange cat lay on the bed, meticulously sifting through the photographs taken that day. She selected the most exquisite family portrait. The backdrop featured a sun-drenched meadow at the panda exhibit. Hot Boss squatted on the ground, delicately cradling the adorable panda cub, while Su Ran, standing behind, wore an expression of disdain as she playfully brushed off the panda cubs clinging to her. Caption: a family of 3, with Su Ran being the least attractive. Summer heartthrob, 2, family of 3. Within less than 5 minutes, this Weibo post set the entire internet ablaze. Chapter 51. Greetings, Orange Cat classmate. You seem a bit off today. In the early morning, golden sunlight cascaded across the surface of the sea, shimmering peacefully. However, the tumult of the online world had not ceased since the previous night. The tweet from Reba, released late at night, titled A Family of 3. Su Ran is the ugliest, fell like a bomb into a deep lake, instantly igniting the fervor of all CP fans. The CP enthusiasts celebrated as if it were the new year. Wow, Reba officially announced it. With Su Ran. Oh my goodness. The term A Family of 3 is simply brilliant. I'm in love. Su Ran is the ugliest. What a peak moment of humble bragging. The hot flame CP has skyrocketed into the interstellar super topic. It's like a New Year's celebration. The Civil Affairs Bureau has arrived. Hurry and get married. Last night, Anha Bridge put me in an emo mood, and today, a family of 3 has sweetened me to the brink of diabetes. Help me, Su Ran. In an instant, all CP fans and casual netizens were completely ignited. That delightful contrast and charm set the entire social platform ablaze. The topic A Family of 3, Su Ran, is the ugliest sword like a rocket, dominating the trending lists across various platforms, swiftly claiming nearly all top positions. Overnight, everyone was compelled to indulge in this astonishingly sweet treat, with data skyrocketing to unprecedented heights, shattering historical records. Summer Heartbeat 2 decisively eclipsed all concurrent variety shows, rightfully claiming the title of weekly champion. This frenzy of popularity also reached behind scenes. Countless olive branches and exorbitant contracts sought to connect with Su Ran through various channels, aiming to mold him into the next all-encompassing superstar. Yet, amid this revelry, director Wang Zhengyu remained on high alert, his nerves taut. He fixated on the screen, gritting his teeth in the smoke-filled control room. Su Ran, you must rise to the occasion. Give those skeptics a resounding slap in the face. Inside the Heartbeat cottage, tranquility reigned. At the dining table, Reba, sporting panda-like dark circles, quietly picked at the breakfast provided by the production team. Little did anyone know how late she had stayed awake the previous night. She had barely finished posting her tweet before embarrassment compelled her to toss her phone aside. Yet, the incessant influx of notifications left her both anxious and exhilarated. She barely managed to sleep a wink. It was all because of that infuriating individual. His persistent voice echoed in her mind. Even with makeup smudged, you still look good. Observing the dark circles under his eyes, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Orange Cat classmate. Did you deliberately apply panda eye makeup to feel closer to the silly look? Reba, sometimes I truly wish to drag this guy out for a good beating. She swiftly picked up a bun and shoved it into Su Ran's mouth. Hurry and eat. All this food won't silence your chatter. Su Ran merely smiled, taking the bun and continuing to enjoy his breakfast. After finishing, he greeted the other 2 pairs of CPs who were descending the stairs before the hot flame CP once again embarked on their working journey to the zoo. City Zoo, backstage at the Panda Pavilion. Today's work was quite refreshing, quite literally. Su Ran and Reba have taken on the esteemed role of caretakers, tasked with collecting the droppings of the pandas. No need to cover your mouth. ISNT foul. Caretaker Xiao Chun explained. Pandas have a straightforward digestion process. They eat and then excrete, extracting bamboo fibers during digestion that can be used for paper making. Reba was left dumbfounded. Paper making? Was she referring to the paper she used to cover her nose? She hastily discarded it into the trash, unable to face such a household item again. Su Ran stepped back with an expression of disdain, as if to say, please, don't come near me. There was no need for such dramatics. Caretaker Xiao Chun chuckled, assuring them that the resulting paper has no foul odor and may even carry a subtle scent of bamboo. Furthermore, it is typically used for making books and notebooks. Reba sighed in relief. That's good. Meanwhile, the live chat erupted. Oh my goodness. Promise me, please don't use it for napkins. So the panda paper I bought for dozens was actually... Those who have eaten paper in school fell silent. Paper making has always involved bamboo pulp. It's merely a difference between fermentation in a panda's body and outdoors. They throw droppings at me. And I make bamboo paper, oh my. While the two diligently completed their duties as caretakers, suddenly, Reba screamed. Sue ran. There's a snake. She fearfully hid behind Sue Ran. Where? Sue Ran searched the grass, but could not find the serpent Reba spoke of. Over there, by the rocks. Following Reba's finger, Sue Ran indeed spotted a long, patterned snake coiled up. However, it was merely a snakeskin. Just skin, nothing to fear. Sue Ran smiled and gently picked it up with tongs. Phew, you scared me. Reba patted her chest, visibly shaken. I'm terrified of snakes. Thank goodness you're here. Then, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Sue Ran, asking softly, what if we encounter a snake here? Will it come out and bite us? Hearing this, Sue Ran paused with the shovel in hand, contemplating. With a serious expression, she replied, well, firstly, I'm not a professional snake handler, but I've often heard from the elders that if you encounter a snake, you shouldn't panic. Instead, approach slowly, allowing it to sense your lack of malice, and gently stroke its head. Generally, snakes won't bite. Reba listened intently, even nodding subtly, although it sounded a bit peculiar. Then, Sue Ran shifted her tone, wearing a lazy smile. Of course, if it bites you, just pretend I never said anything. As I mentioned, I'm not a professional. Reba's eyes widened in shock, her previously serious and inquisitive demeanor now replaced by exasperation. Indeed, this man always finds a way to stir things up. Ha ha ha. I was listening so seriously, only to be told she's not a professional. This is hilarious. A serious absurdity. How I wish to rid myself of this insufferable man. How can he be so exasperating? Hoppa exclaimed. I've already stated that I am not a professional. Hoppa, disinterested in the vexations of the man, turned to the attendant, Xiao Chun, and inquired with concern. Teacher Xiao Chun, will these snakes pose a threat to the pandas? Upon hearing this, Sue Ran interjected with amusement. Not at all. Those are the steeds of Chiyu, capable of challenging tigers single-handedly. Perhaps you should worry more about the safety of the snakes instead. Xiao Chun chuckled in agreement, adding, indeed, we often find snakes barely clinging to life after being played with, though he did not mention who was responsible for such play. Certainly, it would not be Fa Hai. Hoppa felt reassured that her worries were unfounded. As time passed, the day's work concluded amidst a blend of leisure and commotion. The orange-hued sunset painted the horizon crimson. The two once again mounted their pink electric scooter, embarking on their journey home. The setting sun elongated their shadows as they glided along the coastal highway. The sea breeze today felt particularly gentle, caressing their faces with a refreshing and pleasant coolness. This time, however, the two did not engage in their usual banter. Hoppa lowered her head, lost in thought. Sue Ran frowned slightly, wondering what troubled her. Just as he was about to inquire, Hoppa's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of trepidation and subtle concern. Sue Ran, the first recording period concludes tomorrow. Are you going home? Sue Ran's grip on the scooter tightened imperceptibly for a moment. He sensed the girl's despondent and cautious tone. He hesitated before responding, his mind racing through memories of their week together, the amusement park, seaside barbecues, and so much more. After a pause, he replied, yes, of course. During the holidays, one must return home. Though his tone was casual, it carried an undertone that was distinctly different from usual. Hoppa fell silent for a moment, gently sniffing, as if summoning all her courage before she spoke in a hushed voice. Then will you come back next week? The production team had a rule. The first week was designated for couple experiences, and if a participant felt it unsuitable, they could choose to withdraw midway. Suran post. His voice carried by the wind to her. You don't want me to leave? Yes, came her faint reply. What? The roaring wind drowned her words. Hoppa gathered her resolve and declared, I said yes. I don't want you to go. The sea breeze enveloped Su Ran like syrup, seemingly melting his heart. Su Ran abruptly halted the scooter, turning to face Hotba. Her cheeks were flushed, and her ears appeared as if ablaze. Yet, in her usually bright eyes, there shimmered a thin veil of mist, unwaveringly fixed upon him without a hint of evasion. Su Ran's heart raced uncontrollably in that moment. Orange Cat, are you aware of the impact your words carry? The smile that once graced his lips faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. A profound light flickered in Su Ran's eyes. Unbeknownst to himself, he had grown accustomed to her presence. It was an experience unlike any he had ever known. I understand. I shall return. His voice was soft and subdued, yet in the sweltering heat of the moment, it resonated like celestial music. Really? Well, have I ever deceived you? The little electric scooter continued its smooth journey, the night deepening around them. Yet the air enveloping the two was so sweet, it seemed almost a stretch like taffy. How about we take another round? Sure. I don't wish to return just yet. Neither do I. Chapter 52, A Date Without Cameras. The evening's conclusion unfolded along the lengthy coastline. The little electric vehicle meandered at a leisurely pace, casting elongated shadows beneath the streetlights. Neither spoke, yet this silence resonated more beautifully than any dialogue. The air brimmed with an unspoken understanding, crystallizing the day's sweetness into a silent pact. The live-streaming room was ablaze with excitement. This invisible sweetness is utterly lethal. My inner romantic is melting away. Isn't this more thrilling than dating? No, wait, it is dating. Hurry and make it official. Help, I'm going to die. This is undoubtedly a mutual pursuit. Sob, sob, sob. Sir, their method of killing has changed. Along the coastal highway, the little electric vehicle circled endlessly, seemingly impervious to boredom. Suddenly, Su Ran reduced the speed, halting at a dimly lit narrow dirt road leading to a quaint fishing village. He turned his head, the night obscuring his expression, yet his voice clearly reached Reba's ears. Orange Cat, would you like to indulge in something exhilarating? She was momentarily taken aback. Exhilarating? What do you mean? Hold on tight. Su Ran's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, as if laced with an alluring charm. Let me take you to experience what speed and passion truly feel like. Reba's heart raced. In the next instant, she felt the little electric vehicle accelerate, her arms instinctively wrapping around Su Ran's waist. Behind them, the professional follow car, initially maintaining a cautious distance, found itself too late to react. The narrow dirt road offered no room for the bulk of the van. The driver froze for a moment, watching helplessly as the taillights of the little electric vehicle vanished into the dim bend ahead, unable to make a daring dash. Driver, director's team, what the heck? Where did they go? The audience in the live stream erupted with exhilaration. Su Hanan had eloped with his wife from the production team. Under the cover of night and the old village path, the little electric vehicle veered onto an even narrower, darker lane. Reba screamed, slow down, slow down. It's too fast, I can't take it. Her heart seemed ready to leap from her throat. This thrill was something she had never experienced before in her life. Having always been a diligent student and an exceptionally dedicated worker, the thought of disappearing from the variety show had never crossed her mind. Her immediate concern was whether the production team would be anxious or angered. Yet, feeling the wind in her ears and the warmth enveloping her, Reba thought, why worry about that? In the night, apart from the wind's whisper, there was only the low rumble of the little electric vehicle's engine and the rapid beating of her and Su Ran's hearts. Ahead, the dark, narrow path led to a beach, the sound of the waves becoming increasingly vivid. Su Ran halted the vehicle, glancing back at the slightly astonished figure. So, how is it? Exciting? This is so beautiful. Reba was utterly captivated by the breathtaking seascape before her, her voice brimming with undeniable excitement. Here, there are no other souls, nor any cameras, Su Ran said. So, savor this moment and be your true self. Reba gazed at Su Ran, smiling and nodding in agreement. They treaded upon the beach, their feet sinking into the soft sand, imparting a delightful sensation of weightlessness. In the distance, the waves gently caressed the rocks, producing a rhythmic sound, as if celebrating this very moment. The night sky sparkled with countless stars, while the silvery moonlight spilled over the ocean, twinkling like scattered diamonds. Sketching a romantic curve, Reba had never experienced such relaxation before. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, quietly gazing at the distant flickering lights of fishing boats, sharing trivial anecdotes. Perhaps the tales were not particularly captivating, yet the joy lay in the company by the seaside. Reba's eyes wandered along the shore, where she spotted an elderly couple, supporting each other as they strolled on the beach. Their steps were unsteady, yet they nestled closely, their silhouettes elongated in the moonlight, radiating warmth. Reba felt a mix of emotion, both touched and melancholic. Sue ran, perceptively noticing the change in her expression, inquired, "What is the matter?" She lifted her gaze to the brightest star in the sky, her eyes betraying a hint of vulnerability. Sue ran, "Do you think that after people pass away, they truly become stars?" Reba's voice was soft, carried away by the night breeze. Sue Ran's smile gradually faded, and he remained silent, simply watching her. Reba continued to fix her gaze upon that brightest star, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I thought of my grandmother," she murmured. She gently sniffed, burying her longing within her memories, and continued, "She was an extraordinarily quiet person, the sweetest old lady in the world. She never made a sound when she walked, nor did she ever drop a single grain of rice while eating. I grew up with her, clinging to her every day. I adored lifting her sleeves to reveal a jade bracelet on her wrist, cool to the touch, which I cherished dearly." Sue Ran remained silent, standing beside Reba as the most attentive listener. Later, she fell ill. From the time, she became gravely ill to her passing. The entire neighborhood came to visit her, perhaps hundreds of people, relatives, and neighbors alike. Everyone adored her. Reba's voice grew softer, imbued with endless guilt. Only I did not return. Her body trembled slightly, and tears finally spilled from her eyes. Sue Ran raised his hand, gently wiping away the tears from Reba's cheeks with his warm fingertips. "Surely, your grandmother has become that brightest star. She has always been there, watching over you." His tone carried a strength akin to warm light, dispelling the shadows clouding Reba's heart. Reba asked, "Do you think my grandmother would be angry with me?" Sue Ran replied, "No, she would only worry about whether you're eating well, dressing appropriately, and growing up healthily." I understand now." Reba gazed up at the brightest star in the sky and said, "Grandma, I have grown up well. I'm already a big star now. Surandi Plaith. She would be proud of you." "Thank you, Sue Ran." "You're welcome. We make a great team." "Oh, how about I teach you a song?" "Sure, which one?" "The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear clearly, the one who gazes up?" In this moment, there were no cameras, no audience. Only the palpable heartbeat of two souls drawing closer together. Upon returning to the heartfelt cottage, it was already past 10 o'clock. The living room lights remained aglow. The other two couples were still present, yet the atmosphere was unusually vibrant. Yushu Xin and Meng Zi were huddled beside Li PD, the trio of women engrossed in gossip. Li Yunrui and Wang Hedi were clustered together, casting wary glances at the three with smiles that hinted at mischief, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. As the door opened and Sue Ran alongside Reba, walked into the living room, for pairs of eyes instantly turned with an intense air of curiosity, locking onto the two. "Oh dear, the scent of dog food is surely overwhelming. Come on, I'm eagerly awaiting the guests' incisive inquiries." Reba's face must be flushed. Ha ha ha. "Where's the director? Are those two secretly dating?" "Ah." The moment Reba noticed those gazes, her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, nearly burning with embarrassment. She instinctively wanted to hide, but a glance at Sue Ran revealed him still wearing that lazy smile, calmly making his way to the sofa, as if nothing had transpired. Once seated, Sue Ran began to question, "What has the production team been doing? We disappeared for an hour, and no one came looking for us? What if something happened to the guests? Can you all take responsibility?" Reba couldn't hold back her laughter. Li PD looked utterly speechless. "Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? I haven't even questioned you yet. Yet, you dare to turn the tables on me?" However, Li PD didn't hold it against him. After all, Sue Ran was a big shot, and she couldn't afford to offend him easily. With a smile, she transitioned to the main topic. "I believe that after a week together, You all feel enriched and have gained a deeper understanding of your partners. Her gaze lingered meaningfully on each guest, particularly pausing for a couple of seconds longer on Su-Ran and Reba. According to the program schedule, tomorrow you will face a very special final segment. This segment will decisively influence the trajectory of your relationships moving forward. Please be sure to gather in the Heartfelt Cottage's living room by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After delivering her message, Lee PD flashed a professional smile and gracefully turned to leave. She knew her presence was futile. Su-Ran would surely divulge nothing about their earlier escapade. It was better to clock out early. At this moment, the guests were aware of what this so-called segment entailed. Had it been in the past, Reba would have been filled with an overwhelming sense of worry. Yet now, as she gazes upon Su-Ran's languid smile, her heart is imbued with an unparalleled sense of assurance. He promised me he would return. Therefore, he shall undoubtedly come back. Chapter 53, Suanans. Do not attempt to flee, or I shall strike you. Lee PD turned with a smile and left the living room. The atmosphere instantly transformed back to one of gossip. Ah, you two have finally returned. Yu Shushin grinned knowingly, remarking on the unusually gentle evening breeze. Why does it feel like you both came back? Rather late. Meng Zi wore a knowing expression, arching her brow at Reba, who was unable to conceal her bashfulness. Reba's ears flushed red under their scrutiny. Nothing much. We just took a stroll by the seaside, and our car happened to run out of battery, so we pushed it back. Su-Ran, ever the bold one, nonchalantly quashed the curiosity with a single remark. Everyone felt a pang of disappointment, but could not extract any juicy details. The live stream's chat was in a frenzy, eager to uncover the whereabouts and activities of the two. Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Reba stifled a giggle. This little secret about herself and Su-Ran, she decided to cherish in her heart forever. After a few more casual exchanges, they dispersed, and the live stream echoed with lamentations. Nevertheless, the sweetness shared that night was sufficient for them to carry on. Room 201. Reba lay on a soft bed, tossing and turning, replaying the day's events in her mind. Was that song also his original work? The brightest star in the night sky. Was he trying to tell me that grandmother will always be there? Clutching her quirky alpaca plushie, warmth surged within her. Su-Hanins was truly a warm-hearted individual. She closed her eyes, yet that familiar figure lingered in her thoughts, and the melody of the brightest star in the night sky echoed repeatedly in her mind. The more she wished to sleep, the more elusive it became, especially with that infuriating Su-Ran running rampant in her thoughts. She sought to banish him, yet he remained ever present. That night, Reba lost track of when she finally succumbed to slumber, only to find her dreams filled with the image of that bothersome fellow. The following morning, the Heartbeat Cottage was gently awakened by the sun's warm embrace. When Reba, sporting two prominent panda eyes, entered the living room, Su-Ran was already seated at the dining table, refreshed and enjoying breakfast. Instinctively, she raised a hand to touch her under-eye bags, bracing herself for more teasing. As expected, the first words were, "Orange cat, did you stay up all night again?" Before Reba could respond, Su-Ran slid a box toward her, saying, "Here, these are masks. They're cool and quite soothing. I brought extras, so this box is for you." Reba accepted the eye masks, a fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes. "Oh my, did you bring extras? Is there enough for me?" Lee PD's voice interrupted the cozy moment. "Yes, 200 bucks." Su-Ran replied cheerfully, extending her hand. "Forget it." Lee PD chuckled, shaking his head before shifting to the main topic. "Good morning, everyone. Today marks the final day of our first week together." PD Lee surveyed the individuals gathered around the dining table and remarked with a smile, "I trust that through our interactions and various experiences over these past few days, everyone has developed a deeper understanding and appreciation for their partners in this relationship." After a brief pause, she produced 3 letters and distributed them to the 3 couples, adhering to the new regulations of our program. PD Lee's tone shifted to one of gravity as she introduced a crucial segment that would occur before the conclusion of each recording cycle, the heart's choice. Upon hearing these 4 words, the expressions of the guests subtly altered. This segment would grant them an opportunity to reassess and make choices regarding their relationships. PD Lee elaborated shortly. Each guest will enter the heart's room we have prepared. There, you will encounter 2 options, continue the journey, and stop here. I urge everyone to follow their genuine feelings and cast your choices with utmost seriousness. The outcome of your selections will determine the next phase of your relationship. With that, P. paused, allowing everyone a moment to absorb the information. Su Ran and Reba huddled together, intently examining the new rules. The stipulations were as follows. If both parties select continue the journey, the couple will undoubtedly proceed hand in hand into the following week. If one party opts for continue the journey, while the other chooses stop here, according to the rules, that couple will be forcibly bound. Only if both partners mutually select stop here will they truly part ways. Once everyone grasped the rules, laughter erupted in the live broadcast room. This rule is brilliant. Quite devious. The production team is certainly up to something. To avoid binding, they will be forcibly bound. This seems tailor-made for Su Han-in. The production team is clearly worried about Su Ran slipping away. They're just waiting for him to stir things up. Oh dear, the production team understands romance. As long as Reba stands firm, Su Ran can't escape. Now we have no need for concern. Initially, they had harbored significant worries about the potential dissolution of the couple they had come to cherish. After all, Su Ran, an enigmatic individual with a penchant for unconventional behavior, intent on retiring early, remained an unpredictable factor. Yet, at this moment, the audience's anxious hearts settled, and they showered praises upon the production team. Well done. With the rules now comprehended, P.D. Lee clapped her hands and announced, "Now, please enter the Hearts room in order and make your choices. This process is entirely confidential, and the results will be revealed in the afternoon." Upon hearing this, the guests entered the fateful little room one by one, each carrying their unique emotions. Soon, the Xiao Mo couple and the Sanlan couple completed their selections, their expressions light, clearly having conferred in advance. However, when it came to Reba and Su Ran, it felt as though they were stepping onto a battlefield. Su Ran found it amusing, questioning why his brother felt such a lack of confidence. Reba took a deep breath and stepped directly into the room of heartfelt expressions. The room was quite simple, containing only a screen and two enormous buttons. Continue the journey versus stop here. Reba exhaled without the slightest hesitation. She pressed continue the journey and then exited the room. Finally, it was Su Ran's turn. He gazed at the two options, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Leaving? The thought had indeed crossed his mind, more frequently than anyone would suspect. After all, he had not intended to join this dating show, which interrupted his carefully crafted retirement plan and ushered him into an entirely different life. However, Su Ran's gaze flickered momentarily. He recalled the figure illuminated by moonlight. That girl prone to tears. Well, primarily he was concerned that if he left, she might well dissolve into tears once more. How troublesome. Yet, the playful antics of a usually feisty orange cat were undeniably entertaining. Thus, he decided to continue. Su Ran smiled softly, then extended his hand, pressing the button for continue the journey. Once all the guests had made their choices, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. P.D. Lee reappeared at an opportune moment, still wearing a smile. All right, everyone. I trust that through your heartfelt choices, you have gained a clearer understanding of your own feelings. Now, let us embark on our next beautiful journey with an exciting task. With that, P.D. Lee distributed elegant cards to each person. Inscribed on the cards was a phrase, time wish card. Pedeli explainat. Please take a moment to write down 5 wishes that you hope to accomplish with your partner in the next cycle. These could be simple desires or experiences you've longed to try together. Write your wishes sincerely, without concern for budget or other limitations. Once completed, please keep them confidential. The wish cards will be exchanged after the afternoon's heartfelt follow-up segment. She added, "Oh, and by the way, the heartfelt follow-up will involve inviting each guest for a personal interview to share their feelings from the past week." Having said this, she left the cards and pens behind, cheerfully remarking, "A gentle reminder. The couple with the highest completion rate will receive a mysterious gift package from the production team." With that, she turned and departed from the living room. As the group picked up their paper and pens, they began to ponder earnestly. Each card allowed for 5 wishes, which meant that each couple needed to fulfill a maximum of 10 wishes. Reba, upon receiving her card, dashed to a corner, tilting her head as she diligently scribbled away. Su-ran, on the other hand, appeared much more casual, lounging on the sofa while twirling his pen. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the enchanting figure nestled in the corner, diligently writing. One might mistakenly believe she was preparing for a rigorous examination. Su-ran suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. What could this girl possibly be writing about? Delicious delicacies? Or perhaps delightful escapades? Unable to resist, Su-ran contemplated inching closer for a glimpse. However, before he could approach, Reba, as if she possessed eyes in the back of her head, whipped around sharply. No peeking. Write your own. Her expression mirrored that of a primary school student guarding their test paper from potential copying. Su-ran couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. You know I'll see it sooner or later, so what is the big deal? That is still not acceptable. Reba's face flushed slightly, yet her stance remained resolute. Right now, it's simply forbidden. We'll discuss it when we exchange. She herself was perplexed by this inexplicable sense of shame, akin to the embarrassment of having a classmate read her composition. Fine, what a petty display. Yet, unbeknownst to Reba, Su-ran had already caught sight of the first line she penned. I hope Su-huan doesn't run away, or else I'll give you a beating. Chapter 54. Su-ran. The sticky little orange cat. The morning hours quietly slipped away as the guests pondered over their time wish cards. After much revision and effort, the enthusiastic participant finally completed her wish and stealthily approached Su-ran, hoping to sneak a glance at someone else's wish list. However, when she finally discerned the contents of the card, she was taken aback. The first line read, "The orange cat that is eavesdropping is actually a puppy." The participant stood frozen, then discreetly retreated, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Su-ran, catching sight of the fleeting figure through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, couldn't help but smile faintly. The live audience was equally amused by the scene unfolding before them. These two are absolutely hilarious. They resemble elementary school students. This is just too sweet. The little actions of the participant were completely anticipated. These two are both so secretive, yet incredibly curious. What on earth is written on that wish list? Can't we have a peek? I'm dying to know. Why can't they reveal it sooner? Finally, before lunch, everyone submitted their time wish cards to Producer Lee. After a simple meal prepared by the production team, the guests returned to their rooms to rest in preparation for the afternoon's heartfelt return segment. Time passed swiftly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Producer Lee appeared promptly in the living room, wearing a professional smile. How was your rest, everyone? Are you ready to embrace our special segment? She raised the cue card in her hand and announced, Next, we will embark on the first cycle of our special project, Weekly Heartfelt Reflections. Looking back and looking ahead, shortly, the 6 guests would each undergo one-on-one in-depth interviews with the production team. They would primarily discuss their feelings over the past week. What were the most profound moments shared between couples? How had their impressions of their partners changed after a week of interaction? Additionally, we would pose selected questions from the audience to the guests. This interview content will be aired as a pilot episode, so everyone must take it seriously. Producer Lee cast a subtle glance at Su-ran. Su-ran merely smiled, seemingly unconcerned. All right, let us begin. Producer Lee beamed, saying, Now, please proceed to your respective reflection rooms. As the group followed Producer Lee outside, they discovered that the production team had constructed several small rooms by the seaside, each door labeled with a guest's name. The interiors were cozy, adorned with soft lighting and comfortable sofas. Su-ran settled onto the sofa, opposite Producer Lee. In truth, Producer Lee was somewhat reluctant to interview Su-ran. She feared he might unexpectedly pull a prank. If she couldn't contain her laughter, what would she do? Yet, there was no alternative. As the on-site director, this crucial task fell solely to her. Observing Su-ran's calm and leisurely demeanor, Producer Lee found herself in a mix of exasperation and amusement. She took a deep breath, drawing upon her professional hosting skills, and began to inquire. Hello, Su-ran. First of all, congratulations on successfully completing your first week of recording. Reflecting on this week, what are your thoughts on your partner? Were there any particularly memorable moments? Su-ran pondered for a moment. Memorable moments? Indeed, there were some, my brothers, indeed. How so? Well, face-to-face, of course. Su-ran chuckled and continued. As for the memorable moment, it would probably be when Caesar offered me a cigarette. It's not every day that I get to have a gorilla as my subordinate. How could that not be profound? Lee PD interjected. Is that what I was asking? Lee PD continued to guide her. What I mean is, after spending a week together, has your impression of your partner, Reba, changed in any way? She recalled Sue Rand's previous assessment of Reba, remarking that she could knock out the formidable titan with 3 punches, which still seemed amusing to her. Changes, of course, there have been. Sue Rand reminisced about the week, a soft smile spreading across her face. Lee PD encouraged her further. What specific changes have you noticed? At first glance, I thought she was quite beautiful, radiant, and slightly aloof. Now, well, he paused dramatically, creating a slight tension in the atmosphere. Here it comes. Lee PD felt a surge of excitement. She was about to hear a sweet revelation. Sue Rand revealed her signature smile, her voice gentle. Now, I think she's indeed more delightful than the orange cat downstairs. She resembles a clingy little kitten. Boom! Lee PD's eyes widened in astonishment. She had finally received the anticipated response. A clingy darling. Better than a kitten. Oh my! Sue Rand's tone was so affectionate. Lee PD felt that her perseverance was finally paying off. However, being a professional, Lee PD, having savored the sweetness, redirected the theme. We have gathered numerous questions from the audience that they wish to ask you. Are you ready to respond? Of course. Sue Rand nodded, signaling Lee PD to proceed. Lee PD pulled out the question card and inquired. Everyone knows you retired at a young age, and they're quite curious about what kind of person you truly are. Or rather, what are your principles and bottom lines? Upon hearing this, everyone in the live stream eagerly awaited Sue Rand's response. Sue Rand contemplated, looking seriously into the camera, and said, as for what kind of person I am, if you would take a moment to understand me. Is she finally going to get serious? Lipide lista na tintanli. The audience in the live stream was also paying close attention. You will find that you have wasted a little time. Lee PD was genuinely on the verge of laughter. Could this person not conduct a proper interview? Was she attempting to make her laugh to inherit her ant flower shell? All right, that was just a joke. Sue Rand waved her hand, adopting a serious demeanor. Of course, one must have principles and bottom lines in life. Although I often appear cheerful and carefree, if anyone dares to cross my boundaries. At this point, Sue Rand's gaze became sharp. I will unhesitatingly lower my standards to ensure that you cannot reach them. Lee PD truly felt as though he was on the verge of suffocating. This person is simply insufferable. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the host was interviewing Reba with an affectionate smile. Reba's face radiated an unmistakable sweetness and blush as she answered the questions in a soft, endearing tone. This interview was utterly delightful. After the usual inquiries, the host picked up a cue card and asked Reba, what has left the most profound impression on you during these days spent with Sue Rand? At the mere mention of Sue Rand, Reba's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, what impressed me the most? He sang to me, took me to the amusement park, and gifted me plush toys. Reba recounted each cherished moment, reminiscing from their initial acquaintance to more recent events. The host listened attentively, her smile unwavering. I'm sorry, have I spoken too much? Reba paused, suddenly self-conscious, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. The host shook her head with a smile, assuring her, it's perfectly fine. I never specified that you could only mention one. Then, she picked up Reba's wish list and inquired, I see your first wish is to have Sue Rand stay. Is that correct? Reba nodded earnestly without hesitation. The host continued, your wish gives me the impression of as long as you're here tomorrow. Why not say forever? Wouldn't that be more romantic? Reba shook her head, responding, forever feels too distant. As long as he is here tomorrow, that is enough. Although there was no breeze in the room, the host felt a wave of romance wash over her. Just as she refocused on the 2 wish lists, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. Sue Rand's 3rd wish. I hope she is always happy. Reba's 5th wish. I hope he is always happy. Quick, bring me a knife. The host cried silently within, desperate to assist in their joy. She felt as though she might burst from the sweetness of it all. Still smiling as she handed the card back to Reba, saying, why don't you make 2 more little wishes? Reba looked taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. Why? You, just look for yourself. The host pointed to the copy of Sue Rand's time wish card. as Reba picked up Sue Rant's wish list. Tears of warmth welled in her eyes. It read, Wish 1, accompany me to climb a mountain. Wish 2, accompany me to go see fishing. Wish 3, I hope she's always happy. Wish 4, gift to Reba. Wish 5, gift to Reba. There was even a note at the bottom. Orange cat, don't be overly moved. I'm just too lazy to think, so I'm gifting my wishes to you. Chapter 55, Farewell. Reba, Suhanan, let us embrace for our friendship. Warm tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, splattering onto the cardstock in her hands, creating a small blot of ink. Reba gazed at the final 2 lines of elegant script, gift to Reba, accompanied by a cheeky, yet slightly proud note. Her heart felt like a bottle of mixed emotions had been overturned, a blend of sourness, softness, and an indescribable, delicate sweetness. This fellow always managed to strike a chord in her heart unexpectedly. The host could no longer suppress the smile of an amused ant. Just like this. This is exactly what I desire. True, unrefined sweetness. The host gently offered a tissue, saying, all right, don't cry. If you continue, our teacher, Sue, will be heartbroken. After a brief pause, she concluded with a smile. It seems this week's interactions have deeply touched you. I hope your next journey is even smoother and more captivating. Our interview concludes here. Thank you for your efforts. Reba accepted the tissue, wiping away the tears from her eyes, and beamed a radiant smile at the host. Thank you. Well, we may need to retrieve the copy of the script. The host, observing Reba tightly clutching Sue Rant's wish card, explained with a hint of apology. There will soon be a ceremonious exchange of the time wish cards. Please be patient. As Reba listened to the host's teasing tone, her cheeks flushed with a light hue. All 6 guests had completed their interviews and photo sessions, and twilight had descended. The sun's fading light bathed the sea in a warm, languid golden hue. The air was thick with a peculiar atmosphere, embodying a tranquility after the dust had settled, mingled with the reluctance of impending farewells. P.D. Lee reappeared before everyone, wearing that familiar smile. All right, everyone, our heartfelt return visit segment has concluded successfully. Next, we will embark on a ceremonious exchange. P.D. Lee smiled and addressed the group. Now, please hand your personally written time wish cards to one another. The staff swiftly returned each person's wish card. This small piece of paper held the hopes and dreams they shared for the week ahead. Cherish it well, and endeavor to realize those dreams. At the moment they reclaimed their respective wish cards, emotions stirred among them. The Amos CP and the Kanglan CP exchanged sweet smiles, leaning in to quietly share the contents of their cards, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Only the Reba and CP maintained their unique vibe. Sue Ran was the first to retrieve the card written by Reba. He chuckled as he looked at the girl across from him, whose head was bowed and ears flushed. Too shy to meet his gaze, Reba also held Sue Rant's wish card in her hands. She gripped the card tightly, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. The air was permeated with a complex, somewhat awkward, yet undeniably sweet atmosphere. I remarked to the orange cat classmate, that expression of yours, surely you haven't penned 7 wishes that could impoverish me? Sue Rant's expression was somewhat exaggerated. I'm not as dull as you. Reba shot a glare at Sue Ran, who always seemed to disrupt the romantic ambience that had been so painstakingly cultivated. Oh, really? I must see it then. Sue Ran was unaware of Reba's specific wish list, as P.D. Lee had not disclosed it to him. No, Reba exclaimed in a sudden panic, firmly pressing down on Sue Rant's hand. You can look at it when you get back. She was reluctant for Sue Ran to glimpse her perhaps somewhat childish desires just yet. Sue Ran gazed at her blushing face, close enough to see the shyness that rendered her quite endearing. All right then, I shall keep it for now. He carefully tucked away Reba's heartfelt wish card. The guests were permitted to leave the villa either today or tomorrow. At that moment, P.D. Lee appropriately emerged to announce the conclusion of today's recording. Upon hearing this, a sense of parting enveloped the small house. The 6 guests gathered together to bid farewell. Suddenly, Sue Rant's smile vanished. His expression took on an unprecedented gravity. He scanned the faces of the others present, his tone becoming unusually sincere. Everyone, I truly appreciate your kindness this week. I am especially grateful for your tolerance of my various unreliable antics. He even performed a slight bow. This abrupt transformation left the others momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was this still the lively Su Ran we knew? How had he suddenly become so eloquent and courteous? The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Reba quickly reached out to touch Su Ran's forehead, exclaiming, "Have you been possessed by a ghost?" Su Ran remained silent as the others stifled their laughter. "Do not interrupt." He pushed Reba's hand away and solemnly retrieved several business cards from his pocket. The cards were crafted from cardstock, yet paired with Su Ran's elegant handwriting. They bore a certain charm. He approached Meng Zi and Li Yunrui, presenting the card with both hands. "Zi, Yunrui, our meeting is fate. Let us keep in touch." He then moved to Yu Shuxin and Wang Hedi, similarly offering the cards. "Shuxin, Hedi, may our friendship endure." The four were momentarily taken aback. What was Su Ran up to? Yet they accepted the cards with both hands, assuring him they would indeed stay in touch. However, Yu Shuxin voiced her confusion. "Su Ran, why does your number start with 62? Isn't that not a domestic number?" The others, hearing this, examined their own cards closely. Indeed, they all began with 62 and were quite lengthy. Reba, too, leaned in curiously to take a look, her mind filled with questions. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's from the Bank of Communications." "Bank of Communications? Is that a bank car number?" The crowd chuckled, relieved to find that the situation was just as they had anticipated. They exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared understanding in one another's eyes. Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi shouted, "Didi, Yunrui, go." Wang Hedi and Li Yunrui rolled up their sleeves and charged toward Su Ran for both sides. "What are you planning to do?" Su Ran sensed the impending trouble and took off running. However, he was swiftly caught by the two robust boys. Meng Zi and Yu Shuxin patted Hotba's shoulder, chuckling. "Let the orange cat go." Hotba rolled up his sleeves, grinning mischievously. Su Ran watched in horror as the other four encouraged Hotba, who was about to enact a comedic betrayal. The courtyard was soon filled with Su Ran's exaggerated cries and the raucous laughter of the onlookers. The faint melancholy of impending separation seemed to evaporate amidst the chaos. After this brief interlude, the little love cabin faced its first farewell. The other four guests had all departed, leaving Hotba and Su Ran standing together on the beach. The evening shore was remarkably tranquil. They walked along the shoreline for a long while until Hotba's phone buzzed incessantly with reminders from her assistant, prompting her to finally pause. Gazing at the sun sinking into the sea, she turned to face Su Ran, arms outstretched, a hint of shyness gracing her features. "Su Han-in, shall we embrace for our friendship?" Su Ran was taken aback, but managed to smile and inquire, "Pure friendship?" Hotba laughed, "Yes, pure friendship." Su Ran gently enveloped her in his arms. At that moment, the sunset cast a tender glow, and the sea breeze caressed them softly. The sound of the waves grew particularly distinct, rhythmically lapping against the shore. Time seemed to slow to a crawl in that instant. Then, a faint voice broke the tranquility. "Su Ran, next week. I will return." Su Ran's voice, as gentle as the softest sea breeze, instantly dispelled all of Hotba's anxieties and doubts. Chapter 56. Lucrative Contract. "Su Ran, you are more beautiful than the evening glow. Starry lights adorn the inky night sky. The rhythmic crashing of waves caresses the shore, producing a gentle, soothing sound. Most of the lights in the heartfelt cottage have been extinguished, leaving only a few dim courtyard lamps in the yard, casting a warm glow. Beneath the pavilion, Su Ran gazes serenely at the distant sea, relishing the rare tranquility. The reason Su Ran has yet to depart is that he is awaiting someone, the chief director of the program, Wang Zhengyu. Last night, just before retiring for the night, Su Ran received a call from Wang Zhengyu. The director spoke earnestly, stating that there was a matter of great importance he wished to discuss with Su Ran and urged him to stay a while after today's recording concluded. Curiosity piqued. Su Ran surmised it likely pertained to the program or himself. With nothing pressing to attend to, he agreed. At that moment, footsteps approached the villa entrance. "Apologies for my tardiness." Wang Jingyu hurried over, his expression rife with both regret and fatigue. Su Ran turned to see Wang Jingyu and smiled, saying, "I just finished the dinner provided by the crew. I'm just taking a moment to digest." Once seated, Wang Jingyu's gaze fell upon Su Ran, and he couldn't help but marvel internally. Su Ran's visage truly is a masterpiece crafted by the goddess Nuwa. With such a face, even devoid of talent, he could undoubtedly navigate the entertainment industry with ease. Not to mention, this fellow is a veritable treasure trove of innate talent in variety shows. It is no wonder that talent agencies in the industry regard Su Ran as a glowing gem. Who would be envious? Clearing his throat, Wang Jingyu redirected his focus, addressing Su Ran directly. The reason I sought you out today is to discuss your contract. He produced a pristine document from his briefcase and slid it across the table towards Su Ran. A new contract? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Had they already signed one? Why is there another? Indeed, Wang Jingyu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. To be precise, this is a supplementary agreement, as well as an entirely new contract that reflects the utmost sincerity from the production team. Upon hearing this, Su Ran opened the contract and began to skim through its contents. The details were extensive, covering remuneration, bonuses, profit sharing, and even some additional resource allocations. As Su Ran perused the lengthy list of zeros representing the salary, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. Particularly striking was the final line, which stated, "End-of-season bonus, 2.5." Seeing a salary nearing 10 million, coupled with a share of the end-of-season profits, even Su Ran, who had long since lost interest in monetary matters, couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Such remuneration surely qualifies as the standard of a top-tier star. Wang Jingyu, has there been a mistake? Su Ran lifted his gaze, nonchalantly inquiring, "Director Wang, are you certain this isn't the wrong contract? After all, I am merely an ordinary person." Observing Su Ran's composed demeanor, Wang Jingyu's assessment of him elevated several notches. The temperament and resolve of this young man are truly formidable. He inhaled deeply, no longer concealing his fervor, and exclaimed with a hint of zeal, "This contract is indeed meant for you, Su Ran. I understand that you are indifferent to fame and have no interest in stardom. Therefore, I must resort to the mundane and use financial incentives to secure you this greatest variable and ace up my sleeve. I am certain that Summer Heartbeat 2 will achieve phenomenal success thanks to your involvement. This contract represents the highest standard of treatment I can negotiate for you." Su Ran listened to Wang Jingyu's casual tone, yet he was acutely aware of the immense sacrifices Wang had made to procure this agreement. A smile graced Su Ran's lips as he remarked, "The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish." Wang Jingyu paused momentarily, recognizing the implication in Su Ran's words. "Yes, I have signed a betting agreement with a target of 3 viewership for the first season." He nodded, his expression relaxing slightly. "I know their acceptance of my wager is merely a ploy to witness my downfall. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am confident of my victory. So what must I sacrifice?" Su Ran set the contract aside and inquired. "Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Such generous terms must surely come at a cost." "Quite simply," Wang Jingyu responded immediately. "I have but one request. During the upcoming recordings, you, Su Ran, must guarantee your full participation. You cannot withdraw midway." The program's rule allowing participants to exit after a week of trial loomed over Wang Jingyu like a sword, and he needed to remove that threat. He continued, "Of course, during the recording period, we will not interfere with your creative expression, and within reasonable bounds, we shall assist you in crafting some program effects. In other words, there would be no scripted limitations, and the production team would even collaborate with Su Ran to create engaging moments." Su Ran pondered this. "No mid-course withdrawal? That is acceptable, as I find the show quite intriguing. However, collaboration and creativity? That sounds promising." "Indeed," Wang Jingyu nodded, aware that many might perceive his decision as the folly of a madman rather than a visionary. Yet time would affirm his judgment. "Why such unwavering confidence in me?" Su Ran chuckled, wondering if Wang had somehow divined his hidden abilities. Wang Jingyu fell silent for a moment, gazing at the star-studded sky, reminiscing. "You, my boy, bear a striking resemblance to my younger self." Su Ran looked up at the night sky and nodded. "Director Wang, you are even more shameless than I am." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Wang Jingyu returned to the matter at hand. Additionally, could you compose a theme song for the show, something related to romance? He paused before adding, rest assured, you will not be uncompensated. The rights will belong to you, and I will purchase the usage rights at the market's highest price. What do you think? Related to romance? So, you want me to write a sweet song? Su Ran was taken aback by Wang's audacity. Just as he had recently evoked melancholy across the internet, now he was being asked to evoke joy and sweetness, creating a stark contrast. However, Su Ran exhibited little interest in the matter. He shook his head and politely declined, stating, as for songwriting, I shall pass. I am not particularly skilled at crafting sweet and sentimental melodies. Wang Jingyu felt a twinge of regret, but did not press the issue. Ultimately, he stood up and said, take the contract back to consult with your lawyer. If all is in order, please bring it back to me next week. Su Ran nodded in agreement. Wang Jingyu cast a lingering glance at Su Ran, increasingly convinced that this individual possessed the cunning of a seasoned fox. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an aura of calm assurance, as if he had everything under control. After bidding farewell to Wang Jingyu, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Alone in the gazebo, Su Ran savored the gentle sea breeze. By an odd twist of fate, he retrieved the time wish card that Hotba had given him earlier that afternoon. The card bore neat, charming handwriting that listed 7 wishes. Wish 1. I hope Suhan doesn't run away next week, or else I'll have to give you a beating. Wish 2. I want to go eat delicious food with Su Ran. Wish 3. I hope he can be happy forever. Wish 4. I want to watch the sunrise with Su Ran at least once. Wish 5. I want to hear Su Ran say good night to me every evening. Wish 6. I want to do something crazy and childish with Su Ran. Wish 7. I want to hear Su Ran sing me a sweet song. Please don't sing it as sadly as On Her Bridge anymore. Note, thank you for the wishes. I will treasure them dearly. As he read each wish along with the final note, a smile involuntarily graced Su Ran's lips. A warm sensation quietly spread within his heart. If the live stream had been active at that moment, the Andes would surely have erupted in a cacophony of lament at the sight of this wish list. This was indeed a mutual longing. Each small wish from Hotba contained Su Ran's essence. Even the desire to indulge in delectable treats included the wish to share the experience with Su Ran, rather than simply stating, buy me something delicious. The wish to hear sweet songs stems from a desire to see me happy, does it not? What an intriguing and delightful woman she is. This was Su Ran's latest assessment of Hotba. Just then, his phone chimed, signaling a new message. Upon checking, he found a series of messages from someone noted as Orange Cat Classmate. First, there was a photograph of a spectacular evening sunset. Next, a selfie in the airport terminal featuring a llama plushie. Following that were a series of messages. Orange Cat Classmate. I've arrived at the airport. Have you set off yet? Orange Cat Classmate. When I got to the airport, I happened to see this beautiful sunset and thought you would like it. So I'm sharing it with you. Orange Cat Classmate. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? As Su Ran read these messages, his smile deepened. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to resist teasing her. Thus, within the airport terminal, Hotba received a playful reply. Suhan-in, are you asking about the sunset? Or about yourself? Squeal. As Reba came across this message, her heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be that Su Ran was flirting with her? That resolute man, akin to an iron tree, had finally bloomed? Taking a deep breath, she stifled her excitement and replied, what if it were the evening glow? Beautiful, came the response. After a brief moment of hesitation, she crafted a 3-word reply. And what about me? Upon sending it, she felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. Soon, her eyes widened in astonishment, her breath becoming quickened. Suhanan responded, you're more beautiful than the evening glow. He just said, I'm more beautiful than the evening glow. When the next moment, Reba's smile vanished, because that infuriating fellow sent another message. Suhanan, but I'm uglier. Anger, kitchen knife, bomb, in a fit of rage. Reba bombarded Su Ran with a flurry of question marks and furious emojis to vent her dissatisfaction. The assistant beside her was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, this silly sister was smiling foolishly, and now she was fuming. Indeed, love tends to diminish one's intellect. At that very moment, Sue Ran, already seated in the production team's vehicle leaving the villa, observed the barrage of emojis on his screen. He couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He could vividly imagine the adorable sight of his orange cat classmate, pouting and frustrated in front of the screen. Suddenly, he found himself looking forward to their next encounter. Chapter 57, Doubt and Mockery. The self-strategy of Reba. After a journey of over 3 hours, the vehicle gradually entered a high-end residential area in the heart of the magical city, returning to his familiar yet spacious riverside flat. Sue Ran instantly transitioned back into the mode of a retired mogul. Casually tossing his backpack at the entrance, he nestled into the soft embrace of the sofa. Home sweet home. No cameras, no stalkers, no obligations. This is what retirement bliss truly feels like. Recalling a certain chattering individual, Sue Ran picked up his phone with the intention of informing her of his return. Opening the chat window for Orange Cat, he noticed her last message from 2 hours ago. I'm boarding the plane. Let us talk later when I land. Followed by an airplane emoji. Sue Ran chuckled, replying, All right, I'm back. Get some rest once you land. Don't let those panda eyes get any darker. After sending the message, he exited WeChat. Lying on the sofa, Sue Ran suddenly remembered the new supplementary contract. It seemed to include a clause requiring him to participate in certain promotional activities for the program, which included creating a personal Weibo account. After some contemplation, he downloaded the application and registered an account. He then sent a screenshot of the account to Wang Zhengyu, who would handle the verification with Weibo. 5 minutes later, Sue Ran received an OK gesture from Wang Zhengyu. However, what left Sue Ran both amused and exasperated was the Weibo verification description. Summer Heartbeat 2 guest star, official CP partner of Reba, honorary keeper of National Treasure Huan Huan, Animal S soulmate. Sue Ran couldn't help but grimace. What on earth were these titles? Couldn't there be at least one normal one? Even a title as an independent musician would suffice. But whatever let it be, Sue Ran had never been one to engage with Weibo. This account was merely a tool to fulfill a task. Well, let us post something casually. After crafting his first Weibo post, he set down his phone and headed for a shower. The content was simple, comprising just 2 words while tagging someone. Good night. Dear Dash. Yet, this seemingly innocuous post triggered a nuclear-level uproar across Weibo. Holy moly, Sue Ran opened a Weibo account. And what is this verification? I'm dying of laughter. Official CP partner of Reba. Did the production team officially stamp this? Is this for real? Honorary keeper of National Treasure Huan Huan. Animal S soulmate. This is too much. The official teasing is lethal. As expected of Sue Ran. Even his verification is so unique. Ladies, let us go. Follow him. We must make a grand spectacle. Oh no, he only follows Reba. And his first post is a good night to her. Countless CP fans, onlookers, and even those who were left emo by Onha Bridge poured into Sue Ran's newly opened Weibo account, which even lacked a profile picture. The follower count surged wildly. 10, 000, 50, 000, 100, 000, 500, 000, 1, 000. In a mere span of 5 minutes, Sue Ran's Weibo follower count surged past the remarkable milestone of 1 million. Meanwhile, the architect of this phenomenon, Sue Ran himself, relaxed in a soothing bath, blissfully unaware of the whirlwind occurring outside his tranquil bubble. 15 minutes later, rejuvenated and clad in a plush bathrobe, Sue Ran sauntered into the living room. He picked up his phone, which had been charging on a coffee table, intended to check the time. However, as soon as he unlocked the device, he was inundated by a deluge of notifications from Weibo. The alert tones rang incessantly, unrelenting in their persistence. In a flurry, Sue Ran swiftly silenced the notifications, finally finding solace from the cacophony. Upon glancing at the screen, the reality of the situation dawned upon him. His casual post had ascended to become the hottest topic on Weibo. Astonishingly, within less than 20 minutes, Sue Ran's follower count had skyrocketed to over 3 million. While such figures might not dazzle when compared to established celebrities, it is crucial to note that Sue Ran achieved this remarkable feat without any promotional backing or supporting team. These were genuine followers, devoid of any embellishment. Moreover, The post garnered an alarming number of shares and comments, prompting a wave of astonishment among artists and agencies quietly observing Sue Rant's meteoric rise. His popularity was indeed formidable. Nestled comfortably on the sofa, Sue Rant, intrigued, opened Weibo to explore the fervent discussion surrounding him. To his surprise, the comment section was a vibrant tapestry of diverse expressions. Excited fans of his pairing exclaimed, "Ah, good night. I'll indulge in this sweet moment." While devoted followers clamored, "What do you mean good night? Hurry up and release the full version of." Some even offered fervent prayers, "Good night, Sue God. Please bless my driving test tomorrow." There were even those returning to express gratitude for their fulfilled wishes. Sue God is truly miraculous. Yesterday, I wished for a phone to gift my wife. And today, I won the latest model in a company raffle. Another chimed in, "I prayed to Sue God to find love. And today, my goddess messaged me, saying she wants to be with me. I've even taken a leap forward, and we have a son now." As Sue Rand perused the increasingly whimsical wishes and expressions of gratitude, he couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity wash over him. The creativity of this generation of netizens was boundless. Did they truly perceive him as some sort of mystical wish-granting entity? In the midst of his bemusement, a message from Wang Jingyu arrived. "Could you help promote the trailer for Summer Heartbeat 2? It airs tomorrow at 10 on Mango TV." A trailer? Airing tomorrow? Sue Rand paused momentarily, then discerned Wang Jingyu's intentions. Wang Jingyu was eager to capitalize on this immense wave of attention, aiming to catapult the trailer's engagement and generate buzz for the premiere of the full feature 2 days hence. Such ambition was indeed audacious. Very well then. Sue Rand acquiesced and promptly edited her second post, Summer Heartthrob 2 preview clip, airing tomorrow at 10 o'clock on Mango Video. Don't miss it. P.S. I'm not a lucky fish, I have no backup, and I do not accept wish-making requests. Please consult your respective ancestors. Thank you. This self-deprecating and clarifying Weibo post ignited a flurry of comments. All the fans were exhilarated. What? The preview clip airs tomorrow? I love this kind of unpunctual production team. Haha, Sue's clarification is hilarious. What ancestor can compare to Sue? Mine has merely passed away, not ascended to immortality. Of course, amidst the playful banter, dissenting voices emerged. Some questioned the production team's intentions, wondering if such a rapid release of the preview might suggest a lack of quality. Others expressed concern, fearing that this delightful dating show might suffer from hasty editing due to rushed production. Anticipation coexisted with skepticism. Yet, regardless of the mixed sentiments, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, Mango Video's preview clip for Summer Heartthrob 2 was destined to capture the attention of the entire internet and the entertainment industry at large. Summer Heartthrob gained fame thanks to Sue Rand, naturally sparking immense anticipation among countless viewers who had missed the live broadcast. As for the entertainment circle, their focus lay primarily on Sue Rand and Wang Jingyu. Whispers of a nearly outrageous rumor had already circulated within the industry. Wang Jingyu, the acclaimed director known for producing blockbuster variety shows, had actually signed a 3-rating guarantee contract with a television station to retain the seemingly ordinary Sue Rand. Upon the revelation of this news, the entire industry erupted, not in shock, but in mockery. To expect a dating show to achieve a premiere rating surpassing 3 in today's fiercely competitive market is nothing short of absurd. Has Wang Jingyu lost his mind? Or has he been bewitched by Sue Rand? Does he believe we are back in the golden age of variety shows a decade ago? Countless eyes, filled with schadenfreude, were fixated on Summer Heartthrob 2. Everyone yearned to witness how the once illustrious director would fall from grace. As for Sue Rand, she was merely a fortunate entertainer. Could anyone genuinely expect her to create miracles? Surely not. Their professional team had conducted predictions, concluding that Summer Heartthrob 2 would barely reach a peak rating of 2.4. Breaking the 3 barrier was utterly impossible. In their view, relying on Sue Rand was less advantageous than allocating resources to several established celebrities. Although the popularity of the Kanglin couple and the Xiao Mo couple did not rival that of the Reburn couple, at least these two pairs had a solid fan base. Investing resources in them would undoubtedly yield greater returns than casting them aside in favor of Sue Rand. No one believed, nor dared to believe, That this ordinary individual named Su Ran could shoulder such a formidable burden of viewership alone. Laughter and doubt echoed throughout the industry. At this moment, within the post-production studio of the production team, Wang Jingyu gazed at the rising fervor, feeling an involuntary surge of anxiety. As a celebrated variety show director, he ought not to feel this way. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a tumult of emotions stirred within. He felt a blend of anticipation, nervousness, and exhilaration. Tomorrow, the day after, Wang Jingyu exhaled a ring of smoke. His eyes fixed on the already edited pilot episode that was simultaneously humorous and heartwarming enough to bring one to tears. It all now rested in your hands, Su Ran. Meanwhile, back in her company dormitory, Reba hastily opened her phone. She soon encountered a familiar message tinged with playful sarcasm. This guy's asking for it. Just wait until I get back to deal with you. Though she furiously squeezed her adorable alpaca plushie, a smile betrayed her irritation. At that moment, her manager sent a message. Quick, check Weibo. Initially, she intended to inform Reba that the promotional campaign for Summer Heartbeat had commenced, urging her to cooperate with the publicity efforts. However, upon logging into Weibo, Reba found herself grinning foolishly at a certain someone's post. She tightened her grip on the quirky alpaca plushie, beaming with delight. He said good night to me in front of the whole world. Chapter 58, Data Explosion. The entire network is going crazy. Behold, the woman before you is Xiaomei, a seasoned internet enthusiast. She has devoured countless dramas and possesses an intimate understanding of various tropes, particularly in the realm of romantic variety shows. She perceives them merely as a cadre of handsome men and beautiful women acting out a scripted performance, dishing out saccharine yet insincere industrial sweeteners. At this moment, Xiaomei is helplessly enduring her best friend's fervent recommendation of a celebrity dating show titled Summer Heartbeat 2. Her phone continues to receive dozens of messages per minute from her friend, but the crux of the matter remains singular. Sister, you must watch Summer Heartbeat 2. The couples are simply delightful. If you don't find it enjoyable, I'll take the blame. Thus, she scoffs at her friend's enthusiasm. Dating shows? Not interested. Couples? Not her cup of tea. Industrial sweeteners? A throat irritant. However, her friend unleashes her trump card. A somewhat blurry video clip, yet the singing is crystal clear. The caption reads, Aren't you fond of On a Bridge? That is Su Ran's original work. On a Bridge. Xiaomei is taken aback. This is the song she has been looping endlessly, revering it as a masterpiece. The unique melody, the poignant lyrics. Although she had been listening to a cover version, it had long since moved her deeply. But how could this song be the original work of the prominent figure Su Ran from that dating show? Moreover, according to her friend, Su Ran is a peculiar character, a self-proclaimed retired big shot who revels in antics. This feels almost surreal. Yet, she concedes that the melody of On a Bridge indeed possesses something extraordinary. Simultaneously, she finds Su Ran quite appealing. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, Xiaomei resolves to take a look. The clock strikes 10 in the morning. Mango Video's promotional clip for Summer Heartbeat 2 is released punctually. Xiaomei takes a deep breath and clicks the play button. The familiar opening followed by a picturesque seaside view. Soothing music gradually unfolds. Xiaomei smirks and discreetly adjusts the speed to 3 times faster. Then, a montage of initial encounters among 3 couples unfolds. Xiao Mo gazes gently. Sangwan playfully frolics. TSK. Indeed, it's industrial sweetener. After a brief snark, Xiaomei hits the fast-forward button. Yet the next moment, Xiaomei rewinds the segment she had just skipped. A close-up of a resume filled with an array of eccentric phrases fills the screen. Job intentions, slacker consultant, fish-catching ambassador, lying flat expert, core skills, certified debater, folk retreat drum, professional tea taster. What on earth is this? Xiaomei sprays a mouthful of water onto the screen. Did I click the wrong program? But the very next second, a man of breathtaking handsomeness appears on screen, earnestly introducing himself to the slightly dazed Iba. I am in good health, possess independent thoughts, and can breathe autonomously. When hungry, I eat. When full, I put down the bowl. I can also make instant noodles. coupled with Reba's expression akin to that of an elderly subway passenger grappling with a mobile phone, and the subsequent editing. The special effects. Ha ha ha, the sound of goose. Xiaomei laughed so hard she emitted goose-like calls. It was utterly hilarious. Su Ran truly possesses an infectious charm. Just as Xiaomei was doubled over with laughter, believing she had witnessed the full extent of Su Ran's abilities, the scene shifted. Su Ran was seen crouched down, tinkering with a bicycle. Within moments, she triumphantly held up a large lock and, with a dazzling smile, exclaimed, "All set. Let's hit the road." The expression on the face of Reba, who appeared to be in sheer terror, seemed to convey 6 words. "I am not an accomplice." The scene transitioned once more, showcasing Su Ran racing down the street on a dilapidated bicycle, with Reba precariously perched on the back, nearly bouncing off with every jolt. Ha ha ha! Xiaomei pounded the table in laughter, feeling as though she might choke on her own amusement. This audacious Su Ran is truly a natural-born variety show star. Just when Xiaomei thought she had reached her limit, the scene changed again. This time, Su Ran appeared in a small room, seemingly participating in an interview. The segment bore a striking resemblance to those in dating shows. Heartfelt return visit. The familiar atmosphere lingered, and even the host nearly faced a career-defining blunder as they struggled to suppress laughter. The host inquired, "Everyone knows you retired at a young age and achieved financial freedom, which has left many envious and curious about the person you truly are." Su Ran replied, "If you all took just a bit more time to understand me, you would realize you've wasted a bit of your time." The host remarked, "It seems you've never faced hardship in your life." Su Ran responded, "I have. You know bitter melon?" "Oh dear." Xiaomei felt as though she might burst from laughter. How does this individual manage to maintain a serious facade while being so absurd? Just as she was on the brink of breathlessness from laughing, the host asked, "After a week together, has your impression of your partner Reba changed?" Su Ran replied, "At first glance, I thought she was a bright girl with a touch of aloofness." The host inquired, "And now?" Su Ran answered, "Now, I think she's indeed more cuddly than the orange cat downstairs, like a clingy little kitten." Boom! Xiaomei's laughter abruptly ceased. How can I withstand such sweetness? The scene shifted once again. This time, Reba sat on the sofa in the interview room, her eyes red, as if she had just been crying. The screen displayed a wish card she had written. "Wish 1. I hope Su Hanhai doesn't run away next week." The host asked, "Your first wish give a sense of tomorrow's permanence. Why not wish for eternity?" Reba replied, "Eternity feels too distant. As long as he is here tomorrow, that is enough." Xiaomei's smile faltered. "No, it can't be that we're about to delve into the depths of emotion when I haven't even begun to indulge." Yet the subsequent scenes left her utterly moved. Whether it was the reciprocal wish, both Su Ran and Reba wishing for each other's perpetual happiness, or Su Ran's handwritten note declaring, "Grant this wish to Reba," it set her grin soaring. Immediately following, an increasing number of scenes depicting the interactions between the two individuals began to emerge, both authentic and amusing. Xiaomei felt as though she had been immersed in a honey pot, sprinkled with a layer of popping candy, sweet yet tingling. "What a life you must have led before, girl. Why are you just now sharing this with me? Damn it, how many live streams have I missed?" Xiaomei shouted in her heart, "Curse Su Hanhin, you must treat our feline companion with utmost care." The promotional film concluded with a serene scene by the seaside, where Su Ran cradled the guitar, his fingertips gliding over the strings. The familiar and poignant prelude of Anha Bridge resonated once more, followed by his clean, story-laden voice. "Let me see you again from south to north." Unbeknownst to her, Xiaomei was already in tears. "You must find everlasting happiness." She picked up her phone and sent a message to her best friend on WeChat. "Sister, I was wrong. I hereby declare myself the most devoted fan of this fiery couple. Take me along to indulge in this." This promotional film, which seamlessly blended humor, sweetness, emotion, and tear-jerking moments, swept across the internet like wildfire. The backend of Mango Video experienced yet another wave of bittersweet agony as viewership surged exponentially. The comment section transformed into a jubilant gathering for countless CP fans. The trending topics on Weibo exploded even before the production team could intensify their efforts. Summer Heartthrob 2 promotional film legend Sue Ran both beautiful and funny hot Baba hopes is not run away. Wish card mutual journey. Sue Ran on her bridge tearjerker. Various entertainment media took notice, heralding Summer Heartthrob 2 as the pinnacle of romantic variety shows. The name Sue Ran had unequivocally become a key to popularity. The fervor surrounding Summer Heartthrob 2 reached unprecedented heights. With just one day until the official release, the anticipation across the internet was akin to a bowstring drawn to its fullest tension. Chapter 59, a nationwide celebration. Undercurrents in motion. Yet, Sue Ran is only concerned with fishing. At this moment, in the backstage of the Summer Heartbeat program, the data monitoring room is charged with an atmosphere as tense as a battlefield. The entire creative team is fixated on the screen, where the graph is soaring like a rocket. Over 10 million, 15 minutes, surpassing 30 million, half an hour, surpassing 50 million, 1 hour. It continues to rise. It keeps climbing. 1.5 hours, 70 million, 2 hours, 93 million, over 100 million, 2 hours and 23 minutes. We have broken a record. The peak of real-time viewership, interactive bullet comments, user sharing rates. All metrics have shattered the platform's historical records. When all the data was finally compiled, the editing room erupted with deafening cheers. Countless individuals embraced in excitement. Over 100 million viewers in just 2 hours. This is undoubtedly a miracle for the entire Mango TV network. And such a miracle has been birthed in their hands. This staggering data swept across the internet like a tsunami. Major social media platforms were inundated once again. Weibo's trending topics were almost entirely dominated by Summer Heartbeat 2 and the Sue Ran and Ran recipe. Summer Heartbeat 2 trailer breaks 100 million, followed by a massive and vivid, explosive character. So good. Hurry up and release the full episode. I laughed like a fool in the first half and cried like a fool in the second half. I generally don't watch such extravagant variety shows, but one this outrageous, I have to follow. Sue Ran is amazing. Director Wong is amazing. The Ran recipe is so addictive. Summer Heartbeat 2 is destined for greatness. Oh, my judgment was not in vain. It's spectacular. Hurry up and release the full episode. The entire network is in a frenzy. Fans are exultant. Bystanders are rushing to join in. Meanwhile, the critics have fallen silent. Major media outlets are racing to report, heralding Summer Heartbeat 2 as the anticipated phenomenon of the year. Sue Ran is being hailed with extravagant titles such as Top Flowing Talent, the pinnacle of creativity, and the savior of romantic variety shows. Those companies that once sought to sign Sue Ran or acquire the rights are now filled with regret. Under the current circumstances, securing Sue Ran would likely require a staggering price. Yet, they understand all too well that even at exorbitant rates, they will face countless competitors. It can be said that whoever signs Sue Ran will secure the next top talent. For Sue Ran, their thoughts are straightforward. Either sign her or destroy her. What drives them to distraction, however, is that they cannot even reach Sue Ran, let alone sign her. Simultaneously, in the executive conference room, the atmosphere is terrifyingly oppressive. Each individual is confronted with that strikingly brilliant trailer data. Over 100 million in 2 hours, breaking records across all platforms, dominating the entire web's trending topics. Each word feels like a resounding slap, harshly striking their faces. This data is impossible. It's merely a promotional video. How could it be so high? Is it possible that the technical department made a mistake? Deputy Director Zhang, we have verified the data several times. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man seated in the main chair furrowed his brow. The betting agreement with Wang Zhengyu was initiated by him. He had believed victory was assured, merely waiting to witness Wang Zhengyu's downfall. Then, they could seamlessly take over the promising project of Summer Heartbeat 2, reaping the rewards while suppressing Wang Zhengyu, who belonged to the director's faction. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to their faces. That kid, the so-called Sue Ran, truly performed like a prodigy, creating a miraculous impossibility. At that moment, someone suggested, should we consider employing certain measures? As the words fell, Silence enveloped the room. To employ such measures would imply that the viewership and reputation of Summer Heartbeat 2 would be adversely affected. This was not what they desired. What they wanted was an intact Summer Heartbeat, simply without Wang Jingyu. As they pondered, a voice of surprise suddenly rang out. "Everyone, I have received reliable news. The data for the pilot episode of Summer Heartbeat is fabricated." All eyes turned towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Deputy Director Zhang inquired, "Is the news credible?" "This information is absolutely reliable. It was relayed by our personnel placed there." The individual continued, opening a web page, and chuckled. "Moreover, numerous posts questioning the data manipulation and purchase of trending searches for Summer Heartbeat 2 have surfaced online. The narrative has already begun to take shape." "Wow!" Instantly, the mood of the crowd lightened. "Umph." Deputy Director Zhang scoffed, the gloom on his face dissipating. "I said he is merely an unknown. How could he possess such capabilities?" "Exactly. According to our professional predictive model, without our resource allocation, the premiere viewership of Summer Heartbeat 2 would peak at 2.4 to surpass 3? A pipe dream. Then, is there any need for further action?" Someone tentatively asked. "No need. If they wish to dig their own graves, let them. I shall see, when the main episode airs tomorrow night, what they will have to say when the true viewership figures are revealed." Deputy Director Zhang waved his hand, exuding an air of confidence. At that moment, when the scandal of data manipulation is exposed, coupled with the failure of the bet, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "We shall merely wait to see how he manages to ruin himself." The crowd nodded in agreement, smiles of understanding gracing their faces. In their minds, Summer Heartbeat 2 had already become a possession within their grasp. And what of Su Ran's contractual issues? Once they ousted Wang Jingyu, there would be ample means. An unknown talent. How could he possibly turn the tides? A silent war was quietly brewing. At this moment, in the post-production room of the program team, Wang Jingyu naturally noticed the rumors of data fabrication circulating online. However, he merely chuckled, unfazed by the commotion. His assistant, anxious as a restless ant on a hot pan, exclaimed, "Director Wang, how can you still be laughing? If we don't clarify this rumor, it could spell disaster." Wang Jingyu replied nonchalantly, "Clarify? Why should we?" A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. "Do you think this information was released by accident? Moreover, do they truly believe that the infiltrator is hidden so well?" The assistant was taken aback, pondering, why would we do such a thing? He intended to question whether this approach might backfire. What if it truly impacted the show? Wang Jingyu continued to smile, explaining, "Do you think that if I choose not to act, others won't cast aspersions upon us? Rather than that, it would be wiser to deploy a smokescreen that is undeniably advantageous to us." After a pause, he added, "Besides, we haven't actually fabricated anything. So what is there to fear? If they wish to accuse us, they must first furnish evidence." His reasoning was sound. Currently, all parties were fixated on Summer Heartbeat 2 and Su Ran. Given this situation, it would be prudent to muddle the waters and bewilder the adversary. Should they indeed aim to accuse them of data manipulation, they could readily present evidence to vindicate themselves. Brilliant! The seasoned director truly possessed insight. Finally, the assistant inquired, "Director Wang, do you think our premiere can break 3? Wang Jingyu chuckled and replied, "Eliminate the question mark." The assistant was momentarily stunned. Such confidence? No. He had faith in Wang. His gaze returned to the screen where Su Ran cradled a guitar. At that moment, the individual whom Wang Jingyu had high hopes for, who was fervently discussed across the internet, and who was the target of countless media companies, Su Ran, was situated beside an obscure, intermittently signal-less wild reservoir. He wore a straw hat, intently focused on his fishing rod. Beside him sat a small cooler brimming with chilled cola and snacks. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fresh scents of earth and grass. The sunlight was entirely veiled by the shade of trees, leaving only a refreshing coolness. As for his phone, it had long been silenced and cast aside. Trending topics? Data? Betting agreements? The turbulent world of entertainment? None of it concerned him. His sole focus was whether he could catch a fish today and nothing more. Chapter 60, a phenomenon. The entertainment industry falls silent. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the premiere of Summer Heartbeat 2, The entire internet seems to have descended into an eerie state of anticipation. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with expectation, skepticism, or schadenfreude, gaze intently at the countdown on their screens. The trending topics on Weibo are firmly dominated by discussions surrounding Summer Heartbeat and Suran. Due to an overwhelming influx of traffic, the Mango video app has begun to experience intermittent lag. Editors from various entertainment media outlets have prepared two distinctly different press releases, awaiting the final data to be revealed. Those who had previously reveled in their criticisms and trolling have fallen silent, biding their time for the moment of reckoning. In a high-level conference room at Mango TV, Deputy Director Zhang holds a teacup, a confident smile gracing his face as they prepare to pop the champagne in celebration. The predicted 2. If it was indeed an overestimation. If they can break 2 tonight, it would be a stroke of good fortune. Next, the discussion will turn to who will take over this project. Meanwhile, in another brightly lit post-production room, Wang Jingyu crushes his cigarette, but with fervor, his gaze fixed intently on the secondary screen displaying real-time data. In his bloodshot eyes burns a wild flame, accompanied by a hint of anxiety he himself is unaware of. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Time ticks away, second by second. Finally, at precisely 8 o'clock, the first episode of Summer Heartbeat 2 premieres exclusively online. In that instant, as if by some unspoken agreement, the Mango video server is, once again, unequivocally overwhelmed. Countless users find their screens reduced to a perpetually spinning loading icon, accompanied by a disheartening message. The path ahead is congested. Please try again later. What the heck? It crashed again. Mango TV. Are you even capable? I just paid for my membership, and you're taking advantage of me? Ha ha ha. Peak viewership right from the start. This hype is unparalleled. I'm dying here. Let me in and watch Su Ran work his magic. I want to see the couple share sweet moments. What the hell? I've been waiting all day for this. Buffering at 99, slower than my own downloads. The technical department in the back end is in a frenzy, urgently addressing the situation. After waiting for over 10 minutes, viewers finally manage to access the playback page, only to be met with an explosion of exaggerated comments flooding the entire screen. Countless messages like, "High energy ahead," "The iconic couple has arrived," and "My ultimate ship," surge in like a tidal wave. The content of the episode does not disappoint the expectations of any fan. The production team has spared no effort, incorporating all the highlights from the first week without reservation. Whether it be Su Ran's astonishingly unconventional abstract resume, his irresistibly catchy Song Gourmet from Heaven, or the infamous yet enticing Cthulhu seafood porridge that left guests in awe. All of it elicits uproarious laughter from the audience, leaving them nearly breathless. One joke after another kept the audience in fits of laughter, utterly incapable of stopping. They were astonished that such a handsome individual could possess such an abstract demeanor. Yet, the tone of the show shifted dramatically. Sweetness abounded. When Reba casually mentioned her desire for delectable treats, Su Ran took it to heart and fulfilled her wish. Despite his fear of heights, he bravely accompanied Reba on a vertical roller coaster. Though he found it childish, he still joined her on the carousel. The lively yet genuinely affectionate moments shared between the two captivated countless viewers. They were left wondering about the enchanting allure of the he-ran couple. Perhaps it was during the time they were nurturing the panda, when he effortlessly remarked that the military honor was shared equally. Or perhaps it was when he clumsily yet tenderly comforted Reba as she cried from fright, assuring her that her makeup still looked lovely. Or the sight of them walking side by side under the setting sun, their silent yet intimate shadows embracing. There was no deliberate sweetness, no artificial additives, just an unintentional display of sincerity, heart-fluttering moments, and a subtle sweetness that resonated profoundly with all the viewers. The previously uproarious comments gradually gave way to a different sentiment. Oh no, they are truly a celestial couple. Su Ran appears carefree, yet he is attentive to every detail. Su Ran is not devoid of romance. His romantic gestures are woven into his actions. Mom, I think I've fallen in love with love again. I may never marry, but my couple must tie the knot. From bursts of laughter to tearful eyes, from teasing to fervent admiration, in the brief span of 2 hours. The main feature yanked the audience's emotions in a roller coaster of highs and lows. By the time the program concluded and the theme song played, countless viewers remained ensnared in its enchanting spell, unable to regain their composure. The first episode of Summer Heartbeat 2 concluded perfectly amid the reluctant farewells of its audience. Yet online, it sparked an even more fervent enthusiasm than when the teaser was first released. Summer Heartbeat 2 romantic variety show, Surin and Hichano all over the internet, Hirin couple is real, Surin we are one, Surin your makeup looks lovely. All social media platforms were thoroughly dominated by Summer Heartbeat 2 and the Hiran couple. Related discussion groups and trending topics sprang up like mushrooms after rain, instantly amassing a vast array of fans. Countless edits and creative reinterpretations began to surge. Summer Heartbeat 2, with Sue Ran as its unassuming guest and the unique chemistry he shared with Reba, became an undeniable sensation. It skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. In the early hours, when authoritative third-party viewership data was finally released, the entire entertainment industry was left speechless. The first episode of Summer Heartbeat 2 achieved a peak real-time viewership rating of over 4. The CSM National Network and Urban Network ratings both surpassed 3.6. The average viewership rating has reached an astonishing 3.78, a record that shatters all previous achievements of Mango TV's variety shows. No one anticipated that a dating show predominantly featuring ordinary guests, without any extensive promotional buildup, would premiere to such remarkable ratings, catapulting it to the forefront of Mango TV's historical variety programs. At this very moment, the executive conference room of Mango TV was enveloped in a heavy silence. Those who had been celebrating with champagne now fixated intently on the data. Could it possibly be fabricated? This statistic was compiled by the esteemed Kung, the most authoritative platform available. Impossible. It must be false. Yet for the first time, no one echoed that sentiment. They all comprehended the harsh reality. They had been utterly defeated. What perplexed them was why they had succumbed to someone they had never regarded with any seriousness. Sue Ran? They felt as if their faces were ablaze, as if Sue Ran had delivered countless invisible slaps across their cheeks. The dazzling figures sent shockwaves throughout the entertainment industry. Countless talent agencies, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, surged forth with a singular aim: to find Sue Ran and secure a contract with her. Sue Ran had become a veritable goldmine. In the post-production room of the program team, Wang Jingyu gazed at the soaring numbers, a satisfied smile finally gracing his lips. That young man had achieved a miracle. This was Wang Jingyu's prevailing thought. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It was already 1 a.m. Had that fellow gone to sleep? Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought. His exhilaration was overwhelming, and he felt an urgent need to share this joyful news. Wang Jingyu dialed Sue Ran's number. On the other end, Sue Ran's languid voice inquired, "Director Wang?" Guang Finyu exclaimed excitedly, "Suran, we did it. The ratings have skyrocketed. Do you have any idea how much?" "Let me tell you." "Wow." Sue Ran's astonished voice echoed back. "How did you know I caught a 21.6-pound fish?" Wang Jingyu replied, "I didn't ask about your fish." Yet, he could only marvel inwardly at Sue Ran's remarkable prowess. Truly impressive. Chapter 61. Conversations across time zones. A surprise from Reba. In the blink of an eye, the names of Summer Heartbeat 2 and Sue Ran have swept across the internet like a tempest. An endless stream of fervent discussions, analyses, and derivative content has emerged, propelling the excitement to unprecedented heights. Sue Ran's 2 original songs, each strikingly distinct yet equally mesmerizing, have taken the music platforms by storm. These 2 guitar-accompanied tracks have decisively dominated the new song charts across various major music platforms. Terms such as creative revitalization, melancholic masterpiece, Cthulhu seafood porridge, Silly Sue, Orange Cat classmate, and the least attractive of the Sue family trio, all associated with Sue Ran and the fervent couple pairing, have rapidly ascended to become the most popular phrases in the online lexicon. Undoubtedly, Sue Ran, who was initially thrust into a reality romance show by his mother and merely wished to enjoy a leisurely life in the entertainment world, has unexpectedly achieved meteoric fame. He has become synonymous with virality this summer. However, as the epicenter of this online frenzy, Su Ran feels utterly indifferent. Unlike other overnight sensations who seize the opportunity to capitalize on their newfound fame, he seems to have vanished, completely disappearing from the internet. No one can locate him, not even those self-proclaimed entertainment giants. This has driven fans eager to indulge in couple dynamics to the brink of insanity. While other artists are eager to work around the clock, Su Ran has opted for a more elusive existence, akin to a phantom. What is Su Ran up to? He has merely returned to his retirement, steadfastly embracing his laid-back lifestyle. Mornings are spent waking naturally, tending to the flowers and plants on his balcony. At noon, he occasionally finds inspiration to venture into the kitchen, preparing a simple yet delightful dish of dark cuisine. In the afternoons, he enjoys a cup of tea while reclining in a comfortable chair, engrossed in a book or an old film. His greatest evening pastime consists of playing chess downstairs with the elderly, relishing their exasperated remarks of never wanting to play with him again. Su Ran's retirement life is marked by simplicity. It may be a touch monotonous, yet it is undeniably comfortable. As for the clamor online, Su Ran remains unfazed. Even messages of congratulations from Wang Jingyu are often met with indifference, read but left unanswered. Occasionally, when a mood strikes him, he will respond with a casual, "Director Wang, you're truly amazing," earning a blend of exasperation and excitement from Wang Jingyu, who finds himself oddly stirred by such elementary praise. Thus, Su Ran continues to lead his tranquil life of gardening and reading, seemingly worlds apart from the tempestuous Su God igniting fervent discussions online. Of course, Su Ran's serene existence is not entirely devoid of interaction. At least one girl's messages elicit a response from him, albeit with a noticeable delay in their communication frequency. The conversation between the two unfolds with a leisurely pace, seldom marked by instantaneous replies, often stretching to half an hour or even longer. Yet despite this delay, their exchanges never face abrupt interruptions, a phenomenon quite fascinating. In an era that equates prompt responses with genuine care, the dialogue between Su Ran and Reba resembles the correspondence of pen pals from a bygone century. When she shares, "The weather is splendid today," she may wait for an hour or more for his response. "Just woke up. The sunlight is quite intense." When she sends a picture of an adorable cat she encountered at work, she might find herself waiting half a day for a simple comment. "Just average. Not as charming as the orange cat downstairs." He might bemoan his unsuccessful fishing trip, attributing it to his fishing rod. And only at dawn will she receive a message accompanied by a laughing, crying emoji. "Why didn't you mention that the pond has no fish?" Their exchanges are devoid of sweet nothings or overly intricate emotional tug-of-war, predominantly consisting of mundane daily shares. Yet, this simplicity is enough to brighten Reba's day upon seeing Su Ran's replies. The asynchronous nature of their conversations suits Reba perfectly. As an artist, particularly a popular one, her schedule is densely packed, rendering it impossible for her to respond to Su Ran's messages at a moment's notice. Nevertheless, she steals moments amidst her busyness to reply to him. While Su Ran rarely manages to reply instantly, Reba never feels anxious or angry about this. On one hand, she understands that Su Ran possesses a carefree, languid disposition. Expecting him to be glued to his phone is more challenging than urging him to work. On the other hand, and more importantly, no matter when she sends a message or how much time elapses, Su Ran invariably replies. It may come after a long interval, or perhaps consist of just a few words or a meme. Yet, he is always present. Each of her messages is seen and acknowledged by him. This sense of reciprocation and assurance amid a fast food emotional landscape offers her a profound sense of security, far more valuable than ephemeral instant replies. She knows Su Ran is retired and has ample time. However, he also maintains his own rhythm of life and interests. He might be tending to his plants or experimenting with peculiar culinary creations. She refrains from disturbing him or attempting to influence his pursuits. As long as he remembers her during his free moments and offers a response, that is already more than sufficient. This mutual respect for personal space in their interactions brings her comfort and ease. As is customary, after finishing a day's work, Reba returns home, showers, and then snuggles under the covers, opening her phone to chuckle joyfully. Su Han Han. Nothing on today. Fishing at the reservoir. Suanan. Good news. No empty-handed fishing today. I caught a prehistoric crocodile weighing 28 grams. Su Han Han. New product development. Next week, you'll be my guinea pig. Su Han Ins. Good night. May you have sweet dreams. Hop Ba gazed at the message from Su Ran, which had arrived several hours later. And the final wish of good night and sweet dreams made him smile foolishly. He truly says good night to me every day. Hop Ba began to respond one by one. Just got home. Are you going fishing again? Don't go to the same place as yesterday. It's been empty every day. What has 28 grams compared to a prehistoric giant crocodile? It's not even enough for me to take a bite. Laughing to death. Are you researching poison again? I hope to see you next week. Would you like to return to the cabin a bit early? I have prepared a surprise for you. Lastly, good night, and I wish you sweet dreams. After sending the messages, Hop Ba waited for a while, but received no reply. She murmured, good night. See you the day after tomorrow. She turned over and gazed out at the moonlight, silently counting down the days in her heart. Just one more day, until she returns to the villa standing by the sea. There is a hint of anticipation, a touch of longing. The image of someone floated in her mind, their smile blooming quietly in the stillness of the night. Chapter 62, Return. The reunion of the little chef, the brief 3-day holiday in Su Ran's leisurely retirement life, is approaching its end. Today marks the final day of the break, with tomorrow heralding the launch of the second season of Summer Heartbeat. However, the production team has generously stipulated that as long as one arrives at the love cabin before noon tomorrow, all will be well. At dawn, Su Ran's biological clock rouses him promptly. He rises, freshens up, and partakes in breakfast. The meal is modest, consisting of a hastily fried egg paired with a carton of milk, yet the flavors tantalizingly awaken his palate. Habitually, he reaches for his phone, eager to check for any significant unread messages. His eyes immediately catch several notifications from the contact labeled Orange Cat Classmate, all sent after he had fallen asleep the previous night. Instantly, he discerns the keywords, return early? Surprise? What surprise could this be? Su Ran's curiosity is piqued. Could it be that she intends to fulfill that promise of dancing in private? A flurry of somewhat tantalizing images flashes through his mind. Delicate spaghetti straps, black stockings, long alluring legs. Goodness, he mustn't dwell on such thoughts. Su Ran hurriedly opens Douyin, opting to watch a couple of episodes of horse hoof trimming to calm his racing mind. He is Su Ran, a paragon of virtue, a man who has transcended base desires. How could he possibly anticipate black stockings and long legs? Absolutely inconceivable. Nonetheless, considering the villa has been unoccupied for several days, returning early to tidy up wouldn't be amiss. With this thought in mind, Su Ran switches back to the chat and replies, what time? How fortuitous. I have prepared a surprise for you as well. Following this, Su Ran, not receiving a prompt reply, sets his phone aside and opens the system panel. It has been several days since he last checked the system, and it is time to do so. Host, Su Ran, activity points, 5,783 points. Skills, godlike singing talent, proficient in all musical instruments, chef special edition, dark cuisine, beginner, locksmith master, beginner, universal affinity, intermediate, top tier massage chiropractic master, intermediate, items, Chinese music library. What on earth? Su Ran gazes at the balance of activity points in disbelief. 5,783 points. Surely, he must be mistaken. How could there be such an unexpected increase? A system bug? Upon examining the system log, everything becomes clear. Ding! Detected that the host's rendition of the song On Her Bridge has continued to resonate, sparking widespread emo empathy and discussion across the internet, resulting in an influence boost. Earning 1,000 activity points. Ding! The host Weibo post Su Ran is the ugliest of the three has ignited a frenzy among CP fans and heated discussions online, yielding a positive activity boost, earning 1,000 activity points. Ding! Iconic scenes featuring the host locksmithing, dark cuisine, panda parentage, Caesar's smoking tribute, and esoteric lottery scratching have gone viral, resulting in a sustained activity boost, earning 500 points. The host has sparked extensive discussions, with an activity value of 60, 40, 25, 20, 20. So, it implies that the higher the exposure, the more individuals influenced, the greater the accumulation of activity value. Sue Ran, somewhat baffled, decided to consult the system. The system responded, "The value of the activity is derived from a comprehensive calculation based on the subsequent reactions and influence of the activity. The specific calculation formula is as follows." Sue Ran gazed at the lengthy formula, feeling a mix of confusion and admiration, before dismissing the system dialogue to ponder his predicament. Before him lay a conundrum. Should he continue to accumulate activity values or opt for a quintuple draw at once? Given the current circumstances, gathering enough for a golden treasure chest was merely a matter of time. Although the rate of growth for activity values appeared to be slowing, the overall upward trajectory remained quite promising. However, if he chose to wait, it would take a considerable amount of time. Perhaps he should indulge in a single silver draw to satisfy his cravings. After contemplating, Sue Ran resolved to reward himself with a silver treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he exclaimed, "This time, please do not bestow upon me any bizarre skills." The next moment, a brilliant light flashed, and a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have opened a silver treasure chest and acquired the skill. Voice actors are monsters, evil cultivation version. Sue Ran was taken aback. What kind of skill was this? Upon opening the skill description, he was utterly astonished. Skill name: Voice actors are monsters, evil cultivation version. Skill effect: you have grasped the ultimate secret of voice acting, the abstract voice technique. You are no longer confined to traditional vocal techniques. All things in the world can become your vocal apparatus. Note: everything can make sound. Your body is the most outrageous instrument. Wow, it sounded incredibly impressive. Your body as a musical instrument, everything capable of producing sound. Yet, the abstract ultimate secret nearly left him speechless. Nevertheless, it was certainly better than that godly massage skill. Sue Ran shook his head and smiled, recognizing it as a skill with immense potential. He closed the system panel, stretched lazily, and prepared to go out for some shopping. That girl had prepared a surprise for him, and he felt it was only fitting to reciprocate. Thus, he decided to bring her some snacks, and perhaps record a sweet song as well. Meanwhile, at a recording studio in Yanjing, a busy host named Reba, having just completed an interview, took a moment to glance at her phone. Upon seeing Sue Ran's message confirming he would return early for the surprise, her mood soared, akin to savoring honey. After a brief contemplation, she replied with a time. "I'll be done with work by the afternoon. Shall we meet at the villa tonight?" This time, the reply came almost instantly. "Okay, see you tonight." Reba felt as if she might float upon reading those simple words. She couldn't quite understand why she was filled with such anticipation. Is it the anticipation of seeing him, or the expectation of witnessing the surprise etched on his face? Perhaps. It is a harmonious blend of both. The last remnants of the setting sun lingered reluctantly above the horizon, casting a golden edge upon the sea. In the sky, a few early stars began to mischievously twinkle. The lights of the heartfelt cottage illuminated, radiating a warm and tranquil glow amidst the deepening twilight. Teacher Sue Ran has arrived. The driver gently halted the vehicle, rousing Sue Ran from his contemplative state. "Thank you, sir," he replied as he retrieved his backpack and, after politely declining the driver's offer of assistance, extracted the large water tank he had prepared from the trunk. Entering the familiar courtyard, Sue Ran found the villa unusually silent, devoid of any presence. Yet, why were the lights still on? Had Hot Bobby arrived even earlier? With a sense of curiosity, he pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold into the living room, a sudden clatter of pots and pans emanated from the kitchen. Catching his attention, intrigued, he softened his footsteps and made his way towards the kitchen. However, upon reaching the doorway, he was momentarily taken aback. A slender figure, adorned in a pink bear apron, busily toiled at the stove, her back turned towards him. Her long hair was casually pinned up, revealing her delicate alabaster neck. The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the kitchen window, enveloping her in a gentle, warm glow. Sue Ran noticed 2 sets of chopsticks resting on the counter. Pondering, is she preparing a meal for me? He simply smiled quietly, observing the girl before him as she worked diligently, refraining from interrupting her. At that moment, As if sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, or perhaps experiencing a peculiar intuition, the busy figure paused momentarily. Then, she slowly turned around. Their eyes met, and in that instant, it felt as if something intangible was quietly brewing in the air. Orange Cat, it's been a while. Suanon, you're back. Chapter 63. Keeping Promises. A trio of surprises from Reba. Su-ran couldn't hold back any longer. The air was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of food, mingling with a subtle atmosphere reminiscent of a long-awaited reunion. Gazing upon Su-ran's handsome visage, adorned with a playful smile, Reba felt her heart race involuntarily. Ultimately, it was Su-ran who shattered the silence. If you keep staring, your cola chicken wings are bound to burn. Ah, my chicken wings, Reba exclaimed, hastily extinguishing the flame and retrieving the wings from the pan, her indignation palpable. It's all your fault for sneaking around. You made me forget to turn off the heat. With a chuckle, Su-ran leaned lazily against the kitchen doorframe, remarking, "So, the surprise you mentioned was merely a surprise dinner prepared especially for me?" Bah! Reba's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson as she retorted defiantly. "Who prepared it specifically for you?" I made it for myself." "Are you a dog, or something, returning just because you caught a whiff of the aroma?" After several days apart, her tongue seemed to have regained its sharpness. Nevertheless, Su-ran pointed at the 2 sets of chopsticks, teasingly inquiring, "So, you're quite the expert at using 2 pairs of chopsticks all by yourself?" Her gaze wandered off, and she hastily justified, I have a big appetite. Is it wrong to use 2 sets of chopsticks?" All right, you have a big appetite. You are the king of gluttony. Is that acceptable?" Su-ran stifled a laugh, choosing not to expose her further, and with swift agility, snatched a piece of chicken wing and dashed away. "Hey, what are you doing, stealing food?" Not bad, not bad. This flavor is leagues better than the last Avatar, roasted wings," Su-ran exclaimed, sticking out his tongue at the heat, while teasingly adding, "I'm not eating for free. I'm giving you a thumbs up." This rogue dared to mention the Avatar roasted wings. Next time, she would turn Su-ran into roasted wings. Reba watched as Su-ran sprinted out of the living room, a mixture of amusement and frustration bubbling within her. Before seeing Su-ran, she had envisioned their reunion quite differently. Yet, the lively scene that unfolded felt entirely natural. Surely, one should not harbor any expectations of this fellow. However, Su-ran's antics had effectively alleviated the discomfort that had lingered from their days apart. Could it be this was the correct way to embrace their friendship? Enough of pondering. It was time to feast. The dining table was adorned with an array of dishes. The visually appealing cola chicken wings, the aromatic and flavorful boiled beef, the spicy and delectable cold fish, the enticingly red mapo tofu, and 3 sets of chopsticks lay invitingly on the table. That was a testament to her tenacity, a girl's stubbornness. She would not divulge to Su-ran that this meal was crafted with her own hands. She would not reveal the days of meticulous preparation nor the 3 grueling hours spent to complete it. She would absolutely not let Su-ran perceive the tender sentiments nestled within her heart. As Su-ran beheld the lavish spread before him, he was equally astonished. Such a feast must have demanded considerable time and effort. She must have arrived at the villa quite early. Moreover, her culinary skills truly exemplify the adage of being equally at home in the kitchen and the parlor. A charming and beautiful girl of remarkable grace. Su-ran's opinion of Reba elevated another notch. The 2 sat across from each other, refraining from their usual banter. The atmosphere was somewhat muted, perhaps due to the few days of separation, which had rendered them slightly estranged, or perhaps they were both internally grappling with unexpressed emotions. The gentle lighting and the fragrant dishes created a moment imbued with a warmth reminiscent of a long-married couple, devoid of any discord. After dinner, Su-ran took it upon himself to clear the table. He also tidied up the kitchen and the living room, as a layer of dust had settled on the floor from his absence. Meanwhile, Reba nestled on the sofa, engrossed in the group chat. Both the Tsonglan and Xiao Mo couples intended to return the following noon. They had even tagged Su-ran and Reba, inquiring about their return time. However, the guilty Reba dared not admit they had already returned. If this group discovered the truth, the rumors would spiral out of control. She and Su-ran were innocent, and she could not allow any unfounded gossip to spread. If anything were to transpire, it must be initiated by Su Ran. But how long must she wait for that dense man to speak up? Should she take matters into her own hands? Just then, as Reba was lost in her thoughts, Su Ran plopped down onto the sofa opposite her, his tone teasingly mischievous. What are you daydreaming about? Infatuated are we? Get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Like a puffed-up orange cat, Reba blushed and threw a pillow at Su Ran. He tilted his head slightly and dodged it, muttering softly, "You're anxious, aren't you?" Reba sighed. "Sometimes I really want to call the police." She stood up, and under Su Ran's puzzled gaze, darted to the corner of the living room. She then returned, mysteriously cradling a meticulously wrapped long gift box. "Tajda." She placed the gift on the table before Su Ran, exclaiming, "Here, a surprise for you. Open it and see." A surprise? Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the dinner itself? Reba urged, "What are you waiting for? Open it. I spent a long time planning this purchase." All right, Su Ran began to unwrap the exquisitely packaged gift box. Soon, a brand new professional fishing rod appeared in his hands. "This is a professional-grade carbon fishing rod. The quality exudes an aura of luxury. How do you like it?" Reba gazed at Su Ran with eager anticipation. "I love it." Su Ran smiled, pleasantly surprised. "I didn't expect you to have such good taste. This is truly a fine item. That's great. Next time we go fishing and you come back empty-handed. You can't blame the rod." Releasing a sigh of relief, Reba felt satisfied. Her numerous trips to the fishing tackle store were not in vain. Su Ran smiled, realizing that this girl had remembered his offhand remark. Suddenly, Reba's voice diminished significantly. Su Ran set down his fishing rod and turned to look at Reba. Reba fidgeted with her skirt, hesitantly saying, "Did I not promise to dance for you before? Do you want to see?" Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this unexpected delight. He nodded vigorously, "Yes. Is it the refreshing kind of dance?" Reba scoffed. "You letcher." Su Ran swallowed hard, proclaiming with righteous indignation, "I am not lewd. It is merely that the flowers are in full bloom. To refrain from admiring them would be to lack appreciation for beauty." Reba shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Without black stockings and a tiny camisole, you can choose whether to watch or not. Come on, let us see. Quickly, play the music and begin the dance." In the courtyard, the night was as tranquil as water, with the moonlight shimmering like silk. The sea breeze gently caressed, carrying the fragrance of flowers and grass. Under the moonlight stood a graceful girl with bright eyes, leaving Su Ran nearly entranced. Lacking black stockings and a tiny camisole, she was nonetheless captivating. Reba seemed to transform into a water lily, quietly blooming under the moonlight. Each twirl, each tiptoe, and every fleeting glance exuded an indescribable charm and beauty. It was an allure of a refined nature, transcending base tastes. No wonder ancient emperors shirked their morning court sessions. Who could possibly withstand such enchantment? Chapter 64. Su Ran. I prepared a little surprise for you under the moonlight. Reba donned an exquisite dark red ethnic dance dress. The gown, light and flowing, swayed gracefully with her movements, resembling flickering flames. The fitted bodice accentuated her slender waist, while the naturally cascading hem emanated a classical elegance as she danced. Her unadorned cheeks appeared even more translucent and fair in the moonlight, and her eyes sparkled with an undeniable confidence, tinged with a hint of subtle shyness. There was no deliberate allure, nor a trace of vulgarity. The soft moonlight bathed her in a gentle glow, as if draping her in an ethereal aura. It was a charm that emanated from the depths of her being, uniquely characteristic of an Eastern dancer, enchanting and multifaceted. She resembled the vibrant pomegranate flowers blooming by the sea. She radiated confidence and beauty. Her smile glimmered with dazzling brilliance. This thought flickered through Su Ran's mind. The confident Reba, with her innate radiance, was utterly captivating. As the dance concluded, the moonlight shimmered. Reba, slightly breathless, bore a delightful blush on her cheeks. How was it? Beautiful, right? She lifted her glistening eyes towards Su Ran, her voice laced with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. After regaining his composure, Su-ran applauded wholeheartedly. He sincerely expressed, "I never believed that an emperor would forsake his kingdom for a beauty, but now I truly comprehend what the king does not attend court means." A soft giggle escaped Reba, amused by his earnest yet teasing praise, her blush deepening as she playfully shot him a reproachful glance. "You're so glib. Always jesting." Yet, the upward curve of her lips and the joy sparkling in her eyes betrayed her genuine feelings at that moment. This fellow truly knows how to flatter. Regardless, she relished it. "So," Su-ran, observing her radiant smile, inquired with a grin, "is this the surprise you mentioned?" Reba replied in a soft, almost whisper-like voice, then extended her delicate hand toward Su-ran. "What is this for?" Su-ran chuckled, teasingly asking, "A fee for viewing?" "Fee my foot," Reba retorted with playful annoyance, then eagerly questioned, "Where's my surprise?" You should have said so earlier." "Follow me," Su-ran declared, pulling Reba toward the doorway. Soon after, at the entrance, the two crouched beside a large water tank. Inside was a lively, wriggling fish, a big-mouthed buffalo. "What do you think? This big-mouthed buffalo is my trophy from a couple days ago. I'll personally cook a grand fish feast for you," Su-ran boasted with pride. "Reba." She stared at the large fish in the tank, which had nothing to do with surprises or romance. She glanced at Su-ran's expectant expression, momentarily silent. Su-ran, with a triumphant grin, added, "I previously told you about catching a 28-gram prehistoric crocodile. That was a fib, all for the purpose of surprising you today." Reba facepalmed. Indeed, she ought not to harbor any expectations for this fellow. However, upon witnessing the genuine smile upon Su-ran's face, she found it difficult to dampen his spirits. She endeavored to muster a smile of her own and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wow, Su-ran, you are truly remarkable." "Ha ha ha." Su-ran chuckled heartily, responding, "All right, enough of the theatrics. If you don't like it, just say so." With that, he took the initiative to lead Reba back to the living room, retrieving the backpack that lay on the sofa. "Fine, since surprise number one does not captivate you, how about this?" He unzipped the backpack. An array of snacks cascaded onto the sofa: potato chips, chocolate, dried mangoes, and yogurt bites, all of which happened to be her favorite treats. Reba gazed at Su-ran in disbelief, her eyes shimmering with delight. Though these snacks bore little monetary value, she could readily purchase an entire supermarket's worth if she wished, yet the sentiment of being thought of warmed her heart. "Su-ran, oh my, you are simply too wonderful." Reba enveloped herself with a mountain of snacks, bubbling over with happiness. Su-ran paused momentarily. Is it truly so easy to move a girl?" This was merely the beginning. Observing her joyously clutching the snacks, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Clearing his throat, he continued to drop another bombshell. "Don't rush to be touched. I have prepared a third surprise for you." "Another surprise?" Reba lifted her gaze, her heart fluttering with intrigue. She had not anticipated that this fellow could be rather romantic at times. Su-ran, noticing the sparkle in her eyes, adopted a more serious expression. "Did you not write on your wish card that you wanted to hear me sing a sweet song, and not to feel as melancholic as on her bridge anymore?" He paused, meeting Reba's suddenly expectant gaze, and added, "In my spare time over the past few days, I jotted down a song. I'm uncertain if it qualifies as sweet. So, would you like to hear it now?" Su-ran, he composed a sweet song for her. "Wait." Reba scrutinized Su-ran's demeanor, cautiously inquiring, "Are you certain it is a sweet song? Not some emo anthem or another altered tune, is it?" Su-ran found her question amusing. Unable to contain himself, he playfully ruffled Reba's hair, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, this time I won't let you down. You will be thoroughly satisfied." Reba nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "I want to hear it." Yet in the next breath, she shook her head like a rattling drum. Su-ran was perplexed by her actions. Did she wish to hear it or not? Reba shook her head, stating, "You can't sing it now." "Why not?" Su-ran queried, bemused. "Think about it. The broadcast hasn't even started yet. The production team has no staff here. What if they refuse to acknowledge that our wish has been fulfilled? We would be at a loss." Reba's expression was unprecedentedly earnest. "I absolutely must secure the mysterious grand prize from the production team." Su Ran could only chuckle at her meticulous calculations. At a crucial moment, the young woman displayed remarkable ingenuity. Su Ran tentatively suggested, "How about we sing another day?" However, she added, "You've already piqued my curiosity. If I can't hear you tonight, I fear I won't be able to sleep." Reba furrowed his brow, longing to hear Su Ran sing. "Well, that is quite simple. I'll just inform Director Wong that we VE returned and are ready to fulfill our wish card," Su Ran mused, pulling out her phone to dial Wang Jingyu. "Wait," Reba exclaimed, suddenly reaching out to halt Su Ran's action. If you Shu Xin and Meng Zi, the heads of the couple pairing, discovered that she and Su Ran had returned to the villa ahead of schedule, the consequences would be utterly unthinkable. They would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule, leaving them bare to the prying eyes of gossip. But it was too late. Su Ran had already made the call. When Wang Jingyu learned that Su Ran and Reba had returned early, he was momentarily taken aback. However, when he discovered that Su Ran had composed a song for performance, he was even more astonished. "Wait, is it possible for us to do an impromptu live broadcast? Su Ran's singing would draw the most viewers." Wang Jingyu was eager not to miss out on such a wave of popularity. Su Ran considered this and turned to Reba, who took a deep breath and nodded. Su Ran then spoke into the phone, "Please arrange that, Director Wong. Just give me a moment. I'll activate the highest level of cross-platform promotional privileges. Give me 10 minutes. Chapter 65, A Sweet Abundance. A Soulful Appreciation. Tonight, the night is particularly enchanting. A gentle sea breeze carries the unique coolness of the evening along with a faint floral fragrance, delicately strumming the heartstrings. Su Ran casually sits cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, cradling a wooden guitar in his arms, meticulously tuning its strings. Beside him rests a Bluetooth speaker, poised to play the accompaniment. Su Ran does not glance at the camera, nor at the slightly anxious Reba beside him. Instead, he bows his head, quietly and earnestly plucking at the strings. The soft moonlight, akin to the finest silver veil, gently drapes over him, casting shadows that sculpt his already flawless features, making him resemble an ethereal sprite of the night. Unlike his usual playful and carefree demeanor, at this moment, Su Ran's concentrated expression possesses an irresistible allure for Reba. Akin to a black hole, Reba sits not far from him, gazing at Su Ran with a dazed expression, her heart racing uncontrollably. This guy, when he gets serious, is truly captivating. She recalls the emotional impact she felt when she saw his wish card during the interview. Hopes she is forever happy. Gifted to Reba, and that cheeky note. This desire to hear a song was indeed a gift from Su Ran. Moreover, she initially penned this wish with the mere expectation that Su Ran would casually sing a song. She never anticipated that he would compose an entire song for her. Every time she reflects on this, it feels as though her heart might leap from her chest. How many girls could withstand such delightful surprises? Oh no. I truly cannot contain my composure any longer. Just as Reba's thoughts spiraled into confusion, Su Ran's phone vibrated gently. It was a message from Wang Jingyu. The live stream has commenced. Top promotion across all platforms. Su Ran, showcase your love. Upon reading this, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Showcase love? Nonsense. This is a reciprocation. Do you understand what a reciprocation is? He pouted, raising his gaze to Reba. Are you ready? Taking a deep breath, Reba nodded. For some reason, she felt a tinge of nervousness. Almost simultaneously, all the viewers of Summer Heartbeat 2 online received powerful notification from Mango TV and various social media platforms. Emergency drop-in. The burning hot CP spreads sweetness late into the night. Hurry to witness. A simple notification ignited a fervor among the audience across the internet. In an instant, countless netizens surged into the live stream like a tidal wave. The number of viewers skyrocketed at an astonishing pace. 500,000, 1,000,000, 5,000,000, 10,000,000,000. The long-suffering fans of Bittersweet finally had an outlet to express their emotions. The barrage of comments in the live stream resembled a flood that had burst its banks, spiraling out of control. Oh my gosh, am I seeing things? Only the burning hot CP is in the live stream. Wow, today's sweetness is off the charts. Wow, finally, we can indulge. What is going on? Singing? Did Suran just go live? Brothers, gather quickly. I hope he doesn't sing Anha Bridge again. I still can't get over it. If it's another melancholic song, I truly don't want to listen, but I can't resist. As the most popular couple in the current spotlight, their sudden emergence ignited the fervor of their fans. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Suran in the courtyard smiled and said, "The next song, Garden Party, is dedicated to Dilly Reba Dilmarat. May you always be happy and joyful." Dilly Reba stared blankly at Suran in that moment, her eyes slightly reddening. Unlike any previous occasion, his smile bore no mockery or jest, only sincerity and tenderness. His slender fingers once again graced the guitar strings. A lively and bright melody, warm as the spring sun yet tinged with the innocent thrill of first love, flowed like a gentle stream into the hearts of everyone present. That melody was as sweet as ice cream melting on the tongue, as light and soft as cotton candy, making one's spirits soar effortlessly. And that was merely the prelude. It left countless audience members feeling as though their hearts were about to melt. Wow, this prelude is so sweet. It's so beautiful. I feel like I'm falling in love. The air feels so sweet. Just as everyone's anticipation reached its zenith, a clear, pure, and gentle voice gently resonated, akin to a soft breeze brushing against wind chimes, instantly immersing everyone in an exhilarating atmosphere. Amber dusk is like sugar in the beautiful distance. I fell madly in love with your unmade face. Longing and shadows stretched together in the evening. The ticket in my hand counts sheep with me. With lyrics as poetic as these, combined with Suran's flawless vocal performance akin to a vinyl record, he captivated all listeners in an instant. Oh my goodness, these lyrics are so beautiful. Is this really written by that conspicuous guy, Suran? I can hardly believe it. I fell madly in love with your unmade face. That line is outrageous. His singing is absolutely incredible. This song is overflowing with sweetness. At this moment, even the sweetness in the air seemed to exceed its limits. I stand under the blazing sun, wishing only to hold an umbrella for you. You lean on my shoulder, taking deep breaths to avoid forgetting. Because of the silly game of fishing, we began to converse. How I wish the topics never ceased and the garden party never closed. Suran's voice seemed to transport everyone back to that afternoon in the amusement park. Especially for Dilly Reba, she gazed blankly at the figure under the moonlight, her thoughts drifting back to that day. The sunlight of that day, the laughter of that day, the carousel, the bumper cars, and even the panda hugging the post and the monkey on lookout. Scenes flashed uncontrollably in Dilly Reba's mind. She never expected Suran would gift her such a delightful surprise. Hot Ba could no longer contain herself, her eyes instantly reddening. She felt enveloped by an immense, indescribable sense of emotion and sweetness. The balloon in my hand swayed as I led you along aimlessly. I longed to express my feelings to you. Yet your eyes feigned busyness, the cake and the jam at the corners of your mouth. I yearned to taste them. Both the garden party film played on. As if the world had conspired to stroll together, there were no extravagant high notes, nor intricate modulations. It flowed effortlessly, akin to a chilled glass of cola on a summer afternoon, effervescent with a lively sparkle. Each word felt like a delicate feather, softly brushing against the most tender spots of Hot Ba's heart. She gazed blankly at the silhouette beneath the moonlight. It was as if she were intoxicated, floating on clouds. The world around her felt hazy and light. Sobbing softly, Hot Ba smiled foolishly. However, this song seemed to encompass many experiences we had not yet encountered. Was this song truly his heartfelt expression, or merely a gathering of our shared moments for inspiration? For the first time in her life, Hot Ba felt a pang of insecurity in the presence of another. He shone so brilliantly, it was difficult to look away. The barrage of comments had already surged like a tidal wave across the live stream. The melody and lyrics of this song are so sweet. I'm dying. This song was written by Suran for Hot Ba. Suran truly knows how to flirt. Is he a straight man? He is a romantic saint. He is transformed into Cupid, precisely striking Hot Ba's heart. The sweetness is overwhelming. Bring out the insulin. SCD. They are indeed genuine. If the previous song, On a Bridge, brought tears of melancholy to the entire internet, then this song, Garden Party, was akin to a potent dose of syrup injected straight into everyone's hearts. So sweet that they felt dizzy. So sweet that they wished to have the Civil Affairs Bureau delivered to them. Meanwhile, in the backstage watching the live stream, Wang Jingyu felt both shocked and bewildered. What the heck? This guy is performing me. Who is it that said he was not adept at writing sweet songs? Who claimed he didn't enjoy things overly sweet? What then is this song brimming with sweetness? Am I to take this as a lesson? Wang Jingyu shook his head and smiled, observing the skyrocketing online viewership, resolutely determined. This theme song must be secured. Chapter 66. Today, Su Ran is quite mischievous. Certified by Reba. As the final note faded away, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the distant sound of crashing waves and the erratic rhythm of a racing heartbeat. The courtyard lights elongated the silhouettes of the two. Reba stood transfixed, gazing at Su Ran as if immobilized by an invisible force. Her cheeks were still tinged with a blush, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Su Ran set down the guitar and, noticing Reba's frozen demeanor, playfully poked her twice, exclaiming, "Kite flower unlocking technique." Reba, the live broadcast room. Once Reba came to her senses, she beheld Su Ran's playful smile, feeling momentarily dazed. "I forgot to buy a mute potion." A flicker of regret stirred within Reba. "Did you enjoy it?" Su Ran inquired, oblivious to Reba's thoughts. "Delightful." Reba nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain, adding, "Absolutely explosive." "Do you like it?" Upon hearing Su Ran's question, Reba instinctively responded, "I do." Orange Cat, do refrain from answering prematurely. I haven't finished my question yet. A smile danced upon Su Ran's lips. "I'm going to ask if you prefer the melody of this song or me." The blush on Reba's cheeks surged to her ears. "What is this fellow planning?" Su Ran's teasing voice rang out. "Or is it the lyrics I penned?" Reba, taking a deep breath, she regarded Su Ran with a smirk. "Then let me ask you, who did you have in mind while writing this song? Was it truly just to fulfill a wish list?" "Suran, well done. This girl has learned to turn the tables. I was the one asking you first." Su Ran deflected. "I don't care. You must answer me swiftly." Reba huffed internally. "If you refuse to speak, then neither shall I." Their quarrel resembled that of elementary school children, leaving the live audience in suspense. For the love of all that is holy, stop being stubborn. Even the matchmaker has locked the fate of romance. Can you two not be so obstinate? What a thrilling duel between masters. The emperor is calm, but the eunuchs are anxious. I'm nearly dying of anxiety on their behalf. In the scene, one moment they bickered like school children, and the next, laughter erupted uncontrollably between them. No more arguing. It's truly childish. Who are you calling childish? You, of course. Oh, so the childish one is speaking of me. Su Hanan, shall we sit for a while at the pavilion? Sure. Beneath the pavilion, Reba settled onto a swing while Su Ran gently pushed her from behind. With a smile, Su Ran asked, "Are you pleased with this surprise?" Reba nodded vigorously, her face aglow with radiant joy. "Of course I am. Incredibly satisfied." She genuinely hadn't anticipated that Su Ran would orchestrate such a thoughtful surprise for her. There were countless questions swirling in her heart that she wished to pose to Su Ran. However, upon casting a glance at the camera, she, feeling bashful, could not muster the courage. The words that had been brewing in her heart for quite some time transformed into, "Su Ran, did you compose this song?" Su Ran nodded and replied, "I wrote it during the few days I had at home." Reba was taken aback. It had only been a few days since he wrote it. How impressive. One must understand that Su Ran's piece was not merely accompanied by a simple guitar. It was a complete song with orchestration. To finish a song in such a brief period, his talent was truly remarkable. Su Ran, have you ever considered becoming a singer-songwriter? Reba always felt that Su Ran's extraordinary talent could secure him a prominent position in the Chinese music scene. Not really. Su Ran shook his head, smiling as he said, "Singing is merely a hobby. Fishing is my true calling." Reba chuckled. This fellow was still so unserious. However, she refrained from saying more. After all, even if Su Ran did not work, he could still support himself. "Oh, He was already financially independent. He hardly needed her to provide for him. No, wait. Oh dear, that's not the point. What on earth is Reba thinking? Feeling a bit bored, she thought it wise to see what the audience was discussing. Suran took out his phone and entered the live streaming room. Goodness, the barrage of comments obscured the live stream completely. Suran could only glimpse comments such as "I'm dying from this," and the sweetness is off the charts. Suddenly, a highlighted comment appeared. "Sue God, please sing Garden Party once more." Sing it again? Surely not. Suran shook his head, gently declining before the camera. "Please, my roommate wants to hear it one last time before he passes." The highlighted comment surged again. Reba, noticing the plight of the commenter and also wanting to hear the song, urged Suran to sing it again. "I want to hear it too." "All right, considering the many surprises you've given me today, I suppose I will sing it once more." After glancing at Reba, Suran addressed the camera. "By the way, do convey my wishes for your roommate's speedy recovery." With that, he cleared his throat and began to sing a cappella. "I stand under the blazing sun, wishing only to hold an umbrella for you." Reba listened quietly as Suran sang, while her heart was fervently shouting, "Ah, this is so beautiful." The comments in the live stream surged even more. "Suran is so pampered. You all are killing me with sweetness. Rich roommate seems to have met an untimely end. Haha. Garden Party? Will there be fate?" With both Suran and Reba's participation, the enthusiasm in the live stream reached unprecedented heights. However, this live session did not last long. Before 9 o'clock, Suran, claiming to be tired, shut down the live stream. "What a joke. Expecting me to work overtime. Absolutely not. Let us head back and play a few rounds of Honor of Kings." "Hey, didn't you say you were going to sleep?" "Wow, do young people even sleep early anymore?" Reba gazed at the disheveled silhouette of Suran and murmured softly, "Sue, you are quite the rule breaker today. Both the song and I find favor in this moment." The moonlight was gentle. The sea breeze was also tender. Two hearts were gradually drawing closer together. Chapter 67. A Sleepless Night. "Suanon, do you truly harbor feelings for me?" As the night deepened, the courtyard was illuminated solely by a few dim wall lamps, casting a soft, warm glow against the cool sea breeze. The fixed camera in the live broadcast captured the emptiness of the courtyard, rendering it exceptionally tranquil. Yet, in stark contrast to this serene moment, the entire internet had erupted with fervor over Suran and the Garden Party. Following the nationwide emo sensation of On a Bridge, the Garden Party swept across the web with an unstoppable force of sweetness that left everyone in tears. Clips of Suran's performances were shared with wild enthusiasm, and the trending topics on Weibo exploded with vigor. The excitement and discussions reached a fever pitch. Suran Garden Party trending, "What a heavenly sweet song." Trending, "Hot couple getting married on the spot." Buzzing, "Mutual pursuit of love." Buzzing, the hot couple dominated the trending charts once again, with discussions and debates flowing in abundance. Of course, this surge in popularity was not solely due to Suran's talent. It also stemmed from Wang Jingyu's strategic resource allocation. After winning that wager, Wang Jingyu's influence and control over resources had ascended significantly. He was acutely aware of the pivotal figure in this betting agreement. Thus, under his direction, Mango TV's resources were entirely directed toward the hot couple. The Garden Party achieved unprecedented popularity in a remarkably short time, largely thanks to Wang Jingyu's efforts. Moreover, he had been contemplating a change in the theme song, and the more successful the Garden Party became, the more pleased he was. As for the financial rewards that accompanied its success, the affluent Wang Jingyu was hardly concerned. In fact, he feared that he might not be generous enough. Just think of how many advertisers are queuing up to invest in Summer Heartbeat. Therefore, he was not worried about Suran demanding too much. Rather, he dreaded the prospect of him declining. Suran was not someone easily swayed by monetary temptations. His actions were governed by his own emotions and preferences. Nevertheless, amidst this revelry, not all voices were harmonious. A deeply emotional song and a top-tier sweet melody. Such a vast stylistic leap, composed in just a few days? I refuse to believe it. Isn't this character too perfect? Handsome, highly educated, wealthy, talented, and can sing and write songs? It's too good to be true. Surely there's a team behind this or a ghostwriter involved. I'm just waiting for the downfall. In the face of enormous traffic and trending topics, some subtly guiding doubts began to emerge. These scattered voices of skepticism, although quickly drowned out by the fervent supporters and casual fans, created ripples akin to stones tossed into a tranquil lake, hinting at potential pitfalls in this celebration. Meanwhile, in room 201 of the Heartbeat House, oblivious to the external turmoil, the exuberant Haida was experiencing the sweetest yet most maddening sleepless night of her life. Upon returning to her room, her WeChat was inundated with messages, questions, gossip, and well wishes. Haida dared not respond to a single one. The emotions that had been so painstakingly suppressed seemed to have been unleashed once more. She recalled the lyrics, "Your face unadorned. Yet I fell madly in love." Her heart raced uncontrollably, beating wildly in her chest. Such candid lyrics ignited a flurry of thoughts within her. Could this be a confession, or merely an artistic creation? Her heart felt like a startled fawn, rolling on the bed with her awkward alpaca plush toy. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. After all, it was just a song. Until she received a definitive answer, everything seemed to hold no weight. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself grinning foolishly, remembering that he said this song was for her. "I stand under the blazing sun, wishing to hold an umbrella for you." For reasons unknown, she felt a profound connection to that line. Yet again, she was plunged into a deep quandary. It was, after all, merely a song. Perhaps it meant nothing at all. Each line of the lyrics and each wild thought replayed in her mind like a relentless tape recorder. The image of Sue Rand playing Garden Party echoed in her mind like a film reel, replaying ceaselessly. How could she describe that feeling? It was a blend of sweetness, annoyance, and a hint of happiness. Did he like her or not? This question scurried around her heart like a tiny ant, gnawing at her insides and filling her with frustration. Hot Ba tightly embraced her alpaca, rolling around on the bed in exasperation. "It's all your fault. It's all that silly Sue Rand's fault," he asked, driving me to the brink of madness. She was on the verge of being overwhelmed by this sweet yet anxious anticipation, mingled with fear. She longed to rush next door and seize that fool by the collar, to loudly interrogate him. "Sue Rand, you idiot, do you really like me or not?" Yet, she could only entertain such thoughts in her mind, too afraid to act. She feared that the answer she received would not be the one she desired. What if the lyrics were merely for artistic expression, a task to fulfill? How embarrassing would that be? How self-indulgent? Moreover, given Sue Rand's whimsical nature, if she acted on this impulse, she would likely become the subject of his laughter for eternity. How frustrating! Hot Bob buried her face in the soft alpaca plush, emitting a muffled whimper of distress. Loving someone. Is it truly such a tangled and tormenting affair? Sweet agony. This was Hot Ba's experience that evening. She resolved to stop pondering and instead picked up her phone to scroll through Weibo. Viewing the well wishes and praises for Sue Rand's talent, she could not help but mentally cheer wildly. Yet, when she encountered criticism directed at Sue Rand and Garden Party, a surge of anger welled up within her. With her mood already soured, they had chosen the wrong moment to provoke her. Hot Ba transformed into a fierce warrior, taking to her alternate account to unleash her frustrations upon those detractors. In room 202 next door, Sue Rand was the unwitting subject of Hot Ba's musings and grievances. He too found himself ensnared in a web of troubles. The sultry heat of the day imparted to him an altogether unique sensation. Returning to the villa several hours early was merely to prepare a sumptuous dinner. He jestingly remarked that the Air Force was having issues with the fishing rod, and she took him seriously. And there were the crimson pomegranate blossoms, blooming as if by the seaside, their skirts dancing beneath the moonlight, embodying a beauty as exquisite as a severed string, leaving an indelible impression upon his heart. Why did it feel as though the cemented heart had begun to loosen ever so slightly? He gazed skyward through the window at the radiant moon. After a moment of silence, he almost imperceptibly sighed, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. Well, this is somewhat troublesome. Yet, this feeling does not seem so bad after all. Chapter 68 Official Stamp. Reba, as long as Suhan Hang is forever happy, that is enough. The glaring sunlight seeped through the cracks in the curtains, relentlessly cascading onto Reba's face. The orange cat, still engrossed in a rendezvous with the Sandman, finally stirred, reluctantly rubbing its sleepy eyes. What time is it? Reba fished her phone out from beneath her pillow. Oh my, it's nearly 11 o'clock. She had slept until almost noon? This undeniably marked the most indulgent slumber she had enjoyed since entering the entertainment industry. Stretching languidly, Reba felt her fatigue from last night's insomnia dissipate. Rising, she drew back the curtains, allowing the warm sunlight to envelop her. Outside, familiar sounds of crashing waves and melodious birdsong filled the air. Ah, this sensation of waking up naturally is simply delightful. Though her stomach was a tad hungry, she rubbed her little belly and turned to the bathroom to freshen up. Recalling a certain fellow's infuriating yet tender smile from the previous night, she was inexplicably compelled to spruce herself up a bit. Just a touch of natural makeup and a comfortable yet beautiful little dress would suffice. This is certainly not to please anyone else. It is merely for her own delight. After a light makeover, Reba hummed a cheerful tune as she descended the staircase, her spirits lifted. However, upon reaching the first floor, an oddly complex and familiar aroma wafted from the kitchen, halting her in her tracks. This perplexing scent, it could only mean that Sue Rand was concocting some medieval poison once again. Yet, considering Sue Rand's culinary skills, Reba swallowed hard. Quietly, she approached and indeed found Sue Rand, clad in a pink apron, standing at the stove with his back turned to her. This contrast was irresistibly amusing, causing Reba to chuckle. Wow, how unexpectedly endearing. With a sly grin, she took out her phone and discreetly snapped a photo. She then continued to stealthily creep toward the kitchen door. Initially, she intended to exact a playful revenge. However, what she witnessed next would remain etched in her memory forever. Sue Rand was carefully pouring a tiny, unidentifiable packet into the simmering pot before him. This scene, it was reminiscent of the moment when Jean Lien administered a potion to DeLang, and Sue Rand, seemingly oblivious, gazed with satisfaction as his creation gradually transformed into a shade of purple. Perfect. Reba would definitely appreciate his latest concoction. Just as he turned to discard the wrapper containing the purple cabbage powder, his eyes met Reba's. Their gazes locked. The atmosphere thickened. Sue Rand glanced between Reba and the paper still clutched in his hand. Silence lingered for 3 seconds. Sue Rand then flashed an innocent smile. If I say it's salt, would you believe me? Reba responded. Do you think I look like a fool? The live stream's comments erupted in laughter. Haha, this could definitely be classified as a crime scene. What do the salts that can induce chemical reactions truly look like? I find myself genuinely curious. To be honest, can Sue Rand's dark culinary creations really be consumed? Whether they are palatable remains uncertain, but they should be non-toxic. After all, it has been a week and the guests are all in good health. Sue Rand called out, Jean Lien, rise and join me for breakfast. As the trivial interlude passed, the two settled at the dining table. Reba was savoring the newly devised dishes by Sue Rand, namely the interstellar iridescent energy soup and the celestial crunchy chicken. According to Sue Rand, that packet of powder was certainly not poison, nor was it salt. Rather, it was an exquisite seasoning concocted from purple cabbage, butterfly pea flowers, cactus fruit, blueberries, and more. As for the method of preparation, Reba did not comprehend. However, given that Sue Rand had personally tasted it, she reluctantly chose to believe his claims. After taking a bite, she was unexpectedly delighted by the flavor. She exuberantly praised the dish. Sue Rand observed Reba relishing the meal and nodded in satisfaction. As a great chef, witnessing his culinary creations captivate the taste buds of diners is a marvelous sensation. Just then, the sound of wheeled luggage echoed at the entrance, followed by the voice of Yushushin exclaiming, Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. At last I'm back. Sin, Zetun. Reba greeted upon seeing Yushushin's arrival. Would you care to join us for a taste of Sue Rand's new dishes? I had some on the plane. Though she said this, Yushushin approached the table and glanced at Sue Rand's new offerings. As expected, it was the witch's essential menu. She cautiously pinched the tip of a chicken wing and took a small bite. The next moment, an indescribably delightful flavor surged through her senses. leaving her astonished. Yu Shuxin was truly impressed by Su Ran. How did he manage to create dishes that were both delicious and visually unappealing? What is the name of this fried chicken? She inquired, licking her fingers. Celestial crunchy chicken. Remarkable. As the three reveled in their culinary delight, the other guests began to arrive. However, they found themselves out of luck, for Su Ran had prepared a limited number of dishes, barely enough for three. Most had already found their way into Reba's stomach. Despite her verbal discontent, her body was quite honest about its desires. Thus, the 6 guests of Summer Heartbeat gathered, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. While everyone was quite curious about what transpired between Su Ran and Reba the previous night, they refrained from inquiring further as the live broadcast continued. PD Lee made his timely appearance in the living room. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lee, with a professional smile, greeted the returning guests. He then proceeded to introduce the formal agenda for the day. On behalf of the production team, I extend a warm welcome to all the guests returning. The second recording phase of Summer Heartbeat 2 officially commences. Furthermore, there are 2 significant announcements to make. Director Lee presented a document and a delicately crafted small seal. Firstly, regarding the Heartbeat Decision segment that concluded last week. With a smile, Director Lee opened the document and declared, according to the final statistics, congratulations to the 3 couples, all of whom have chosen to continue their journey. You shall embark together into the next week of heartfelt adventures. Although this outcome was anticipated, a knowing smile spread among everyone upon the official announcement. Next, he addressed the progress of the time wish card task. Shaking the seal in his hand, Director Lee turned to Reba with a grin. Now please, Su Ran and Reba, present your time wish cards for a stamp. Upon hearing this, both Su Ran and Reba placed their cherished wish cards on the table. Subsequently, with a sense of ceremony, Director Lee emphatically stamped both cards with a pink heart-shaped seal labeled completed. The couples initially believed that Su Ran and Reba had merely completed one task. To their surprise, Director Lee proceeded to stamp multiple wishes. First was Reba's wish. Wish 1. I hope Su Hannon won't run away next week, or else I'll come after you. Completed. Wish 7. I want to hear Su Ran sing me a sweet song, not something as sorrowful as On a Bridge. Completed. Then came Su Ran's wish. Wish 3. I hope she could be eternally happy. Completed. At that moment, all the guests wore a knowing smile. This was their first time observing the 2's wish cards up close. Oh dear, they were enchanted. Director Lee explained to Reba, your wishes overlapped, so they can only be counted as one wish. All right, Reba had no objections to this. For her, the genuine realization of wishes was what mattered most. As long as Su Hannon could truly be happy forever, that was all that mattered. Chapter 69. The Game Black Hole? Su Ran, I am a connoisseur of tea. Well, one matter is settled. Lee PD tucked away the wish cards and stamps, clapped his hands, and remarked with a smile. Now comes the segment everyone has been eagerly awaiting. Shortly thereafter, the staff presented 3 slightly hefty envelopes. This is the week's romance fund. Lee PD beamed at the crowd. Each couple receives 1,000 yuan. Wow, $1,000. Reba's eyes lit up. The production team is exceedingly generous. Is Director Wong up to something? Meng Zi instinctively suspected that the old man might have a trick up his sleeve. Yu Shu Xan, upon receiving the envelope, declared, whatever, let us just pocket it safely. All right, enough jesting. I have another piece of good news for you all. Listening to the chatter, Lee PD couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Then, under the expectant gazes of everyone, he succinctly announced, the afternoon is free. Having said that, Lee PD turned and left, without a hint of nostalgia. The announcement of the holiday elicited a small cheer. However, with only half a day, what could they possibly do? It was already 2 in the afternoon. If they were to go on a date, it seemed there was nowhere to go. Moreover, the newly reunited couples clearly weren't in the mood for public displays of affection. Thus, everyone excitedly brainstormed various group activity ideas. The previously silent Wang He raised his hand to proclaim that he had filmed a late-night scene last night and desperately needed some rest, or he feared he might collapse on camera. The group nodded in understanding, especially Yu Shu Xine, who urged Wang He to take a break. Consequently, Wang Yi excused himself and trudged upstairs to catch up on sleep. Su Ran couldn't help but lament. I can stay up late playing on my phone, but working late is utterly unacceptable. Laughter erupted among them, coupled with a twinge of envy. In this world, few could achieve financial freedom at such a young age like Su Ran. Even they could only keep racing forward. With one person missing, the group outing plans seemed to have fizzled out. The living room fell into a brief silence. Just then, Reba's eyes sparkled as she suddenly asked, "Do you know how to play mahjong?" "Mahjong? Of course." Yushu Xin and Meng Z's eyes brightened. "There seems to be an automatic mahjong machine in the storage room. This was Reba's discovery from last night. Let us play. I want to join." "Absolutely." The two girls eagerly expressed their desire to play mahjong. Su Ran, however, waved his hand and said, "I want to play. I'm going fishing." He was eager to try out his new fishing rod. Besides, mahjong was his least proficient activity. Lian Rue shrugged and said, "But I don't know how to play. Aren't you 3 short? Su Ran, I beg you please come. Do you understand the agony of being 3 short?" Reba tugged at Su Ran's arm, swaying it back and forth, employing her trump card. "Indeed, my craving has been ignited." Yushu Xin also pleaded, "Please, great one." Mencius gazed at Su Ran with an expectant look. Su Ran sighed, saying, "Well, I'm afraid that if I take the stage, I might annihilate you all. Don't forget who my backer is." "No worries. After all, we won't be betting money." Reba chuckled. "How about we use snacks as our stakes?" "That sounds splendid. Let's get started." Su Ran was somewhat reluctant to play, but felt compelled to join in. "Since you insist on having me play, I shall resort to mysticism." He stood up and, under the curious gazes of the others, ascended to the second floor. After a considerable time, Su Ran returned to the living room and plopped down in a chair, cheerfully distributing gifts. Playing mahjong can surely make one thirsty. He offered bottles of drinks to his 3 fellow players. "Here, Shuxin, this is Tsingdao, delightful and refreshing. An absolute must for mahjong. Z, this is Dongfang tea, incredibly invigorating. And for you, Orange Cat, this is your favorite peach pastry." The trio stared blankly. Yushu looked at the milk in her hands, speechlessly expressing her gratitude. "I truly appreciate this." Mencius couldn't help but chuckle. "As expected of you, Su Ran. You are quite the character." Reba, with a sardonic smile, asked, "And what will you be drinking?" "Me?" Su Ran pulled out a bottle of winning energy, grinning. "I'll have this." "Puffed. You're going to make me laugh to death. You're truly something." Laughter erupted all around. Su Ran was indeed employing every means to secure victory. After a brief interlude, the enclosed space transformed into a 1v3 arena filled with suspicion and probing, luck and choices, as the heartbeat quickened during this gathering to inherit the nation's traditional culture. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The participants were utterly absorbed in the game. After several rounds, Su Ran's dismal mahjong skills became glaringly apparent. Either he started with an utterly nonsensical hand, or, after a thorough analysis, played what he deemed a safe tile, only to result in a cacophony of laughter as he triggered a 3-player win. As the bag of chips representing wealth in front of him dwindled, Su Ran's expression grew increasingly grim. "This wretched mahjong. It's clear I shouldn't play. I might as well go fishing." Meanwhile, Reba began to find amusement in the situation, realizing why this fellow was reluctant to play. He simply didn't know how. As for her, she was likely still in the novice protection phase, receiving good cards effortlessly and winning more chips, primarily from Su Ran. She regarded the frowning Su Ran, teasingly proposing, "Would you like me to lend you some chips?" Su Ran, ignoring Reba's antics, focused intently on his hand, determined to avoid another disastrous play. "This cursed mahjong, not a peep when played. Once I acquire the mahjong god skill, I shall surely bring you all to your knees." Brother, I recall that your resume states you possess the skill of professional tea appraisal." Reba blinked and inquired, "Do I currently resemble green tea?" Su Ran glanced up at Reba and retorted, "What do you think green tea looks like?" "Well," Reba pondered, "it's very beautiful, and—" Before she could finish, Su Ran decisively interrupted, "You are not." "Huh? Not? I hadn't finished my sentence yet." "Beautiful and cunning." Reba attempted to clarify. Su Ran remained unyielding, interrupting once more, "I assure you, you are absolutely not." "Why are you so certain?" Reba found herself momentarily bewildered by his unwavering tone. Yet a small sense of delight flickered within her. Could it be that he has seen beyond my glamorous exterior and discerned that I am a kind-hearted girl at heart? Did you not say that green tea is always beautiful? Are you implying that I am not beautiful? That I lack the qualifications to be considered green tea? The atmosphere thickened. Tom appeared to stand still. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Moments later, Yu Shuxin was the first to crack, collapsing in laughter against the mahjong table. Meng Zi and Li Yunrui also erupted in uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Even the nearby staff, who were merely observing, couldn't help but turn away, their shoulders shaking with mirth. The barrage of comments in the live stream was equally explosive. So this is how professional tea appraisal is done? A model for our generation. Dying. Where's Su Ran's survival instinct? How dare Reba provoke Su Ran, who was on the verge of losing? The bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been snatched up by Su Ran. Reba, you shrimp-hearted fool. If looks could kill, Su Ran would have perished 1,000 times over. Alas, they cannot. Reba could only channel her frustration into the game of mahjong. The more she won, the smoother her play became. Unfortunately, some insufferable individual seemed to have luck on their side as Su Ran's chips began to accumulate. At that moment, however, Reba flopped onto the sofa, rubbing her shoulders and lamenting, "Oh dear, I can't play anymore. My back aches and my bones feel like they're falling apart. Not playing anymore." Meng Zi glanced at the time and nearly gasped, "My goodness, it's already 5:30. Wow, over 3 hours have flown by." Yu Shuxin echoed in astonishment. Indeed, such joyful moments pass swiftly. No way. I was just starting to gain some ground. You can't cut me off. Upon hearing this, Su Ran immediately grew displeased. He had lost the most among them and still owed Reba a considerable amount of snacks. He was determined to win back his losses. "I truly can't continue. My neck and back are giving out." Reba lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly unwilling to move. She would not grant Su Ran the opportunity to reclaim his losses. Moreover, she was genuinely fatigued. Suddenly, Su Ran recalled something. This was a matter he could resolve. Back pain? Stiff neck? That's easily remedied. Allow me to assist you. Ahem. I beg your pardon, esteemed guests. Su Ran rose from his seat and cleared his throat, declaring, "I am affectionately known as the thunderous master of massage and bone adjustment. 4 generations. My family has passed down an unparalleled technique known as the invincible whirlwind of rejuvenation and bone adjustment. This method is specifically designed to alleviate all manner of back pain, fatigue in the limbs, and mental exhaustion. Today, in the spirit of camaraderie at this table, I have decided to graciously offer a demonstration of this extraordinary skill at no cost. I assure you, after just 1 session, you shall feel as if your meridians have been unblocked. Your back shall no longer ache, your legs shall no longer hurt, and staying up all night playing mahjong will no longer be a distant dream." Upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd wore expressions of astonishment. "Wait, you can actually do this?" Lock-picking and conversing with animals were already peculiar enough, but now you claim to possess massage skills? Just how many bizarre side talents does Su Ran actually have? Believe me, I guarantee you will experience a sensation akin to being fully revived on the spot. Su Ran himself was eager to try out this skill, having never had the opportunity before. After all, he couldn't very well register as a home service therapist, could he? He originally was hesitant, but his words piqued her curiosity. She scrutinized Su Ran, asking, "Is it really that effective?" "I assure you it works. No results, no charge." "All right then, give it a try," she conceded. "Fine, I'll trust you this once." "Very well, just wait a moment," Su Ran replied as he went off to prepare. The onlookers watched as he hurried to the storage room. Moments later, he returned with an array of tools. Good heavens! The crowd instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Was this a massage or an interrogation? Chapter 70. Implements or Instruments of Torture. The entire internet gasped. Reba run. The onlookers stared in confusion as Su Ran dashed towards the storage room. Moments later, a cacophony of clattering and crashing ensued. Then, Su Ran re-emerged before them. However, As he took a step toward Reba, a rolling pin fell from his person. The crowd stood momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Suran. He picked up the rolling pin and, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "As everyone knows, I am a master chef. It is entirely reasonable for me to carry a rolling pin, as I occasionally prepare pasta." The crowd was left speechless. Ignoring their skeptical expressions, Suran continued toward Reba. But the next moment, with a clatter, a wooden mallet tumbled from him once again. Reba's eyes widened in disbelief. What a bold move. Was he seizing the opportunity for revenge to reclaim his snacks? Suran hastily grabbed the small mallet, stating, "As you all know, I am a distinguished chef. When cooking, one may encounter particularly stubborn ingredients, such as meats that require physical stimulation due to prolonged freezing. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree?" Reasonable. The crowd thought otherwise. Reba quickly scrambled off the sofa, preparing to flee. Suran, without a doubt, was seeking retribution. After a brief artificial pause in the live stream, the comments began to flood in once more. "Ha ha ha. I can't believe you expect me to buy this. Using a mallet to process ingredients? Suran, are you planning to make handcrafted meatballs?" Reba, ask yourself, do you believe this? Suran, see? This is what professionalism looks like. Reba, run. Suran isn't a chiropractor. He's here to disassemble you. This is looking increasingly terrifying. Observing the crowd's expressions, which seemed to challenge him to fabricate even more elaborate excuses, Suran felt his explanations were insufficient. He was about to elaborate further, perhaps mentioning that the mallet was intended for cracking walnuts, when suddenly, as he took another step forward, a crisp sound rang out. A shiny object, complete with a familiar whisk attachment, fell from his pocket. An electric mixer? This time, before Suran could utter a word, Reba blurted out, "Don't tell me you intend to massage me while baking a cake." Suran was left speechless. Very well, since concealment was futile, he would embrace the truth. "Yes, these are indeed the tools I shall use for your adjustment." With a look of resigned exasperation, he added, "Given the limited space and tools, I had to improvise with substitutes, or the effectiveness would be severely compromised." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. These implements were clearly meant for Reba's punishment, were they not? Chiropractic? Nonsense. They would never believe such a preposterous claim. Neither would Reba. This was simply outrageous. Who would ever think that such contraptions would be employed in bone setting? Yet, Suran persistently assured everyone, enticing them with his words. "Trust me, my bone-setting technique is undeniably authentic. Once it's done, not only will your posture become more refined, but you might even grow taller." Upon hearing this, the crowd found it utterly ludicrous. A more perfect posture and height enhancement? Those in the know would assume you were engaged in bone setting, while those unaware might mistake it for cosmetic surgery. In growing taller, could you possibly exaggerate any further? In that moment, one could almost envision an expression of incredulity, reminiscent of the Chancellor exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Reba was skeptical as well. Yet the earnestness in Suran's expression gave her pause. "Suran, must you jest? Using these props for bone setting makes me fear for your safety." Yu Shushin gazed at the hammer and rolling pin in Suran's hands, distinctly reminiscent of instruments of torture. Indeed, while engaging in playful antics is one thing, jesting with one's health is another matter entirely. Mengzi did not wish to doubt Suran, but found the claims far too extravagant to accept. Although Li Yunrui remained silent, the concern in his eyes spoke volumes. Suran's antics could very well lead to a broadcasting disaster. Meanwhile, the production team backstage was in a frenzy, deliberating whether to intervene and prevent Suran from attempting to adjust Reba's bones. If something were to go awry, the show could be irreparably damaged. Wang Jingyu sighed upon noticing the inquisitive gazes directed at him. He wished to halt the proceedings. However, the reality was that he had a contract with Suran. If Suran wished to entertain, the production team not only could not intervene, but was also obliged to cooperate. Wang Jingyu could only hope that Suran's antics were merely superficial and not genuinely perilous. Observing the anxious expressions of those around him, Suran chose not to elaborate excessively. Although the tools appeared intimidating, they posed no real threat. Essentially, These instruments were intended for muscle relaxation. As he had stated, lacking proper equipment, one must improvise. Moreover, how could he ever harm Reba? Nevertheless, if she harbored concerns, he would not press her. At that moment, however, Reba's voice rang out. "All right then, let us do it. I'm ready." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Had Reba lost her mind? This seemed utterly reckless. What if something unexpected occurred during the bone-setting process? How would they salvage the situation? Meng Zi leaned closer to Reba, whispering, "Are you truly going to indulge his madness?" Yet Reba shook her head, replying softly, "I trust Su Ran. He would never let me get hurt." Meng Zi was taken aback, then shook his head with a chuckle, choosing not to say more. "Well then, I'm coming in. Be gentle. I fear pain." "All right," Su Ran replied, signaling for Reba to lie down on the sofa and relax as much as possible. Drawing a deep breath, Reba resigned herself to her fate, lying down on the sofa. Truth be told, despite her trust in Su Ran, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. After all, the props that Su Ran possessed resembled instruments of torture more than anything else. Approaching the sofa, Su Ran did not immediately employ the tools at her disposal. Instead, she extended her hand and, with a professional demeanor, gently pressed along the spine from top to bottom, conducting an assessment. Surprisingly, under this seemingly expert manipulation, the previously tense body of Reba began to relax, as if the muscles were yielding to her touch. Just as she contemplated praising Su Ran, she heard Su Ran click her tongue, her tone imbued with an unmistakable air of authoritative expertise. "Your postural issues are rather severe." Reba was taken aback. As a female artist and a former dancer, she had always harbored immense confidence in her physique. How could Su Ran dare to assert that her posture was problematic? Doubt began to cloud her perception of Su Ran's professionalism. "Do you not believe me?" Su Ran's fingers pressed on several points along Reba's back, and she proceeded to unleash a barrage of technical jargon. "Here, the inner side of your scapula is notably protruding, a condition known as winged scapula, which is characteristic of rounded shoulders and a hunchback. Moreover, this section exhibits an excessively flat lumbar curvature, even exhibiting a slight reverse curve, creating a lumbar pit. The pronounced hunching due to prolonged poor posture is evident. Additionally, her fingers traced the midline of the spine, revealing a slight curvature, though subtle. It was indeed present. Do you often sit with your legs crossed or in a lotus position? At that moment, astonishment engulfed the crowd, particularly Reba. She felt as if Su Ran were an X-ray machine combined with a surveillance device. How could this individual discern her proclivity for crossing her legs and sitting in a lotus position with just a touch? The expressions of the other guests mirrored the collective shock. Was Su Ran truly a master of orthopedics? The sophisticated terminology certainly did not seem to be mere memorization, especially for Yu Shuxin. In a moment of impulse, touched her own back. Could it be that if Su Ran were to examine her, she might even grow taller? The live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, this kid is impressive. Could Su Ran really know about orthopedics? How many side professions does this individual possess? Could it be that those hammers and rolling pins are, in fact, legitimate orthopedic tools? Have we been overly biased? No way. I refuse to believe it. Su Ran must be bluffing. Before things officially commence, Reba should make a swift exit. Just as everyone hovered between skepticism and belief, Su Ran's expression shifted dramatically, revealing an intense fervor. She seized a small oak hammer and addressed Reba. "Brace yourself. My technique might be a bit robust, and you may experience something quite extraordinary." Chapter 71. Shocking my mother for 10,000 years. "No, Su Ran, you possess sorcery." Before Reba could respond, a sudden weight pressed upon her back. It was somewhat painful, yet bearable. However, the audience present, along with those in the live broadcast room, felt a shiver run down their spines. The oak hammer fell upon Reba's back with a series of dull thuds, resonating ominously. It wasn't excessively loud, yet the sound was enough to make one gasp in shock. Reba's entire body tensed as though struck by electricity. How to describe the sensation? A blend of soreness, tingling, and an inexplicable comfort? It was peculiar, yet oddly addictive. Meanwhile, the others present wore expressions of sheer terror. If one were to alter the filter, it could easily be mistaken for a horror film. Then, they witnessed Su Ran set down the hammer and apply a forceful press to Reba's scapula. Crack! Snap! A crisp sound of bone realignment suddenly echoed through the quiet living room. Reba emitted a heart-wrenching scream. It was over. Reba's waist had broken. The three onlookers were so frightened that their souls nearly departed. The cameraman's hand trembled in response. In the background, Wang Jingyu sprang to his feet, his heart racing. Quick, fetch the heart-saving pill. Oh dear, my heart. Wang Jingyu was grateful he had prepared medication. Otherwise, his heart would not withstand the shock. The barrage of comments in the live stream was instantly inundated with countless expressions of shock and panic, such as "what the heck," "help," and "call 120." Everyone believed a calamity had occurred. However, just at that moment, Reba's piercing scream, after reaching its zenith, transformed abruptly into an elongated sound, filled with exquisite relief and comfort. Oh my heavens! I feel as though my poor waist has been saved. This is an unparalleled sensation of ease. The crowd? What on earth is happening? That crack just now was not a fracture, and she screamed so horrifically, yet now. She appears so content. There lay Reba on the sofa, her face flushed and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yet her expression resembled that of someone on the verge of ecstasy, blissfully melting away. Su Ran, observing her reaction, nodded with satisfaction. Top-tier massage chiropractic master, intermediate, truly eternal. Following this, a series of crackling sounds accompanied Reba's alternating cries of distress and pleasure. Next, relaxing the muscles and invigorating the joints. Su Ran smiled, grasping both ends of the rolling pin, and began rhythmically pressing it against Reba's back, thighs, and calves with great force. The movement and posture resembled rolling out dough, especially that kind that must be rolled very thin and with great vigor. Yet, judging by Reba's expression, it seemed she was somewhat enjoying it. How curious. The entire scene was both eerie and bizarre, coupled with Su Ran's unique instruments of torture. It could rival the most notorious methods of torment. The timid audience no longer dared to watch, and two girls present recoiled in fright. After a grueling half-hour of anguish, Su Ran finally exhaled a breath of relief and contentedly put away the automatic egg beater, declaring, "Done." Handmaid, the girl who had been sprawled on the sofa, relishing the beater's massage on her neck, expressed a hint of reluctance. Is it over? The exquisite blend of pain and pleasure had become utterly addictive. Initially, she had consented to let Su Ran experiment simply to spare him embarrassment, fully trusting that he would not harm her. She never anticipated that Su Ran truly possessed such miraculous chiropractic skills. Truly, he was a master of massage and adjustment. She felt as if her body had rejuvenated by at least a decade. This sensation was simply marvelous. As the session concluded, Su Ran nodded and tidied up his tools. The girl, after enduring various forms of torment, gradually lifted herself from the sofa. Then, everyone was left astounded by the spectacle before them. It appeared as though she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Her shoulders were perfectly aligned, making her posture more upright. Her complexion radiated a vibrant glow, akin to a ripe peach, with her eyes sparkling brightly. Even more astonishing was the transformation of her entire demeanor. She seemed to embody a newfound grace and elegance. To describe her as radiant would be an understatement. It was more stunning than having just experienced a top-tier spa treatment. If Su Ran could read the thoughts of Meng Zi and Yu Shuxin, he would surely scoff. How could such individuals even dare to compare with the skills of my system? My goodness, you look absolutely stunning, Yu Shuxin exclaimed, her eyes wide with genuine admiration. Indeed, I feel several years younger. My posture seems truly improved. Meng Zi marveled as well. Li Yunrui directly voiced the collective curiosity. Su Ran, what kind of divine technique is this? The girl, basking in an unprecedented sense of ease and vitality, was both astonished and elated. Su Ran had not deceived her. The live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, this effect rivals cosmetic surgery. The change in demeanor is qualitatively remarkable, absolutely incredible. The prowess of traditional Chinese chiropractic is astonishing. I'm in awe. From now on, I will never doubt the peculiar skills Su Ran might possess. Impressive. Su Ran gazed upon the astonished expressions of the crowd with satisfaction. Then, as if recalling something, he advised the girl, "Remember not to cross your legs anymore. Nor should you sit in a curled posture on the sofa. Otherwise, this effect may revert in a few days." She playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "Got it." Then she inquired, "By the way, Orange Cat, how tall are you?" "Huh. 1 meter 68, Reba instinctively replied, momentarily perplexed by Su Ran's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Su Ran produced a measuring tape from his pocket. He handed it to Reba with a smile, saying, "To avoid accusations of cheating, let them measure your height now. Can you really grow taller?" At first, Reba thought Su Ran's claim of height increase was a jest. Su Ran simply smiled and remained silent. Meng Zi took the measuring tape from Reba's hands, incredulously exclaiming, "This can't be real. Is it truly that miraculous?" Her skepticism was shared by everyone in the live stream, who doubted Su Ran's purportedly magical massage technique. If it truly could increase height, those seeking Su Ran services would line up all the way to France. Strictly speaking, it wasn't about growing taller, Su Ran explained with a smile, but rather that issues such as slouching and scoliosis prevented one from showcasing their actual height. Even so, it was still remarkable. Yet, the crowd remained unconvinced. Reba hesitated, suggesting, "Should I measure again when I return home tonight?" "No need, just measure now," Su Ran confidently insisted. Reluctantly, Reba positioned herself against the wall while Meng Zi measured her height. As Meng Zi scrutinized the numbers on the tape, she reconfirmed with Reba, "Are you certain you are only 168? "Indeed, exactly 168? Reba nodded, chuckling. "I told you it couldn't be possible." However, Yushushin suddenly gasped, "Oh my. Reba, you are now 169. The live stream erupted with excitement. "Is this for real? Reba's official height is indeed 168. No way. She grew an entire centimeter. This is utterly astonishing. But wait, how did Su Ran manage this? Didn't Su Ran mention that it was simply Reba's natural height obscured by her slouching and scoliosis?" "I am utterly flabbergasted." Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Su Ran shrugged and calmly remarked, "Stay composed. It's merely a trivial ancestral technique, hardly worth such astonishment." The audience stood in stunned silence, particularly Li Yunrui, who wore a look of envy. How infuriating to have been outshone. Chapter 72. Heat Barrier Su Haneng. I sincerely thank you for gracing my world. Encountering you has been a true blessing. Su Ran's words left everyone present, including the guests, utterly speechless. Just listen. The way a powerhouse speaks is simply unparalleled. A minuscule, inconsequential tip? This fellow is unabashedly flaunting his prowess. Moreover, it is the kind that one knows is mere bravado, yet cannot find fault with, and even perceives as profoundly insightful. After all, he possesses genuine skill. The guests, after undergoing an overwhelming shock, were now left with a singular emotion, numbness. They felt that after spending considerable time with someone like Su Ran, their hearts had significantly strengthened. Otherwise, they would have long succumbed to the stimulation induced by Su Ran. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, after a fleeting moment of silence, erupted into an even more frenzied barrage of comments. This time, in addition to astonishment and reverence, there was a hint of incredulity and resignation. Magic techniques? If Su Ran claims he can perform sorcery in the future, I wouldn't be surprised. What else can I even say? Su Ran is simply magnificent. No wonder he is an exceptional student minoring in Versailles literature and practice. I've made up my mind. From now on, instead of going to a massage parlor, I'll visit a hospital to use my insurance for chiropractic care. Feeling the multitude of envious, adoring, and astonished gazes fixed upon him, Su Ran experienced an unprecedented sense of elation. At this moment, Wang Hedi, who had already completed his nap, entered the living room. Seeing everyone's petrified expressions, he inquired, "What happened to you all?" Then, Yushushin eagerly pulled Wang Hedi over and chattered excitedly, explaining everything. "Seriously? Is this for real? Wang Hedi was overwhelmed with astonishment. He felt as though he had missed out on a fortune during his short nap. Immediately, he clasped his hands together and said, "Master, could you help me with a massage? I only need relief from muscle fatigue." "Yes, yes. Could you assist me as well? My request is modest. I merely wish to grow a tad taller. May I also join the queue?" Meng Zi expressed her embarrassment, especially after her earlier skepticism towards Su Ran. Standing nearby, Li Yunrui remained silent, yet she resolved to visit an old Chinese medicine practitioner for chiropractic treatment as soon as she returned home. Su Ran's remarkable technique was akin to physical sculpting. It is well understood how vital demeanor and physique are to a star. Everyone looked at Su Ran with anticipation. "Let us discuss this later," Su Ran replied with a smile, waving his hand. He then admonished heat barrier. "Remember to stand against the wall for 10 minutes every day and engage in daily exercise. Otherwise, within 3 days, you'll revert to your original state." He then glanced at the others and remarked, "You all might want to try this little trick. It proves to be quite effective." The crowd silently took note, while simultaneously casting envious glances at heat barrier. After all, who else could receive personal chiropractic care from such a powerhouse? Yet they found it difficult to harbor any jealousy in the face of such near torturous circumstances. Reba never questioned Su Ran. More training. Reba thought it was a permanent state, not realizing it would revert to its original form. Su Ran was amused by the expression on the girl's face and chuckled. "Did you really think I possessed any magical powers?" Reba blinked her eyes and pouted. All right, then observing the envious gazes of others, her mood felt as sweet as indulging in cotton candy. "So what shall we do? Continue playing mahjong?" Seeing that Su Ran was unwilling, the group refrained from pressing her further. "How about we order takeout and eat while we play?" "Sound good." Thus, the afternoon and evening passed amidst the clattering of mahjong tiles and bursts of laughter. Reba remained the goddess of fortune, triumphing effortlessly. Meanwhile, Su Ran's black hole of luck persisted, showing no improvement from the afternoon. Consequently, Su Ran found herself indebted to Reba for a considerable amount of chips. With a sigh, Su Ran lamented, "This mahjong game is truly toxic." Meng Zi and Yu Shuxin, despite their frequent losses, fared better than Su Ran. This entertaining activity concluded amidst Reba's hearty laughter. On the rooftop terrace of the Heartbeat cabin, the view was exceptionally expansive. The deep blue sky was adorned with countless stars, sparkling like diamonds. The moon cast a cool glow, illuminating the sea with shimmering reflections. Indeed, it was a splendid place for stargazing. Su Ran grabbed a can of cola and took a hearty gulp. The ground was strewn with snacks, all treasures from Reba's afternoon exploits. The reason the two found themselves on the terrace was that Reba had suddenly scrolled through Douyin and discovered that a meteor shower was expected that night. However, after sitting there for over half an hour, they had yet to witness any meteors. Meanwhile, the other two couples had ventured out for some leisurely activities, fulfilling tasks on their wish cards. "Su Ran, do you know what star that is?" Reba suddenly pointed to a star in the northwestern corner of the sky and inquired, "What star?" Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. This girl surprisingly knew about constellations? "I don't know, that's why I asked you. Aren't you supposed to know everything?" Reba's eyes sparkled like the stars above, blinking playfully. "Do you think I'm a deity?" Su Ran chuckled helplessly and took out her phone, snapping a picture of the sky. "What are you doing?" Reba asked curiously. "Just consulting AI." Su Ran replied matter-of-factly. Reba couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You're quite clever." "I've got the answer." Su Ran began to enlighten her. "That's Venus, second only to the moon in brightness. And let me tell you, meteors are phenomena caused by cosmic dust entering the Earth's atmosphere at high speed and igniting from friction." Reba stared at Su Ran, who wore a proud expression as if to say, "Aren't I impressive? Praise me." She truly wished she could peek inside Su Ran's head to see if it was indeed missing a string known as romance. Why is it that this is completely different from the romance she had envisioned? Yet, glancing at Su Ran beside her, she felt that perhaps this was quite delightful in its own right. Listening to the distant sound of the waves, feeling the cool sea breeze, and enjoying the company of her intriguing companion, the two engaged in conversation, carried by the night wind, discussing a myriad of topics. everyday matters, aspirations, childhood memories, and gossip. These were trivial, even insipid subjects, yet the two found joy in their exchange. They lingered on the rooftop until the late hours of the night. However, the meteor shower predicted by the observatory never materialized. Still, she felt no regret. She gazed up at the clear, starry night sky, and then at Sue Ran beside her. Although the anticipated shooting stars had not graced the heavens, she understood that the most beautiful meteors lay hidden within Sue Ran's eyes, twinkling and exceptionally captivating. Orange cat, a shooting star. Sue Ran's excited voice pulled her thoughts back to reality. Huh, a shooting star? Where? She abruptly lifted her head, eagerly searching in the direction Sue Ran pointed, her eyes scouring the inky black sky for that fleeting eternity. Yet, after an extensive search, she found nothing but the multitude of stars and the brilliant moon, no trace of a shooting star. But in the next moment, she covered her mouth, astonished and touched by the scene before her. Sue Ran wore his familiar cheeky grin, mingled with just the right amount of tenderness. In his hands, he held two sparklers, beaming as he said, "Since we cannot see the meteor shower streaking across the sky, let us use these sparklers instead. Make a wish." At the tips of the sparklers, countless tiny, dazzling golden sparks erupted, tracing ephemeral yet breathtaking golden trails against the night. Okay, she gazed dumbfoundedly at Sue Ran, a profound warmth enveloping her entire being. "What did you wish for?" "I want to tell you." She would never reveal to Sue Ran that she had secretly wished to be by his side forever. She looked up at the night sky and silently added, "Sue Han Hai, thank you for appearing in my world. Meeting you is truly a blessing." Chapter 73. Filming a couple's vlog. Reba, Sue Hanan, strike a pose and hold still. Sue Ran gazed upon the girl before him, her eyes shimmering with the light of stars, touched by his small gesture. The corners of his lips curved upward ever so slightly, his gaze revealing a tenderness he was unaware of. The fairy wand he had discovered in the storage room earlier that afternoon found its purpose here. The night had grown quite deep, with the sea breeze on the rooftop carrying a heavier chill. The two had yet to witness the Geminid meteor shower as anticipated by the observatory. Yet Reba felt she had already encountered the finest artificial meteor shower the world could offer. As the hour grew late, Sue Ran broke the warm silence. Smiling gently, "It's time to head back and get some rest. We have an early start tomorrow." "Okay." Reba glanced at Sue Ran, hesitating, her heart a battleground for two little voices. One mocked her, "Dilly Reba, why are you so useless? It's just a simple question. Why can't you ask it?" The other urged patience. "Don't rush. Take your time to understand and grow fond of it." In the end, Reba could not muster the courage. She wished time would slow down, even if just to linger with Sue Ran a moment longer. Just a little more time, and perhaps her courage would blossom. "Are you leaving? Why are you dawdling?" Sue Ran tidied up the scattered items on the ground and approached Reba, gently patting the back of her head. "Ouch. You could just call me instead of hitting my head." Reba covered the back of her head, trailing behind Sue Ran, muttering softly, "If you hit me, will you marry me?" "What did you say?" Sue Ran asked, unable to hear. "I won't tell you." As they reached the second floor, they paused before their respective doors. The atmosphere shifted subtly, diverging from their previous playful banter. Now, a faint sense of reluctance filled the air. Reba lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, unable to meet Sue Ran's gaze. He noticed her flushed ears and awkward demeanor, finding it somewhat amusing. Yet this time, he refrained from teasing her. Reba quickly glanced at him before averting her eyes again. "Gee, good night." Sue Ran nodded, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Good night, rest early." After a brief pause, he added, "Oh, and don't stay up too late and get panda eyes." Reba rolled her eyes. "I know, stop nagging." In the next moment, a loud thud echoed as the door slammed shut. Sue Ran looked at the closed door, chuckling and shaking his head. "Orange cat, your emotions remain rather unstable." That night, the cozy little house was enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Some tossed and turned restlessly, while others lay awake through the night. The following morning, as the sun rose above the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the earth, life stirred anew. The 6 guests gradually appeared in the dining room on the first floor. However, Today's atmosphere felt even more nuanced than the day before. Particularly, the usually boisterous couple today exuded an unusual tranquility. To everyone's surprise, they both sported the same adorably large dark circles beneath their eyes. Neither spoke a word, merely sipping their porridge in silence. However, the observant Yushushin noticed an intriguing detail and couldn't resist exclaiming, "Have you two developed a couple's resemblance after just one night apart?" Wang Hedi chimed in with a teasing tone. "Indeed, you do bear a striking similarity. Now it seems the family of three shares the same look." Su Ran remained silent, as did Reba, both hastening their porridge consumption. Then, Meng Zi leaned closer, glancing between Reba and Su Ran, and exclaimed, "How remarkable! You've even donned a couple's makeup." Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd. Fortunately, the arrival of PD Li rescued Su Ran and Reba from the spotlight. "Good morning, everyone. It seems you are all in splendid spirits today." PD Li greeted with a cheerful demeanor, her opening remarks noticeably lively. After her customary salutations, she swiftly transitioned to the main agenda. To ensure everyone could capture every precious moment of excitement, and to facilitate the completion of the romantic commitments outlined on the time wish card, PD Lee signaled to the staff to distribute several exquisitely packaged boxes to each couple. The production team had specially prepared the latest model of GoPro action cameras for everyone, allowing them to document their heartfelt moments anytime, anywhere. Upon receiving the compact and elegant cameras, the participants couldn't help but play with them. PD Lee continued, "Of course, the next task will also involve our action cameras." Understanding dawned upon the crowd. There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially when it comes to gifts from the production team. PD Lee handed 3 task cards to the respective couples, prompting everyone to read carefully. The card stated, "Heartfelt Imagery CP Mutual Filming Theme Vlog." The task was quite simple. Each couple would serve as the exclusive director and cinematographer for one another, creating and editing a vlog short film of no less than 5 minutes in duration, centered around a chosen theme. The filming equipment was the action camera, and there were no restrictions on the location or theme. This task aimed to foster a deeper understanding between the pairs. Furthermore, there would be an exhibition of the heartfelt vlogs that evening, where the 3 couples would vote for the best heartfelt CP. The winning couple would receive a monetary prize and a mysterious grand reward. This task sounded quite intriguing. Yu Shu-shin, who had a keen interest in filming, was determined to secure the mysterious prize. Reba cast a furtive glance at Su Ran, feeling an immense anticipation. Filming a vlog? And mutually filming? This implied that she could, without any reservations, point the camera at Su Ran's handsome face all day long, and even direct him to pose in various ways according to her script. Dominant CEO or a playful pup? Just the thought of this sends a thrill of excitement through Reba's heart. Su Ran seemed to sense the mischievous gaze from her partner. Surely, she must be contemplating something rather risky. Indeed, she is tempted by my allure. Well then, my task is accomplished. The remainder of the time is yours. PD Lee clapped her hands and cheerfully remarked, "Let us go. The work must be submitted by 8 o'clock tonight." With that, she gracefully turned and exited the villa. The living room immediately buzzed with energy. "Didi, what theme should we shoot?" Yu Shu-shin had already pulled Wang Hedi into a brainstorming session. "How about we film the overbearing CEO and his little wife? You play the CEO. I'll portray the little wife." Wang Hedi's lips twitched slightly. "Let's choose another. Then, I'll be the CEO, and you can be the little wife. That is sure to be a hit." Meanwhile, the Xiao Mo couple also commenced their discussion on theme selection. "Let us opt for something more artistic," suggested Meng Zi. "How about we title it Searching for Lost Beauty?" Li Yinrui shared her thoughts as well. "That sounds wonderful." This couple, favoring a warm approach, clearly leaned towards a style that was both beautiful and romantic. As for the Ran couple, they ventured to their exclusive secret base, the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 2nd floor. The sunlight streamed in perfectly, casting a warm glow on the carpet. Reba sat on the soft carpet, toying with the latest model of a sports camera, her face alight with excitement. Su Ran languidly reclined on the nearby beanbag, lost in her own thoughts. "Su Hanan, have you decided what you want to shoot?" "Not yet." "Then shall I start with you? Have you figured it out?" "Yes, you must cooperate with me. Understood? Hmm. As long as you don't ask me to compromise my dignity, I'll comply. Nonsense. Chapter 74. The assistant of the sixth brother versus the resentful boss? No. I want to capture the true Su Ran. Huh. Nonsense. Who said you have to sell your charms? Reba's cheeks flushed as she spat at Su Ran. Yet her heart leaped with joy at his words. I will cooperate. She raised her GoPro, clearing her throat like a director, and began to announce her filming plan. Ahem. Actor Su, please pay attention. Today's vlog theme is set as the overbearing female CEO and her resentful all-purpose assistant. Suran, will anyone even watch this? He blurted out, I feel it should be the other way around. The other way around? Reba tilted her head in contemplation and asked, You as the overbearing CEO, and I as the assistant? Su Ran shook his head and replied, No, you will be the resentful boss. Reba rolled her eyes dramatically and pressed. And what about you? Su Ran chuckled heartily. I will be the assistant of the sixth brother. Reba couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, You possess quite a bit of self-awareness. In the live stream, the audience erupted in laughter. No way. I genuinely want to see this theme. The sixth brother's assistant and his resentful boss? Wow. Can't wait to see it. Hurry up and film. I can't sleep at night. Eagerly awaiting the start, by the floor-to-ceiling window, Reba sat cross-legged, excitedly declaring, All right, it's settled then. We shall film the sixth brother's assistant and the resentful boss. Wait, are you serious? Su Ran had merely said that in passing. But this girl is taking it seriously? Moreover, he pointed at Reba's sitting posture and said, Before we discuss this further, go stand against the wall for 10 minutes as punishment. Oh! Reba, realizing her sitting position, instantly recalled Su Ran's admonition from the previous day. It's over. Teacher Su is indeed strict, yet she obediently stood against the wall. Then, she glanced at Su Ran, who exuded an aura of reluctance to film, and burst into laughter. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. All right, I was just teasing you. The theme I truly wish to capture is a personal moment of heartfelt connection. Huh? Su Ran posed, frowning as he asked, What do you mean? It means, Reba contemplated briefly and said, For today's shoot, just be yourself. The genuine you, who is financially independent and on the verge of retirement. Suran, just pretend that in this villa, you are the only one here. No me, no other guests, and no cameras or crew. Then simply live as you would at home for a day. You could do whatever you wish, read, listen to music, daydream, experiment with your culinary creations, or even water the flowers on the balcony, or just lie down and take a nap. And as for me, Reba waved her GoPro. I shall be your exclusive cameraman, quietly capturing all of this. I am disinclined to engage in the fabrication of those insipid idol drama tropes. Rather, I yearn to glimpse the authentic essence of Su Ran, stripped of pretense and abstraction. Upon uttering this sentiment, Reba's words rendered not only Su Ran speechless, but also astonished the other guests eavesdropping in the living room, as well as the entire audience in the streaming room. The notion of the genuine Su Ran, a sanctuary of heartfelt emotions? What a celestial theme this is. No CP interactions, no sugary exchanges. Instead, the intent is to document the languorous daily life of a retired magnate. Is this still a dating reality show? Yet, following a brief moment of bewilderment, an overwhelming sense of curiosity and anticipation engulfed everyone. Su Ran has perpetually been perceived as the flamboyant individual brimming with remarkable talent, always ready for lively antics. His relatively young retirement only adds an air of mystery. People are intrigued by the true nature of life for a man who appears to be aimless yet profoundly enigmatic. When abstraction ceases to be abstract and flamboyance is no longer performative, the mere thought of such imagery ignites unparalleled excitement. Oh my goodness, this theme is extraordinary. Badi understands what we wish to see. The authentic Su Ran, the languorous daily life of a retired magnate? I'm beside myself. Please film it. Is this the depth that a phenomenal dating show possesses? I adore it. I declare, this is undoubtedly the finest vlog of this episode. No contest. Observing the earnestness and anticipation in Reba's eyes, Su Ran felt a subtle ripple within. To document the genuine him? What merit is there in that? His retirement life, devoid of excitement, is utterly mundane. Tentatively, he inquired, "So, you want to film me daydreaming or fishing?" Surely, no one would wish to watch that. Reba shook her head, then emphatically nodded, her tone infused with unwavering conviction. "I can't speak for others, but I am very much eager to see it." Her gaze towards Sue Ran was bright and sincere. Then, with a mischievous smile, she waved her task card. "Sue Actor, you promised to cooperate with me. No backing out." "Understood," Sue Ran chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "I shall comply." Once the theme was confirmed, the atmosphere lightened once more. The three couples returned to their respective secret hideaways to prepare for the afternoon's vlog shoot. The Xiao Mo couple decided on how we perceive each other as their theme, crafting deeper conversation topics to reveal different facets of themselves. Meanwhile, the Tsanglan couple had yet to settle on a theme, likely leaning towards the typical domineering CEO narrative. As for the Ran couple, Su Ran had fully embraced his languid state, sprawling on the lazy couch with closed eyes, declaring that he was merely seeking to find his rhythm. Reba, on the other hand, was fervently jotting down ideas, refining her filming strategy and compiling a checklist of questions to pose. She understood that merely documenting Su Ran's daily actions was insufficient. Through this vlog, she aspired to engage in a more profound exchange. She yearned to uncover the genuine reasons behind Su Ran's decision to retire at such a young age, or his thoughts on life, love, and the future. Beneath his seemingly cynical exterior, what kind of heart lay hidden? Driven by curiosity, she sought to genuinely reach the depths of Su Ran's soul. Chapter 75. The Philosophy of Mayflies and the Power of Currency. His charisma originates from the soul. After a hurried lunch, three pairs of couples set off for their chosen filming locations. The Kanglin couple headed to a nearby town, intending to shoot a vlog titled Beauty Lies Within Reach. The Xiao Mo couple opted for a sunlit studio in a villa, engaging in an intimate dialogue. Meanwhile, Reba chose to become a silent observer, closely tailing Su Ran. Su Ran did not make any deliberate attempts to perform. He simply existed in the villa as if he were alone. First, he settled into a lazy chair in the yard, draping a light blanket over himself. Basking in the warm afternoon sun and gentle sea breeze, dozing off contentedly. Upon awakening, he brewed a pot of tea in the living room and casually selected a book from study. He then sat quietly on the sun-drenched window seat, immersed in reading. When fatigue from reading set in, he ventured into the small garden behind the villa to tend to the flowers and plants. Occasionally, he would wander to the terrace facing the sea, doing nothing but leaning against the railing, gazing at the vast ocean before him, allowing the sea breeze to sweep over him, lost in thought for several minutes. To an ordinary observer, these scenes might appear mundane, even somewhat tedious. There were no intentional interactions, no thrilling challenges, no dramatic conflicts, just the most genuine and quotidian existence of Su Ran. Yet Reba found this captivating, capturing the moments with particular diligence. The tranquil Su Ran exuded an indescribable charm. His unhurried demeanor, his enjoyment of the present, and his serene detachment from worldly affairs acted like a magnet, drawing her in deeply. This revelation allowed the audience, accustomed to the more ostentatious side of Su Ran, to witness a more multidimensional, authentic, and enchanting version of him. After tidying up the house, Su Ran went out for a stroll. The afternoon sea breeze was warm, the beach soft, and the waves gentle. Barefoot, Su Ran walked along the shore, gazing at the distant sea, his face radiating relaxation and contentment. Reba, holding a GoPro, carefully followed behind him, capturing this moment. Under the ultra-wide lens of the GoPro, the imagery was stable and clear. Azure seas, cerulean skies, swaying palm trees, and a man seemingly adorned with a soft focus filter. Indeed, the potential for stunning visuals was high. Reba nodded in satisfaction to herself. Su Ran chose to rest under a coconut tree, leaning quietly against it while gazing at the expansive blue ocean, his mind drifting into a state of reverie. At this moment, Reba suddenly posed a question. Su Ran, if given another chance to start anew, would you still choose to retire so early? Su Ran, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. After taking a hearty swig of beer, he smiled and replied, "Of course, why not?" This answer did not surprise Reba. "Why? You are so young. Don't you think it is a pity? Shouldn't you pursue more of what is deemed success and value?" Reba did not intend to advise Sue Ran on the virtues of ambition and hard work among the youth. Rather, she was genuinely curious about Sue Ran's decision to retire early. Was it success and value that drove him? Sue Ran smiled, but refrained from answering, instead posing a question. "Are you familiar with the mayfly?" "The mayfly? Yes, I know it. It's the creature that tries to shake the tree." Yet Reba was puzzled by the relevance of this inquiry. "Indeed," Sue Ran nodded, his gaze growing distant and tranquil. "There exists a creature that, in its youth, dwells beneath the water, only to emerge and live a life that spans merely 24 hours from dawn to dusk, known as the mayfly. Its entire existence is condensed into a single day. For humans, a day mirrors the life of a mayfly. They spend this fleeting time basking in sunlight, fluttering their wings, seeking companionship, and leaving behind progeny, only to return at dusk. They learn to walk at dawn, encounter their beloved at noon, achieve greatness by dusk, and dissolve into nothingness by midnight." He paused, redirecting his gaze back to Reba, smiling as he mused, "Do you think there could be a mayfly flapping its wings, soaring through the azure sky, solely to witness the splendor of this world?" Reba was momentarily taken aback. This perspective was indeed one she had never considered. Moreover, was not the mayfly a reflection of humanity itself? Before Reba could respond, Sue Ran continued, "As I mentioned before, I do not deem one pursuit as nobler than another. I merely believe that the meaning of life should not conform to a singular, standardized answer. Pursuing a career, fulfilling ambitions, marrying, and having children, these are all commendable paths. Yet for me," he shrugged, a hint of languid contentment gracing his smile, "I simply prefer to be that leisurely mayfly." His eyes, clear and sincere, conveyed a profound truth. "I did not come into this world to live according to others' expectations. I merely wish to witness the blooming of flowers, the flow of water, and the rise and fall of the sun. I seek to experience what I find delightful and to meet those whom I find intriguing." His gaze settled on Reba, adorned with a gentle smile. "Life is a serendipity, and I seek the threads of causality within it." Boom! This statement resonated like a distant bell tolling in the hearts of the listeners. What appeared to be a simple remark concealed an indescribable, soul-stirring power. It provoked deep contemplation while simultaneously illuminating the mind. Reba was utterly stunned. She felt as though her mind had been cast into ripples by a tiny pebble, sending forth waves of thought. She looked at this man before her, the one who often jested and carried an abstract demeanor, and in this moment, he seemed enveloped in an aura of moonlight, both serene and wise. It rendered her unable to fully comprehend him, yet she found herself irresistibly captivated. The live stream's comments exploded with fervor. This time, it was not merely laughter or melancholy that filled the chat. Instead, it was a complex mix of astonishment, admiration, contemplation, and even moments of enlightenment. Wow, that statement is absolutely incredible. Life is a serendipity, and I seek the threads of causality within it. How poetic. This passage exudes such high elegance that it could easily be inscribed in a textbook as a profound aphorism. Initially, I believed he was merely wealthy and capricious. Yet I have come to realize that he possesses a genuine understanding of life. Today, Sue Ran truly radiates an extraordinary charm. His allure does not stem from his appearance, but rather from the essence of his soul. He evokes a sense of ethereal lightness within me, akin to the freedom of the wind. Sue Ran is undeniably unique. It seems as though his soul emits a luminous glow. Of course, Sue Ran's familiar playful grin reappeared. This is merely a personal choice of mine, and one might even consider it an exceptionally fortunate exception. Youngsters, especially those valiantly battling through life, must not indulge in my toxic wisdom. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. What is most crucial for you now is to strive diligently and conquer challenges. After all, he spread his hands, his tone unprecedentedly candid. The reason I can nonchalantly sit here and boast is fundamentally because I possess financial capability. I can not only easily sustain myself, but I have also accumulated sufficient funds for my parents' retirement, alleviating any concerns. Without a material foundation, the notion of enjoying the blossoms and flowing waters does not signify freedom. It is merely akin to surviving on the northwestern wind. As these remarkably sincere words were spoken, the atmosphere in the live stream lightened considerably. Everyone was amused by Sue Rand's transparent and candid demeanor. Indeed, how can one speak of nonchalance without a material basis? Yet, Sue Rand's ability to maintain this clarity and steadfastness in his lifestyle, even after attaining everything, is itself admirable. Reba gazed at the honest yet somewhat endearing man before her feelings of admiration deepening. This man possesses a contradictory charm that irresistibly draws her in. Nevertheless, Reba felt a greater fondness for the usually whimsical and seemingly unserious Sue Rand, for she sensed a poignant loneliness within the current version of him. Thus, as long as Sue Rand is happy, that is what truly matters. What do you believe is the meaning of life? Reba's voice resonated once more. Sue Rand pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, "For me, it is about discovering what I love, cherishing those around me, and living joyfully. If one cannot find it, then simply do not seek it. Bask in the sun, savor warm meals, pet the cats you encounter. Living itself will yield answers." Wow, this man emanates an irresistible charm. In that moment, Reba felt an overwhelming desire to kiss him passionately. Chapter 76, The Collision of Souls. The ocean is most romantic when shared with a loved one. Reba took several deep breaths to suppress the flutter in her heart. Yet, simultaneously, a resolute thought solidified within her mind. She must bring Sue Rand home, no matter what. Just then, Sue Rand's voice broke through her reverie. "Orange Cat, have you had your fill of directing? Isn't it time for me to take my turn? All right, we must hurry, or we won't meet our deadline." Reba snapped back to reality and quickly inquired, "What do you wish to film?" After a moment of contemplation, Sue Rand surveyed the golden beach, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, and dismissed the earlier theme. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He gazed at Reba and grinned. "Let us capture the fiery pomegranate blossoms blooming by the sea." What does that mean? Reba was taken aback, puzzled by such an obscure theme. Sue Rand continued, smiling. "On that night of the moonlit dance, you resembled a pomegranate flower blooming by the shore, exuding confidence and charm. I wish to showcase to the world just how radiant your confidence is." Reba was momentarily stunned, realizing that her performance had left such an indelible impression on him. Moreover, she felt a tinge of bashfulness from his compliments. "Go on, put on that ethnic dance costume. I'll be waiting here for you." With an encouraging smile, Sue Rand added, "Don't worry, I promise to make you look splendid." "All right." Reba inhaled deeply, her smile enchanting. 10 minutes later, as Reba approached, adorned in a flowing dark red ethnic dance dress that resembled flames, even Sue Rand was momentarily taken aback. The gentle afterglow of the sunset enveloped her, while the sea breeze playfully tousled her dress and dark hair. She appeared like a pomegranate flower quietly blooming at dusk, radiating an aura of mystery and fervor, exquisite and unrestrained. The livestream chat erupted with excitement. "Wow, she is so beautiful. Oh my heavens, this version of Reba is stunning. Woohoo, almost brought me to tears from beauty." On site, Reba stood gracefully before Sue Rand, reveling in his astonished expression, her heart swelling with joy. "Silly boy, just wait until you see how beautiful I am. Shall I begin dancing now?" Reba asked, noticing Sue Rand's silence. "Not yet." Sue Rand thought for a moment before saying, "Let us first capture some vibrant shots." Reba, confused, asked, "What should I do?" Sue Rand pointed towards the golden beach, waves crashing against the shore, and instructed, "Start from there, running towards me against the waves. Remember, embody the feeling of breaking free, rushing towards freedom, filled with power." Reba blinked, unsure how to execute such a run. Nevertheless, she obediently complied. She faced the sea breeze, lifted her skirt, and sprinted down the beach. "No, it lacks intensity. Be wilder." "Yes, exactly. Faster. More wild." Let your arms move more freely. What is increasingly amiss with Hot Bar? She feels that Su Ran is not merely capturing the pomegranate blossoms, but rather is immortalizing the fleeting youth beneath the setting sun. At last, when Hot Bar arrives, breathless and panting, Su Ran triumphantly calls out, "Cut! How was that? Did you achieve the effect you desired?" Hot Bar leans in close to Su Ran, slightly gasping for breath. "Not just good, it's practically a television drama." Su Ran boasts unabashedly, "I believe I possess a natural talent for directing." Hot Bar rolls her eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "What a show-off." She then snatches the action camera and begins to review the footage. Upon viewing, she nearly explodes on the spot. "Why did you add that ridiculous sound effect? That image of you running under the sunset resembles the Monkey King breaking free from the Five-Finger Mountain." Hot Bar turns around, gritting her teeth, and inquires, "Is this what you call a television drama?" Journey to the West. Hot Bar closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and then suddenly opens them wide, her gaze ablaze with fury. "Su Ran, I will not let this go." The comments in the live stream erupt in laughter. The theme Su Ran intended to capture was not of the Monkey King escaping from the Five-Finger Mountain. He merely sought to help Hot Bar relax, to ease her tension. Remarkably, the effect was splendid. Ultimately, after Su Ran assured her that he would certainly portray her as the most beautiful pomegranate blossom in the entire universe, Hot Bar temporarily spared him. The two then commenced filming the thematic vlog. The last rays of sunlight were about to vanish beyond the horizon. The sky above the sea radiated a dreamlike crimson hue. Hot Bar stood on the cool sands, the ocean breeze gently caressing her dance skirt and hair. She closed her eyes, adjusting her breath. When Su Ran aimed the GoPro lens at her, she lifted her skirt and began to dance gracefully on the soft sand beneath the sunset. Her body, like a flame spirit awakened by the evening glow, stretched, leaped, and twirled. As she executed a spirited leap, her skirt billowed, her toes lightly tracing the sand still marked by shallow water. Tiny droplets were stirred into a flurry by her dancing skirt and feet, resembling countless shards of ruby ignited by the sunset, tracing crystalline arcs in the air before cascading down, harmonizing with the vibrant hues of the sky. Su Ran held the camera, momentarily entranced. In this moment, Hot Bar was not dancing for him, nor for the camera, but for this realm, for the sea, for the setting sun, and for the most fervent emotions emanating from the depths of her soul. The unembellished authenticity and passion, bursting with a wild vitality, struck his senses and spirit with profound force. The fiery red pomegranate blossoms by the sea. Su Ran murmured, "A breathtaking beauty." The comments in the live stream erupted like a volcanic explosion, reaching a fever pitch. "Wow, wow, wow. How beautiful. Oh my heavens. This vlog is truly divine. The crimson pomegranate flowers. My sister is breathtakingly beautiful." Su Ran has an exceptional talent for selecting themes. It can only be said that these two individuals have captured each other's utmost charm, a true embodiment of diverse allure, an epitome of refined beauty. Su Ran's aesthetic is simply extraordinary. As the final rays of twilight vanished beneath the horizon, the sky began to twinkle with stars. After the filming concluded, Su Ran and Reba chose not to return to the villa, but instead sat side by side on the soft sand. In tranquil silence, they listened to the soothing sound of the waves, savoring the rare moment of peace. They were both immersed in their reflections of the day's events. In the stillness, Su Ran suddenly spoke. "Actually, my original theme for today was not crimson pomegranate flowers." Reba turned to Su Ran's profile, intrigued, and asked, "What were you planning to shoot?" The sea and romance." Su Ran's voice was soft as she playfully inquired, "Do you find the sea romantic?" "Absolutely." Reba nodded in agreement. "It's beautiful and vast, uplifting one's spirits immensely." Yet, Su Ran gently shook her head and corrected, "In truth, the sea is not romantic at all." Just as Reba was about to retort, she heard Su Ran continue, "It is only romantic when one gazes upon the sea with someone they cherish." Boom! Reba felt as though her mind had been thrust into a hydrogen bomb of sweetness. Su Ran, does he realize what he is saying? The sea is only romantic when shared with someone beloved. Is this? Is this a confession directed at me? Oh my goodness. What should I do? Should I accept it? But I'm not prepared for this. It is all so sudden. Yet if I do not accept, will Sue Rand feel disheartened? Might he think I despise him? Oh dear, what am I to do? Who will rescue me from this turmoil? Am I to have 2 or 3 hearts racing? Reba's heart raced like 1,000 fawns in a frenzy. Her cheeks flushed as if they could fry an egg. She felt as though she might ignite in flames. Chapter 77. The girl's blush exceeds a lengthy confession in her mind. Reba was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, even contemplating how many children she would have in the future. However, the moment Sue Rand's slightly boastful voice resonated, it abruptly yanked Reba back to the harsh reality. With a triumphant slap on his thigh, Sue Rand proclaimed with evident pride, "What do you think, classmate Orange Cat? Isn't my vlog theme absolutely brilliant? All we have to do is sit here, do nothing, relax, and enjoy the sea, and we can effortlessly shoot a romantic vlog. Then, we'll just splice that brilliant line I just came up with into the video. It will be nothing short of perfection. I tell you, once this vlog goes live, it will undoubtedly take TikTok by storm and achieve legendary status." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision himself sweeping through film festivals with this divine inspiration, claiming prestigious awards. Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to the fact that Reba's forehead had furrowed into a deep frown, her anger on the verge of eruption. Thick-headed, a quintessential straight man, the destroyer of atmospheres, the bane of romance, she seethed internally. Just moments ago, she had nearly entertained the notion that he was about to confess his feelings, only to find that his mind was consumed by his trivial vlog theme. Was she merely a subject for his creative endeavor? A tumultuous blend of embarrassment, indignation, and a hint of, even she was reluctant to admit it, disappointment, erupted within her like a shattered bottle of mixed emotions. Reba inhaled deeply, releasing a sigh. Indeed, it was futile to expect this blockhead to engage in romance. It would be more promising to rely on a simpleton to cook instead. Nevertheless, a part of Reba felt a sense of relief. While she yearned to hear Sue Rand's confession, she harbored numerous concerns. This did not imply she lacked affection for him or that she was unwilling to be with him. Rather, as a public figure, she had more considerations to weigh. She longed to indulge in an uninhibited romance with Sue Rand, but if she were to act upon it, she would inadvertently complicate his life, which he was presently enjoying in his leisurely retirement. Reba had no intention of causing him distress or disrupting his existing path. All she needed was a little time to address some matters. Then, she would take the initiative to conquer this infuriating yet endearing straight man. However, if one were to inquire whether she would accept Sue Rand's confession, the answer would be an unequivocal yes, without a shred of hesitation. Countless thoughts flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. Yet, it was undeniable that she felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that she had misinterpreted the situation. But was she truly at fault? The misunderstanding lay with the oblivious Sue Rand. Yes, it was his error. With a sudden burst of resolve, she sprang to her feet from the beach, lifted her skirt, and stormed toward the villa, her steps forceful and heavy, as if she intended to leave imprints in the sand. "Hey, where are you going? Do you not find the theme I am contemplating sufficiently stunning?" Sue Rand observed Reba's inexplicable anger, feeling somewhat perplexed, and rose to follow her. Reba abruptly halted, turning around to glare at Sue Rand. Then, lifting her skirt, her smooth and fair feet, speckled with sand, forcefully stomped on Sue Rand's foot. Yet, the gesture was more thunderous than painful, akin to a signal expressing her irritation and a plea for consolation. However, after this action, Reba's little face flushed crimson. This gesture seemed overly intimate. She even dared not meet Sue Rand's gaze, lowering her head and muttering, "Humph, I can't be bothered with you, you big fool." And then, like a startled fawn, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed back to the villa. What has gotten into this girl? Sue Rand chuckled to himself as he watched Reba flee in disarray. He glanced back at the sea. Indeed, the romantic theme was complete with both people and ocean, quite splendid. Then, in a whisper only he could hear, he mused, Her blushing face is rather adorable." Upon returning to the villa, the living room was brightly lit, Yet the atmosphere had lost its previous levity. Each couple was engaged in a final push to edit their vlogs before 8 o'clock. Su Ran and Reba were both preoccupied, momentarily casting aside the delightful misunderstanding that had just transpired. Given the considerable tasks at hand for the guests, the production team had thoughtfully prepared dinner. However, this sumptuous feast failed to ignite anyone's appetite, as everyone raced against time to perfect their respective works. As the clock ticked away, 8 o'clock arrived as scheduled. The living room of the Heartfelt cottage had been transformed by the production team into a vlog screening venue. A massive projection screen slowly descended. Bidili, sporting a standard smile, announced, "Dear guests, and our audience watching for screens, the thrilling, heartfelt imagery, CP Mutual Shooting Theme Vlog sharing session officially begins. First, let us invite the inaugural couple to present their work." The first vlog showcased was from the Kanglan CP. Their theme, the first heartfelt encounter, promised a romantic narrative. And indeed, the entire vlog's color palette, cinematography, and soundtrack exuded sweetness, perfectly aligning with the personas they had cultivated. The short film splendidly showcased Yu Shushin's playful charm and Wang Hedi's boyfriend prowess, eliciting exuberant cheers from their fans. Next up was the Xiao Mo CP. This time, they deviated from their usual warm route, opting for an in-depth face-to-face conversation. Their discussion began with their initial acquaintance and progressed to the excitement of collaborating once more on this dating show, offering their fans a nuanced and distinct form of sweetness. They displayed their tranquil and enduring affection without any contrived theatrics. Overall, both couples' vlogs resonated beautifully with their individual styles, allowing the audience to savor the enchantment of love. Evenly PD had to concede that this time, the choice of topic for the Xiao Mo couple was exceptionally well-crafted. It fully showcased their individual charms. Moreover, through this dialogue, the beautiful emotions from their initial acquaintance to the blossoming feelings were vividly established. Lee PD internally praised the approach as both clever and romantic. Perhaps this victory would indeed belong to the Xiao Mo couple. However, when Su Ran and Reba's vlog commenced its screening, Lee PD felt he had jumped to conclusions too soon. Chapter 78, Soul Resonance Under the Lens. The fiery couple of Reba and Shark Gone Wild. Director, Camera Editing. Dilly Reba Dilmarat, Director, Camera Editing. Su Ran, Pomegranate Blossoms by the Sea, as the two lines of subtitles appeared. A hush fell over the venue and the live broadcast room. Earlier in the afternoon, the other two couples had already grasped the theme that Reba was set to shoot. They were quite intrigued by her choice and eager to uncover the contrasting facets of the whimsical Su Ran. However, the title of Su Ran's segment seemed somewhat enigmatic. What did Pomegranate Blossoms signify? Driven by overwhelming curiosity, they could hardly contain their anticipation to see how this conspicuous couple would creatively unfold their vlog. And thus, the vlog commenced. The first image that graced the screen was that of Su Ran, captured through Reba's lens. There were no contrived poses, no extravagant transitions. Instead, Su Ran appeared calm, languid, and at times seemingly idle, napping in a rocking chair, perusing a book by the window, tending to flowers in the garden, and daydreaming on the terrace overlooking the sea. These scenes were as plain as water, echoing Su Ran's previous description of living a leisurely life akin to a retired magnate. Yet, under Reba's cinematic expression, everything radiated a unique charm. Through her lens, the usually jovial Su Ran emerged as a more dimensional, authentic, and enchanting figure. Interspersed throughout the vlog were Reba's soft, reflective voiceovers, akin to intimate musings or dialogues with the camera's subject. Su Ran, you really do enjoy daydreaming your expression, while reading is quite earnest while you actually tend to flowers. What do you ponder while gazing at the sea alone? There were no intimate exchanges, no fervent dialogues. Yet, the tenderness conveyed through the lens touched the heart more profoundly than any direct speech could. Especially poignant was the concluding segment, a dialogue that delved into the depths of the soul, revealing Su Ran's innocent heart. The vlog culminated in a silhouette of Su Ran leaning against a coconut tree, backlit by the sun, sporting a serene smile. Reba's voiceover resonated. This is the truest version of Su Ran, living simply and freely Su Han ins. As the short film came to a close, silence enveloped the room. The other four guests appeared somewhat entranced, never having imagined that a vlog could be crafted in such a manner. There was no plot, no interaction. Yet, through the simplicity of the visuals, a more nuanced and profoundly captivating Sue Ran was unveiled to all. It was as if they glimpsed Sue Ran's tranquil soul, relishing the present moment through Reba's lens. Particularly moved was P.D. Lee, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, astonished that this perpetually cheerful young individual harbored such a serene and perceptive inner world. Yet Reba, this seemingly carefree girl, captures the most enchanting facets of Sue Ran with such a delicate perspective. Is this not, in a sense, a manifestation of soul connection? Oh, how it moves me to tears. Reba understands Sue Ran so well. This is the essence of true understanding and appreciation. Reba does not deliberately cultivate sweetness. She simply presents the most authentic version of Sue Ran through her eyes. This unobtrusive, silent companionship strikes directly at the heart of my inner romantic. Sue Ran and Reba, it will be difficult to conclude your story without marriage. While everyone was still immersed in Reba's silent tenderness, the screen darkened, and the theme of Sue Ran's filming, the fiery pomegranate blossoms by the sea, began to play. The shooting style diverged entirely from Reba's vlog. Sue Ran's lens was filled with ethereal colors and breathtaking visual impact. The fiery sunset, like splintered gold in the waves, the golden beach. Under the camera's gaze, Reba danced joyfully in her ethnic dance skirt, resembling flames, upon the golden sands of the setting sun. Each of her movements exuded primal tension and vibrant life. Her skirt billowed, akin to a blazing fire. Her bare toes lightly skimmed the sandy surface, stirring delicate splashes of waves, reflecting a fiery brilliance under the sunset. The setting sun served as a lamp, the waves as music, as if the entire world were her stage. That dancer, lost in the moment beneath the sunset, embodied the theme perfectly, the fiery pomegranate blossoms by the sea. Through Sue Ran's lens, Reba appeared confident, passionate, unrestrained, and expressive. Without any complex techniques, it remained the purest and most straightforward shot, yet it vividly showcased the most striking beauty of Reba. In the audience, Yu Shuxin and Meng Zi were captivated, instinctively covering their mouths, fearing that a gasp might shatter the beauty before them. For the first time, they realized how dazzling and soul-stirring Reba was when she danced. The theme of these two bore no mention of love. Yet, in the silence, it was imbued with affection. This surpassed their themes by unfathomable heights. There was no deliberate creation of sweet interactions, nor romantic scenarios. Their love was not superficial. It penetrated the depths of the soul, embodying understanding and resonance. They simply magnified the hidden sparks within their hearts through the most genuine lens. With the most sincere words, they expressed the emotions and admiration residing within them. As the vlog concluded, the scene froze on the twilight beach, the silhouettes of the two standing side by side. Sue Ran's deep, magnetic voice softly resonated, the fiery pomegranate blossoms by the sea. Reba gazed at Sue Ran, feeling her breath nearly cease. Some individuals are destined to shine upon the stage. And you, Dilly Reba, are that most radiant, most fervent, and most singularly exquisite gem of the human realm. Boom! At this moment, whether among the guests present or the audience in the live stream, everyone felt as though their hearts were being bombarded by countless sweet hydrogen bombs in succession. Director Lee gazed at Sue Ran and Reba, fully aware, as clear as day, that this was a tacit yet overt mutual confession expressed through the language of the lens. She felt as though her smile might split her face in two. What a delightful indulgence. The barrage of comments in the live stream had already reached a fever pitch. I'm dying. I'm going to be sweetly overwhelmed. Sue Ran, you are my deity. Your filming is extraordinary. Reba looks positively radiant under your lens. In Sue Ran's frames, every shot is infused with love, a dialogue and resonance on a soulful level. This is a deeper, more profound kind of infatuation. It's so moving. It's so delightful. I dare call it a pinnacle work in the history of romantic variety shows. You two marry on the spot. Right now. Immediately. I'll cover the expenses. That night, the vlog of the fiery couple conquered all with an overwhelming and transformative presence. The authenticity that required no contrived effort, the appreciation and resonance that emanated from the depths of the soul, became the most enchanting symphony of affection that summer. It renewed everyone's belief that true love has nothing to do with form. It resides in those unintentional details. In the gentle gaze of your eyes when you look at me. Chapter 79. A shocking moment for Director Wong. Sue ran. It's merely the system's understanding. As the two brief vlogs concluded, the lights in the living room illuminated once more. The atmosphere remained hushed. The gazes of the other couples present towards Sue Ran and Reba transcended mere envy. They were infused with a profound admiration and emotional resonance. It dawned upon them that the fluttering of the heart could be articulated through such poignant imagery. In that moment, Reba, the protagonist of the vlog, felt as though her heart was immersed in a warm, honeyed embrace, both tangy and sweet, leaving her eyes slightly misty. The girl dancing exuberantly under the sunset felt almost unfamiliar to herself, yet undeniably captivating. She could hardly fathom that in Sue Rant's eyes, the one who had once portrayed her as a mischievous stone monkey, she would be perceived as a confident and radiant figure. Especially striking was Sue Rant's closing narration. This was infinitely more romantic than merely sharing the view of the sea with someone she cherished, a melody 100 times more enchanting. Sue Han Han. It seems the affection I harbor has irretrievably sprouted from the depths of my heart. At that moment, Sue Ran couldn't resist the urge to tease Reba with a raised eyebrow, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive? Look at everyone moved to tears." "Fool!" Reba chuckled, the earlier traces of annoyance dissipating in an instant. In the midst of this serene and touching moment, P.D. Lee's voice cut through the silence. "All right, everyone. Having witnessed the passionate vlog of the burning hot couple, I trust you feel as deeply moved as I do." Her eyes glistened with emotion, clearly touched as well. Now, we arrive at the exhilarating voting segment. Please take the voting devices before you and cast your precious vote for the vlog that has stirred your hearts the most this evening. As the attendees began to lower their heads to vote, P.D. Lee discreetly approached Sue Ran, gesturing towards the courtyard with her eyes. Sue Ran. "Director Wong is waiting for you outside." Without further inquiry, Sue Ran nodded, handing the voting device to Reba, saying, "Please vote for me. I need to use the restroom." Reba, taken aback by Sue Ran's sudden departure, felt puzzled but refrained from questioning her. In the villa's courtyard, bathed in moonlight, Wang Jingyu sat beneath the pavilion, his brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Upon noticing Sue Ran's approach, he extinguished his cigarette, revealing a weary yet exhilarated smile. "Sue Ran, you truly know how to create breaking news every time," Wang Jingyu remarked, his tone laced with complex emotions. From Anha Bridge to Garden Party, and now this divine vlog. The surprises brought forth by Sue Ran arrived in relentless waves, leaving him blissfully dizzy. Wang Jingyu needed no further action. Tonight's trending topic would undoubtedly be attributed to Sue Ran. Sue Ran merely smiled and replied, "Director Wong, surely you have more to discuss than just this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyu's expression grew somewhat serious. "I would like to formally invite you to authorize Garden Party for our program as the official theme song for promotion. As for the authorization fee, within my capacity, I assure you I will strive to secure the highest possible rate for you." With that, he retrieved a pristine contract from his briefcase and slid it towards Sue Ran. Sue Ran gazed at the contract placed before him but did not take it. Instead, he looked calmly at Wang Jingyu and smiled, shaking his head gently. "Director Wong, I appreciate your kindness. However, this song, perhaps it is best left alone." "Left alone?" Wang Jingyu was taken aback, pressing for clarification. "Why? Is it the fee that you find inadequate? Or have you already sold the rights?" "Neither." Sue Ran replied with a light-hearted smile. "I simply find it a bother." Wang Jingyu was left speechless. He had contemplated countless possibilities, yet he never imagined that Sue Ran's reason for refusal would be so absurd. The signing of contracts, recording, promotion, charting. And should it become a hit, there would be the added burden of attending events and concerts. He let out a light sigh, counting on his fingers, his expression one of fatigue at mere contemplation. Wang Jingyu attempted to persuade him further, but Su Ran, this song holds profound significance. It could bring so much to the program. For me, the greatest significance of this song is fulfilling Reba's wish. Su Ran interjected, gesturing dismissively. Since it's meant to be a surprise gift for her, let it remain a gift. Commercializing it would render it rather unexciting. Then, he delivered a final blow to Wang Jingyu's hopes. As for the copyright fee you offered me, 1, 2, 3. Wang Jingyu stared at Su Ran in confusion. Su Ran, however, pulled out his phone and displayed a series of numbers from a certain bank account to Wang Jingyu. Following that, he grinned. It's a profit. Wang Jingyu, struck by this revelation, finally conceded defeat. He shook his head in a bittersweet smile at the obstinate Su Ran, silently acknowledging the excuse of avoiding trouble was merely a facade. The true reason lay in the fact that this song was a gift for Reba, and he did not wish to commercialize that sentiment. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Su Ran. Could money compel him? It seemed unlikely, even if top-tier celebrities stood before him. The authorization fee for a song would only amount to a few $100,000. Such sums were mere trifles to Su Ran. Moreover, Su Ran was an amateur. Even if Wang Jingyu intended to offer the highest rate, he would have to adhere to the established protocols. Otherwise, aside from internal resistance, it would disrupt the customary practices. Very well, let it be as you wish. He then recalled something. By the way, there is something I must discuss with you. You are currently quite popular, and there are various voices about you online. Although our team is striving to manage reviews and guidance. He exhaled deeply before continuing. Recently, there has emerged some clearly organized negative public opinion and damaging information aimed specifically at you. For instance, questioning the originality of your songs, alleging that you employed ghostwriters, and even delving into your personal background in an attempt to fabricate slander. Su Ran merely regarded Wang Jingyu with an air of calmness, as if the matter at hand were of little consequence. Most of the issues have been suppressed by us, steering the narrative in a positive direction. Wang Jingyu chuckled softly, expressing his resignation. I actually know who is behind this, but I lack the evidence, so you might want to tone down your antics for a while. Just as Su Ran was about to respond, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Malicious public opinion and potential risks targeting the host have been detected. Ding. To safeguard the host's legitimate rights and ensure a stable environment for activities, the system has automatically generated relevant evidence, now stored in the item bar. Please check it. Host. Item name. Garbage collector USB, special edition rumor crusher. X1. Item effect. Contains an irrefutable chain of counter-evidence against the recent smear campaigns circulating online, including but not limited to chat logs, transaction records, IP address tracing, and information regarding the masterminds. It can be selectively disclosed to decisively obliterate all unfounded accusations. Wow, this system is truly remarkable. Su Ran smiled, then discreetly retrieved the USB drive, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Wang Jingyu. Wang Jingyu was taken aback. What was the purpose of this? What you seek is within. A new theme song? No, it's the evidence you desire. Quickly deal with those bothersome flies. I do not wish for them to ruin my mood while recording. Wang Jingyu felt as if he might kneel before Su Ran. Who exactly is this guy? His methods are extraordinary. However, what astonished Wang Jingyu transcended this revelation. Su Ran casually picked up a pen from his side. Using the valuable contract worth hundreds of thousands as scrap paper, swiftly jotting down notes and sketches. He then carelessly tossed it onto the table, saying, "Since we seem to have a good rapport, let this song serve as the theme for the show." Good rapport? Yes, just invest a few $100,000, and we're set. Upon reading the lyrics and melody scrawled on the scrap paper, Wang Jingyu was utterly flabbergasted. This fellow is truly a prodigy. At this moment, unbeknownst to either of them, a captivating figure was crouched in the corner by the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. This fool. Reba covered her mouth, her eyes once again welling with unshed tears. Chapter 80. Su Hanan, allow me to take the initiative this time. Wang Jingyu carefully placed the contract, which Su Ran had used as scrap paper, into his briefcase. The incredulity in his gaze towards Su Ran was palpable. Having spent decades in his profession, he had encountered a myriad of prodigies and heirs from illustrious backgrounds. Yet none had ever left him as perplexed and confounded as Su Ran. To him, it seemed that talent flowed effortlessly from Su Ran, while his background remained an unfathomable enigma. In Wang Jingyu's eyes, Su Ran resembled an ancient patriarch of a sect, casually discarding a talisman and nonchalantly stating, "Cease the noise. Extinguish it." The disdain, the contempt, the sheer aura of superiority was overwhelming. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he resigned himself to the fact that some mysteries were best left unsolved. After bidding farewell to Su Ran, he left with a dazed expression, yet a hint of a smile lingered. In the courtyard, the moonlight poured down like liquid silver. With Wang Jingyu's departure, the atmosphere seemed to settle into a tranquil silence. Su Ran stretched lazily, intending to turn away when he noticed a slender figure nearly merging with the shadows at the doorway. A subtle smile graced his lips as he raised his voice slightly. "The moonlight is splendid. Are you not inclined to step out and enjoy it? My friend at the entrance?" Behind the door, the heart of the named Reba raced uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she sheepishly emerged, her head bowed, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt, akin to a schoolchild caught in a misdeed. "I did not intend to eavesdrop. I merely stepped out for some water." Reba's voice dwindled, laced with guilt. Her curiosity about Su Ran's intentions was piqued, especially after learning that Wang Jingyu had sought him out for a discussion. She felt an urgent need to discern their conversation, fearing that Su Ran might depart from the program. Recent criticisms directed at Su Ran had begun to encroach upon her as well. Reba worried that her company might take some action against him because of it. However, the outcome proved her concerns to be unfounded. "Looking for water?" Su Ran chuckled, choosing not to expose her pretense. He languidly leaned against the pillar of the pavilion. "Shall I assist you in your search?" At his words, Reba buried her head lower, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripened apple. She could sense the teasing glimmer in Su Ran's gaze, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. This mischievous fellow was undoubtedly toying with her. Yet, reflecting on what she had just overheard, Reba found herself devoid of any anger. He had dismissed a hefty copyright fee without a second thought, solely because that song was a gift intended for her. He had produced evidence to counter the rumors and controversies that had begun to affect her. This fool had accomplished so much, yet always wore an expression of indifference. Coupled with the events of today's vlog, an indescribable wave of profound emotion enveloped Reba. She gazed at Su Ran, admiring his striking profile illuminated by the moonlight and the faint, enigmatic smile that played at the corners of his lips. A surge of courage suddenly welled up within her. "Su Hanan, let me take the initiative this time." Reba took a deep breath, resolutely committing herself to a certain decision. She walked slowly, step by step, until she stood before Su Ran. He watched her approach, noting the slight redness around her eyes. Her bright gaze veiled in a delicate mist, rendering her irresistibly charming. He wished to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Comfort? She seemed not to be in distress. Explanation? He felt he hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy. Just then, Reba unexpectedly extended her arms and swiftly embraced him. The soft sensation, accompanied by the unique fragrance of youth, was fleeting. Before Su Ran could fully comprehend, he merely felt a brief warmth and tenderness in his chest. "Suanan, thank you." The girl's voice carried a hint of shyness intertwined with resolve. After uttering this phrase, she retreated like a startled rabbit, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Yet her eyes sparkled with courage and relief. In that embrace, she believed she had summoned the greatest bravery of her life. Su Ran blinked, clearly still dazed. What has happened? Did this girl initiate a hug and thank me? I feel as though I did nothing deserving of such gratitude. Nonetheless, it was fragrant and soft, albeit a tad too swift. With a smile, Su Ran remarked to Reba, "Your gratitude seems a bit hasty." Reba shot him a glance, annoyed at his cheeky demeanor. Hurry, hurry, the award ceremony is about to begin. We must claim our mysterious prize." Suddenly recalling that the voting was still in progress, she anxiously grasped Su Ran's hand and dashed toward the living room. Sue Ran, caught off guard by her pull, stumbled, bemused. Hey, slow down. The grand prize isn't going anywhere. Despite his protest, he allowed her to lead him, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Hand in hand, they rushed back into the brightly lit living room. Upon entering, the eyes of everyone present converged on the two of them. Then, all gazes subtly fixated on their intertwined fingers. An air of suggestive intrigue began to permeate the atmosphere, eliciting knowing smiles from the onlookers. It was only then that Reba realized in her haste she had clasped Sue Ran's hand. And tightly at that, in an instant, her face turned crimson, reaching her ears. It's all Sue Ran's fault. He was so slow. I was afraid of missing the awards. Reba hurriedly released his hand, attempting to cover her embarrassment with an explanation. She nudged Sue Ran with her elbow, urging him to speak up. She was nearly mortified. Right. Sue Ran chuckled, taking his time before saying, I got lost in the courtyard, and thankfully, my feline friend guided me back. Reba exclaimed, You're killing me. I asked you to clarify, not to make it worse. Laughter erupted among the crowd. We get it. We all understand. The live broadcast has reached a fervent peak, and it appears that the couple they are rooting for is one step closer to achieving their romantic aspirations. Following a brief interlude of sweet moments, the awards ceremony commenced as scheduled. The outcome was hardly surprising. The fervent couple was crowned Best Heartfelt Couple of the evening. In addition to a cash prize of 1,000 yuan, they were bestowed with a mysterious gift from the production team, a pair of custom couple watches. The watch hands marked the passage of every minute and second, symbolizing the eternal witness of time to genuine emotions. I sincerely hope that your chemistry and excitement can remain as steadfast as the hands of the watch, forever inscribed on the dial, delineating a circle that, while never overlapping, resonates in harmony. May you treasure this hard-earned bond and cherish every moment spent together. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to all the guests for their captivating contributions, and to every viewer for their companionship and witness. The heartbeat of excitement continues, and romance shall never fade. Let us eagerly anticipate the next enchanting chapter of our journey. Good night. As PD Lee's voice faded, the heartfelt image-sharing event drew to a close. Meanwhile, back in the temporary office of the production team, Wang Jingyu stared at the contents of a USB drive, his face a portrait of astonishment. Who exactly is Sue Ran? This evidence is nothing short of a hammer of Thor. The chat logs, transfer screenshots, IP tracing chains, and even several critical surveillance clips and recordings. Wang Jingyu gazed at the documents, unable to suppress his astonishment. Provoking Sue Ran, it seems, has led them to a formidable challenge. A smile crept upon Wang Jingyu's lips. Some individuals are bound to have a restless night. Chapter 81. The celebration comes to an end. A storm approaches. Sue Ran. Countdown to purifying the entertainment circle. As PD Lee's words echoed, the recording for today was officially concluded. Almost simultaneously, everyone swiftly encircled Sue Ran and the shy Reba. With her face flushed crimson, Reba shot a meaningful glance at the crowd and, like a startled cat, scampered up the stairs, leaving behind a clumsy excuse of needing to apply a facial mask and a hasty retreat. Watching her hurried departure, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Sue Ran's lips. The girl's bashful demeanor was truly endearing. Meanwhile, the other guests in the living room had witnessed the ambiguous scene unfold before their eyes. Yushu Xin and Meng Zi exchanged glances, both reflecting the excitement of the three words they had just shipped. Absolutely shipped. Wang Hidi and Li Yunrue could hardly contain their amusement, silently giving Sue Ran a thumbs up. The sweetness of the evening was simply overwhelming. The audience in the live stream had completely succumbed to the frenzy of shipping the couple. Their fingers were intertwined. They were holding hands. Help! Reba ran away in embarrassment. Too adorable. Sue Ran's final affectionate smile. It's killing me. Civil Affairs Bureau. I'll help you move again. The vlog was phenomenal, especially the part where Sue Ran filmed Reba dancing. The cinematography was divine. That line about being a rare beauty was the real killer, right? Sue Ran is simply a romantic disguised as a straight man. That night, following the garden party, the The fiery couple once again ignited the entire internet with their undeniable chemistry. Weibo Douyin. The trending topics on major social platforms were flooded with terms like fiery vlog, rare beauty D, Reba, and mayfly theory. The topic Summer Heartthrob 2 vlog is going viral soared to the top of the trending list, accompanied by a massive, bright red explosion tag. Countless netizens were moved by the genuine emotions shared between Su Ran and Reba, devoid of artificial sweetness, but instead filled with sincere affection. The allure, captured in their respective lenses, was simply mesmerizing. The serene Su Ran and the dynamic Reba, one still and one in motion, radiated an unmatched charm. Su Ran's voiceover could only be described as the best line of the year. Numerous fans of the couple, casual viewers, and even those previously indifferent to dating shows found themselves completely enchanted, elevating the popularity and acclaim of Summer Heartthrob 2 to unprecedented heights. However, amid the nationwide celebration of sweetness, discordant voices began to emerge. These skeptical and leading comments subtly took root, rapidly gaining momentum under the influence of certain individuals and organizations. A regular person can produce such a high-quality vlog? The editing is so professional? I don't believe it. The cinematography, the composition, the color grading. It must be the work of a professional team. Surely the production team filmed and edited it. Su Ran's persona is almost too perfect, isn't it? Wealthy, talented, handsome, a skilled singer and songwriter, and even adept at creating vlogs. Does he believe himself to be the protagonist of a novel? It seems utterly fabricated. Indeed, how could there possibly exist such a flawless individual? Surely, he has been meticulously crafted and promoted by his management agency. Do you not find it peculiar? The range of Su Ran's musical styles is astonishing. From the captivating Devil from Heaven to the emotionally charged On a Bridge. And now he presents yet another sweet tune. Garden Party. How can one person produce such a diverse array of songs in such a brief span? There must be a team behind Su Ran. It is indeed unsettling to contemplate. If that is the case, Su Ran's character could be called into question. Initially, these doubts were sporadic, quickly drowned out by the fervor of his fan base. However, gradually, several marketing accounts boasting millions of followers and so-called industry influencers began to join in on the critique. Renowned acerbic